Wang Lin. No, she should now be called Wan Ning. She steeled her emotions, striving to suppress the inner panic. After all, she had come this far. One must take one step at a time. If it comes to that, one might as well perish midway. After descending from the operating table, she raised her arms and legs to perform a series of stretching exercises. Her body felt light, with her muscular lines flowing gracefully as she raised her arms, and with each kick a faint hydraulic sound echoed from her joints. This body is incredibly efficient, she exclaimed, clenching her fist as she felt the astonishing power of her mechanical arm. But just how much modification has been done? Surveying her surroundings, she observed that most of the unfamiliar equipment in the medical room appeared rather dilapidated. Two devices even bore bullet marks on their casings, and the screens intermittently flickered with snowy static. She reached out to touch a machine resembling an old desktop computer. Its surface was dusted, evoking a hint of nostalgia. If only it could connect to the internet. Just as the thought crossed her mind, her left prosthetic wrist emitted a soft click. A pale blue light burst forth, forming a semi-transparent, floating screen in midair. Whoa! Wan Ning was startled by the sudden sound, stumbling backward a few steps, nearly losing her balance. Instinctively, she swung her wrist and spun in place, yet the virtual screen clung stubbornly to the center of her view like an adhesive patch. Several unfamiliar icons flickered at the center of the screen, while a prompt in the upper right declared you have 3 unread messages. Click to view. Curious, yet hesitant, she tapped the prompt with her index finger and felt a subtle vibration as if she had actually pressed a physical button. A chat interface popped up displaying a contact named CIGO at the top, a young handsome man with black curly hair. There were 2 missed video calls and a text message. April 15, 2222 CI. Joe, sweetheart, why haven't you contacted me these past few days? A heart kiss emoticon appeared. Suddenly a cold sweat broke out on Wan Ning's brow. Could this be the former owner's lover? Suppressing her discomfort, she scrolled through the chat history, filled with cloying love notes and blatantly risque dating hints. What was even more alarming was that every few pages revealed transfer records from the former owner, amounts ranging from hundreds to tens of thousands. Wasn't it said that the gang was struggling financially? And the former owner had money to support a gigolo? Wan Ning was utterly baffled. Wait, here appears an earlier conversation. May 18, 2099, 1634 CIGO, where shall we meet? I can hardly wait. The former owner replied, come to my place, 1602 Maiyuan apartment in Haya Alley. Wan Ning carefully noted what appeared to be the former owner's permanent address, planning to visit that evening. After exiting the chat interface, she continued to explore other functions on the virtual screen. At the top of the screen, she found a search box and entered a query on how to use the device before her. A wealth of data instantly unfurled, and as a holographic introductory video played, she quickly grasped the system's controls. This was a wrist-mounted internet terminal whose projected floating virtual screen could even be set to be visible or not to others. The former owner had programmed it so that uttering online would activate the terminal, or one could simply press a button on the mechanical wrist. It was undeniably convenient. Subsequently, Wan Ning browsed several mainstream platforms, Shengxing News, Jiguang E-commerce, Yedong Entertainment, among others. On the surface, they all appeared legal and compliant. There were also illicit ones, a nondescript gray gear icon with a notch labeled fault platform. Intrigued, she clicked on it. What appeared to be an ordinary second-hand trading interface, after verification, suddenly distorted and shed its disguise. It offered everything from illicit weapons and prosthetics to data and special services, whatever one could imagine. Prices were blatantly marked and shockingly high. Even more startling, the purchase records clearly displayed a bill for a gun bought by the former owner. A chill ran down Wan Ning's spine as she exited at warp speed. Then, almost on a whim, she opened her personal bank account page. The balance, 420050 coins. Wow, that's a fortune. Wan Ning was left speechless. Wasn't Taekwon Gang supposed to always be short on funds? How could there be so much money? According to the information she had just seen, typical prices for prosthetics in the market were basic models ranging from 3000 to 5000 coins, standard models from 5000 to 1000, professional models from 1000 to 5000, military grade from 5000 to 2000, and experimental models from 2000 to priceless. Of course, prices in the black market were a different story. When most people couldn't even afford a basic prosthetic, her savings were enough to buy a professional grade one. This clearly contradicted Go Yue's claims of poverty. Wan Ning immediately opened the income and expenditure details along with the gang's accounts. Good grief. Every month, nearly 1000 coins flowed in from bars, underground clinics, protection fees, and more. After deducting 30 for maintenance, the former owner pocketed 30, while over 20 gang members split less than 40 in total. 6 key cadres earned 200 coins per month each, while ordinary members received a pitiful 120 coins. Wan Ning couldn't help but put her hand over her face. This was even worse than the life of a corporate drone. This isn't the head of a gang, he's nothing but a callous boss, she thought. Though he complained about financial woes, in reality, all the money ended up in his own pocket. No wonder some of the gang's cadres were eager to experiment with neural enhancers. The former owner objected. Of course not. Who wouldn't prefer lying around counting money? Why stir up trouble? As for why the gang members hadn't fled despite such conditions, Wan Ning eventually realized it was because the underground clinics prioritized recycling prosthetics for gang members. Secondly, these people were so deeply entangled in the underworld that venturing out on their own could mean a swifter demise. Moreover, many had supposedly benefited from the former owner's favor, though Wan Ning remained skeptical. But that was another matter. Sigh. As she reviewed the account data, her fists nearly clenched with anger. The spirit of a 21st century wage slave blazed fiercely within her. Once I've established myself, I'll raise everyone's salary. Social insurance, housing fund. Well, looks like that can't be done. A muffled gurgling emerged as her stomach violently protested. Very hungry, she checked the time. It was already 6 p.m. After pulling up the route on the map to Ma Yuan apartment, she pushed open the metallic door of the medical room and stepped into a dim corridor. Faulty neon tubes hissed with electric current as she made her way through the underground clinic, a place steeped in the odors of blood and disinfectant. Riding an old elevator and traversing chaotic dark corridors, she finally emerged outside. Looking upward, she beheld a cluster of towering buildings, a steel forest where brilliant neon lights and luminous strips intertwined, and gigantic electronic screens continuously alternated images of virtual idols and product ads. In the crisscrossing aerial routes, sleek floating vehicles zipped incessantly. The roar of their engines merged with electronic synth sounds from the streets, creating a unique urban cacophony. Yet the street before her was a stream of sewage mixed with electronic waste where residents with broken prosthetics huddled in corners and smugglers whispered in the shadows. A scene both oppressive and dangerous. Deeply stunned, Wan Ning bought a synthetic protein block from a roadside vending machine. It looked like a brick, its texture reminiscent of chewing wax, and its taste. Well, it's all about staying alive. Difficult to swallow, yet at least it soothed her hunger. 10 minutes later, Wan Ning stood beneath Ma Yuan apartment. Compared to the dilapidated buildings around it, this apartment block appeared unusually clean, at least free from messy graffiti. She swiped her face at the access control, took the elevator, and reached the 16th floor. Beep. Identification successful. Welcome home, chirped the access system at Unit 1602. As the door opened, Wan Ning stepped into her home in this unfamiliar world. The one-bedroom apartment was simply laid out, the living room centered around a low black leather sofa and a small coffee table. Through the curved, floor-to-ceiling windows, flickering neon lights from outside could be seen. As her gaze swept the room, a massive object in the corner of the bedroom instantly seized her attention. A safe pitch black from top to bottom. Just as Wan Ning approached, the central display on the safe suddenly lit up with a blue glow. Identification successful. Open now. A blind box. Open it. It had to be opened. The moment her fingertip lightly tapped the confirm key, the screen switched to red letters. Secondary identification in progress. With no hint what it was verifying. Click. With several soft whirs of machinery, the heavy metal door slowly swung open. The interior of the safe was divided into 3 tiers, displaying an assortment of weapons and devices that radiated an unmistakable aura of being extremely expensive. Wan Ning carefully took out a silver-gray handgun, the icy touch making her fingertips tremble. She had never handled a real firearm before. Even her breathing unconsciously grew lighter. She hurriedly activated the wrist-mounted terminal and scanned the weapons one by one. When she saw the price of an intelligent sniper rifle, she could not help but draw in a sharp breath. This was not a gun, it was solid gold in disguise. After toying with it for a long while, mostly just cradling it in reverent awe, she suddenly realized she still had no idea what the gang leader's face actually looked like. She wandered into the bathroom. As the mirror sensor activated, the surface lit up and a stranger's face appeared in sharp clarity. All the hair was slicked straight back, the ends resting at the nape of the neck. The sharply contoured face held deep brown eyes as keen as an eagle's. The black eyeshadow at the corners had already smudged, while the taut line of the lips exuded an aloof sternness that warned strangers to keep their distance. It was as if the words, "Do not mess with me," were written across that face. Wan Ning tried to smile. Hey. The corners of her mouth curved upward, unexpectedly gentle in sharp contrast to the fierce exterior. Late at night, Wan Ning lay down on the soft, spacious bed. Before sleep, she made a devout little wish. I vow to eat a proper balance of meat and vegetables for the rest of my life in exchange for opening my eyes tomorrow back in my cozy little home with my cat. Yet when the midnight neon spilled through the windows, casting colorful shadows across the room, she was already lost deep within a series of bizarre kaleidoscopic dreams. Gunshots, explosions, shouting. Her dreams grew ever more chaotic. Suddenly, a powerful sense of danger surged through her, like an electric current racing from her brain down her spine. Her body's instincts were blaring like sirens, violently yanking her out of sleep. The instant her eyes opened, her pupils contracted sharply. By the dim glow of the neon outside, she saw a pitch-black gun barrel aimed between her brows less than 10 centimeters away. Her body reacted faster than her thoughts. She instantly raised her hand, seizing the attacker's gun hand and wrenching it upward. Crack! The force was so great she crushed the wrist outright, bending it back at a grotesque angle. The assailant let out a pained cry, and his other hand balled into a fist, swinging fast toward Wan Ning's temple. She only had time to turn her head. The heavy punch grazed her cheekbone. Stars exploded across her vision, and fragmented memories of the body's original owner surged up like a spring. Dizzied, she relied purely on instinct, swinging one leg up and driving a savage kick into the attacker's abdomen. He grunted, staggering backward. His broken hand could no longer hold the weapon, and the handgun clattered to the floor. Wan Ning leapt out of bed, intending to snatch it up. A flash of cold light sliced past. At some point, his intact left hand had produced a knife, which now slashed toward her with blinding speed. She instinctively raised her arm to block. Fabric tore with a rip, and her left arm, coiled with strength, swung out a heavy punch. The sound of metal knuckles colliding with skull was enough to make one's scalp prickle. Bang! The attacker flew back like a rag doll, slamming into the wall and sliding down. Wan Ning hurriedly grabbed the handgun, gripping it with both hands and taking aim, only to see the assailant slumped at the base of the wall in a twisted posture. His limbs twitched a few times, then went utterly still. She forced herself to steady her mind, struggling to load the original owner's memories. They came in completely scattered fragments only, some even fuzzed out as if censored. She flipped on the light, and the harsh brightness drove back the darkness. The traces of the struggle stood out clearly. A man in black from head to toe, wearing a virtual mask, lay in a pool of blood, the dark red painfully glaring under the light. Wan Ning cautiously approached and used her foot to kick his knife farther away. Squatting down, she checked for a heartbeat. There was none. A wave of overwhelming weakness crashed through her. Her knees nearly gave out beneath her. What I killed someone. Her head buzzed. This should count as self-defense, right? How was I supposed to know that one punch would finish him? Her mind raced, bombarded by a storm of thoughts. Call the police. No, I'm a gang boss now. And from the original's memories, even this apartment was rented under a fake identity. Run instead. But where would I even run to? She forced herself to take a deep breath. Breathe. Stay calm. Wan Ning, you're the boss. Do you understand? The boss. Leaning on the wall, she shuffled into the living room, activated her wrist terminal, and opened a voice call to Gong Yu. Boss. The other woman sounded half asleep. Come over to my place, Wan Ning said, deliberately lowering her voice and feigning calm. Huh. Right now. Now. Her gaze drifted toward the bedroom. Bring a man with you. Okay, Gong Yu hesitated. Where do you live? Only then did Wan Ning realize she did not know either, and quickly recited the address. These two were for the moment the ones she relatively trusted. Gong Yu had been the first person she saw upon waking, the worry in her eyes back, then had not looked like an act, and besides, Wan Ning herself did not even know her own address. As for a man in the original memories, he was a big guy who was always grinning like a fool. Poisoning and assassination, those high IQ crimes, just did not fit his style. Even so, she could not completely drop her guard with them. It was the seemingly harmless ones that, once cut open, might prove darkest and most dangerous. By the time the two arrived, it was already 3 in the morning. The moment a man stepped in, his eyes went wide as he swept a look around the spacious living room. Boss, this place is nice. How much did it cost? Cut the crap. Wan Ning lounged on the sofa, pretending to be relaxed, a wine glass in hand that she had not taken a single sip from. It was all just a pose. She jerked her chin toward the bedroom with a seemingly idle gesture. Go take care of it. Without a word, Gong Yu walked into the bedroom. The twisted corpse on the floor only startled her for a heartbeat before she began expertly searching the body. Before long, she had arranged the spoils neatly on the coffee table. Boss, here's everything: a full-face virtual mask, a pistol with a suppressor, a carbon fiber knife, a foldable light machine gun, 2 mini grenades, and he's carrying 2 basic cybernetic implants as well. Wan Ning was particularly intrigued by the virtual mask, a small earhook device that, once activated, projected a virtual screen over the face to create a mask effect. The mask's appearance could be customized, and it could alter the wearer's voice at the same time. Keep the mask. The rest you two can split. A flicker of surprise flashed in Gong Yu's cool eyes. Even the implants? She asked, incredulous. What, are they too shabby for you? No, that's not what I meant. Gong Yu shook her head quickly, the tips of her ears quietly reddening. Those 2 basic grade implants would fetch at least 5,000 on the black market. More than 2 months of her wages. She pinched her thigh in secret, confirming she was not dreaming. At the same time, she could not help but wonder when the boss had grown so generous. A man, on the other hand, let out a howl and pounced on the machine gun, clutching it like a child with a new toy, reluctant to let go. Boss, you're the best. I've been drooling over this thing for ages. Enough. Business, Wan Ning cut in. Gong Yu, how did this man get past the access control? I checked his terminal, Gong Yu replied. He's a mercenary codenamed Night Crow, a merc who moonlights as a hacker. He hacked into the apartment's access system. A mercenary? Can you trace the employer? Gong Yu shook her head. All communication logs are encrypted beyond me. The contacts I can see don't look suspicious. It was probably an offline assassination commission. Gong Yu was no professional hacker. That she could not crack advanced encryption was understandable. Wan Jia, who on earth did you offend? A man cut in, taking a long swig straight from a bottle on the table. Seriously, how many waves of them is this now? Wan Ning could not be bothered to answer the big oath. The original owner had fleeced him out of money like it was a game, and he still remained so carefree. If he were sold off someday, he would probably cheerfully help haggle the price down. Quit prying. Go dispose of the body properly. She added to Gong Yue, erase all entry logs and surveillance from today. Make it clean. Gong Yu nodded. Got it. Only after she and a man carrying the corpse had left did Wan Ning finally let herself relax completely. The nausea she had been suppressing surged up. She forced herself to finish wiping the bloodstains from the room, and at last collapsed bonelessly into the sofa, staring blankly at the neon outside the windows. From this day on, even if she was not the original Wan Ning, she had become Wan Ning all the same. Early in the morning backstage at the Qiguang bar, a man was pacing back and forth in front of Viper, holding his new toy, a foldable light machine gun. He deliberately folded and unfolded the gun, producing a crisp click sound, and occasionally pretended to aim. Viper gritted his teeth, wanting to pretend he didn't see a man show off, but he had long coveted this gun. The gun was lightweight and clearly more suitable for him, yet it was in the hands of this silly giant grinning like a fool. Where did you get this? Viper couldn't help but ask. It was a gift from Sister Wan. A man grinned foolishly and pulled out 2 miniature grenades from his waist pouch. And look, there's this too. Oh right, and 2 cybernetic limbs from me and Mercury. Viper was nearly shocked, speechless. How could that stingy miser be so generous? Viper suspiciously asked, you didn't steal them, did you? Quickly say yes. Then I have a reason to confiscate them. Nonsense. I would never do such a thing. A man immediately got worked up and started babbling about how he helped Wan Ning deal with a corpse, exclaiming, Sister Wan is truly amazing. That corpse looked like it was taken down by her with a single punch. Finally, he kindly added insult to injury by patting Viper's stiff shoulder, saying, who told you to always wear a debt collector's face in front of Sister Wan? Good things won't come your way. Next time remember to smile more like me. After saying that, he revealed a silly grin, humming a little tune as he swaggered away with the gun. Viper stood there, his expression growing darker. He couldn't help but wonder if his attitude really was the problem. Frustrated, he raked his fingers through his hair, recalling the last time he questioned the nerve-enhancing agent. He indeed had a sour expression. No, wait. He shook his head violently. How could that greedy and timid woman suddenly change her ways? At this moment, Wan Ning had completely changed her appearance. Saying goodbye to the slick-back hairstyle, her hair fell naturally, her plain face devoid of any makeup, clad in a loose black coat. After thinking for a moment, she decided to stash a small handgun in a compartment of her clothing. She had reviewed the intel provided by Mercury. The waitress who poisoned the original owner was named Eileen, 23 years old, and had joined Qiguang Bar 2 months ago, living alone in room 201 at the end of White Horse Lane. As for the mercenary, all she knew was the codename Night Crow and a rough range of activities. The clues were too sparse to investigate for now. The assassination last night had solidified her resolve. She had to find out the mastermind behind it all, otherwise she would forever live under the shadow of imminent death. Wan Ning went to the garage to find the original owner's vehicle, a modified black car. As soon as she got in, the central control screen automatically connected with her wrist terminal. After starting the navigation, she sped off towards Aylin's residence. At the end of White Horse Lane, an old apartment building covered in filthy and chaotic graffiti. Wan Ning climbed the narrow stairs to the second floor, the dim corridor, filled with a sour smell, the doorknob of room 201 coated with a layer of thin dust. Knock, knock, knock. She knocked on the door, but no one answered. She then inquired with the nearby neighbors. Initially, she had only approached with a trial-and-error attitude, but unexpectedly, she had a surprising gain. In the downstairs synthetic food restaurant with a faded sign, a middle-aged boss wearing a greasy, dirty apron, his small eyes darting around, said, the girl you're talking about. She often comes here to buy food, but... He deliberately prolonged his words, displaying a fawning smile, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together skillfully. Wan Ning understood and expressionlessly handed over 100 crystal coins. She has a boyfriend. The boss lowered his voice. I saw him once. That guy accompanied this girl to buy food. As he spoke halfway, he extended his greasy hand. Wan Ning held back her nausea. Was it not over yet? She handed over another 100 crystal coins. He looks ordinary, the kind you wouldn't notice in a crowd, wears a black suit, glasses, looks about 26 or 7. The boss description struck Wan Ning as familiar. In her mind, she recalled someone with that appearance and quickly pulled out a photo to show the boss via holographic projection. Yes, that's him. The boss slapped his thigh. Shikawa. Is it him? This genuinely surprised Wan Ning. Moreover, this information was easy to find as she could learn more with a little inquiry. However, the data provided by Mercury had not mentioned him at all. Back in her car, Wan Ning quickly brought up the communication interface and Mercury's image appeared on the virtual screen. Did you personally check Aylin's information? Wan Ning's voice was eerily calm. Mercury was obviously taken aback. No, the bar staff are all handled by Shikawa. He checked it. All right. Wan Ning decisively cut off the communication. Shikawa, the bar manager who was meticulous and loyal to the original owner, had deliberately concealed his relationship with the poisoner waitress. Although this couldn't directly prove he was the mastermind, the suspicion level was off the charts. Leaving White Horse Lane, Wan Ning quickly resolved her lunch. Calling it lunch was a bit of a stretch. It was just a synthetic protein bar. The surface glistened suspiciously with oil, the package labeled classic beef flavor, and it featured a cartoon cow that didn't exist. Wan Ning poked at the delicacy made from insect protein and genetically modified algae, which immediately oozed suspicious juices. Cautiously taking a bite, she instantly frowned. The taste resembled sour milk mixed with rust. The protein bar disintegrated in her mouth, leaving a subtle grainy texture. What did this have to do with beef? Did the person who developed this even know what beef tasted like? Wan Ning resignedly swallowed it down. The diet of the lower class had long since become a mere energy supplement, efficient, cheap, and devoid of any enjoyment like fueling a machine. Pursuing a true taste experience had become a luxurious act. In the afternoon, Wan Ning returned to the Mailiuan apartment. As soon as she entered, she suddenly froze in her tracks. A tall figure was lounging on the sofa. Beneath the black curly hair was a handsome face with a pair of peach blossom eyes that looked affectionate even towards a dog. The corner of his mouth adorned with a lip piercing, and his black shirt was loosely open, revealing a well-defined waist and abdomen. Zijio, the original owner's old flame, how did this guy get in? Did the original owner grant him access to the apartment? Wan Ning's inner alarm bells rang, but her eyes couldn't help but linger on his waist. Oh, Sister Wan. Zijio's reaction was even more exaggerated than hers, jumping up from the sofa, incredulously circling around, Wan Ning pointing at her plain face with his long fingers. Is it really you? Sister Wan, what happened to you? Where's your smoky makeup? Where's your hair gel? You didn't get infected by some virus, did you? What are you doing here? Wan Ning asked coldly. I sent you messages, but you didn't reply. So I had to come see for myself. Zijio pouted pitifully. It's not like I was worried about you. Wan Ning rolled her eyes inwardly. Worried? More like worried about losing his source of income. Just as she was about to speak, his hand was already reaching for her waist. Wan Ning quickly sidestepped, shouting, I don't have time to mess around with you right now, get lost. Sister Wan, you weren't like this before. Zijio sulkily withdrew his hand, but still didn't give up, leaning closer. His handsome face drooped, wearing a pitiful expression as he looked at her. If the original owner were here, she might have said, all right, money, all for you. Wan Ning expressionlessly bypassed him, sat on the sofa, gulping down a glass of water to calm her nerves, thinking about how to send him away. I've been very busy lately, you should go back now. Busy with what? Tell me. However, the other party insisted on sticking around, propping himself up on the sofa backrest, trapping Wan Ning in a small space, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Maybe I can help you. Oh, is that so? Wan Ning suddenly turned her head, revealing a fake smile. All right, lend me 1,000 crystal coins to tide me over. Zijio was taken aback, awkwardly scratching his nose, his voice clearly losing confidence. Don't joke around, Sister Wan, I don't have any money. Before he could finish, he pressed against her like a limp noodle, his hand instinctively wrapping around Wan Ning's waist. Enough. Wan Ning got angry, grabbing his wrist, twisting around to choke him, and forcefully slammed him back onto the sofa. Sister Wan. Zijio grimaced in pain, his Adam's apple struggling in her grip. Wan Ning looked down at his reddened face. The accumulated anger and grievance from the past few days surged within her. The panic of crossing over the assassination by mercenaries, Shikawa's concealment. Now she had to deal with this unserious guy? All right, so you want to help me? She gritted her teeth and said, someone is paying to have my life taken. Go dig out the employer for me. After saying that, she released her grip, roughly tugging at his collar, dragging him towards the door like a dead dog. Zijio stumbled, trying to regain his balance, but she forcefully shoved him against the door frame. Listen. Wan Ning pulled up the information on Night Crow and sent it over. If you can't find the person who hired him, don't show up in front of me. Taking advantage of his confusion, she kicked him out the door. Bang. The door slammed shut. Immediately, she revoked his access to the apartment. Outside the door, Zijio leaned against the wall, slowly straightening up. The corridor's sensor lights flickered ominously, casting strange shadows on his face. He adjusted his half-open shirt, rubbing the marks on his neck, and let out a low chuckle. How, what's going on? He opened the terminal and pulled up the information Wan Ning had sent. The blue light from the holographic projection illuminated his face, which bore a playful smile. When did my sister Wan become so irritable? He glanced one last time at the tightly shut metal door before turning towards the elevator. As his shirt swayed with his steps, a red and black tattoo became vaguely visible at his lower back. A skull entwined with roses, clearly a gang's emblem. Late at night, Wan Ning stared at the ceiling, wide awake. As soon as she closed her eyes, the scenes from last night surfaced in her mind. The dark muzzle of a gun pressed against her forehead, the twisted corpse of a mercenary, a wrist bent at an unnatural angle, and the dark red blood spreading across the ground. Simultaneously, unclear thoughts lingered. Was the mastermind Shirchuan? Or was there someone else? She turned over restlessly and touched the vertebrae at the back of her neck. According to her memory, this place was embedded with professional-grade combat prosthetics, ribcage with standard-grade prosthetics, and the leg joints had also undergone basic modifications. These prosthetics felt unremarkable within her body. Yet deep down she resisted further modifications. After all, she was someone who was nervous even at the sight of a needle before her transmigration. Now, with so many metal parts inside her, just the thought made her scalp tingle. What unsettled her even more were the memories of cyberpsychosis, where excessive modifications led to personality disintegration, turning individuals into soulless killing machines. But in this dog-eat-dog underground gang world, strength was the only currency for survival. Without strength, one was merely a walking piece of meat. Wan Ning let out a wail and simply threw off the covers to get out of bed. She put on a bulletproof vest, slipped into a black hoodie, and stepped out with a handgun and a virtual mask. Walking out of the apartment, Dor the insomniac aimlessly wandered through the neon-lit streets. Holographic billboards projected blinding fluorescence, drunken men and trash were everywhere, and the sounds of brawling thugs echoed harshly in the air. In front of a skyscraper, she suddenly stopped. The entire exterior of the building was a massive screen, and a virtual idol was performing energetically, continuously changing shapes to the deafening electronic music. Wan Ning stared blankly at the screen. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. What if she recreated some songs and dances from her original world through a virtual idol in this world? This idea made her heart race. Perhaps she could try it out at the Qigong bar first. Just as she was lost in thought, suppressed sobbing and dull thuds from a narrow alley interrupted her train of thought. Following the sound, she walked over. She saw 4 young men surrounding someone beating him up. They looked to be around 18 or 19, but their faces bore an age-inappropriate malice. The one in the middle was a bespectacled boy curled up on the ground, while the 4 assailants struck him with fists and feet, hurling insults. Just you. You think you can come to our Skyway Academy? Hurry back to your rat hole. The leader, a blonde boy, kicked the bespectacled boy hard on the side. We don't welcome scum from the slums here. A fat boy spat. Another tall, thin boy echoed, penny pincher. You still do part-time jobs? Do you think those few measly dollars can buy you this pile of rags? The blonde leader squatted down, grabbing the bespectacled boy's hair, his words sharp as knives. Tisk, look at this outfit. It couldn't have been bought with money your mother earned selling herself, could it? Ha ha. Shut up, don't you dare talk about my mom. The bespectacled boy suddenly erupted in anger and bit fiercely into the blonde boy's arm, bloodied teeth sinking in. Fuck. The blonde boy screamed and swung his arm while the others rushed in again. His resistance was like a stone thrown into a raging river swallowed by even larger waves. The blonde boy stomped his foot hard onto the bespectacled boy's dirt and blood-stained face, grinding it down as if trampling on a piece of garbage. Nearby, a short boy with dyed purple hair pulled out a plastic bag. Inside were several glowing capsules exuding unabashed malice. Boss, I've got something new. One hit a lifetime as a dog. Let's give him a taste. Oh, where did you get that? Does it matter? Just think about it. Give him one, and he'll have to kneel and beg us. Just imagining it feels great. Ha ha. The purple-haired boy's smile twisted even further, his voice filled with a fervor for controlling others' fates. Feed it to him. The blonde boy grinned widely. The purple-haired boy held the eerie glowing capsule in one hand while pinching the bespectacled boy's chin with the other, forcing him to open his mouth. The bespectacled boy looked at the approaching capsule in despair, a suppressed whimper escaping his throat, unable to break free. Just as the capsule was about to be shoved into his mouth, crack. A silver-gray mechanical hand suddenly appeared, gripping the purple-haired boy's wrist, fingers tightening, abruptly crushing bones under the metal's pressure. Oh! The purple-haired boy let out a piercing scream. The capsule slipped from his fingertips to the ground. This sudden turn of events left the others momentarily stunned. A figure dressed in all black appeared, face covered by a virtual mask. The mask bore a yellow face with a toothy grin flickering slightly, appearing especially eerie in the dim alley. This person was Wan Ning. She hadn't intended to meddle, but upon seeing the capsule, a surge of anger welled up within her, and she randomly adjusted her mask's design and charged forward. The blonde boy's expression turned serious as he drew a dagger from his lower back, telling the others, get him. Wan Ning's body reacted swiftly, enhanced by the prosthetics. She kicked the tall boy wielding the dagger to the ground. The fat boy approaching from the right had just thrown a punch halfway when Wan Ning struck him in the abdomen with a punch, sending him flying. The purple-haired boy, using his other intact hand, pulled out a gun, trembling as he aimed, but Wan Ning dashed forward and crushed his wrist holding the gun. This maneuver was already quite familiar to Wan Ning. She seized the gun and, feeling unsatisfied, kicked him right in the groin. The purple-haired boy immediately bent over, unable to scream. In an instant, only the blonde leader remained standing. Wan Ning tilted her head. The mask's grinning yellow face looked even more exaggerated. The blonde boy turned to run, but Wan Ning wouldn't let him escape. She lunged forward, her mechanical left hand clamping down on his right shoulder, and with a sharp crack his entire arm went limp. Before his scream could fully escape, Wan Ning twisted his left hand, causing the blonde boy to kneel on the ground in pain, his arms flopping like tattered rags. Wan Ning took his dagger and pressed it against his neck. Applying a little pressure, a thin line of blood seeped out. The blonde boy was forced to look up at the grinning face before him, terror-stricken and tearful. No, don't kill me, please. His voice trembled, almost inaudible. I swear I won't dare again. Through her mask, Wan Ning gazed at his young face, still sporting a few teenage pimples. The dagger pressed against his throat ultimately didn't push forward another inch. Get lost. The electronically altered voice from the voice changer emanated from beneath the mask. The thugs fled towards the alley's end as if granted amnesty. In his panic, the blonde boy stumbled, but quickly got up, running away without looking back, disappearing into the shadows around the corner. Wan Ning flicked the bloody dagger and prepared to leave. Behind her came the sound of rustling. The bespectacled boy, bruised and battered, struggled to get up. His broken glasses hung askew on his face, but they couldn't hide those remarkably bright eyes, cautiously revealing a smile. Like a beam of light shining into a gutter. Thank you. His voice was somewhat hoarse but sincere. My name is Sheng Yu, may I ask? What's your name? Wan Ning paused in her steps, the corners of her mouth beneath the mask unconsciously relaxing. That smile was too familiar. Before her transmigration, she had also shown such an unguarded smile to strangers. It had only been 2 days since her transmigration, and she was already starting to miss it. She didn't answer, only nodded slightly before turning to leave. On her way back, Wan Ning also casually dealt with 2 drunken men who approached her. This time she was a bit harsher. Listening to their wails as they crawled away, the inexplicable irritation in her heart eased slightly. Perhaps it wasn't bad to practice at night. Now she had the prosthetics, but lacked combat experience. The battles in the original owner's memories felt like watching a movie. Visible, but untouchable, only real combat could make a difference. After all, the streets under the neon lights never lacked for sparring partners. Each encounter made this body more coordinated, and those combat skills were gradually transforming from memory into instinct. After dealing with the last drunken troublemaker, Wan Ning turned into a secluded dark alley. She raised her hand to remove the grinning face mask. She returned to the Miley Garden apartment for a good night's sleep. What Wan Ning didn't know was that her heroic act that night was causing a stir on a certain academy's internal communication platform. Hot post shocking. Campus bullies quartet were brutally beaten by the mysterious grinning face man. Both arms shattered, eggs crushed all over the place. With pictures for proof content, the quartet was taught a lesson by a mysterious person in a dark alley last night. The assailant wore a bizarre grinning face mask, striking quickly and accurately, leaving the four with no chance to fight back. Now they are all lying in the hospital. Blurry scene photo. JPG. Attached was a very blurry half-body photo, the image extremely dark with a figure wearing a yellow grinning face mask faintly visible, the mask's design appearing somewhat eerie in the darkness. 1L IQ has expired. Wow. Is this real? No wonder I haven't seen the quartet for days. By the way, this mask is too abstract. Seeing it at midnight would scare anyone. Shivering. JPG 2L Kiki. True. I have insider information from the hospital. The blonde boy's arms are in plaster, but he still acts tough. He's looking for the masked man for revenge. The purple-haired one is the worst off. They say he might need artificial testicles now. Ha. 3L Star Messenger. Well done. These bastards should have been dealt with long ago. I suggest directly hiring the grinning face man as security. He specializes in handling all sorts of disobedience. Grin. 4L Brain has been formatted. Someone doing things. Blowing up testicles is a bit harsh. Scared. JPG, but why can't I help but laugh? Grin. 5L Physical Exorcism. Revenge. What can they use to retaliate? With plaster hands, are they going to gesture? The post's popularity continued to rise, and soon Grinning Face Man was known throughout the school. In the early morning, Wan Ning was startled awake by a piercing communication alert. She frowned as she opened her terminal and glanced at it. It was Magneto again. The ghost won't dissipate. Without hesitation, she hung up. The alert sounded again. Immediately hang up, and it rang again. Is this ever going to end? Irritated, she answered the call, and Magneto's annoyingly handsome face appeared on the virtual screen. Sister One, have you missed me? I found out who hired the assassin Dark Crow. Magneto's expression turned surprisingly serious. Then he added, downstairs. Opened the door. Wan Ning sat up straight, all traces of sleep gone. With a stern face, she opened the apartment door and watched as Magneto immediately treated her home like his own, expertly locating the liquor cabinet and pulling out a bottle. Wow, dressed so formally today. The buttons of his black shirt were neatly buttoned all the way to the top. So who is it? Wan Ning crossed her arms watching him. Although she was skeptical about his information, any news regarding who wants me dead was worth listening to. Oh, Sister One, you're so fierce. Let me have a drink first to calm my nerves. Magneto poured himself a glass of liquor. Less chit-chat, get to the point. Magneto immediately surrendered, pouting as he flipped his wrist and summoned a segment of holographic surveillance video. The footage was from a noisy bar. It captured a figure passing by with the mercenary Dark Crow. Then another segment of more distant surveillance showed the two whispering in a corner. Wan Ning's pupils constricted slightly. Although the quality was poor, it was enough to recognize that figure. It was Shi Chuan. The time displayed was April 16th at 1823, the very day she awakened after her crossing. Hess so eager to take her life. How did you get this video? Magneto winked mysteriously. I have my ways. How do I know it's not forged? Sister One. Magneto was taken aback, dramatically clutching his chest, looking hurt. I went through a lot of trouble to get this. You actually doubt me. Besides, I don't even know the person in the surveillance. Why would I forge it? Then how did you find out? Wan Ning softened her tone slightly. Well, Magneto swirled his wine glass. In this mercenary business, it's taboo for clients and killers to contact each other directly. That would cut off the middleman's revenue stream. Coincidentally, a middleman discovered their private transaction and was quite displeased. A middleman can be understood as an intermediary finding suitable people to execute tasks for clients and taking a cut. Oh, this kind-hearted middleman wouldn't happen to be one of your dear sisters, would she? How could that be? My heart only holds Sister One. Magneto pretended to lean towards Wan Ning, but a mechanical arm pushed against his forehead. Just talk, don't get so close. After all the trouble I went through to find this information, shouldn't I get a reward? Magneto looked pitiful. Wan Ning quickly opened her terminal and transferred 2,000 crystal coins over. Take the money and disappear. Seeing the transfer notification, Magneto instantly settled down, grinning from ear to ear. As he left, he turned back and threw her a flirtatious wink. Call me anytime if you need anything. After Magneto left, Wan Ning stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, gazing out at the high-rise buildings and the flying cars weaving in between. Just as she was contemplating how to deal with the traitor Shi Chuan, her wrist terminal chimed with a communication alert. Boss, the holographic image of Mercury appeared. Is tonight's gang meeting at 8 o'clock still going to happen? Meeting. Wan Ning suddenly recalled this. The Iron Fist gang held routine meetings every Friday for its leaders. An idea suddenly formed in her mind. Proceed as usual, notify everyone to attend, just say. There's an important announcement. Understood. Mercury nodded, about to cut off the communication. Wait a moment. Wan Ning abruptly called out to her. One more thing, investigate Magneto's background. Magneto. Mercury's face showed a hint of astonishment. Isn't he the boss' close acquaintance? Yes, check his whereabouts and sources of information. To have gathered intelligence in just one night, Magneto should be quite remarkable. At exactly 8 p.m. that night, on the second floor of the Qiguang bar, in the innermost private room, the heavy metal door isolated the deafening noise of music from downstairs. Inside, a battered metallic long table flanked by 6 gang members stood, either leaning or standing. The air was thick with the mingled scents of smoke and liquor. As Wan Ning entered, an eerie silence fell over the room, with everyone's gaze spotlighting her. This gang leader, typically known for her smoky makeup and slick-back hairstyle, had her short black hair cascading freely. She was surprisingly barefaced. Wow, is that really Wan Ning? Pavi leaned forward, dramatically saying, Where's your signature smoky makeup? It couldn't be that a replicant is impersonating you, right? Wan Ning ignored him, her heart racing as she walked slowly to the main seat under the scrutiny of everyone taking a seat. Her gaze swept across the room. To her right were Shirchuan in a suit viper with a grim expression and Amon holding a glass of liquor. To her left were Pavi in a dirty white coat with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Mercury seated formally, and a golden-haired young man who looked sunny and handsome. This was the Grey Owl whom she had not yet met. Now that everyone's here, let's begin. Despite Wan Ning's ample psychological preparation, the next hour completely overturned her expectations of a gang meeting. This was no meeting at all. It was simply a large-scale mutual bickering and roasting session. First, Pavi with a cigarette in mouth pointed at Amon and began to accuse him. This bastard broke into my clinic again last week to steal second-hand cybernetics. Amon angrily crushed his wine glass, shards of glass scattering everywhere, and pounded on the table in rebuttal. I paid for it. Then came the endless quarreling. Grey Owl laughed loudly, enjoying the spectacle, and nearly shouted, Start fighting already. Next, Viper complained, This month, I've only dealt with 3 drunks. At this rate, my cybernetics will rust. Mercury, however, remained silent, as if in a completely different dimension. Ultimately, the only one who seemed to be conducting a meeting was Shirchuan. He spoke clearly about the bar's recent situation, covering everything from bar revenue territory disputes to mentioning Aaron's disappearance and the need to recruit new members. The only one doing serious business was the very person who wanted her dead. Wan Ning tapped the metallic table. Shirchuan, there's a question I've always wanted to ask you. Shirchuan slightly lifted his gaze, a professional smile on his face. What question? How long have you known Aaron? The air in the room suddenly grew tense. Pavi was curious, while Viper and Amon wore puzzled expressions, and Grey Owl stopped laughing. Even Mercury turned to look over. Everyone knew Aaron, the bar waitress who nearly poisoned Wan Ning. Shirchuan's expression remained unchanged. Aaron, she's been an employee for only 2 months. I don't understand what you mean, Sister Wan. The neighbors in Whitehorse Alley have seen you visiting her often. She leaned slightly forward. So did you kill her? Everyone looked at Shirchuan in shock. Shirchuan's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, but quickly regained his composure. Sister Wan, we have no relationship. I discovered she's an information dealer, and my contact with her was for. What was it for? Wan Ning interrupted him. To have her poison my drink. Shirchuan's knuckles turned white from gripping tightly, but he was still struggling. This is a misunderstanding, I can explain. Explain. Wan Ning stood up, pulling up a photo from her terminal. Does anyone recognize this person? This is the mercenary who attempted to assassinate Sister Wan that night. Amon answered quickly. Exactly. Wan Ning turned to Shirchuan again. What is your relationship with him? Wow, this is getting interesting. Grey Owl's eyes sparkled with the thrill of watching a play. No way, Shirchuan, you. Pavi said in surprise. Shirchuan's face flashed with panic, and he hurriedly said, I don't know him. Don't know him. Wan Ning chuckled, lightly releasing the surveillance video of him meeting with the mercenary Dark Crow. Then what is this? As the video played, Shirchuan's face completely changed. His gaze quickly swept over the other gang members, seemingly seeking support. But everyone silently stared at him, their expressions varied. Pavis' mockery, Viper's scrutiny, Mercury's indifference, Grey Owl's amusement, and Amon's look of disbelief. Didn't expect me to wake up. Afraid I would investigate. In a hurry, contacted Dark Crow to take me out. Wan Ning's voice was soft yet coiled around Shirchuan's ear like a venomous snake. Looks like you have nothing to say now. Heh. Shirchuan suddenly laughed, revealing the suppressed ferocity beneath. You're simply unworthy of being a gang leader. His voice was venomous. You're greedy and cowardly, clinging to a broken bar without giving a dime. The territory of Scorpion Tail Street is within reach, yet you're too scared to act. We could have cooperated with the Poison Weapon Gang to sell neural enhancers at a guaranteed profit, but you don't even dare to show your face. The Iron Fist Gang under your leadership will eventually perish. The private room fell into a deathly silence, everyone holding their breath. Wan Ning's expression showed no signs of fluctuation. Are you done? She asked softly. Shirchuan's chest heaved violently, but the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Wan Ning, you will sooner or later. Bang! The blue light of a pulse gun flashed through the dim private room. Sichuan's body fell heavily against the back of the chair, a charred hole in his forehead, blood slowly seeping out. His eyes remained wide open, seemingly unable to believe he was suddenly executed. No one expected Wan Ning to suddenly draw a gun, let alone that she would be so decisive. The private room fell into silence. No one dared to move, no one dared to speak. Wan Ning's surprising strike was a swift kill, actually, to avoid further trouble. Moral conduct. It meant nothing in the face of life and death. Wan Ning slowly holstered her gun, her gaze sweeping across everyone present, her voice low and dangerous. Now let's continue the meeting. Wan Ning sat back down as if everything that just happened was merely a small interlude. What no one noticed was that her legs were trembling under the table, unable to support her. The subsequent meeting was quite silent. Wan Ning forced herself to maintain a calm demeanor while constantly reminding herself to stay steady. Never show weakness. Who will take over the matters in Sichuan? Gong Yu hesitated slightly as she spoke, recalling Wan Ning's recent confusion. I will arrange it, the person will be in place soon. Wan Ning's voice was calm and carried an undeniable weight, her eyes reflecting no sign of disturbance, as if everything was under her control. Her acting has improved another level. Gong Yu regretted her moment of doubt, worrying that the boss might falter. Truly unnecessary concern, the boss must have already made arrangements. As the meeting drew to a close, Wan Ning slowly stood up, scanning the crowd. Additionally, I have a plan that requires manpower. I will discuss it with you privately after the meeting. Clean this place up and disperse. Back at the apartment, Wan Ning rushed into the bathroom and began to retch violently, only managing to expel a few sour drops. The expression on Sichuan's face before his death lingered in her mind, along with that bloody hole. After a long while, she bathed and lay on her bed, staring at the neon lights outside the window. She couldn't fall asleep for a long time. She understood that in this hellish place, one either devours others or gets devoured. Oh, weakness is not an option. In the morning, the Qiguang bar was empty. Wan Ning pushed open the door, the air still lingering with the scent of alcohol. Seizing the rare moment of tranquility, she summoned all of Sichuan's subordinates to the bar counter. 5 figures stood in a row. 2 bartenders wore stained shirts and appeared sleepy, while 2 waiters looked slightly fatigued, nervously rubbing their hands. The female manager on the far side wore a serious expression. In succinct terms, she explained Sichuan's betrayal and its outcome. A few people's faces turned pale, filled with shock. Wan Ning's gaze fell upon the manager. To me, this woman with her long red wavy hair and an hourglass figure was 30 years old. Most striking was her metallic jaw that occupied half her face, glinting coldly under the light. She had been assisting Sichuan in managing the bar's affairs, controlling both inside and out. Fragments of memories about her flashed in Wan Ning's mind. 3 years ago, she was sold to a brothel by her gambling husband and stayed there for 2 years. During one special service, a client used a hydraulic pliers to tear apart her entire jaw. A year later, taking advantage of a cyberpsycho riot, she used a broken neon tube to stab a guard in the eye and escaped amid the chaos. When the original owner found her in a junkyard, she was already on the brink of death and was thrown into Pavis Clinic. After recovering, she made her home in a storeroom on the 3rd floor of the bar and began working at Qiguang. Although it only barely allowed her to make ends meet, at least she led a normal life. From today on, Tu Mi will take over Sichuan's position. Upon hearing Wan Ning's arrangement, Ms. metallic jaw trembled slightly as she replied, Yes, Sister Wan, I will do my best. I believe you can handle it. If you have any questions, come to me directly. If someone causes trouble, just throw them out to a man. Understood. As for the rest of you, if anyone wishes to leave, speak now. The door is open, I will not stop you. The 2 bartenders exchanged glances while the waiters stared at their shoelaces, no one speaking up. All right, since you chose to stay, then work hard. I will definitely promote you and raise your salaries later. Everyone regarded this as Wan Ning's empty promises. They didn't take it to heart. After sorting out the personnel arrangements, Wan Ning returned and dove into her virtual idol creation plan. She poured herself a glass of water, lay on the sofa, and quickly tapped on her terminal to search. Various market analysis data appeared before her. The latest entertainment industry report, virtual idol market share, and the consumption trends of young people. She also found several key steps for creating a virtual idol: character design, voice and music production, holographic performance system setup. First, for character design, Gong, you should be able to handle it, Wan Ning whispered to herself. She was originally a virtual reality developer and had always provided technical support for the bar's VR experience services. Wan Ning immediately opened the bar's backend database to check Gong Yu's representative works. Holographic projections instantly popped up, showcasing several scantily clad virtual girls performing suggestive actions. Wan Ning fumbled to close the projection. Not willing to give up, she opened a few more each, making her vision go dark. Though she knew the virtual services in this world were quite open, she never expected the usually reserved and cool-toned Gong Yu would engage in such colored waste. Truly hard on her. But her capabilities should be sound. She promptly called Gong Yu and briefly explained the virtual idol concept. A virtual idol? Gong Yu's voice carried uncertainty. What direction specifically? A 4-member band. Wan Ning prioritized forming a band for greater impact. The lead singer needs to be commanding, the bassist should have a cool vibe, the guitarist can be wild, and the drummer must have a bit of contrast to them. Not a sexy route. Gong Yu's tone expressed clear disappointment. We need to impress them at first glance, Wan Ning emphasized, but not through exposure. I want virtual artists who can hold holographic concerts. The rest is up to you. All right, I'll give it a try. Gong Yu sounded less than enthusiastic. Do you know any reliable people for music production? Wan Ning had plenty of ideas for the music, but couldn't compose. Gong Yu hesitated, her voice carrying a hint of uncertainty. I do know one. He is my sister's classmate at Saiwei Academy, but what about him? That kid is only in his second year. Although he has won the Academy's composition award, he hasn't dealt with commercial production and might not meet your standards. My requirements aren't that high. Wan Ning took a sip of water, grimacing at the unpleasant taste. Just contact him and see how I can negotiate on the price. Okay. By the way, Wan Ning noticed that Gong Yu's tone softened slightly when she mentioned her sister. How much does your sister still need for school? Gong Yu was taken aback, not expecting Wan Ning to ask this. 12,800 crystal coins. Her voice was soft, revealing a hint of undeniable fatigue. I took on 2 jobs, but I still need a bit more. I can lend you some first. Wan Ning paused. The interest will be calculated at the lowest black market rate. Wan Ning's words made Gong Yu tremble slightly, momentarily stunned. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she said, You. Why? Why so much unnecessary talking? The premise is you need to help me handle the gang's affairs well. Wan Ning feigned impatience, her tone stern. Boss. The blue light in Gong Yu's artificial eye blinked rapidly, mirroring her tumultuous emotions, ultimately transforming into the simplest gratitude. Thank you. All right, get busy. Wan Ning waved her hand. I will definitely come up with a satisfactory band character proposal. Gong Yu said with unprecedented seriousness. After hanging up, Wan Ning contacted Hui Xiao to discuss the issues regarding virtual imaging equipment. Hui Xiao's call took a while to connect. When the screen lit up, the first thing visible was not a face, but a hand smeared with black oil, waving wildly in front of the camera. Yo, Sister Wan. He was evidently busy. His bangs were held up with a rusty clip and his forehead was smeared with machine oil, flashing a big white smile. That smile was so radiant it nearly overflowed the screen. He waved his dirty gloved hand, as if to give a very unstandard salute. What can I do for you? Wan Ning was momentarily taken aback by the energy that hit her. Before we discuss serious matters, let me ask you something. Is there any water purifier that can eliminate this damn metallic rust taste? Huh. Hui Xiao was stunned. Boss, this isn't something an ordinary purifier can deal with. He pointed out the window at the sewage tower of the Shiji company, billowing black smoke. Those bastards directly dumped some unknown substance into the water source. Although the test report says it won't kill anyone to taste. If you really want to filter it, you need an experimental grade filter. I heard it costs over $1 million, only those wealthy corporate bigwigs can afford it. Wan Ning was speechless. She suddenly found the rust taste in her mouth even stronger. She truly longed for clean water from the past. Damn it, why is it so hard to drink clean water? Forget it, Wan Ning said helplessly. She then succinctly cut to the point. Regarding serious matters, the bar needs some new ideas. We want to do a holographic projection performance of virtual idols, and you are familiar with the equipment. Oh, that's simple. Hui Xiao's eyes brightened, habitually rubbing his chin, causing more oil stains to smear across. He rolled his eyes, seemingly weighing his words. However, Sister Wan, the equipment will, cost some money. How much? If you just want to show some images in the bar to set the mood, a basic small-scale projection setup can be found in the underground black market for about 20 to 30,000 crystal coins. However, you also need a sound system that can support the atmosphere, otherwise having just shadows without sound is eerie. Altogether, around 50,000 or so. He quoted the most conservative estimate, believing it was a number Wan Ning could accept. What about a better one? A better one? Hui Xiao raised his eyebrows, clearly interested. That level is completely different. We need to use a projection matrix that supports high-precision motion capture and real-time rendering. The sound system must also be immersive and surround, otherwise the live experience won't be effective. He counted using his dirty fingers, providing a figure he thought would sting Wan Ning's heart. It would likely cost no less than 100,000 crystal coins. As he spoke, he sneakily observed Wan Ning's expression. That's what we want. What Wan, Sister Wan. His voice suddenly shot up an octave, incredulity breaking free. You just said you wanted that 10,000 plan. Yes, I am giving you a budget of 100,000. Wan Ning felt this was a long-term use device, and the price was acceptable. She added, but the quality must be good and the live experience strong. Don't give me a substandard product. I will transfer half of the money now. After confirming the equipment list and black market channels, I will send you the remainder. Hui Xiao stood there with his mouth agape, stunned for a few seconds. After being poor in the Iron Fist gang for so long, suddenly hearing the boss casually mention 50,000 coins was truly unprecedented. After the huge shock, a sense of trust surged in Hui Xiao's mind. Be boss. He excitedly slapped his chest with his dirty gloved hand. I, Hui Xiao, swear. I will absolutely provide you with a holographic performance system that will blow everyone away, and I guarantee you will be satisfied. If not, you can sell me as scrap metal by weight. Wan Ning watched the energetic figure on the screen, her lips finally quirking upwards slightly. All right, let's chatter, get to work. After arranging everything, Wan Ning went out for a leisurely stroll. The next day, a response came from Gongwa. Boss, that student has agreed. Should we arrange to meet? Ganji's voice echoed in the communicator. Let's meet. 2 o'clock in the afternoon at the bar. Wan Ning said concisely before ending the communication. In the afternoon, two figures appeared in the corridor of the Qiguang bar on the second floor. Leading the way was Gongwei. Following her was the student who was brought in to create music and voiceovers. His presence seemed out of place amidst the noise of the bar, appearing somewhat withdrawn. He walked with an unsteady gait, as if traversing a narrow bridge leading to an unknown abyss rather than a corridor. He pushed up the heavy black-rimmed glasses on his nose, his eyes filled with unease. His palms were sweaty. If it weren't for the school's material fees, he would never have set foot here, let alone coming to this bar rumored to have gang affiliations to meet some boss. In his imagination, the boss must be a brutish figure covered in tattoos with a gaze that could kill. Gongwei stopped in front of the private room door and raised her hand to knock. A cold female voice came from inside. Come in. Gongwei pushed the door open, and the figure behind her held his breath, lowered his head, and stiffly followed her in, preparing to face the imagined fearsome figure. However, when he cautiously lifted his head to look at the person sitting in the main seat, he was stunned. The person sitting was not the burly man he had envisioned, but rather a woman with a delicate appearance. She looked quite young, her brows set with a cold and serious demeanor, her sharp gaze calmly scrutinizing him, which still made him hesitate to relax. This contrast momentarily left Sheng Yu at a loss. This boss seemed different from what he had imagined. Boss, I've brought him. His name is Sheng Yu. Ganji's voice echoed. Wan Ning looked Sheng Yu up and down. What a coincidence. Is it really him? The bespectacled guy she saved that night. Hello, boss. Sheng Yu mimicked Ganji's way of addressing. Gongwei has already played me what you've made before, and it's quite good. Wan Ning said softly, her voice not loud. Upon hearing the words quite good, Sheng Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gongwei has explained the project requirements clearly to you, right? Yes. Yes. Sister Gongwei has explained everything in detail to me. The positioning of the virtual band, the style, direction, the voice characteristics required for each role, along with the timeline. He spoke rapidly, as if reciting, fearing he might miss any key information. All right. Wan Ning nodded slightly. No issues, just go sign the agreement with Gongwei. Sheng Yu quickly replied, okay, boss. You can just call me Wan Jia. Okay, boss. No, Wan Jia. After Sheng Yu and Gongwei left, Wan Ning also stood up and exited the private room. She arrived at the back door of the bar, pushed the door open, and prepared to cross the back alley back to her apartment. The back alley was filthy and chaotic, carrying a strange rusty odor, always shrouded in the shadows of skyscrapers, with sunlight filtering in only after being reflected countless times. The walls on both sides of the alley were covered with rough pipes and broken pipes dripped with unknown liquids. Wan Ning walked for just a few minutes along the alley. Suddenly, she heard sounds of smashing and terrified screams ahead. Following the sounds, she saw a dilapidated parts shop not far around the corner, where four thugs with low-quality cybernetic limbs were causing a ruckus. The leader had a right arm fitted with a clearly shoddy mechanical limb from the black market, rummaging through the store with one thug, while two others surrounded an elderly man with a hunched back. The old man looked like the shop owner. Damn, old man, one thug shouted. Where are the coupling screws I asked for? Hand them over quickly. I don't have the model you need here, the owner said, trembling. Wan Ning stood at a nearby corner, understood the situation after watching for a while, and opened her communicator. Viper. In the holographic projection, Viper's half-mechanical face looked terrifyingly gloomy. The background suggested he was still in the bar. What's the matter? His voice was hoarse, barely producing two words. Old lease parts store in the back alley. Wan Ning looked at the shop sign. Did they pay protection fees? Viper replied with a single syllable. Wan Ning watched as one thug began threatening the old man with a steel pipe pressed against his chest. She quickly said, for thugs are causing trouble. Since you've taken the money, you should handle it. Come over and deal with them immediately. A barely audible clicking sound came from the communicator. Understood. The communication was then cut off. Soon footsteps approached from behind Wan Ning. Viper walked over wearing a wrinkled black jacket, the bionic scales on the right side of his face looking particularly fierce. Two subordinates followed him, one tall and one short, both dressed in black. What a hassle, Viper muttered gloomily as he stared at the chaotic scene in the shop. Inside the shop, the thug leader was stuffing parts from the store into his pockets when suddenly he felt a chill on the back of his neck. Viper's cold, hoarse voice whispered in his ear, do you know whose territory this is? What followed was a scene of ruthless efficiency. Viper grabbed the closest thug by the hair and slammed him against the shelf. The tall subordinate silently kicked over the second thug, his movements clean and swift. The short subordinate also knocked one out with two punches. The last thug attempted to flee, but Viper's right mechanical arm transformed with a click, revealing a gun barrel, and shot him in the leg, causing him to fall to the ground. The short subordinate rushed over and stomped down on his arm, breaking it. Scram. Viper's voice was low, but made the four thugs tremble as if they were in a sieve. If I see you guys on Iron Fist Gang's turf again. He retracted his mechanical arm, speaking slowly, they'll toss you into the garbage disposal. Old Lee shrank behind a tin bucket, still trembling in fear. Watching Viper and his crew swiftly deal with the thugs in the shop, he turned to leave. He murmured to himself, how strange. The gang actually came to help today. After Viper dealt with the thugs, he turned back, and passing by Wan Ning, she called out to him, Viper. Is there something else? Did we not say that those who are idle would rust during the last meeting? Without waiting for him to respond, Wan Ning continued. Well then, starting today, manage the Black Crow Alley for me. I don't want to see thugs causing trouble at stores that have paid protection fees again. Viper frowned, wanting to argue. Suddenly, he recalled how a man had been flaunting the light machine gun he had coveted for so long, claiming he had a bad attitude towards Wan Ning and that good things never came his way. His expression twisted as if he had been forced to swallow a fly. He stiffly turned around and squeezed out a few words between clenched teeth. All right, Wan Jia. After saying that, he hurriedly left, as if staying another second would cost him his life. Huh, why is he so agreeable? Watching Viper's figure disappear at the alley's entrance, Wan Ning pondered silently. I thought he wouldn't agree so easily. She was quite pleased to see the safety of this area improve. In the following days, Wan Ning kept a close eye on the progress of the virtual idol project, occasionally offering suggestions. The work on Sheng Ye's side particularly weighed on her mind. She felt as though she had become a difficult client. This young composer had sent over 2 versions of the demo, both of which Wan Ning had mercilessly rejected. The first time, the arrangement was too cliched. This sounds like an advertisement soundtrack from 20 years ago. The second time, it was too experimental. The audience will think the sound system is broken. Remember, Wan Ning emphasized once more, what we want is music that resonates with people, not electronic noise. Watching Sheng Yu nodding in a flustered manner, she added, and definitely not that cheap blood-pumping feel. Each time she rejected the work, she could see the cold sweat trickling down Sheng Ye's forehead through the holographic communication. Sheng Yu silently wept inside. Didn't we agree the demands wouldn't be high? Seeing his bewildered expression, Wan Ning sighed. It's okay, take your time. During her free time, Wan Ning would also stroll around the streets, noticing that Black Crow Alley had quieted down considerably lately. The small-time thugs that used to hang around the alley had diminished significantly. Viper had sent 2 subordinates who patrolled Black Crow Alley every day. Their patrols were quite targeted. Whenever they passed by shops that paid their protection fees on time, they would deliberately slow their pace and scan the surroundings. Once they spotted any thugs lingering nearby, they would immediately step forward to educate them. Meanwhile, those shops that had not paid the fees were completely outside their protection. Wan Ning once saw a few thugs causing trouble at a newly opened shop, while the 2 patrolling members stood not far away watching coldly, only resuming their patrol once the thugs left. In such situations, Wan Ning had no reason to intervene excessively. However, the effects of their differential treatment were indeed immediate. In just a week, the number of businesses paying protection fees in Black Crow Alley had increased by nearly 20%. Even better, this money was no longer just a simple protection fee, but had exchanged for genuine safety. Recently protected residents expressed their astonishment. Old Lee from the parts store, after being rescued from trouble by the Iron Fist gang, recounted the incident to his niece Li Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia, you should have seen it. When the 3 from the Iron Fist gang stood at the shop's entrance, those thugs immediately wilted. Old Lee gestured as he spoke. Li Xiaoxia was efficiently tidying up the shelves, not believing him at all. Uncle, don't let them fool you. These bullies last month at Aunt Wang's shop, didn't we see them come to help when the thugs caused trouble? She wiped the sweat from her forehead. Once we've saved enough money, let's move. I hear the security over at Jianghui Street is quite good. Seeing that she didn't believe him, Old Lee sighed, feeling helpless. This girl had always been stubborn. But little did he know, on an evening 2 days later, Li Xiaoxia was taking a shortcut home when 2 thugs emerged from around the corner, blocking her path from both sides. One of them grinned, crookedly reaching for her bag, while the other made advances, saying flirtatious remarks. How about playing with us for a bit? Just as she hesitated about whether to pull out the knife, she kept for self-defense. A voice called out, daring to cause trouble on Iron Fist gang's turf. You must be tired of living. Before the words had even finished, 2 figures charged over, their movements swift and decisive. Just as one thug attempted to resist, he was struck by an elbow and staggered backward. The other thug, caught off guard, received a kick to the knee and fell to the ground. Li Xiaoxia was frozen in place until the 2 thugs scrambled away. She gasped, so what Uncle said before was true. This subtle change in Black Crow Alley was something Wan Ning was pleased to see. She had gradually come to understand Viper, who, despite always wearing a sour face and speaking with an impatient tone, occasionally displayed a fierce temperament. That day at the bar, she had heard him complain about wasting time and him not a babysitter, with an unwilling expression. Yet the 2 subordinates he sent for patrol were his most capable assistants. Usually anything he agreed to would never be half-hearted. A person covered in tattoos, yet more reliable than anyone else. As night fell, Wan Ning unknowingly wandered to the industrial district north of Black Crow Alley, when suddenly icy rain began to pour down. She quickly ducked into an underground bar, enduring the acrid smell of synthetic tobacco for half an hour before slipping into the adjacent holographic gaming hall, watching the addicts lose themselves in the virtual world. By the time the rain stopped, it was nearly midnight, and Wan Ning walked back through the puddles. The neon lights on the street twisted and morphed in the misty air. Wan Ning pulled the collar of her sports hoodie up to cover her nostrils, shielding herself from the damp, fishy air. Tonight is so quiet. She muttered to herself, having not encountered anyone looking for trouble. It seems the security here is quite good. Just as she finished her remark and turned a corner, a screeching sound of tires screeching came from behind. She instantly tensed up. A black modified sedan was weaving towards her in a serpentine manner. The front of the car occasionally slammed into the roadside barriers only to immediately correct its course, as if invisible hands were tugging at the steering wheel. The windows were fogged up, making it impossible to see inside the driver's compartment. Is it malfunctioning? Or, before Wan Ning could finish her thought, the black sedan suddenly accelerated towards a convenience store diagonally in front of her. At the moment of imminent collision, the car's front suddenly swerved, crashing hard into the transformer box beside the store. The cars had twisted and deformed, and the occupants inside were in shock, but seemingly unharmed. The driver struggled to crawl out of the cabin, blood trickling from his forehead, yet he seemed oblivious, desperately operating a wristwatch-like terminal while vigilantly scanning his surroundings. A young man dressed in black emerged from the passenger seat, his modified right hand transforming into some kind of scanning device, sweeping back and forth over the black sedan. Need help? Wan Ning asked from a distance, sizing up the driver, who was well-dressed and quite large with multiple body modifications, giving her the impression that he was part of a gang. Strangely, their reactions did not seem like those of people who had just been in a car accident. Instead, it was more akin to fear. The driver looked up at her warily and coldly replied, "No need." While saying this, he pulled out a communicator. "I've already called for help." All right. Wan Ning sensed something was off, fearing this was not an ordinary accident. Lacking a reason to intervene and not wanting to cause trouble, she turned to leave. After walking a few steps, she paused to glance back at the accident scene, noticing the driver looking up, fixated on a certain fixed point above. Wan Ning followed his gaze, her eyes landing on a rusty lamp post at the street corner. A pitch-black hemispherical surveillance camera had stopped rotating, its mechanical pupil slightly constricting. It was precisely aimed at her position. A sudden sense of foreboding surged within her. Only after leaving that district did Wan Ning finally relax her vigilance. The car accident bore too many inconsistencies, especially the driver's reactions. She shook her head, temporarily suppressing her doubts. The night was still long, and tomorrow held a daunting list of tasks. By the time she returned to her apartment, it was already 2 a.m. She tossed her rain-dampened coat carelessly onto the sofa and stepped into the bathroom, rinsing away exhaustion. Steam coiled across the glass, condensing into fine, glistening droplets. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she slipped into loose sleepwear and collapsed onto the bed with a yawn, then activated her terminal, intending to scroll through news headlines to ease herself into sleep. The moment the terminal's cool blue light flickered to life, it erupted into violent strobing flashes, its entire virtual screen exploding into blinding static snow. Wan Ning sat bolt upright, every trace of drowsiness vanishing instantly. The display warped grotesquely, cascading streams of garbled code scrolled relentlessly, casting an eerie crimson glow across the darkness. "Ms. Wan, greetings." A line of blood-red text pulsed at the center of the screen. "What the hell is this?" Her hand shot instinctively toward the pistol hidden beneath her pillow, her pulse spiked sharply. "I've been hacked." She drew a slow, deliberate breath, forcing calm. "Who are you? Stop playing ghost games." A burst of electronic static crackled from the speakers. Then emerged a gender-neutral, digitally synthesized voice. Its tone was unervingly placid. "I hope I haven't disturbed your leisure time. A courteous hacker at least introduces themselves first." Wan Ning retorted coldly. "You may call me Black Cat." Black Cat, a code name. The synthetic voice continued. "I was deeply impressed by your composure earlier today on Jianghui Street." Wan Ning's breath caught. The accident on Jianghui Street had occurred barely 2 hours ago, yet this intruder had not only breached her terminal, but possibly tracked her movements in real time. "Cut to the point. What do you want?" She refused to waste more time on pretense. "Simple," replied Black Cat, voice turning glacial. "The 2 men involved in tonight's Jianghui Street crash must vanish, and you will be my executor." "Oh, did you orchestrate their accident?" "I merely infiltrated their vehicle terminals and made minor adjustments to their data streams." Wan Ning suddenly laughed, a sharp, unmasked sneer. "Then it seems you failed. And just what makes you think I'd kill for you?" "Because you hacked my terminal." She thought swiftly. "And if you know who I am, you should also know threats hold no leverage over me." "Ah, this isn't a threat, Miss Wan." Black Cat's voice softened, almost intimate. "It's an invitation to a transaction. After all, we share a common enemy." A shared enemy. Wan Ning frowned. She hadn't even known she had won. The chaotic glyphs on the virtual screen abruptly reassembled, forming a dossier titled Soul Harbor Emotional Counseling Platform. 3 days ago, I breached its central server. Black Cat explained they deploy AI-driven emotional simulation systems to defraud victims, coercing them into signing exorbitant loan agreements. Victim profiles began scrolling across the screen. October 12, 2199. Wei Jinlian, age 82, induced to sign a property mortgage agreement, and later found dead after an accidental fall from her balcony. November 1, 2199. Yu Yuehua, age 28, a defrauded of 2,000 credits. November 20, 2199. Lai Yu, age 18, coerced into signing a high-interest loan agreement for 3,000 credits. Page after horrifying page scrolled past. Wan Ning's chest tightened, but she remained unmoved. "What does this have to do with me?" she asked, voice icy. "Soul Harbor is controlled by a syndicate, the Daoxing Gang, and you, Ms. Wan, have prior ties to them." Wan Ning furrowed her brow, sifting through fragmented memories of her host body, yet found no trace. "Your former lover, Ciigio," he He's a member of that gang. He specializes in seducing women using his charm and swindling them out of money. According to my records, he stole hundreds of thousands from you. CIGO. Wan Ning understood instantly. She'd previously wondered why his intelligence gathering was so unervingly swift. Now she knew he operated under the umbrella of a vast, organized network. She'd sent Gong Yu to investigate his origins, but Gong Yu had since been buried under assignments involving virtual idols. Still no results. So, Black Cat's voice turned edged with danger. I can help you recover your stolen funds. Or deliver vengeance, their incriminating data neatly placed on the Metropolitan Police Department's desks. The choice is yours. Perhaps I don't care about any of this. Those were the former owner's deeds, not hers. She felt no obligation to clean up someone else's wreckage. Silence swallowed the room. Wan Ning could hear her own heartbeat thudding like a drum. After several seconds, Black Cat spoke again. You're unusual. A subtle ripple of simulated confusion colored the synthetic voice. Most people, upon learning they've been defrauded, react in one of three ways: denial, shock, or furious shame. But your body language reveals instant belief. Yet you wear detachment like armor, as though none of it concerns you. Her fingers clenched unconsciously. She couldn't reveal that the soul within this body was entirely new. So she redirected. There must be more to why you chose me. That fraud victim list runs over 40 pages. Why single me out? The data stream froze, then reconfigured into surveillance footage. Wan Ning's pupils contracted sharply. It was the night she rescued Shengyu, her wearing the grinning, fanged virtual mask. Every motion was captured in meticulous detail, from donning the mask at the alley entrance to dislocating the thug's joints with clinical precision to scanning the surroundings for cameras before slipping away. Of course, there's also this. Black Cat's voice returned. You're a good person. Wan Ning tensed. She'd taken extraordinary care to evade surveillance that night, yet had still underestimated him. What do you mean? She didn't believe for a second he sought her out because he deemed her some noble paragon. This footage is fascinating. As Black Cat spoke, the angle shifted, revealing clear as day a lion emblem tattooed on the blonde thug's wrist, the man whose joint she'd dislocated. His name is Huang Enyu, third heir to the Tanshur Corporation. He's currently offering a bounty for your capture. However, the image dissolved into static. I've already erased the original surveillance footage. Wan Ning's stomach twisted. Tanshur Corporation was a media leviathan dominating Shengxing City's entertainment industry, and she was in no position to provoke such power. So the implication is refuse, and the footage goes public. Ms. Wan, I emphasize again, I offer no threat. Nor will I ever release your surveillance footage. I'm a good person. His synthetic voice remained calm as he recounted his own plight. I'm a fugitive in grave peril. Daoxing gang hackers are actively hunting my location. A new surveillance clip appeared on screen, the two drivers from tonight's crash installing unknown equipment inside a nondescript building. If I die, these files, including the altered footage of you, will inevitably fall into their hands. Outside, light rain pattered against the window. Neon lights bled through the downpour, casting distorted, shivering reflections on the wall, like countless watching eyes. Wan Ning realized with chilling clarity she held no bargaining power whatsoever. So what's your plan? Wan Ning finally spoke, her voice laced with cautious probing. Haimao's electronic tone suddenly brightened, taking on an animated cadence. Very simple. First, eliminate these two trackers. Detailed dossiers of the two subjects popped up on the screen, including identities and daily routines. Second, insert this. A three-dimensional model rotated as a block of data unfolded across the display. Copy this data into the chip, then plug it into their main server. Wan Ning leaned closer to the screen. The lines of code were as inscrutable as scripture to her. What is this? My digital avatar. Haimao's voice carried a trace of pride. Once activated, it will swiftly cripple their entire AI fraud network and associated electronic devices. At the same time, it will leave enough evidence for the municipal police department to take down this operation. Wan Ning listened, a headache forming. First of all, how am I supposed to take care of those two? You've already tipped them off. Go directly to their Daoxing gang headquarters building, Haimao replied. They usually stay there until 1 or 2 in the morning, sometimes through the night. The headquarters building. Yes. When they hide in the most secure place, they are prone to negligence. A virtual plan of action appeared on the screen. Wan Ning skimmed the outline. Why must we insert the chip into their server in person? Wouldn't remote intrusion be safer? They physically isolated the system to prevent remote breaches, Haimao explained. Someone has to personally deliver the key inside the gate. One last question. Time. Those two trackers have already detected anomalous jumps in the data transmissions I left and begun an investigation. At the fastest, they'll trace my movements within 3 days. 3 days. The deadline felt perilously short, and it was obvious Daoxing gang was no petty crew. They'll study the operation plan more carefully. How do I contact you? No sooner had she spoken than a contact entry appeared on the screen. Haimao. 72-hour countdown initiated. Awaiting your reply, Ms. Wan. After the connection severed, the terminal's display returned to normal. That night, Wan Ning tossed and turned in bed. She slept only shallowly for 3 hours before a nightmare jolted her awake. Rubbing her aching temples, she booted the terminal and dove into the dark web. After some searching, a conspicuous bounty page suddenly appeared. 20,000 crystal credits for the true identity of the smiling masked man. Beneath the reward notice was a photograph. The frame was pitch black, the only discernible detail a grotesquely grinning virtual mask. She scrutinized the contours and the camera angle. A chill crawled up her spine. This photograph was not a screenshot from High-Mou's surveillance yesterday. It looked more like a candid shot, a photograph taken by someone else. Could another person have captured it? Huang Enyu. She murmured the name. A wild impulse flashed through her mind. Kill him, and end it all at once. Wan Ning's breathing quickened. She shut the page. Reason reclaimed its footing. Not only would a stealthy assassination be nearly impossible, but if discovered, the reprisal from Taekwon gang would be enough to reduce them to ashes. This was not a game. One wrong move would mean irrevocable doom. Wan Ning grabbed a synthetic protein bar and an energy drink from the fridge to quiet her rumbling stomach. Once steadied, she pulled up the dossiers Jaimeo had provided. The two trackers were called UK and Enhu. And who was the suited driver from last night's crash? A sharply featured face in the photograph and faint interface scars on his thick neck suggesting prosthetics. His file indicated 30% of his body was mechanically augmented, mainly reinforcing bone and muscle, an expert in close-quarters combat. She opened an old video of him in a 1 against 3 skirmish. His movements were clean and decisive, each strike explosive and precisely targeted at vulnerabilities. A formidable adversary. She switched to UK's file. 26 years old, thin build, wearing smart glasses, harmless in appearance. But his resume was startling. Daoxing Gang's chief hacker responsible for maintaining and updating the Xinling Gangwan emotional counseling platform. He once single-handedly hacked the municipal transit system, paralyzing the city for 12 hours. I see now. High-Mao's true quarry was UK, the hacker capable of tracing his real identity, and who was merely the bodyguard to be dealt with on the side. She opened the action plan and began studying every detail. Suddenly, the terminal chimed with an incoming call. It was Gongyu. Her hologram materialized immediately, a face rimed with fatigue, dark circles under her eyes, her normally neat short blue hair in slight disarray. What's up? Wan Ning's voice softened without thinking. She realized she had been piling too much work on a Gongyu. One assistant was clearly not enough. From the virtual idol project to intelligence gathering plus running the immersive bar experiences, Gongyu had hardly any rest. In the projection, Gongyu sounded urgent. Boss, I found some information about CIGO. Wan Ning raised a faint eyebrow. Had it been yesterday, that news might have piqued her interest. Now faced with High-Mao's comprehensive intelligence, the tidings felt dated. I already know, Wan Ning interrupted, tapping her fingers lightly on the table. CIGO specializes in swindling women and answers to Daoxing Gang. And that Dao Xin Gang operates an emotional counseling platform called Xinling Gangwan as a scam front. Gongyu gaped in surprise. Boss. You already knew. Her voice trailed away into a whisper. Well, tell me, is there anything I don't know? Wan Ning asked. Gongyu's shoulders slumped. At the moment, no other intelligence. A sharp pang of self-reproach washed over her. Her leader already had full knowledge while she had failed to even uncover the existence of that platform. Watching Wan Ning's composed poise as if everything were under control, Gongyu suddenly understood. Wan Ning must have had ulterior motives when she approached CIGO. This realization deepened her admiration for Wan Ning. Enough! Wan Ning's voice snapped her back to the present. You can drop CIGO. How is the virtual band progressing? Gongyu immediately brightened and began reporting project progress. Yet in her heart, she vowed to deliver intelligence faster and more accurately next time. When Gongyu finished, Wan Ning dealt with several gang ledgers. She leaned back on the sofa and sipped from her glass. This tastes awful. They'll need to drink clean water soon, she murmured. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and stared out at the city, a jungle of steel. She remembered how that water had choked her when she first arrived. A few days ago, she had been a novice at gang affairs, and now, in that short span, she could handle their matters with a measure of competence. Was I born to eat this bread? She shook her head, banishing the thought. This was not a time for self-congratulation. High-Mao's mission still hung over her. This was only the beginning. Wan Ning reviewed High-Mao's plan and found nothing amiss. On the contrary, it was near perfect. Yet she could not bring herself to trust him completely. She shut down the terminal, drew on her coat, and stepped outside. Walking east along the main street of Haixiang past Chiguang Bar, then onward for another 15 minutes, she arrived at a modest-faced shop. The holographic sign at the door had clearly not been fully tuned. The neon tube spelling Jixiemaibua still protruded exposed. This was the storefront the Iron Fist crew had arranged for Hui Xiao, complete with startup funds. Wan Ning lingered at the entrance, thinking this must be why Hui Xiao had not fled. He had a place to hide. She pushed the door open, rusted hinges groaned. Inside, the shop was even more disorderly than she had imagined. Wires of varying thickness crisscrossed the walls as shelves against the plaster bore an assortment of components, biomimetic fingers, knee joints filled with gears, and so on. In a corner lay several battered mechanical prostheses strewn without care. For a shop of any size, it was remarkably humble. A hovering repair arm dominated the center of the floor. A young man offered her a shy greeting before crouching to tinker with a motor underneath. He was Hui Xiao's assistant, A Lu. Hui Xiao himself was hunched before the innermost workbench, wearing inspection goggles as his laser torch spat out blinding sparks. At the sound of the door, he barked without looking up. Can't you see the sign? No work today. Wan Ning kicked aside a length of cable blocking the way. It's me. Hui Xiao glanced up and hastily shut off his equipment. Sister Wan, he said, wiping grease from his hands on his trousers. What brings you here? The shop is still getting ready. He smiled with an open, radiant grin. His blonde hair caught the light, and he seemed to glow. He looked nothing like a gang member, more like the boy next door. And yet such a sunny fellow bore the name Hui Xiao, an incongruity that made her smile inwardly. I'm checking progress. Don't worry, Sister Wan, he chattered excitedly. The equipment and audio processors arrive the day after tomorrow. Once configured, we can install them at the bar. Do you have blank chips? Give me one. Wan Ning's eyes scanned the boxes of parts piled in the corner. Any requirements? He asked. The most common kind with no traceable origin, she replied. Although He Mao had not specified the chip carrier, better to be cautious. Hui Xiao did not pry. He rummaged through the materials rack and handed her a chip. This model circulates widely on the black market. Millions of identical units. No specific provenance can be traced. Wan Ning took the chip, feeling the metal casing's coolness, and slipped it into her pocket. Seeing Hui Xiao hesitate as if to speak, she warned, hurry on the bar's equipment. Don't let anything go wrong. Stepping back onto Haixian's main street, Wan Ning paused, then walked toward Qiguang Bar once more. She now possessed the carrier He Mao had required. The operation had advanced one step. A knot of unease tugged at her. He Mao's plan looked flawless on paper, but Wan Ning wondered if she could really execute it alone. She was not the original owner of this life. Her combat experience was scant. No, she could not stake her life entirely on a mysterious hacker. No plan, however perfect, could overcome the unpredictability of reality, especially when facing augmented fighters like Hu and a top-tier hacker, such as UK. To be safe, she needed another ally. Wan Ning pulled up the gang roster on a holographic display and scrolled through the names. How one longs for people when the moment arrives. When it comes to major jobs, there was scarcely a reliable hitter to choose. Apart from herself, the strongest combat teams were a man's and Coer's. On the list, a man's portrait grinned like a simpleton, broad-shouldered and barrel-chested. He seemed a bull whose footsteps shook the floor. Task him with an infiltration. Could that be? That left Coer, who wore a permanent sour expression, as if the whole world owed him money. At least Coer was a tangible, dependable helper. It's decided. She hit the comm key and Coer's scaly biomechanical face blipped onto the screen, looking as impatient as ever. What is it? He asked. There's a job. Meet me at the bar to discuss. In a private room on the second floor of Qiguang Bar, Wan Ning outlined He Mao's operational plan. Are you serious? Coer's serpentine artificial eye fixed on Wan Ning, assessing whether she was joking. Is this woman mad? Coer cursed inwardly. He had once thought her timid and self-interested, elevated only by the shadow of the former boss. Now she seemed intent on daring things. A man had complained that Coer treated him poorly, withholding decent assignments. Well, Coer's attitude had just softened a bit, and now she actually entrusted him with a task. But this was a perilous one, poking the hornet's nest of the Daoxing gang. He swallowed reflexively. Oh, was she utterly reckless? This was the Daoxing gang, 100 strong. Sister One, you haven't been fooled, have you? Coer asked. I'm not joking with you. You intend to go into the Daoxing gang stronghold to kill someone? He lowered his voice. Those lunatics would tear you limb from limb and hang the parts on their gate. Afraid? Wan Ning had anticipated this reaction. Afraid? Hardly. I'm wondering when you suddenly grew a spine. A while back you wouldn't touch a street punk, and now you are supposed to storm an enemy lair. Coer snapped back. Wan Ning did not answer immediately. She projected the ghost's plan as a hologram, unfolding a 6-story model of the Daoxing gang building. The green dots mark dead zones and surveillance. The blue lines indicate the optimal route. She pointed to the data center on the 4th floor. The objective is here. I will go with you. Unintentionally, her phrasing shifted the tone from asking Coer to accompany her to saying she would be accompanying him. Coer stared at the blinking points, his mind racing through probabilities. He had to admit the plan was audacious and meticulous. What surprised him more was how professional Wan Ning had suddenly become. In the gang, the only real fighters are you and a man and a man. Do you think he can pull off such a delicate job? Coer fell silent for a moment, then split into a grin. This plan seems doable by one person. Why do you need to come along? There will also be a hacker on the operation. She paused, then continued, but I cannot fully trust him yet. For security, it is safer that you and I go together. A hacker? Exactly. Someone to provide technical support. She rose and tossed off one more instruction. Prepare this afternoon. Tonight at 11, meet in the alley opposite the Daoxing gang building. Don't be late. Tonight. Coer shot upright. Yes, time is of the essence. Wan Ning smiled faintly. Relax. You'll be rewarded well when it's done. She left immediately. As the door clicked shut, Coer tilted his head back and drained a gulp of liquor, finally cursing aloud. When did she go insane? Yet despite the curse, the corner of his mouth betrayed a smile. An old long-missed thrill swelled in his chest. Wan Ning returned to the apartment. She inserted the chip into the wrist terminal and followed the operation method sent by Black Cat to write what he called a digital avatar into the chip. As the progress bar advanced, a completion notification sounded. She took out the chip and stored it safely. After confirming the action plan once more, she retrieved 2 handy guns, 2 mini grenades, a jammer, a mask, and other items from the room's safe. Every time she picked up a piece of equipment, she silently prayed it would be best not to use these. Everything was ready, and glancing at the time, there were still 8 hours until the operation. Sleep, I must sleep. She ordered herself, trying to ignore the tension bubbling inside her. At 9 p.m. in a dark alley across from the Thief's Aid building, Wan Ning met with Viper as promised. A tall figure in black clothes and black hair almost blending into the darkness. It wasn't until Wan Ning approached that the person slightly raised his head. Have you been here long? Wan Ning initiated the conversation, pulling out a lightweight gun and handing it over. This was taken from the original owner's safe. Viper remained silent, his gaze filled with his usual scrutiny and impatience. He quickly checked the gun after taking it. This gun. Viper's hand paused on the unique matte coating of the gun. Swift Wind, one of the most sought-after handgun models on the black market equipped with a silencer. Its energy conversion efficiency is 40% higher than ordinary models, while the recoil is reduced by 30%, resulting in faster firing rates, greater power, and unimaginable control. This is... Viper's voice carried a hint of surprise. For you, light and easy to carry, perfect for tonight. Bleeding inside, she thought, hoping he wouldn't let her down. Viper was astonished. Perfect. This gun starts at 50,000 crystal coins on the black market and is often out of stock. It's not even guaranteed to be available for purchase. This was far superior to a man's gun. He couldn't help but look up at Wan Ning. Had this stingy woman changed her ways? Was she actually being so generous? Could it be? I misjudged her from the start. While Viper continued to examine the weapon, Wan Ning handed over a mini earbud communicator. Put it on, she indicated. The channel is encrypted. The hacker Black Cat will contact us through this. She leaned in closer, whispering, remember, our primary target is the hacker UK. Everything else is secondary. For Wan Ning, dealing with this person was enough. She just hoped it wouldn't cause any complications. As for paralyzing the Thief's Aid Mind Harbor System platform, do your best. If it's not possible, then don't force it. Understood. Viper put on the earbud and immediately heard a burst of electrical noise, followed by Black Cat's synthesized electronic voice. Good evening, Viper. Pleased to meet you. Viper felt puzzled. The hacker was surprisingly polite. In the dark sewer, the foul-smelling sewage reached Wan Ning's ankles. Although she wore protective clothing and a mask, the indescribable mixed odor still stubbornly penetrated. Suppressing the urge to gag, she raised her wrist, and the holographic projection displayed a complex sewer map. Black Cat, are you sure we haven't taken a wrong turn? Why haven't we arrived yet? Wan Ning asked softly, her voice echoing in the sewer. The intel I provided has never been wrong. The electronic voice said confidently. Turn left ahead, then pay attention to the maintenance passage on the left wall. There's a door there. The electronic lock has not been maintained for a long time and has already malfunctioned. Viper quickly found the rusty metal door. He used his modified mechanical hand to forcefully twist the doorknob, accompanied by a harsh grinding noise as he pushed the door open. He was right, this only has an old mechanical lock. The two of them then crawled into the maintenance passage and changed out of their protective clothing. Although the passage was narrow, at least the stinking sewage was gone. Wan Ning let out a long, silent sigh of relief, feeling as if she had crawled back from the edge of hell. There's a biological sensor 15 meters ahead. Black Cat's voice rang out. Okay. Wan Ning took out the jammer from her bag and cautiously activated it. Done. They continued to move along the passage. We're almost there, Black Cat said. The distribution room is just above you, about 3 meters away. There's a maintenance shaft that leads directly there, but there are guards. Viper climbed up the shaft and placed the mini grenades prepared by Wan Ning. He pressed the detonator, and the mini explosive device at the door lock immediately produced a faint, muffled sound. The door frame deformed, cracking open a gap. The red dot of the surveillance camera blinked rhythmically, but showed no reaction to the intruders. Black Cat had taken over the monitoring alarm system of the distribution room. Before the two guards in the distribution room could react, Viper, who had entered first, shot through their heads and chests. After confirming that the two had lost their breath, Viper began checking the guards' equipment. Latest model goggles. Thief's Aid is really wealthy. That's enough, let's hurry. Wan Ning urged immediately, her voice a bit taut. Don't touch anything. The alarm could go off at any moment. The two continued to follow Black Cat's guidance, moving along the wall. Turn left 15 meters to the stairwell entrance. Black Cat's electronic voice sounded at the right moment. Thermal imaging shows no one in the stairwell. Viper scanned with his bionic eye. It's already midnight. What kind of decent person works overtime at this hour? Except for Yuk, the workaholic. Black Cat replied. Wan Ning's mouth twitched slightly as she recalled her painful experience of collapsing from overwork before her transmigration. They proceeded smoothly and arrived at the 4th floor. There was a biological lock at the stairwell door requiring facial recognition and voice print verification. Wan Ning, wearing a virtual mask with a grinning expression, approached the verification point. At the moment the system scanned, Black Cat in the background replaced her facial data with fabricated maintenance personnel data. The green light quietly lit up. For the voice print verification, Wan Ning had to adjust the voice parameters of the mask and say emergency maintenance, open the door. The access control screen flickered twice, displaying green text, permission confirmed, welcome to enter. The heavy fire door opened silently, and the cold air from the 4th floor rushed in, carrying the unique metallic scent of electronic equipment. Wan Ning's heart raced uncontrollably, but her footsteps remained steady. Soon, under Black Cat's guidance, they found the location of the data center. Target location 30 meters ahead. Black Cat's electronic voice sounded, "Be careful, there's another access control system to verify." The panoramic view of the data center appeared through the tempered glass door. Rows of servers were arranged, their cabinets flashing lights in a regular pattern. Wan Ning, still wearing the mask, walked to the verification point again. Facial recognition, successful voice print authentication activated. The mechanical girl's voice said mechanically. Wan Ning, still wearing the mask, said routine maintenance at night. Permission confirmed, welcome to enter. The mechanical female voice was particularly jarring in the silent building. At that moment, Yuk, who was at the main console, suddenly looked up upon hearing the noise. So late. He frowned at the door and who go take a look. And Huss' sturdy body emerged from the shadows, dressed in a suit with the traces of his bionic interfaces visible on his neck. As he walked through the row of servers, his heavy footsteps caused the ground to tremble slightly. Upon reaching the door, and who looked around, but saw no one, becoming alert. Wan Ning held her breath, her heart, nearly leaping out of her throat, pressed against the shadows of the server cabinets. Suddenly, and who rolled to the side with incredible speed, swiftly dodging the bullet shot by Viper. This massive body was surprisingly agile. Damn! Viper cursed softly in the communication channel. Wan Ning also raised her gun from the other side, aiming at Anhu and shooting at his mechanical prosthetic right arm. Then another shot. Clang. The bullet grazed in Huss' forehead, creating a spark and producing a jarring metallic impact sound. This guy actually had a titanium alloy skull. This monstrous man merely shook his head, a sinister smile spreading across his face. What kind of monstrous configuration is this? Viper couldn't help but say. His bionic eyes thermal imaging detected another figure. Sister One, you deal with UK? That guy is at the main console over there. Leave this to me. Okay, remember not to engage him in close combat. Wan Ning did not hesitate, swiftly bypassing the firefight zone and rushing towards the main console. She was also afraid that the noise here would alarm Yuk, allowing him to escape. The blue light of the main console was very conspicuous in the dim data center, and UK had his back to the entrance, furiously tapping on the holographic keyboard. Just as Wan Ning aimed her gun at the back of his head, he pressed the final key and the alarm for the entire floor suddenly blared. Alarm! There are enemies invading. The shrill mechanical female voice, accompanied by the crimson warning lights, turned the entire space red. UK turned around, his refined face showing some fear. Don't shoot, we can talk. Wan Ning stared at him, mentally chanting, don't shake, don't shake. Please, fingers, hold it together. If you shake now, what will you do later when you die? Bang! Wan Ning's bullet accurately hit his forehead. Yuk's body stiffened for a moment before collapsing completely. Quick, insert the chip so I can take over the entire building. Black Cat's voice came from the communicator. Wan Ning suppressed her anxiousness and immediately took out the chip from her pocket, inserting it into the main console interface. The virtual screen immediately popped up, layers of pop-ups taking over the system. 3 seconds. 2. Suddenly, a bright red warning box appeared on the screen. Intrusion detected. Evidence retention. The surveillance camera above the virtual screen clicked and turned, and before Wan Ning could dodge, a flash of white light captured her frontal photo. Image captured, transmitting. The virtual screen immediately went black. Wan Ning nervously asked Black Cat, what's going on? Only a burst of electrical noise came from the earpiece. She pressed the earpiece, her knuckles turning white as she anxiously shouted again, Black Cat. Respond. I need to hear back. Still there was no response. The alarms throughout the building continued to blare, and the guards would surely arrive soon. I hope this hacker doesn't lead me into a trap. Wan Ning sensed something was amiss and immediately turned to walk briskly towards Q-Air. Just in time, he dodged and Huss' deadly strike with a swift sidestep, simultaneously using the gun Wan Ning had given him to press against the opponent's chin, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Anhu fell, but during the struggle, Q-Air's arm was slashed open by Anhu. Seeing Wan Ning approaching and hearing the blaring alarms, Q-Air's already grim face became even more unpleasant as he tended to his arm and asked what happened. Wan Ning forced a look of "I've seen it all," and replied, Yao Ke activated the alarm before dying. We need to hurry and withdraw. The two immediately left the data center, preparing to head to the stairwell on the 4th floor. Wait, the calm electronic synthesized voice sounded in their communicator. It was Black Cat. Wan Ning's footsteps suddenly halted, almost tripping herself, her heart racing. Black Cat had finally appeared. But was it a surprise or a scare? Don't take the stairs, the guards are rapidly ascending from below. The two abruptly stopped in their tracks. Q-Air, annoyed, clicked his tongue and turned as if to glare through the air to kill the unseen Black Cat. What just happened? Their intelligent defense is slightly more resilient than anticipated, but now. As soon as Black Cat's words fell, the building's alarm ceased abruptly. The corridor fell silent. Control authority has been fully taken over. They are now both deaf and blind. Go to the elevator. I can take you directly down to the basement level, completely safe. Q-Air looked at Wan Ning, waiting for her decision. Don't worry, Black Cat seemed to see through her hesitation. It's a direct route. We won't stop on any floors. My control priority is now above all else. Wan Ning gritted her teeth and turned to dash towards the elevator. They had just reached the closed elevator doors when a soft ding sounded and the metal doors opened, revealing a bright, empty cabin inside. The two quickly slipped inside. The doors closed silently, a slight feeling of weightlessness came over them, and the elevator began to descend rapidly. Q-Air stared intently at the changing floor numbers, his body tense. Wan Ning leaned against the cold cabin wall, trying to calm her racing heart. The numbers finally stopped at B1. The doors opened again, and without a word Q Air and Wan Ning swiftly circled around to the backup power room. Following the path they had taken, they vanished into the labyrinthine sewers. When Wan Ning returned to her apartment, it was already 2 a.m. After taking a shower and pouring a glass of wine, her fingers trembled slightly as she sank into the sofa. Her mind was still replaying the events of the night, her emotions unable to settle. This kind of mission felt like dancing on the edge of a blade where disaster could strike at any moment. Especially when she had been photographed at the control panel, the virtual screen displaying transmitting. Had it gone out? Who had it been sent to? Although she wore a virtual mask and could not see her real face and her hands were gloved, what if? God knows if those people could analyze something from the tiniest clues. The shadow of exposure made her anxious. Suddenly her wrist terminal vibrated lightly. At this hour, upon opening the terminal, she saw a transfer notification. Account deposit notification, source anonymous, account amount 210000, 210000 crystal coins. What is this? A name flashed through her mind. The mysterious and unpredictable hacker, Black Cat. Wan Ning immediately contacted him. The communication connected almost instantly, and a cute cartoon Black Cat appeared on the video screen. Black Cat. Meow. Wan Ning was momentarily puzzled by his electronic voice. What's with the tone? Speak human. All right, Wan Ning, what do you need me for? Did you transfer the money? Yes, as promised before, I helped you recover the funds you were scammed out of. And about that photo taken at the control panel, what happened? It was Yao Ke. The last command he input before dying was my oversight. As he spoke, the virtual screen displayed a photo. This photo was not intercepted and has been sent out, but it contains no information. You can't even tell if it's male or female. Seeing the photo, Wan Ning felt her heart lighten. She then asked, now that Yao Ke is dead, are you safe? And what about that so-called Mind Harbor scam platform? How's that going? I am currently safe. As for the scam association, it is in a complete state of paralysis. All core data of the Mind Harbor platform has been executed for the highest level of deletion. What about the money that was scammed? Wan Ning asked curiously. I have tracked and returned as much of the remaining funds as possible to all verifiable victims. Evidence of the illegal operations of the scam association and its core members has also been anonymously submitted to the Cybercrime Investigation Bureau. Wan Ning was stunned. At a loss for words, she had imagined that Black Cat hacking into the scam association platform might be for money. After all, in this world where everyone is for themselves and the strong prey on the weak, what could a hacker want? But he did not. He not only returned the recovered money to the victims, but even packaged the evidence and sent it to the police. This was simply as if he were executing a form of almost obsessive and untimely justice. Wan Ning spoke softly. Those who were scammed, they may never know it was you, but you indeed did something truly remarkable. Black Cat was silent for a moment before the electronic voice replied, Wan Ning, you are really strange. Most people hearing about what I did would only question my motives or mock my foolishness, but you say I am remarkable. Wan Ning smiled slightly. Black Cat, would you like to join us? The Iron Fist Gang. This name sounded too much like cannon fodder. She could barely say it and would change it sooner or later. No. Upon hearing the flat refusal, Wan Ning felt no disappointment. She merely asked casually, after all, such a powerful and principled hacker, why would he join a gang that sounded like a street thug group? But then Black Cat explained, I don't want to become your weapon. Not a weapon, but a partner. Black Cat fell silent again, longer than any time before, as if deep in thought. Just when Wan Ning thought the communication had been cut off, Black Cat's synthesized electronic voice spoke. All right. What? Wan Ning almost thought she had misheard. I can join you. But I have conditions. First, I will not show myself, only exist in the network. Second, I can refuse to accept missions. He actually agreed. Wan Ning sat up straight. No problem, welcome aboard. I'm welcome to be a partner. Wan Ning awoke to find it was already 10 a.m. Her head heavy and fogged with grogginess. It was Friday again, and tonight the gang's weekly meeting loomed. She rose, hurried through a perfunctory wash, and swallowed a few spoonfuls of synthetic nutrient paste, her meager, unceremonious breakfast. She powered on her terminal and navigated to the fund transfer interface. After a moment's pause, she entered an amount and sent yesterday's mission payment to Viper. Scarcely 5 minutes had passed when Viper's calm request chimed sharply. Senior Sister Wan, what is this? His voice was low, hoarse, laced with disbelief and quiet alarm. Your mission reward. Are you certain the amount is correct? He pressed each word, gritted out like shards of broken glass, thick with incredulity. A cold jolt shot through Wan Ning's chest. Something had gone wrong. Had she sent too little? Indeed, she'd estimated the sum based solely on the paltry salary of mid-level gang cadres. Of course, it was a life-risking job. Resentment over a meager payout would be understandable. She instantly began calculating how to rectify it. Perhaps I could. But before the words fully formed, Viper cut her off, his voice rising edged now with wounded suspicion. Senior Sister Wan, this is far too much. What does this even mean? What do you mean? Wan Ning was utterly flustered. Viper drew a sharp breath, speaking rapidly. On the black market, jobs like this top out at 30,000, at most. And what exactly did I do this time? I merely followed you inside and neutralized that man named and who. That was all. No involvement in planning. No breach of core systems. And you handed me the Swiftwind pistol outright. That alone is worth 50,000. He nearly shouted the final line. He'd already struck gold. He had no idea how stunned he'd been upon seeing Wanning's transfer notification. He'd sprung upright from bed in one startled motion. His first thought, what new game is this woman playing? The sum hadn't brought joy. It had ignited deep unease, raw suspicion. That was why he'd called her immediately. Wanning finally grasped the truth and nearly laughed aloud. Not too little. Too much. She exhaled, inwardly relieved. So long as she hadn't underpaid, all was well. She swiftly composed her expression, her tone hardening with quiet authority and lacing it deliberately with impatience. Take it. No further discussion. Her words were absolute, leaving no room for refusal. In that instant, Viper's mind reeled. He recalled countless muttered curses behind her back, calling her stingy, calculating, cold. Now confronted with such staggering, unanticipated generosity, embarrassment, shock, and a strange, unnameable pang welled up within him. Even a flicker of self-reproach. Wanting gave him no time to dwell. She issued her next command without pause. And last night, bury it. Deep. Not a single word to anyone. Not ever. Understood, Senior Sister Wan. This time his reply was crisp, decisive, stripped of its usual perfunctory edge, carrying instead a sincerity even he failed to recognize. After severing the connection, Wanning leaned back in her chair. She still needed to gauge how far the ripples of last night's events had spread. She opened the local news feed and began scrolling. Tucked between flashy ads and celebrity gossip, a bold headline leapt out: Authorities bust Data Harbor gang in major cyber fraud operation and arrest key members. Clicking in, she found only accounts of Data Harbor's fraudulent Soul Harbor emotional counseling platform. No mention whatsoever of their infiltration or hers. Wanting skimmed the article quickly, then switched to the city's most volatile information hub, the Echo Wall Forum, a chaotic nexus where rumors fermented into truths and truths bled into myth. When she reached the trending section, her previously relaxed composure tightened anew. A post marked hot had surged near the top. Shocking leak. Data Harbor gang breached last night by mysterious Grinman. Surveillance footage leaked. Graphic image. Viewer discretion advised. She tapped in, heart quickening. The post blared with hyperbolic fervor. Last night, the invincible Data Harbor stronghold was stormed, single-handedly allegedly, by an unknown assailant. According to insiders, key operatives were eliminated and the central database utterly erased. Even more chilling, the intruder wore a grotesque, grinning virtual mask, captured on camera. See attached image. Not for the faint of heart. Data Harbor's leadership is enraged, offering a bounty for the Grinman's head. But no one knows who this harbinger of chaos is, or where he came from, or why he chose Data Harbor. Revenge, a betrayal among thieves, or the herald of a new merciless order. Beneath the text sat the image, blurred yet viscerally potent, a half-length silhouette of an unremarkable figure clad in black captured under dim, uneven lighting. The most arresting detail was the mask, a garish digitally rendered grin, absurdly exaggerated, radiating a surreal, bone-chilling contrast against the gloom. The photo had leaked. Though it revealed nothing but the mask's design, it was enough to pin Wanning, or rather the Grinman, squarely at the storm's violent epicenter. Wanning scrolled down into the seething comments. One user wrote, "No wonder the alarms screamed like banshees last night. Even my neighborhood heard them. This Grinman knows how to make an entrance. Gotta get myself one of those masks." Grinning emoji. Another posted, "Whoa, that mask, that aura, maximum mockery. The grinning reaper has arrived. Data Harbor's reign of terror ends here. Karma's come knocking. Bounty. Can they even survive collecting it?" Grinning emoji. A third countered, "Save your celebration, folks. Whoever the Grinman is, and whatever his motives, the sheer scale of this violent intrusion signals profound instability and grave danger. What you're cheering may be the birth cry of something far more terrifying." A tech-savvy commentator added, "That's a high-end adaptive virtual mask, capable of real-time pattern shifts. Short black hair, gender indeterminate. To breach Data Harbor and obliterate its database demands elite coordination, cutting-edge gear, and flawless execution. This wasn't some rogue operator. It was a formidable, highly organized cell." Another chimed in, "Isn't this just the authorities? The news said so." Grinning emoji. A skeptic scoffed, "Naive. Clearly the Blockchain Alliance. They're the only ones with the skill set and reach. The mask, merely theater. A convenient veil." Yet another mused, "Humph. Playing at gods and ghosts. If Data Harbor security is this porous, the leak itself proves internal collapse. Let's watch. Will the Grinman be unmasked first, or will Data Harbor crumble before then?" One comment read simply, "A monster wearing that mask can't possibly be anything but evil." And so it went. Frenzied speculation, meticulous analysis, panicked outrage, wild identity theories, and pure detached amusement, all swirling in equal measure. Further down, 2 users claimed their stolen funds had been quietly refunded, with heartfelt thanks addressed to the Grinman. Wanting scrolled on, methodically absorbing each line. Every eye was fixed on the Grinman, and every eye painted him differently. Hero, demon, avenger, anarchist, state operative, or rogue warlord. Data Harbor would stop at nothing to unearth her. Yet this very chaos, this cacophony of conflicting narratives, was paradoxically her best shield. Wanting stared at the grainy image, herself face obscured by that leering, toothy grin. The mask's expression seemed to mock everything: power, fear, certainty, silence, mocking it all silently. On the third floor of Qiguang Bar, a small room had been repurposed as Sheng Yu's temporary studio. Second-hand equipment, scavenged from countless flea markets, cluttered the space. Sheng Yu sat hunched over his console, brow furrowed in concentration as he fine-tuned the parameters of a sound effect. A notification chimed softly on his cheap wrist terminal, the alert tone of Xing Gong, the mischievous younger sister of Yu Gong. Sheng Yu glanced at it idly. Xing Gong had forwarded a link to a post on Echo Wall Forum accompanied by several grinning emoticons. Sheng Yu hesitated for a moment, then tapped it open without thinking. The grinning man. Sheng Yu recoiled in shock. It was truly him, that eerie figure wearing the grotesque, toothy-masked visage. He had actually crippled the core infrastructure of Daishin Gang's notorious fraud platform. His eyes raced across every word, his blood surged with exhilaration. Incredible, truly incredible grinning man. Without pause, he scrolled down to the comments. When he saw someone label the grinning man a terrifying monster, fury erupted within him. Nonsense. That night, had it not been for the grinning man's intervention, pulling him back from the abyss of despair, he had no idea what might have become of him. The grinning man's swift, decisive movements had already etched themselves into Sheng Yu's mind like those of a deity, glowing with an iridescent, unassailable halo. How could such a figure possibly be a malevolent monster? These fools, hiding behind their screens, typing safely from the comfort of anonymity, what did they truly understand? Had any of them ever known that suffocating despair where shouting to heaven brought no answer and crying to earth yielded no reply? He pushed his work aside and dove headlong into the fray, furiously clashing with the detractors. Line after line of rebuttal poured forth, until just as the verbal battle reached its most heated pitch, a soft click echoed, the door swung open. Sheng Yu jolted like a startled hare, nearly launching himself off the rickety chair. He looked up, and there standing in the doorway was Wan Ning. Frantically, he slammed the forum tab shut and switched to his audio synthesis interface. Oh no, why now? Of all moments, when he'd just begun to slack off. He forced a smile onto his face, stiff, unnatural, painfully strained. W1 Jia, what brings you here? Wan Ning did not answer immediately. She stepped inside, her gaze sweeping slowly across the cramped room before settling, sharply, on his guilty expression. There's a meeting tonight. I thought I'd stop by and check on your progress. Her tone sounded casual, then shifted cool and edged with disdain. So, you're following that grinning man too? Humph. A deranged freak masquerading behind a ghastly mask. The grinning man isn't masquerading at all, Sheng Yu retorted, instinctively frowning. He shot upright, locking eyes with Wan Ning, his voice sharp with conviction. Only then did he realize whom he was confronting. His shoulders slumped, his voice dropped, hesitant and apologetic. I'm sorry, Wan Jia. That's not what I meant. Oh. Wan Ning arched a delicate eyebrow. What's got you so worked up? It seems this grinning man holds rather special status in your heart. Sheng Yu straightened his spine, emboldened by her lack of anger. He dismantled Daishin Gang's predatory fraud platform, the one that devours people whole, without even spitting out the bones. How is that the act of a deranged freak? It's righteous justice. Do you know how many lives that platform ruined? How many people it stripped of their life savings and their last shreds of hope? He saved countless souls, people like me, and even those far more broken than I am. He saved you? Wan Ning asked, curiosity flickering in her voice. Yes. Sheng Yu adjusted his glasses, instantly launching into his story. He recounted in rapid, breathless detail how the grinning man had rescued him, then added with theatrical flourish, honestly, Wan Jia, you should have seen him. Lightning fast, utterly precise, dispatching everything in 3 clean moves before vanishing into thin air. Admiration blazed unreserved and unmistakable in his voice. Wan Ning listened, inwardly cringing, but outwardly serene, her expression unreadable as she casually posed the pivotal question. Impressive indeed. So, did anyone capture his likeness back then? I mean, beyond that chilling mask? Sheng Yu froze. Then, as if recalling something deeply loathsome, spat out bitterly, that despicable Huang Enyu. He'd secretly snapped a photo. Later he'd even posted that blurry, near-unrecognizable image online, with a bounty attached. Utterly underhanded. He only took one photo. Yes, if he'd gotten anything clearer he'd have flaunted it long ago. I see. Wan Ning gave a faint, thoughtful nod, as though the answer held little weight. In truth, tracking down the origin of that bounty photo was precisely why she'd sought Sheng Yu out. Having obtained what she needed, she lost interest in the topic entirely. Casually she asked, how's your progress coming along? Still reeling from the earlier intensity, Sheng Yu blinked, momentarily disoriented. Oh, the synthesis is nearly complete. Almost ready. We can test the acoustics live at the bar right away. Wan Ning acknowledged him with quiet indifference. Carry on. She turned and left the cramped room. Descending to the second floor, she headed toward the innermost private booth, where the Iron Fist Gang's leadership meeting was about to begin. Inside the booth, the gang's senior members were already seated. Xiao Xiao, bored and restless, tapped his knuckles against the tabletop in a monotonous, rhythmic tap, tap. Yu Gong sat quietly nearby, appearing absorbed in organizing files on her terminal. Dr. Pavi, a middle-aged physician, sat motionless in the corner, meticulously polishing a compact medical sensor with a soft cloth, his focus as intense as if he were performing surgery. A man sprawled carelessly across his chair, legs splayed wide, idly twisting a warped metal component between his fingers, its grinding screech punctuating the silence. Wei Er appeared to be dozing, but inwardly he pondered Wan Ning's earlier remark about introducing two people. To me was one, the other remained unseen. Could it be? Toomey reclined against her chair, observing everyone with subtle practiced scrutiny. Though she knew each person present, this was her first official gang meeting, and despite her familiarity, she'd awaited Wan Ning's summons with quiet anticipation. Xiao Xiao broke the silence with a low chuckle. Hey, everyone check echo wall yet. That grinning man went solo and tore Daixing Gang's stronghold apart. Surveillance stills are flooding the net. TSK, just look at that grinning mask. Gives you chills. Toomey spoke languidly, the bars practically buzzing with rumors. Some call him the Reaper of Vengeance, others a cybernetic psychotic episode. Every theory imaginable is circulating. Yu Gong's fingers paused over her terminal screen. She didn't lift her gaze. Her younger sister Xinggong had spent the past few days singing the grinning man's praises, repeating his exploits no fewer than 100 times. Huh. A man slapped his thigh, voice booming. The grinning man. That fierce. Could he, on a whim, drop by our Iron Fist gang next? Ha ha ha. He roared with unrestrained mirth as if recounting a brilliant jest. Though honestly, this dump probably wouldn't even warm him up. Pavi smiled wryly. To breach Daixing Gang's headquarters, this individual must possess extraordinary physical coordination, explosive power far beyond human norms, and reaction speeds that defy expectation. Either he's outfitted with prohibitively expensive precision-engineered cybernetics, or, he paused, his tone shifting subtly into warning, he's backed by an elite hacker. Either way, such capabilities signal extreme unpredictability and risk. A man joking about a figure like this is unwise. Wei Er, who'd remained silent until now, didn't even open his eyes. He tossed 3 blunt words at a man. Impossible. Moi. Chastised by Pavi's analysis and flatly contradicted by Wei Er, a man bristled. Turning sharply, brows knotted, eyes locked onto Wei Er in open challenge. His voice rose thick with accusation. Impossible. How do you know it's impossible? Do you know the grinning man? Or are you two cut from the same cloth? Wei Er seethed inwardly, screaming, because the grinning man is the boss. You idiot. He longed to leap up, seize a man by the collar, and slam the truth into his face, but he couldn't utter a word. Veins throbbed violently at Wei Er's temples, and beneath the table his fists clenched so tightly his nails bit deep into his palms, a suffocating, maddening pressure building within him. He choked down the surging tide of rage, forcing out each syllable through gritted teeth, tense, frayed, barely restrained. I said it won't happen. It won't. Who would waste time assaulting a pathetic little gang like ours? Broke landless with a name so laughably crude it makes your teeth ache. What possible motive could they have? To admire your brawn and durability. Hey. A man exploded upward, towering over Wei Er like an enraged bull, finger jabbing accusingly. Wei Er, what do you mean by pathetic little gang? And laughably crude? Are you disrespecting the Iron Fist gang? Disrespecting Wan Jia. His voice grew louder, spittle flying. You think you're too big for this place now? Too accomplished to share shelter with the rest of us? Wei Er felt a hot rush of blood surge to his skull. He jerked his head up, eyes blazing, burning with raw, incandescent fury, locking onto a man's contorted, furious face. Jaw clenched, jaw muscles rigid as stone, he looked ready to launch himself across the table. Enough. A cool, authoritative female voice sliced through the tension like ice, instantly extinguishing the imminent explosion. Wan Ning stood framed in the doorway, posture erect, gaze sweeping over the two men locked in confrontation. Silence fell upon the room, absolute and immediate. Wan Ning appeared utterly oblivious to the near confrontation moments earlier, striding steadily to the head seat and settling in with quiet authority. Her gaze swept across the assembly. That glance held neither severity nor reproach, only a profound, unshakable stillness, as if she perceived every hidden current and commanded the entire room. Even Amon, still stiff-necked with defiance, instinctively hunched his shoulders and sank into his chair. Viper, seething with suppressed fury, slumped heavily back into his seat, his face darkening as he fixed his eyes on the tabletop. Wan Ning curled her fingers and tapped twice, firm yet measured, drawing every eye back to her. The meeting begins. Before we proceed to business, let us make introductions. Her gaze shifted to the first seat to her left. Toomey, you've all met her at the bar. She will assume Sichuan's position. The bar serves as both our ears and a vital source of revenue. I have full confidence in Toomey's experience and capability. From now on, she holds full authority over all bar operations. Wan Ning's introduction was concise and decisive. Toomey did not rise, only adjusted her posture slightly, her eyes, both alluring and shrewd, meeting the group's gaze with calm, self-assured warmth. Hi everyone. Her metallic jaw lent her voice a faint, resonant hum, a subtle mechanical timbre that layered intrigue onto her natural tone. Her manner carried just the right warmth, never obsequious, yet effortlessly familiar, like an old friend stepping into a new role. I look forward to your continued support. I'll ensure Xiguang remains a sanctuary for relaxation, and that every credit we're owed flows smoothly into our coffers down to the last coin. As she spoke, her eyes moved gracefully, her slight nod perfectly calibrated. Huh. Welcome, welcome. Grey Owl beamed. I've had the pleasure of tasting Tumijia's cocktails. Absolutely peerless. His words served both as genuine welcome and gentle levity. Amon scratched the back of his head, glancing first at the captivating Tumi, then furtively up at Wanning in the head seat, his voice dropping instinctively thick and subdued. Hello, Tumijia. Please look after me. Moments earlier he'd been bristling with rage, and now he seemed oddly flustered. Viper watched him with undisguised contempt. I'll show. His mood sour, he offered no one a kind expression. Mercury and Pavi sat in silent composure, their faces unreadable, yet each offered Tumi a quiet, respectful nod. Wanting observed their reactions with quiet precision. Now that you know Tumi, let me introduce our newest member, our technical support hacker Black Cat. Viper's pulse spiked. Black Cat. Master Wanting had recruited him into Iron Fist. After the recent incident with the Data Thieves Guild, he had no doubt Black Cat ranked among the world's elite hackers. So why would such a figure join their modest syndicate? Viper studied Wanting's serene, inscrutable face, searching for answers. What leverage had she wielded? The others exchanged puzzled glances. Another new member. Amon, ever unable to hold his tongue, grumbled bluntly, a hacker. But where is he? He even craned his neck, peering under the table and into shadowed corners stacked with clutter. Wanting ignored him entirely. With a light tap of her fingertip on her personal terminal, she said, Black Cat, say hello to the team. Instantly, a holographic screen shimmered into existence above the center of the table. A live video feed, crisp, yet subtly warped, threaded with delicate digital noise. No hooded enigma awaited them. No cascading code or cybernetic backdrop. Only a sleek, retro-styled cartoon Black Cat, clean-lined and minimalist. Its fur was pure obsidian save for two luminous glacial green eyes. It sat with poised elegance upon the virtual tabletop, its tail tip swaying gently. A smooth, gender-neutral synthetic voice emanated calmly from the feline mouth. Greetings, members of Iron Fist. I am Black Cat. In the future, when you require penetration of data firewalls, decryption of secured access points, or retrieval of concealed intelligence, I shall provide essential technical support within the network. Feel free to reach out and chat. This enigmatic debut, refusing physical presence, choosing instead a stylized avatar, left the room momentarily, stunned silence hanging thick as they glanced uncertainly at one another. No one knew how to respond to this unconventional newcomer. After a beat of awkward quiet, the Black Cat on screen seemed to sense the need to break the ice. It lifted one dainty forepaw and waved it airily like a beckoning fortune cat. Understood, understood. New hires must contribute some levity per protocol. Its head tilted playfully, emerald eyes sweeping across the group. Let's keep it simple and grounded. Even Wanting found herself momentarily baffled. Then the cat leaned forward slightly, adopting a conspiratorial tone. Why do two top-tier hackers never shake hands? The question hung in the air, the cat's image leaning forward expectantly. Amon racked his brain. Shake hands. Oh, to avoid hidden blades or microlaser cutters. Grey Owl stroked his chin, offering a more plausible theory. No, Amon. Elite hackers are phantoms rarely seen. Perhaps they simply don't know each other well. Pavi, viewing the matter through a medical lens, began pondering whether physical contact might risk data leakage. Viper scoffed. This riddle struck him as utterly pointless. Tumi and Mercury watched with quiet curiosity, awaiting a coherent explanation. Sensing their collective contemplation, the cartoon cat flicked its tail in quiet satisfaction. The calm synthetic voice returned, unhurried and deliberate, because they fear their interfaces won't match. A brief, distorted burst of electronic laughter escaped it. Physical interfaces. Data interfaces. Imagine shaking hands, only to discover total incompatibility. How terribly awkward. How then could one possibly exchange technical insights with ease? Ha ha ha. Silence descended, absolute, frigid, as if the entire chamber had plunged into glacial stillness. Amon was utterly bewildered, mouth slightly agape, eyes vacant, utterly failing to grasp the link between interface and handshake. Oh, for heaven's sake, just end me now. Grey Owl groaned, burying his face in his hands, his voice muffled through his fingers. Pavi pinched the bridge of his nose as though enduring a slow psychic assault. Truly, breathtakingly frostbitten humor. Top-tier hacker. Viper's low derisive laugh carried sharp scorn. He turned to Pavi, who finally broke the tension. Are you certain this so-called hacker isn't merely a fool wearing a feline skin? And why cloak himself in such theatrical mystery? Can he truly be trusted? Wanting inwardly wished she could disown him entirely. She fought the urge to press her palm to her forehead, maintaining outward composure. She stared at the hologram, where the Black Cat sat with exaggerated innocence, blinking slowly. What on earth is he playing at? Enough. Her voice remained low, but steel-edged. Speak plainly. Black Cat. On screen, the Black Cat froze, then performed a startlingly human gesture, lifting both front paws to cover its feline face, peeking slyly through its clawed fingers. Its synthetic voice softened, laced with unmistakable embarrassment. Very well. It appears this joke's compatibility requires further optimization for this environment. Wanting drew a slow, steadying breath, subduing every impulse, and redirected her focus. In short, Black Cat will serve as our dedicated technical support during missions. Get acquainted, at your own pace. Trust among members she knew would grow gradually, not by decree, but through shared purpose. With those few words, she brought the surreal introduction to a close, and firmly steered the meeting back to its intended course. The upcoming meeting consisted of each member reporting their updates. Amon's report resembled a stream of consciousness with disjointed sentences and a chaotic timeline, though the details of the conflicts were vividly described. Huiao tended to exaggerate trivial matters, rambling on with unclear key points. Pavis' report was rather perfunctory, and Queel was an enigma. Toomey and Mercury were somewhat better, but their content was still lengthy, with interruptions from time to time. Wan Ning listened silently as the meeting time quickly slipped away. Efficiency, non-existent. She focused on the progress of the virtual band creation plan. In conclusion, she stated our meeting efficiency is far too low. She raised her wrist, and the terminal projected a pre-prepared document with a prominent title in bold font: Member Weekly Report Submission Guidelines, Submission Format Uniform Text Template, Text Only. Core Content: Tasks completed this week, Specific Actions, and Results achieved. Requirements: Concise, Objective, Verifiable. Example 1. Completed patrols, 3x2. Handled 1 bar harassment incident, 3. Replaced 1 left arm hydraulic tube. Work plan for next week: clear objectives and specific actions. Requirements: focused, feasible, traceable. Example 1. Collect protection fees from district shops, 2. Recover debts from certain bars, 3. Complete the debugging of the band's virtual effects. Other notes: non-mandatory use at discretion. Briefly explain key obstacles encountered during execution or core resources that need coordination. Prohibited stream of consciousness reports: subjective speculation, irrelevant information, such as riddle-like descriptions or cold jokes. This is the new gang regulation from now on. By 8 p.m. every Friday, 7 compliant weekly reports must be submitted. Her gaze swept over Amon's bewilderment, Huiao's shock, Pavis' confusion, Queel's incomprehension, Ms. understanding, Mercury's focus, and Black Cat's bewilderment. Future meetings will focus solely on topics and actions distilled from the weekly reports, she declared with a firm tone. Dismissed. Wan Ning said no more and stood to leave. Her footsteps echoed sharply in the silence, leaving everyone to face what was about to become a routine matter known as the weekly report. They waited until Wan Ning's footsteps completely faded away. Amon was the first to break the silence, staring at the stern items, his thick fingers scratching his scalp, looking distressed. What does this mean for tasks completed this week and plans for next week? Does that mean if we get into a fight and beat someone up, we have to remember it? He clearly hadn't grasped the situation yet. Huiao remarked, I think it's not that simple. Tasks completed. Isn't this just asking us to keep our own accounts? How much work we do, how much we earn? No, I mean whatever work we do, we have to write it down. Is Wan Jie trying to figure out everyone's worth? Or is she trying to see who's slacking off? Toomey elegantly crossed her legs, tossed her hair, and scrutinized the weekly report template. Verifiable results. Specific actions. Does this mean we're going to turn each of our outputs into a line of numbers in a ledger? Flow: number of conflicts, number of repairs. The numbers from Kagwang's side are quite easy to fill in. She paused, her metallic jaw moving slightly, glancing at Pavi with a hint of curiosity. I just don't know how to write down the profits from certain gray areas. Pavi frowned slightly. Queel scoffed lightly, just write it down however it needs to be written. Mercury hesitated, pondering whether to include side jobs in the report. Each person was digesting the impact of the new regulations, weighing what this weekly report meant. After the meeting, Wan Ning felt a bit lighter on her feet as she walked back to the apartment. The thought of no longer having to endure stream of consciousness reports and irrelevant ramblings in future gang meetings brought her a sense of relief. Chaos would be replaced by order. The weekly report was the first step, although getting these characters to fill out reports would surely be chaotic. But scientific management and standardized processes were the right path for the gang's growth. April 27, Sunday. After 2 days of adjustments, the virtual band created by Wan Ning was finally ready for its official performance. Before the performance, Wan Ning specifically contacted Black Cat, encrypting all the data regarding the band's core vocal patterns, dynamic models, etc., to prevent theft. That day, in front of the bar's neon sign, a light illuminated a floating holographic projection screen that silently operated, displaying a striking announcement: Chiguang Band's debut performance, 8 p.m. tonight. A shockwave is coming. Frel stepped out of a dark alley. His alloy body felt slightly sore at the shoulder blades. Having just completed a job, he now craved a drink. But in this dilapidated district, finding a decent bar was no easy task. Turning into a narrow street, he finally spotted a flickering sign: Chiguang Bar. The door was both narrow and old, covered in scratches and graffiti. Tisk, Frel spat, frowning with a hint of disdain. Is finding a place to have a drink this hard? In a dump like this, can the drinks even be good? He glanced at the virtual screen above, surprised to see there was even a band. He pushed open the door, and a wave of cheap alcoholic fumes hit him. The bar was worse than he had imagined. It was both cramped and crowded. Several greasy stools were already occupied, and many patrons wore worn work clothes, cheap leather jackets, or had suspiciously modified bodies. There were even scavengers crowding the aisles and walls, shouting loudly, smoke swirling, and the bar counter was surrounded with no room to spare. Frel frowned, his face betraying the superiority and disgust of an upper city visitor. He shoved his way through 2 drunken men reeking of alcohol, squeezing to the edge of the bar counter. He knocked on the surface, and after quite a while a cup of murky liquid topped with a layer of foam was pushed over. He tilted his head back and drank it down, feeling the harsh burn of cheap alcohol mixed with a chemical taste rushing down his throat and into his stomach. Damn, he cursed under his breath, slamming the empty cup back onto the counter. Is this what people drink? It's harder to swallow than cleaning fluid. He wiped his mouth in disgust, regretting not heading straight back to the upper city. Just as he irritably turned to leave the dump, a few cold white beams of light abruptly lit up in the far corner of the bar, which had barely been cleaned. The beams pierced through the murky air, suddenly outlining a holographic image of a guitar player suspended in midair, clear and bizarre. Immediately after, a series of exceptionally clean and crisp notes exploded. Everyone in the bar involuntarily turned their gaze towards the small stage illuminated by the light. The lighting in the stage area continuously intensified and spread, and beside the guitarist a stern figure took shape first. The lead singer wore a simple tank top, his silver gray hair short. On his right side, and behind him, the bassist and drummer gradually appeared, each with their own posture. All four of them wore clothes adorned with light, artistic lettering. Unlike current popular bands, they all appeared to be flesh and blood with no signs of mechanical modification. The emotion of surprise that Frel had just felt from the music was instantly replaced by a sense of absurdity, almost making him laugh. This is what they call a virtual band. Is this it? The outline was indeed clear, but the image was simply terrible. An ordinary, utterly unremarkable tank top. The female bassist also wore a simple fitted tank top and pants, her curves outlined, but there was nothing futuristic about it. What the hell? Frel was almost rolling his eyes. In such a raw form, this image would be considered a retro nostalgia exhibition in any bar in the upper city. What kind of aesthetic? Has come from which century? As Frere crazily criticized the appearance, the light and shadow particles above the band formed the title of the song. In the end, boom, a heavy cold drumbeat struck precisely, followed by a sudden burst of guitar sounds. The deep bass joined in, and the gradually tearing roar mixed with piercing electric sounds, instantly piercing the eardrum. The volume of the guitar exploded, creating a tangible sound wave impact. The bass violently shook the chest. The vocalist howled amidst the strong light and sound waves, his voice filled with anger and void. I tried so hard and got so far. But in the end it doesn't even matter. I worked so hard, traveled so far. But in the end it all means nothing. All the instruments' volumes instantly peaked. The bright light swallowed the vocalist's figure, leaving only a blurred, shouting silhouette in the storm. Frere's mind buzzed. All the disdain and criticism of the appearance were swept away in the face of this destructive sound wave. Isn't this a reflection of his life? In every mission, he gave his all, struggling to survive amidst gunfire and dirty deals, climbing to a decent position in the upper city's mercenary circle. But what was the result? He still wandered the streets like a ghost, drinking cheap liquor, staring blankly at a few broken virtual images, all the effort, scars, and struggles. In the end, it all means nothing. The music cut open the deep-seated emptiness he was reluctant to touch, like a surgical scalpel. The massive sound wave pressed against him, and the people in the bar were also pushed by this sound wave. Some people couldn't help but wildly shake their heads to the rhythm, sweat flying. Some clenched their fists, letting out involuntary roars from their throats, as if fighting against an invisible pressure. Others stood frozen in place, stunned by this pure sense of power. The violent electronic storm came to an abrupt halt. The intense light and shadow suddenly faded, leaving only a few soft, warm, white beams on the stage. The light and shadow on the vocalist's vest faded away, replaced by a washed-out, extremely ordinary old linen shirt. The sharpness in his face was gone, leaving only an almost transparent fatigue and distance. The prelude of Nameless began to play. No longer was there the intense electric current, but rather a blend of ethereal, distant-sounding synthesized tones like the whispering wind in the wilderness, spreading a sense of indescribable solitude. The vocalist's voice slowly flowed out. His gaze no longer looked down upon, but gradually swept over every face in the audience. His voice felt like rough sandpaper scraping across the heart. In the furthest corner of the bar, in the shadows, a scavenger with a face weathered by time froze. His murky eyes fixated on the illusory singer on stage. His cracked lips moved as if trying to say something, but ultimately, he just pressed them tightly together. The singing was like a sigh, like a whisper. The entire Qigong bar was immersed in a silent resonance. Some people looked up with great effort, while others rubbed their reddened eyes repeatedly. More people simply sat in silence. They let the melody and piercing lyrics seep into their already scabbed old wounds. Frere felt as if his heart was being tightly gripped by a rough hand. In the upper city, employers might remember the name Frere when needed. But in the eyes of those lofty figures behind the dirty deals, he toiled for what was he? Just a useful tool that could be discarded whenever necessary. How is he any different from those struggling people in the bar? They are just nameless screws in this massive cold machine, ready to be replaced at any time. Countless images flashed uncontrollably in his mind. For the sake of commission, he took on jobs he knew were suicidal, and the money earned with his life was quickly spent on replacing damaged prosthetics or filling some bottomless pit. Give it everything. What did it bring? An ordinary script, still walking on the edge of a knife, capable of disappearing at any moment. Is this even a song? This is clearly a mirror reflecting the humility and futility of the nameless ones that he desperately tried to disguise, with his mercenary identity clearly shining. Yes, but he still did not retreat. He was still trying to live, but no toast to himself. A sourness surged up his nasal cavity, mixed with the anger of being hit in a painful spot, and an indescribable sadness causing him to instinctively clench his teeth. Tears still flowed uncontrollably. He hated this feeling of weakness. It was even more uncomfortable than taking a bullet. The heaviness brought by the second song had yet to dissipate when the third song began. The prelude of light was bright and warm like the rising sun. In the beam of light, the vocalist raised his head and a shout erupted from deep within his throat, as if burning with life, incredibly sincere and resolute. Frere's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile. He admitted that it was a good song, but it was overly naive. Light. What a joke. Looking around this rat hole where even a decent drink couldn't be found, there was only eternal ash and darkness. What light is there? He had seen too many things that were believed in being sold cheaply in the black market turn into a puddle of meaningless blood under the gun. In this world where flesh and blood could easily turn into garbage, talking about these things was simply naive to the point of stupidity. This cheap, unrealistic hope was merely a spiritual placebo to numb the pathetic bottom dwellers. However, in another corner of the bar, Mercury Moon looked at the vocalist on stage with determined eyes. Behind her, Sheng Yu and Mercury Moon's sister Mercury Star were already teary-eyed. They waved their arms along with the music, even screaming along with the vocalist. Sheng Yu had been invited to watch the live performance today. This was his favorite song. Watching the vocalist on stage open his arms, as if embracing the entire universe. The golden light points gathering around him were dazzling. It couldn't help but remind him of the smiling man. In his darkest hour, he had saved him, giving him the strength to struggle, stand up, and move forward. Even if he was a stranger behind a mask, he indeed existed. During the evening performance, Wan Ning did not join the crowd. She sat in the second-floor box, staring at the monitoring screen to watch the performance effect. The shock of the virtual band, the tears and silence of the crowd, all came through the cold screen. Shortly after the performance ended, there was a knock on the box door. Toomey walked in carrying a faint scent and a lingering smell of alcohol. She closed the door behind her, isolating the noise from downstairs. Wan Ning gestured for her to sit. Toomey did not stand on ceremony and walked straight to the sofa beside her. Her red hair looked like a cluster of flames in the dim light, and her metallic jaw glowed coldly. Sister Wan, the effect was explosive. Her voice was laced with a hint of excited hoarseness. The people down there were crying foolish crazy. Saying this, she projected a set of data in front of Wan Ning, where the tipping records were rolling frantically, the amounts astonishing. Look at these, we could hold a few more shows, and it would be enough to get a new set of equipment. Toomey's eyes sparkled, her voice carrying a hint of seduction as she brought up several floating icons of mainstream entertainment platforms. Speaking of which, Sister Wan, this live performance is just an appetizer. Should we process the music a bit and upload it to the Star C Music platform? Those big shots living in cloud villas will definitely pay 10 times, no, 100 times more than the people in Black Crow Alley. Okay, let's do two versions. One is pure audio, just listenable and free. The other one is a VR immersive experience of the live performance. Have Mercury Moon ensure the effect is well done. She paused and stated a price. Let's price this at 100 crystal coins. Toomey's smile stiffened for a moment, her eyebrows raised high. Sister Wan, isn't this a bit? She tried to gently remind her that their ordinary VR experience was only a few dozen crystal coins. Wan Ning seemed not to hear her doubts, not even lifting her eyelids, casually throwing out the next line. Oh, if it's too low, then 200. Huh. Toomey was stunned, doubting whether her ears had been damaged by the noise of the bar. Then let's make it 300 crystal coins. Toomey dared not respond. How could it keep getting higher? She opened her mouth, but ultimately didn't dare to say another word, fearing that this sister might suddenly jump to 500. This is the price. Wan Ning made a decisive statement. Later, tell Mercury Moon clearly the effect must be done to the extreme. What we want is for them to feel it's worth it, that this crystal coin spent should even allow them to smell the essence of the stage. She glanced at the small amounts of tips still bouncing from the lower tier people on the screen, and then at those entertainment platforms. She added casually, as if explaining or talking to herself, the free audio is the bait thrown out to attract traffic and attention, while that 300 crystal coins VR is aimed at the wealthy corporate elites, the ones who care least about crystal coins, but crave unique experiences, the fat sheep to be milked. Time slipped by. Another month had quietly ended. Wan Ning sank deeper into the worn sofa of her apartment terminal in hand, reviewing the gang's financial records. Silently, she calculated how much welfare to distribute among her crew, just enough to satisfy, yet not provoke suspicion. This month, the bar's revenue had surged thanks to the live performances by the Qiguang Band. Meanwhile, the clinic remained steady, unchanged, unremarkable. The numbers don't add up. Her gaze froze on the clinic's transaction column. Her brows drew together in quiet consternation. She knew Pavi's skills were unmatched in Black Crow Alley. Swift and precise with gunshot wounds, deft even with stubborn cybernetic infections. Even members of rival gangs slipped in secretly for treatments too delicate for official hospitals, subdermal tracker removals, or concealment of unsavory wounds. Logically, his clinic should have been overflowing with credits. Yet the ledger showed only meager figures. Even if he charged fairly, not exorbitantly, The income was still absurdly low. Unless he'd tampered with the books, or hidden something deeper. Wan Ning activated her comm link. The screen flickered twice. A cartoon black cat curled up sleepily appeared on screen. A synthesized voice followed. Good morning, Wan Ning. How may I assist you? Black cat, dig deep into Pavi's underground clinic accounts. Wan Ning's voice held no inflection, calm and edged with steel. I need the last 3 months' full financial records. Every credit in, every credit out. Especially his fee structure and pharmaceutical logs. In exhaustive detail. I need to know exactly where his money vanishes. Investigating Pavi. Isn't he a core member of the gang? Do you distrust him? It has nothing to do with trust, only arithmetic. His clinic's reputation doesn't match these pitiful receipts. Is this going to be difficult? Not at all. Stand by, data acquisition and analysis underway. Meow. The cartoon cat stretched upright, yawned, and its eyes glowed with soft digital light. Moments later, the feline voice returned, tone unchanged. Cross-referencing patient backgrounds against billing records revealed an anomaly. Oh, Wan Ning sat up straighter. 2 starkly contrasting tables materialized side by side on screen. The first listed names drawn almost entirely from the slums. Old John, leg amputation scar, 3 wound cleansings and dressings, 30 credits. Martha, the scavenger cyber interface infection treatment, 20 credits. The second table shifted tone entirely. Alan, a mercenary from the upper district, superficial hand laceration cleansing and suturing, 200 credits. Iron Hand, lieutenant of a minor gang gunshot wound debridement, 400 credits. The black cat's voice remained flat, clinical. Group 1's charges fall significantly below the minimum threshold for sustainable medical service costs. Group 2's fees vastly exceed reasonable market norms. The clinic's pricing model is highly subjective. In plain terms, Pavi sets fees based on personal bias toward each patient. For those he dislikes, he simply appends 2 zeros to the reasonable base cost. Wan Ning stared at the glaring disparity, her frown deepening into something colder, sharper. Black cat, additionally pharmaceutical consumption modeling uncovered deliberate dosage withholding. Withholding. Indeed. For select patients, primarily Group 2, analgesic dosages were intentionally reduced by approximately 10%. A faint, almost imperceptible warmth colored the synthetic voice. Wan Ning fell silent. Her suspicions dissolved, not into relief but into stunned recalibration. She hadn't expected this. Pavi wasn't merely greedy or lazy. He operated with near philanthropic generosity toward the destitute. Yet for those he despised, he imposed a dual punishment: financial extortion and physical torment, administered under the guise of medicine. Will you punish him for these violations? The black cat asked, curious. Wan Ning paused, long and heavy. Punish him? What if one day she lay unconscious on his operating table? Would he also withhold that same 10% of analgesia? Forget it. Her voice dropped low and still. Let this rest for now. After severing the connection, she suppressed the roil of conflicting thoughts and resumed balancing the ledgers. Cash flow, supply inventories, personnel dossiers. Their gang remained compact, clearly structured, with 27 members total including herself. Mercury Moon equipment maintenance, holographic projection, 1 assistant. Pavi underground clinic, 4 apprentices. Toomey bar operations intelligence, 2 servers, 2 bartenders. Grey Owl technical repair, 1 assistant. Black cat hacker, a man bar security, for subordinates. Viper clinic security, 5 subordinates. Wan Ning raised core members' stipends from 2,000 to 3,000 credits, and regular members from 1,200 to 2,000. She'd weighed this increase, carefully substantial enough to feel like a genuine reward, yet subtle enough to avoid raising eyebrows. Anything more would have to wait for next time. As for justification, she fabricated one effortlessly: Qiguang Band's debut performance bonus. No meeting, no prior announcement, no hollow exhortations to keep up the good work. She tapped the confirm disbursement button, clean, decisive. Disbursement confirmed. In precarious Black Crow Alley, the crisp chime of credits hitting accounts resonated louder than any empty promise. Meanwhile, inside the Qiguang bar, server Shuang Yi slammed the final stack of grimy glasses into the wash trough with a clatter and groaned, kneading her lower back. Instinctively, she pulled out her battered terminal, swiping idly, just to zone out, then nearly hurled it into the suds as if it were another dirty glass. There it glared, unmistakable on the screen: incoming transfer, 2,000 credits. Wah! Her eyes bulged. Fingers trembled as she poked the display, then rubbed them fiercely, as if wiping away a mirage. Did the disinfectant fumes finally fry my brain? In the next breath, she launched herself upward like a spring, blurring toward the bar. Ivan, the bartender mid-count of synthetic spirits, jerked in shock, nearly dropping the bottle. Ivan! Shuang Yi seized his apron strap, breathless and babbling, shoving the terminal so close to his sharp nose that its glow reflected in his pupils. Quick, check it. Is this real? Am I hallucinating? Did my terminal get hacked? Ivan peeled her fingers off with disdain, shooting her a sideways glance, half amused, half pitying. It says bonus in big letters. What's all the fuss about? Never seen money before. But we've never gotten this much before. And on the first, Shuang Yi bounced on her toes like a startled cat. This covers that neon-trimmed jacket and upgrades Dad's prosthetic joints. Oh, don't want it. Shall I tell Juan's sister to reverse it? Want it. I desperately want it. She instantly wilted, grinning, bowing, rubbing her palms together like a supplicant. Hee hee. Juan's sister is truly, truly magnificent. Already she pictured herself strutting through the bar in shimmering new threads. Ivan snorted, turning back to his bottles, radiating smug indifference. Little did he know just 10 minutes earlier. The moment the credits landed, he'd clapped both hands over his mouth to stifle a shout. His mind raced. Was it the explosive popularity of his latest cocktail, Inferno? Or perhaps his swift intervention when that drunken brawler nearly shattered the bar's main console? Juan's sister had noticed his contribution. This bonus, surely it was his alone. Better keep quiet. Jealousy bred trouble. Suppressing euphoria, even his towel-wiping motions acquired a new self-satisfied gravity. And then, Shuang Ye's chirping calculations. The barely contained grins spreading across other servers' and bartenders' faces. The tiny private bubble of his singular favor popped, silently, utterly. Everyone got it. Fine. Juan's sister was in a generous mood. Let the whole alley rejoice. He shot a glance at Shuang Yi, still giggling like a child, and muttered through his nose. Enough grinning. Mop the floor, or Juan's sister might just reclaim your bonus. Pavi's underground clinic hung thick with antiseptic sting and coppery blood. Post-operative chaos had just been cleared. Pavi stood at the workbench, roughly dismantling a suture tool caked with viscous tissue fluid. Apprentice Anna, still buzzing from the 2-0 credit windfall, hummed off-key while polishing instruments. Her movements unusually light, almost buoyant. Pavi sensed the shift. Found credits in the gutter. Squeaking like a rusted hinge, he muttered without looking up. Anna flinched hastily, smoothing her expression, whispering, "No. It's just, the bonus came through." Bonus. Pavi paused mid-assembly. He pulled out his own battered terminal. Saw the notification, 3000 credits. Oomph. Did the sun rise west today? Or did Wan Ning finally drown her wits in Qiguang's rotgut? He initiated a call to Mercury Moon. Her cool, measured voice answered, "Pavi. What is it? Tell me. What's wrong with Wan Ning? Has she suddenly developed surplus credits to burn? Credits? Oh, the bonus." Mercury Moon's tone softened, almost smiling. The band's debut was exceptional. Wan's sister must be pleased. She's rewarding everyone to boost morale. Morale? Huh. Pavi's laugh was short, sharp, dismissive. She rewards loyalty with credits now? Since when has Wan Ning ever been generous? Last time I requested new surgical gear, she debated cost margins with me for 3 days, flatly refused. Now this. Did your cheap holograms somehow conjure wealth for her? Made her dizzy with sudden prosperity? Wealth? Mercury Moon frowned, recalling the loan Wan Ning had extended her. Wan's sister is exceedingly generous. Show her proper respect. She isn't who you imagine her to be. Pavi stared, baffled. When had Mercury Moon begun defending Wan Ning so fiercely? Seeing no point in arguing further, he sighed. Fine, fine. Credits leaking from Wan Ning's iron grip. Sweet, yes. But they might as well be potent analgesics strong enough to numb pain and make you forget your bones are still broken. He cut the call, then turned to Anna. Spend cautiously. Don't let this joy blind you. These credits may yet scald your palms. Pavi knew the alley well. Credits here were stronger than stimulants, capable of erasing memory, identity, even reason. Still, a few days of unburdened joy. That at least was worth something. Recently, Black Duck Alley has been remarkably quiet. Apart from the occasional brawls ignited by poor-quality alcohol in the Qiguang bar, which are swiftly dealt with by a man and his underlings, the small gangs maintain an unspoken understanding, avoiding conflict with one another. There are no sparks from territorial disputes, no alarms of stolen goods, and the usual small-time hoodlums in the streets have largely vanished. This tranquility allowed Wan Ning to momentarily indulge in the peace. She managed the bar's cash flow, coordinated the band's schedule, listened to Mercury's excited reports about the adjustments to the projection effects, and discussed the next season's drink menu with Toomey. The mundane details almost made her feel like just a savvy bar owner, rather than a gang leader walking on the edge of a blade. However, this fragile peace could not last long. Buzz. Buzz. The control room on the second floor of Qiguang suddenly lit up, accompanied by an extremely sharp alarm. Wan Ning stood at the control panel, watching a line of red text flashing incessantly on the virtual screen. Emergency, Grey Owl has been attacked. Location at the mechanical pulse repair shop. Status critical. What's going on? Black Cat. Wan Ning asked urgently. Grey Owl was ambushed in his repair shop. The assailants are confirmed to be 6 well-equipped. The Viper team is responding urgently and is on their way. Grey Owl's personal terminal signal has been completely covered by a powerful jammer. He is entirely unresponsive. Crack. The metal wine glass in Wan Ning's hand was crushed, low-quality liquor spilling onto the control panel. The sense of bar owner comfort in her eyes had vanished. Her brain raced. Black Cat immediately take over all surveillance inside and outside the repair shop. I want to see every frame of footage as the attack happened, the characteristics of the intruders, their methods, and traces of their retreat. Almost simultaneously with her command, Viper's communication came through, panting and with background noise. Sister Wan. I'm on the scene. The shop is completely destroyed. Grey Owl is missing. His assistant Alu is gone right at the shop door. The blood hasn't even dried. There are drag marks at the scene, and It's the skull pill graffiti of the poison weapon gang. Alu is dead. She had seen him last time she visited Grey Owl's shop, that young man, always wearing a shy smile, dead. Wan Ning's mind went blank for a moment, almost losing her balance and holding onto the edge of the control panel. No, this is not the time to think about that. She bit her tongue, the pain mingled with the taste of alcohol. Her gaze refocused, her voice became resolute. Viper, tell your men to search the area around the repair shop thoroughly. Check every region. Question every living creature that breathes. Track any suspicious vehicle signals, alive or dead. I want Grey Owl back. Black Cat, immediately gather a man, Toomey, Pavi, and Mercury for an emergency meeting. Still in the deepest private room of the second floor of Qiguang Bar, Wan Ning arrived first, sitting at the head of the table with everyone nearby quickly gathering. After everyone took their seats, Wan Ning wasted no time and directly said, Black Cat, give the details. All right. The image of a black cat sat poised on the virtual screen. In the morning, Grey Owl last sent me a message saying there were intruders, and then he went silent. This is the crucial surveillance footage from the attack scene. The virtual large screen lit up, showing footage from a hidden backup camera inside the Grey Owl repair shop. In the video footage inside the repair shop, Grey Owl was facing away from the door, adjusting a circuit board at the workbench, while young assistant Alu was carrying a parts box, moving something. Suddenly, someone threw a grenade into the shop, and a massive shockwave and fire engulfed the scene. As the smoke cleared, 6 figures wearing uniform masks painted with pill designs like malevolent spirits charged in with rifles. Their movements were swift and well-coordinated. They quickly sealed off all exits and potential angles for counterattack. One of them, upon entering, did not search for targets, but instead accurately raised his gun towards an operating surveillance camera in the corner. He fired a series of pulse rounds. Sparks flew, the camera shook violently, but it did not completely fail, capturing this naked provocation. It was as if to say, go ahead, I'm not afraid of you watching. Alu was blown to the ground by the shockwave, struggling to get up. One assailant, not even glancing at him, turned the gun towards his unprotected back and pulled the trigger. No warning, no hesitation. The bullet pierced Liu's body in an instant, blood spreading across the floor. Grey Owl reacted, quickly lunging for the weapon beneath the counter as the door broke. But as soon as he grasped the gun handle, 2 cold barrels were already pressed against his head and back. Move, and I'll blow your head off. At the same time, 3 assailants were frantically searching and destroying inside the shop. Shelves were violently overturned, parts boxes were kicked everywhere, and instruments were indiscriminately smashed. They were clearly searching for something specific. Boss, nothing found. One of the searching assailants shouted in frustration. The one holding the gun to Grey Owl's head, seemingly the leader, pushed the gun barrel harder against him. Speak. Don't play dead. The processors you bought at the black market a few days ago. Hand them over. Where are they? Hand them over. I'll hand over your ancestors for 18 generations. You dog scum. The dregs of the poison weapon gang aren't worthy to touch my goods. You don't even have the qualification to lick the rust off those processors. Want them? Fine. Grey Owl spat suddenly. Wait until I stuff your ragtag bunch of discarded gears into the incinerator and turn you into molten iron, then you can come ask me for them. Looking for death. The leader behind Grey Owl was evidently enraged, barking loudly. He smashed the gunstock hard against his temple, knocking him out on the spot. Tie him up. Administer strong sedatives, take him away. 2 of them skillfully bound his hands and feet and injected a dose of drug into his neck. Finally, like dragging cargo, they roughly pulled the unconscious Grey Owl out of the frame. One of the assailants, while his companion restrained Grey Owl, leisurely walked over to another surveillance camera. Facing the camera, he made a provocative throat-slit gesture with his tactical gloved hand. His eyes were filled with mockery. The last assailant to leave walked to the shop's entrance. He unexpectedly pulled out a spray can from his waist, and next to Alu's still warm corpse, sprayed a large glaring skull pill mark on the blood-splattered wall. After doing all this, he casually waved at the camera and walked away. Wan Ning clenched her fists as she watched the blatant provocation. Yet her anger felt as isolated as an island. Toomey absent-mindedly twirled her cigarette, devoid of anger, only concern. The processor that the poison weapon gang wanted wouldn't be the one that Hui Yao provided for the bar's band, would it? Gong Yu frowned slightly after reviewing the surveillance footage, appearing indifferent. Queer kept his head down, his bangs casting a shadow over his eyes, remaining silent. Pavi let out a scoff. Tisk, well now it seems Hui Yao's precious mechanical arm will have to be disposed of cheaply. I remember he had a few jars of good mechanical lubricants hidden away, or I wonder where that kid stashed them. Wan Ning's heart sank. She anticipated anger, killing intent, and even fear. But she never expected such a detached calmness and indifference. A surge of disappointment and anger rose from the depths of her heart. She realized that this so-called gang of the Iron Fist Gang was merely a collection of individuals drawn together by profit, barely holding together under the banner of the Iron Fist Gang. What sense of belonging or blood ties to the gang or their comrades? She could only blame herself for watching too many dramas. In the face of the cruel laws of the underground world before the naked slaughter of the poisoned weapon gang. Internally, the gang was nothing more than a scattered mess. Bang! Wan Ning slammed her palm down on the heavy metal conference table, creating a loud noise. Everyone in the room turned to look. Enough, Pavi, see clearly. This is the poison weapon gang declaring war on our territory with Liu's blood. Blood hasn't even dried yet, and you're already thinking about that lubricant. Wan Ning's gaze turned icy. Do you need help waking up? Pavi averted his eyes, not responding. Wan Ning suppressed her anger. This was not the time to address internal issues. She shifted her gaze to the virtual screen where a black cat was squatting and swaying its tail as if watching a show. Black Cat continued reporting the situation. Black Cat replied, I have scanned the street surveillance. The poison weapon gang's vehicle headed toward the abandoned gear factory. Abandoned gear factory. The black cat wiggled its tail, sitting on the virtual screen. Yes, it's located about 7 kilometers north of the main sewage channel in Black Crow Alley, converted from an abandoned factory with around 30 people. That location is a small stronghold of the poison weapon gang. Wan Ning asked, what is the thing they want Hui Yao to hand over? It's that processor. Toomey interjected. Hui Yao purchased that batch of holographic projection processors on the black market for the bar's virtual band. It's worth 100,000 and is hard currency on the black market. It must be that the purchasing channel leaked. Although Hui Yao is cautious with a transaction that large, there must be some trace. The lunatics of the poison weapon gang spend all their time either selling those neurotoxins or engaging in murder and robbery. Gong Yu added. So that's it. Wan Ning realized that the batch of band projection equipment she had sent Hui Yao to buy had caught the attention of the poison weapon gang. Hui Yao is a member of our Iron Fist gang. We must save him. Let's be direct. Does anyone have suggestions for action? Save? How do we save him? A man scratched his head, rebutting gruffly. We can't just charge him. That would be suicide. Sister One, I'm reckless, but I'm not brainless. Even if the abandoned gear factory is just a small den of the poison weapon gang, there are around 30 rabid dogs guarding it. And us? Counting the few newbies who just joined, we barely have 20 people who can fight back. Pavi continued, what scale is the poison weapon gang? 200 to 300 desperate rogues. Although this small stronghold only has 30 or so people, if we are retaliated against, it won't just be about losing Hui Yao. We could all end up ground into dust. Wan Ning's gaze fell on Toomey in the corner, and she said, how about exchanging the processor used for that equipment? Toomey panicked. Sister One, what about the virtual band at the bar? That batch of equipment has just been debugged, and the venue relies on it to attract customers. Without the processor, the band would be a pile of useless projections, and all our recent investments would go down the drain. She was not only distressed about the equipment, but also about the potential loss of customers and money. Gong Yu was also worried. That processor is worth 100,000, which is hard currency, but once we open this door and hand over the goods to the poison weapon gang, it's equivalent to telling them we are weak and easy to bully. Next time they need something, will they directly kidnap our people to extort us? Even if we don't exchange, Wan Ning's voice suddenly rose. Do you think you can keep that processor safe? Hui Yao is in their hands now, and the poison weapon gang has plenty of ways to pry open his mouth. Or perhaps they won't even need to ask, they'll just send someone to search. By then, do you have confidence that you can defend it? Huh. The crowd fell silent. Wan Ning's gaze swept over the silent Queer. Queer, what do you say? Upon being called upon, Queer slowly raised his head, his voice devoid of any fluctuation. Sister One, you make the decision. After the last task with the thief gang, Queer knew Wan Ning had no shortage of courage, and certainly wasn't lacking the money for that processor. It only depended on whether she was willing to trade for Hui Yao. Wan Ning was somewhat surprised by Queer's easygoing answer, but she didn't probe further. She turned her attention back to the virtual screen hovering above the conference table. Black Cat, what about you? On the screen, the black cat was staring with wide eyes, seemingly not expecting to be called upon. It tilted its head, its ears twitching slightly, and then the electronic voice finally spoke. My duty is to provide information and execute instructions. How to decide naturally depends on you. Wan Ning looked at these people with varying thoughts before her, took a deep breath, and slowed her speech. I know what you are thinking. Is Hui Yao worth 100,000? Is it worth risking your life for a processor? The poison weapon gang is too powerful to provoke. It's better to just concede. She laid bare the calculations and hesitations in everyone's hearts. But what I need now is an action plan, not your concerns. Wan Ning scoffed, pointing at the flashing red dot on the virtual screen. Look at this place, the abandoned gear factory, a small stronghold of the poison weapon gang, with only 30 people. They dare to act on our turf because they calculated that we are a disorganized mess, afraid to retaliate. If we concede today, what about tomorrow? The day after? They will become more and more brazen, robbing our things and seizing our territory, trampling the Iron Fist gang into the mud. Do you think that by then you will be able to escape unharmed? The appetite of the poison weapon gang is not limited to just one processor. Wan Ning's words struck everyone like a blow. Fear of their living space being squeezed replaced the previous indifference and detachment. Even Gong Yu folded away, her aloof expression appearing deep in thought. Wan Ning no longer wasted words. She rose abruptly and stared at the Fei Chiluan factory map on the virtual screen. She proposed a plan of action. A frontal assault is suicide. They want the processors, right? Fine, we'll give them what they want. Just hand it over that easily. Toomey spat, unwilling. Who said we were giving it away? A cruel glint passed through Wan Ning's eyes. Du Xiaobang wants to take it. Fine, but they'll pay with blood. She turned her gaze to Pa Wei. Pa Wei, aren't you coveting that little prize the Hui Xiao has? The Fei Chiluan factory's warehouse must be piled high with the loot Du Xiaobang seized. Don't you want to scoop a share? Pa Wei's eyes brightened with greed. What do you need me to do? Is there a special drug? Something that can be covertly installed on a processor inert on contact, but remotely activatable. Instant wide coverage, swift acting enough to strip people of their combat ability. Oh, Pa Weiss mind raced. There is a concentrated neuroparalytic aerosol, colorless, odorless. 3 seconds inhaled, and the muscles lose control. 5 seconds, and they collapse. The effect lasts half an hour. Unfortunately, it is not lethal. He licked his lips, hesitating and reluctant. I have some ready, but very little. Pilfered from the company long ago. Once it's used, it's gone. And to install it discreetly into the devices without detection. It will take at least 2 hours. Take all the time you need. Wan Ning did not hesitate. She turned back to the virtual screen. Hey Mao, can you write a piece of code to trigger it remotely and precisely? Hey Mao's electronic eye flared blue. Yes, but it will require embedding a tiny receiver disguised as a circuit node. It will activate when it receives my signal. Excellent. Wan Ning's gaze turned icy with killing intent. To me, take Pa Wei to the bar's equipment area and begin the modifications immediately. Understood. After the two left the conference booth, Wan Ning's eyes returned to the map without pause. Hey Mao, now, find a way to contact someone from Du Xiaobang at once. Hacking into their network is too slow. Could you infiltrate a key individual's personal terminal? Hey Mao's tail rose with elegant confidence. No problem. Inside the Fei Chiluan factory, the air was thick with the scent of rust and a metallic tang of blood. Dim lights cast down from above. A thick rust-streaked pipe ran through the space and was now being used as a gallows. Hui Xiao hung beneath the pipe, a gash splitting his forehead as blood trickled down his pale cheek. His legs dragged against the floor. Lei Zhe, the leader of Du Xiaobang at this outpost, was a towering man in a black leather jacket, a heavy metal chain about his neck, and a jagged scar slashing across his left eye, giving him an especially savage mien. He held a sizzling stun rod and said, "The bones are stubborn. All for a piece of metal. Is it worth it? Tell me where that batch of processors is, and everyone will be spared. I promise I'll make it quick." Hui Xiao clenched his teeth, his body tensing with pain. Tisk, what a bore. Lei Zhe sneered, his eyes turning dangerous. Looks like we need neural linkage to extract memories. Such a hassle. At that moment, one of his underlings ran up breathless. Bad news, Lei Zhe, my terminal's been hacked. What nonsense. Lei Zhe's amusement was cut short. He was displeased, fury flashing in his face. Hacked? Which blind bastard dares to hack our Du Xiaobang's terminal? Explain yourself. The underling held the cheap terminal, its screen still flickering with garbled code. Just now, as soon as I opened it, a black cat avatar suddenly appeared on the virtual screen and left a message demanding to see this Hui Xiao. He pointed at Hui Xiao suspended beneath the pipe. Lei Zhe frowned. On the virtual screen, a black cat icon appeared, and the following words floated beneath it. The processors you want are in my possession. Tonight at midnight under the old conveyor bridge Unyanon. Exchange for Hui Xiao. If he is harmed, blood will be repaid with blood. Huh. Lei Zhe snorted, greed and calculation flickering in his eyes. He snatched the terminal from his underling and snarled at the screen. In exchange. Fine, but change the location. Bring the processors to the Fei Chiluan factory to make the swap. Let's see how sincere you are. Who knows how many of your people you've buried under that bridge? I know you can hear me. Lei Zhe's voice carried distinctly into the Qi Guang bar's meeting room. Damn it. A man exploded, slamming his fist into the metal table. They tie up our people, steal our goods, and then lecture us about sincerity. Are these dog idiots' brains soaked in toxin? Wan Ning's face, however, betrayed no anger. She stared at the Fei Chiluan factory's red marker on the map, contemplating. To go to the enemy's lair to exchange. The risk is immense, but it is not without possibility. To go deep into the tiger's den might allow them to catch the enemy off guard. But they could not agree so easily. Hey Mao, sent a man's offhand words back as a reply. Huh, Sister Wana, I only said that in anger. A man froze, surprised his blurted insult would be used. It matters not. Wan Ning's gaze sharpened. Do it. Lei Zhe at the Fei Chiluan factory saw the insult that appeared and grinned, had heard far worse, and paid it no mind. He pressed his advantage over the screen, his tone naked with mockery. What chickened out? You won't even step through our doors, and yet you want to swap a man. Huh, relax. As long as you bring the goods, I promise I want so much as touch one of your fingers. Du Xiaobang still has a sliver of credibility, ha ha ha. He basked in the Catan Mouse pleasure, sure they'd been cowed. New text appeared on the virtual screen. The location is negotiable, but to ensure the safety of my people, I will bring several companions. The time was changed to 3 this afternoon. If Hui Xiao is not presented alive, the processors will be destroyed, and you will bear the consequences. Lei Zhe was momentarily stunned. Huh, agreed. He burst into triumphant laughter, his scar contorting. After his underlings shut the terminal off, he turned sharply to Hui Xiao and jabbed his blood-stained shoulder with the stun rod, neither gentle nor cruel. Kid, not bad. Lei Zhe's voice was mocking and incredulous. Your pals are fiercely loyal, huh? That 10,000 credit treasure. You're really willing to trade that for a useless piece of trash like you. You even agreed to come swap on my turf. Ha, 3 o'clock this afternoon. They'll be waiting. Hui Xiao's dulled mind, numbed by pain, regained a thread of clarity the moment he heard He Mao's voice. He lifted heavy eyelids and fixed his gaze on Lei Zhe's smug face. Lei Zhe had reason to be surprised. Hui Xiao himself was astonished beyond measure. Sister 1. Not only was she willing to put up the processors to exchange for him, she would risk coming to a Du Xiebang stronghold. Hui Xiao, long used to being abandoned, felt an indescribable flood of emotion. Hui Xiao had been born in the lowest districts. His biological father was unknown, his mother died when he was very young, and he was shuttled between indifferent relatives and shelters. Each brief refuge ended with yet another abandonment for one excuse or another, too much of a burden, causing trouble no longer needed. He learned to win care with a smile and usefulness. Later his father found him. He was overjoyed only to discover a man hardened by long-term drinking and abuse. When his father fell into massive gambling debt to avoid collectors, he was taken to the city's edge at a junkyard and told, "Wait here, you'll get some food." His father never returned. After weeks of scavenging the junkyard, he realized he had been abandoned once again. In bitterness and anger, he changed his once sunny name to Hui Xiao and began the hard struggle for survival in the scrapyard districts. Fortunately, he was gifted with machines and electronics. He mended items with crude scavenged parts, from old fuel engines and household appliances to cybernetic prostheses and illicitly modified weapons. And by this skill he established a foothold near the junk heaps. By chance he later joined a gang. In the gang he saw himself as a marginal technician, insignificant without close ties. At the moment he was bound, he had resigned himself to being abandoned and dying in this filthy corner. But unexpectedly, he was unsure whether to feel relief or apprehension. One of Lei Ze's men leaned and glanced at Hui Xiao and murmured, "Boss, are we really going to give this kid back this afternoon? Give him a proper welcome. As long as he has a breath left by 3 this afternoon, that's enough." Lei Ze tossed the order and walked away. At exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 unmarked modified cars screeched to a halt in front of the massive iron gate of the abandoned gear factory. The car door swung open, and Wan Ning stepped out first. Dressed in a sleek black combat uniform that accentuated her tall figure, she felt a twinge of anxiety as she stood before the iron gates despite having planned everything meticulously. Is this really the stronghold of the poison weapon gang? Is it really safe? After all, they are a bunch of drug dealers. Am I going to meet my end here today? However, regardless of her inner turmoil, her face maintained an air of calmness and confidence, as if she were the invincible queen of the world, fully in control of the situation. Following closely behind was a man who was also feeling a bit apprehensive. He instinctively glanced at Wan Ning and saw her composed demeanor, as if the poison weapon gang's stronghold was merely her backyard. A man thought to himself, "It's still Wan Jie who has the aura. Look at her poise. Look at her calmness. What is there to fear? As long as I follow Wan Jie, everything will be fine." Behind them were 4 equally stern-faced and well-equipped members of the Iron Fist gang. The enormous factory loomed before them like a dying steel beast, its outer walls riddled with unfathomable cracks, large chunks of concrete peeling away to reveal the twisted, rusted steel skeleton within. Layers of garish graffiti covered the walls, mostly depicting distorted pills, skulls, and cryptic symbols, silently declaring the territory's ownership. Wan Ning's gaze swept over the closed iron gates and the surveillance points above the high walls, and she raised her hand to activate her earpiece. Black Cat, contact the poison weapon gang. The items they requested have arrived. Open the door. Soon, accompanied by the sound of metal scraping, the iron gates slowly opened, revealing an even darker space inside. 2 figures emerged from within, clad in dirty tactical vests, their bare arms and necks covered in grotesque tattoos, their eyes cold and venomous like snakes. With rifles in hand, they casually pointed their gun barrels at Wan Ning and her group. One of them, a guy with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes, asked Black Cat. Wan Ning slightly raised her chin, meeting the other's scrutiny, and replied with a single word, "Tisk, looks like you have some guts." He casually gestured with his gun into the dim depths of the factory, his tone dripping with disdain. "Follow me." Wan Ning had expected a search or a gun exchange, but they directly let them in. This was a complete disregard for their presence. The gates of the abandoned gear factory slowly closed, cutting off the last light from the outside world. Wan Ning and her group were led by the 2 tattooed thugs through a dim corridor littered with abandoned mechanical debris. Their footsteps echoed in the empty factory. Eventually, they were brought to a small workshop that seemed to have once been an assembly area. Above them were broken high windows with slivers of light streaming in. Lei Ze stood in the center of the workshop, a mocking smile on his face, flanked by several equally fierce-looking subordinates armed with weapons. Not far from his feet in the shadows, Wan Ning couldn't help but frown. A figure lay on the ground, barely human. Covered in blood, it was impossible to discern any original features. Golden hair caked in blood lost its luster, and the technical uniform was soaked in dark red blood, limbs twisted and deformed with only the faintest rise and fall of the chest. If not for that slight movement, it would be indistinguishable from a corpse. Wan Ning could hardly believe that the person before her was the sunny, smiling gray owl. The fingers of the mechanical prosthetic dangling by her side twitched uncontrollably for a moment. A man also gasped, staring intently at Lei Ze, his fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. "Tisk, I've kept the person in perfect condition." Lei Ze seemed oblivious to the gray owl's tragic state. Or rather, he was relishing it. He exaggeratedly spread his hands, his gaze locking onto the metal briefcase held by Wan Ning's subordinate. "Where's the goods? Let's check it out." Suppressing her murderous intent, Wan Ning subtly signaled. The subordinate holding the briefcase stepped forward and with Lei Zhe and his vigilant subordinates watching closely, opened the case with a click. Inside was the modified holographic projector reflecting a cold metallic sheen looking brand new and intact. Lei Zhe signaled with his eyes, and one of his subordinates wearing electronic goggles and looking quite capable stepped forward promptly. He carefully picked up the projector and began a quick inspection. He connected it to a portable device and data flew rapidly across the screen. He also meticulously checked the casing and ports. Time passed second by second. Boss, the preliminary inspection shows no problems, no obvious abnormalities detected, the inspecting subordinate reported quietly to Lei Zhe. A smile emerged on Lei Zhe's face filled with the pride and greed of a victor. Good, straightforward. I'll return the person to you. He casually gestured towards the direction of the gray owl. A man carried the gray owl. We're leaving. Wan Ning said in a low voice. A man stepped forward and hoisted the nearly lifeless gray owl onto his shoulder. Wan Ning turned around, leading her subordinates back towards the passage they had come from. Just as they took a few steps, Lei Zhe's voice suddenly rang out. Wait. With a flurry of chaotic footsteps, dozens of fierce-eyed thugs from the poison weapon gang surged out from the corridor, surrounding Wan Ning and her group. The guns in their hands were raised all at once, completely sealing off their escape route. What do you mean by this? Wan Ning asked coldly. Lei Zhe leisurely strolled up to Wan Ning, his gaze sweeping over her, as if assessing a valuable piece of merchandise. In his view, this group was simply a walking ATM, and how could he let them leave without extracting every last cent? Acquiring the equipment was just a warm-up, but what followed would be the real main event. Why the rush to leave? Since you're here, Lei Zhe haven't shown you my hospitality yet. I've accepted the equipment processor, but... He rubbed his fingers together, mimicking a gesture of counting money. I just received a batch of top-quality new goods with peak purity highly sought after in the black market. Since you can easily fork out 100,000 for the equipment, I'm sure you won't mind a small amount of money. How about buying some local specialties to take back, let your brothers have a taste, and give me Lei Zhe some face, and let's be friends. The price is negotiable, absolutely fair. What do you say? He deliberately emphasized the word friends, his tone laced with menace. I'm not interested in your goods, get out of the way. Wan Ning's tone was icy, feeling utterly disgusted, her refusal firm and resolute. Lei Zhe's expression changed instantly. Not interested. Don't push your luck. This is my territory. If I say you should buy, then you must buy. If you don't pay to buy some local specialties as a toll, none of you will leave here standing today. Toll. Wan Ning felt an overwhelming urge to tear his smug face to shreds. Lei Zhe, you want money? Fine. Wan Ning directly contacted Black Cat. Through her earpiece, Black Cat, activate Phantom. I'm buying his life with this money. What? Before Lei Zhe's question and astonishment could finish, the processor emitted a faint sound, almost imperceptible, a hiss. A colorless and odorless gas began to spread from the center of the processor. The silent harvest had begun. The subordinate holding the processor, hearing the sound, showed a moment of confusion before his body stiffened. He attempted to raise his hand, but found his arm heavy and frozen. He tried to scream, but his throat felt constricted. He collapsed like a marionette with its strings cut. The processor slipped from his hands with a loud thud, falling into the crowd. Immediately, several core enforcers beside Lei Zhe, their smiles still intact, suddenly convulsed violently, their eyes glazing over as they dropped their weapons with a clatter and collapsed silently. Nearby thugs also lost control of their bodies in a daze, silently collapsing. In the blink of an eye, the once menacing core of the encirclement was now filled with sleepers. What's happening? Lei Zhe watched as his capable subordinates fell one after another without a sound, without a chance to struggle. Stumbling back a step, his face filled with extreme horror and disbelief. He himself was also affected by the small amount of gas that had diffused. A numbing sensation gripped his body. Not enough. Wan Ning held her breath and donned a filtering mask. Seeing that the drug dealers at the corridor entrance were stunned, but not completely incapacitated, they were fearfully trying to search for the cause or raise their guns. Without hesitation, she pulled out several gas grenades and swung her arm fiercely. They accurately smashed into the densest area of the drug dealers at the corridor entrance, as well as their escape route. After a few faint sounds, more gas began to spread like a ghost with a wider range and higher concentration. The nearby drug dealers exclaimed, "There's toxic gas." In panic, they tried to cover their mouths and noses or pull the trigger, only to find their hands stiffened and unresponsive, one after another collapsing. Wan Ning surveyed the members of the poison weapon gang lying on the ground like lambs awaiting slaughter. The gray owl's near-death state and Liu's blood debt ignited the fury within her, still unquenched. Everyone listen up. You have 15 minutes to clean up the scene. Her voice came through the mask, issuing a cruel command. Leave not a single survivor. Understood. A man and 4 subordinates' eyes ignited with fierce cold light. A man first placed the gray owl in a relatively safe corner, then he and his 4 subordinates moved rapidly and coldly. They drew silenced pistols or sharp daggers, advancing towards the fallen figures. The dull sound of gunfire and the sickening sound of blades entering flesh echoed. Every fallen drug dealer, whether still twitching or not, was precisely given a bullet or a stab, completely severing any chance of survival. A heavy scent of blood rapidly enveloped the air. Standing in place, Wan Ning appeared as a tall and imposing figure, like the Grim Reaper overseeing the execution. Yet inside, she was in torment, hesitating whether to turn away from the gruesome scene. It was simply too bloody. Just as she was about to turn away to avoid the blood staining her eyes, an unexpected change occurred. Leze, who should have collapsed like the others, suddenly sprang up. His scarred face was filled with murderous intent. Die. He let out a low growl, gripping a fallen large-caliber kinetic pistol with his now active right hand. In an extremely awkward yet vicious angle, he fired a shot at Wan Ning's heart. Bang! Wan Ning was hit in the chest. She had yet to register what was happening, only feeling a sharp pain and impact crashing towards her. The force sent her sprawling backward. Like a puppet with its strings cut, she collapsed onto the filthy ground. Senior Sister Wan. Amon's roar erupted, fueled by terror and blind fury. He had just dispatched a thug lurking in the corner when he turned to witness Wan Ning struck by gunfire. Senior Sister Wan. His four subordinates likewise glared with incandescent rage, their gun barrels instantly pivoting toward Luai's. Ha ha ha. Nerve gas. Lucky for me, I've got reinforced mechanical lungs, capable of withstanding most toxic agents. Luai's, having landed his strike, wore a rapturous manic grin of triumph. Kill that scum. Amon and his men unleashed a barrage, bullets tearing through the air toward Luai's. Clang, clang, thud. Bullets slammed into Luai's body, leaving only shallow dents and scattering sparks like dying stars. A handful pierced his muscle, but barely sank beneath the surface, as if merely grazing his skin. His massively augmented physique, reinforced across vast swaths of torso and limbs, possessed astonishing resistance to kinetic projectiles. Ha ha ha, useless. Worthless. Luai's roared with derisive laughter, striding forward unflinchingly through the hail of bullets toward Amon. Shit. Amon's eyes blazed with raw, searing fury. Watching Luai's advance like a living tank, relentless, implacable, Amon bellowed, then exploded forward with every ounce of strength coiled within his massive frame. His colossal body carved a gust of wind, his cybernetically enhanced arms surged to maximum output, emitting a deep guttural thunder. Boom. Amon's fist crashed against Luai's crossed forearms, guarding with brutal precision. The impact echoed like two freight trains colliding. That's all you've got. Luai's grinned and lashed out with a vicious lightning-fast side kick aimed at Amon's ribs. Amon, unable to evade, braced for the blow. His face paled instantly. He felt his ribs splinter, but he clenched his teeth against the agony and roared again, launching another furious punch. Pure savage hand-to-hand combat had begun. The warehouse reverberated with sickening visceral thuds, the sound of flesh meeting reinforced flesh. Though still recovering from prior injuries, Luai's augmented musculature granted him terrifying resilience and overwhelming strength, giving him decisive dominance. He parried, countered, and struck, each blow landing with a heavy, suffocating thud. Blood began seeping from Amon's nose and mouth. His tactical suit tore at multiple points, revealing bruised, swollen flesh, and his movements grew sluggish, labored. Brother Amon. His men cried out in desperation, eager to fire, but the two titans were locked in such tight, whirling combat that no clear shot existed. Thud. Luai's drove a devastating uppercut into Amon's jaw. Darkness swallowed Amon's vision. His hulking frame staggered backward, teetering on the edge of collapse. Luai's pressed his advantage without mercy, lunging forward, fingers splayed like steel talons, aiming straight for Amon's throat. A direct hit would shatter the larynx outright. Dizzy and disoriented, Amon watched those lethal claws swell before his eyes, death descending like a shroud. It's over. Despair flickered, then vanished. In that razor-thin instant, a shadow detached itself from the gloom behind Luai's silent, swift, spectral. It was Wan Ning, her blouse torn open, revealing the armored plating beneath. Her face was deathly pale, but her eyes burned with cold, unyielding fury. She closed the distance in a blur and drove her biomechanical arm forward, fingers fused into a razor-edged blade. Shink! The blade punched deep, piercing the vulnerable neural junction where Luai's spinal column met his augmented musculature. Grara! Luai's clawing hand froze midair. His entire body convulsed violently, eyes bulging wide with disbelief. His vaunted bio-augmented defenses, impervious to bullets and brute force, proved utterly futile against Wan Ning's surgically precise strike at his critical weak point. She wrenched the blade free, then snaked her right arm around his throat while her left mechanical hand seized his skull, coiling with lethal intent. Crack! A skull-splitting snap of bone echoed, a sound that chilled the marrow. Luai's convulsions ceased instantly. His lifeless body crashed to the floor with a hollow final thud. Amon collapsed onto the concrete, staring first at Luai's corpse, then at Wan Ning standing over it. Shock and euphoric relief collided inside his skull, leaving only white noise and one stunned, breathless thought. Holy hell. Senior Sister Wan is unstoppable. Wan Ning drew a slow, steadying breath, then glanced at her blood-licked hands, shaking them briskly with visible distaste. TCH. Ruin my gloves. Senior Sister Wan. Are you alright? Her subordinates finally snapped out of their stupor and rushed forward. Fine. Secure the site, thoroughly. Leave no survivors. Yes, Senior Sister Wan. They responded instantly, fanning out like efficient, remorseless sweepers. Wan Ning inhaled deeply, suppressing her own lingering discomfort, then keyed her earpiece. Viper. Report status. Viper's voice crackled through the channel, all proceeding as planned. We've infiltrated the control center via the north gate, eliminated 4 guards. Area secured. Where's Black Cat? Meow, a playful synthesized purr cut in. Wan Ning had long since acclimated to his whimsical eccentricities. Access granted. This entire facility is now under my command. Far simpler than last time with the data syndicate. Enough, Wan Ning interjected. Immediately locate all remaining hostiles inside the compound and pinpoint their exact positions. Scanning. A brief pause followed. Then Black Cat's voice returned. Base personnel 36. 8 are off-site, unlocated within the perimeter. How many remain inside? Wan Ning pressed. 6 detected in the west side raw materials warehouse. All exits sealed. Communications severed, both inbound and outbound. I'm en route now, Viper confirmed. And Pavel and his assistant are already positioned outside the factory grounds, Black Cat replied. Having assessed the situation, Wan Ning turned to Amon, gravely wounded, and to Grey Owl hovering near death. She issued her verdict without hesitation. Amon, you and Grey Owl withdraw immediately. Pavel is waiting outside. But, execute the order. Now. Yes, Senior Sister Wan. Jaw clenched, Amon nodded, and sprinted for the exit, dragging Grey Owl's unconscious form with the aid of one subordinate. Wan Ning then addressed her 3 remaining operatives, with me, to the west warehouse. Without delay, they moved swiftly, guided by Black Cat's real-time navigation, until they reached the southern main entrance. Before them loomed the warehouse's corroded metal door, slightly ajar, revealing only a narrow slit. Muffled voices drifted from within. Wan Ning signaled silently, and her team fanned out, taking cover on either side of the door. She peered cautiously through the gap. Inside, towering stacks of industrial drums and crates filled the cavernous space, thick with the acrid stench of volatile chemicals. 6 figures clad in toxic gear gang uniforms stood gathered around a stainless steel workbench, casually stuffing luminescent pills into small plastic pouches, wholly unprepared for assault. Viper, are you in position? Wan Ning whispered into her comm. Affirmative. North entrance secured. Good. Await my signal. She steadied her breath, her pulse slowing, her gaze turning glacial. Then, she kicked the door wide open. The shriek of grinding metal tore through the warehouse like a thunderclap. Wan Ning and her team opened fire instantly. Bang, bang. The 2 closest gang members dropped, lifeless, before they could even draw weapons. The remaining 4 scattered, abandoning their cargo entirely, as they bolted toward the northern exit, only to run headlong into Viper's encircling ambush. Fwip, fwip. 2 soft lethal reports, and 2 more crumpled. The last pair froze, petrified, then scrambled blindly toward a nondescript emergency exit on the western wall. Cut them off, Wan Ning commanded sharply, raising her weapon. But the fugitives moved like startled hares, darting with uncanny speed, weaving between mountains of stacked drums in serpentine evasion. Bullets sparked wildly off metal surfaces, yet none found flesh. Black Cat, west exit. Wan Ning barked urgently into her earpiece. Emergency hatches locked, but they've bypassed the legacy mechanical lock. They're gone. Black Cat's voice carried a rare note of urgency. Finally emerged. A member of the one-eyed poisonous machinery gang tumbled out from the gap in the western door, gasping for breath, his face bursting with the joy of survival. Damn it. He glanced toward the warehouse, his eyes aflame with deep-seated hatred. You'll not just wait. Another tall and thin member of the poisonous machinery gang squeezed out right behind him, his face equally filled with the relief of escaping. There's a car over there, hurry. With that, he dashed toward the vehicle. Once we escape, gather the brothers, I will make sure to shred them to pieces. But before he could finish, a faint gunshot rang out and his head exploded in a mist of blood. The one-eyed member screamed in fright. Instinctively, he wanted to shrink back inside. But the second gunshot followed closely behind. The bullets, as if they had eyes, drilled through the narrow door gap and pierced directly into his forehead. He collapsed to the ground, unmoving. At a distance on top of an abandoned water tower, Gongyu lay on the platform steadily, holding a sleek sniper rifle. Her breathing was steady and the blue light of her mechanical eye flickered, having just been disengaged from aiming. She had been lying in wait for quite some time. Confirming that the 2 who escaped from the western door had no vital signs, she reported into her earpiece. Sister Wan, the 2 at the western door have been dealt with. In the warehouse, Wan Ning received Ganji's report. Well done. She then instructed Black Cat. Black Cat conduct a full scan of the factory area and confirm that all hostile personnel have been terminated. After receiving a confirmation from Black Cat, Wan Ning's tense nerves finally relaxed somewhat as she looked at the boxes of illicit drugs and scattered weapon crates alongside some high-value precision instruments. Koyer asked, Sister Wan, what should we do with these goods and equipment? Wan Ning pointed at the pile of drugs. Let me emphasize once more, one of the rules of the Iron Fist Gang is that no one is allowed to touch these chaotic drugs. Remember that. Her eyes burned with unreserved disgust and determination. Not a single gram of these filthy things can be left to destroy them completely. Use any method you can think of to ensure they turn into a pile of waste. Understood, the subordinates responded in unison. As for these, the valuable, usable, and transportable items, especially those weapons and precision parts that cannot be traced back to their source. Pack them all up. This is our rightful compensation. She particularly emphasized cannot be traced back to their source, which is a survival rule in the underground world to avoid future troubles. Courier, you're in charge of identifying and counting them. Yes. The subordinates cooperated with Courier to rapidly pack the selected spoils. The whole process was swift and quiet, leaving behind the thoroughly destroyed drugs and a pile of trash that might carry tracking marks or hold little value. Soon Courier came to report, Sister Wan, cleanup is complete and the spoils are packed up. Wan Ning nodded and issued the final command. Withdraw. The abandoned gear factory stood silently, as if nothing had happened. Only the scent of blood lingering in the factory hinted at the recent carnage as the convoy quickly drove away, leaving the derelict factory far behind. Wan Ning leaned wearily against her seat. The spot on her chest where she had been shot occasionally sent dull pains through her. After the factory was completely out of sight, Wan Ning ordered, Black Cat detonate immediately. Received, countdown initiated. 3, 2, 1, boom. Wan Ning looked at the monitoring from a distance of the abandoned gear factory. She watched as the core area of the factory suddenly bulged upward. Flames instantly burst through the roof and walls, and a massive fireball rolled and soared into the sky, illuminating the darkened sky as if it were daylight. The powerful shockwave twisted, fractured, and collapsed the sturdy steel framework. It looks quite beautiful. Wan Ning grinned. Then she instructed Black Cat, remember to erase the surveillance footage around the scrap iron factory where we appeared, clean it up properly. Of course, meow. After returning to Qiguang, Wan Ning immediately detoured to the clinic. The smell of disinfectant in the clinic felt strangely reassuring at this moment. Grey Owl was in treatment. She walked to a small partition nearby to wait for the treatment results. Upon entering, she saw in the corner a man's massive figure awkwardly half reclining on a noticeably small medical chair. His bare upper body was covered in large purple bruises. A therapeutic low-temperature cold compress was placed on his swollen chin, making his speech somewhat slurred. But this did not dampen his enthusiasm. In front of him floated a virtual screen displaying the lazy, squatting Black Cat. A man was excitedly talking to the screen, gesticulating wildly. Black Cat, you're truly amazing, really. At the critical moment, the processor went poof, the gas sprayed, and the expressions on Luai's and his subordinates' faces were like they had seen a ghost. Haha. A man patted his uninjured thigh, laughing so hard that he strained his rib injury, causing him to grimace again. And that surveillance, that access control, it locked down at a word. It took over at a command. The system of the poisonous machinery gang is like paper in front of you. If it weren't for you, how would we know there were still rats hiding in the West warehouse? Courier wouldn't have found anything without your guidance. You are our eyes and ears for this operation. Cat God. Amazing. So amazing. On the virtual screen, Black Cat maintained an elegant squatting posture, the tip of its tail unconsciously swaying gently. It modestly wiped its face with a paw, and the electronic synthesized voice struggled to maintain calm. You flatter me. Providing information support is my duty. Without your brave combat, the plan could not succeed. However, while it spoke humbly, its body completely betrayed it. Its cat ears were shaking uncontrollably. The corners of its mouth were rising at a visibly rapid pace, nearly stretching to the roots of its ears. Its entire virtual body swayed lightly from side to side, as if it were stepping on invisible cotton, showing no trace of the calmness of fulfilling its duty. Wan Ning. She stood at the doorway watching this scene, especially the way Black Cat seemed so proud, yet tried to appear composed. This guy seems to be fitting in quite well. She stepped forward, directly interrupting a man's enthusiastic praise. A man. Sister Wan. A man jumped in shock at the familiar voice, nearly tumbling off his chair, hurriedly shutting off the virtual screen. How's your injury? I'm fine, Sister Wan, don't worry. A man quickly patted his chest in assurance, only to grimace in pain again. Cough, cough. It's just a few cracked ribs, a bit swollen, and Pavey said there's a slight concussion. It's nothing. Just some superficial injuries. A few days of rest, and he'll be bouncing back way better than that Grey Owl. He quickly shifted the topic to Grey Owl, trying to divert Wan Ning's attention. Wan Ning walked over to a man's medical chair and lightly patted the edge of his bruised waist. Ow! A man yelped in surprise, jumping up in shock. Wan Ning looked at him coldly. Is that called fine? You lay there obediently. Until you're healed, not a drop of alcohol is allowed. Pavi stepped out of the treatment room, his face unusually serious and fatigued. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Wan Ning immediately approached him and asked how is Hui Owl. Pavi sighed and shook his head. The situation is very dire, it's terrible. Be more specific. His life is temporarily sustained thanks to timely intervention, but his injuries are severe. He has shattering fractures in his limbs, essentially rendered useless, his organs are severely damaged, and his spine has irreversible injuries. Given his current physical state, ordinary medical methods cannot sustain him nor restore basic functions. If we want to save him, the cost will be exorbitant. Without cybernetic implants, he won't survive, and it will require numerous deeply integrated implants to maintain life and basic mobility. Wan Ning's heart sank. She didn't speak immediately, her hands subconsciously tightening. Pavi was also worried, but it seemed that half of his concern was about the budget. Wan Ning, do you realize what this means? To stuff so many implants at once, especially the neural connections. The risk is too high. Cyberpsychosis is no joking matter. Can Hui Owl handle it? What if he goes insane? All that money spent on treatment will be wasted, and we'll lose both lives and resources. Enough talk, save him. Wan Ning's voice was not loud, but resolute. Do everything you can to save him using the best techniques and the most reliable plans. She fixed her gaze on Pavi, emphasizing try to use the most stable implants to minimize risks. Money is not an issue. Pavi's eyes widened in disbelief as if he had heard the most incredible statement. Money is not an issue. Wan Ning, you make it sound easy. Just the most basic cardiac and respiratory system will cost at least 1,000. And with additional miscellaneous implants, it would be at least 2,000. This is simply burning money. Saving his life is the priority. Wan Ning interrupted him again, completely shutting down Pavi's lengthy discourse about costs. To her, if money could cure the person, it would be ideal. What she feared was having money and still being unable to save him. List what is needed, consult to me, or have He Mao check the resources. Do it now. He looked at Wan Ning's unyielding expression and could only sigh. All right, fine, you're the boss. He'll take care of it right away. Wait, Wan Ning called out to him. Your performance on this mission was commendable. Oh, choose the equipment from the toxic weapons gang that Pavi brought back. Pavi's eyes lit up with surprise as he looked at Wan Ning. He had thought he would be dismissed again, but unexpectedly Wan Ning was being so generous, allowing him to choose freely. He immediately agreed, saying no more as if fearing Wan Ning would change her mind, and quickly disappeared. Wan Ning pushed open the door to Huiao's treatment room. The beeping of the machines sounded particularly clear in the quiet room. Huiao lay on the hospital bed connected to various tubes, wearing a breathing mask, his exposed skin bruised and swollen, with hardly a spot left unharmed. But what made Wan Ning's heart tighten was that Huiao's eyes were open. His gaze was vacant, his focus blurred, reflecting the weakness and confusion after severe injury, yet they were indeed open. He seemed to sense someone entering. His eyes struggled to turn slightly toward the doorway. When his blurry vision caught sight of Wan Ning's figure, a faint glimmer seemed to gather in his vacant eyes, and his lips moved slightly beneath the mask. As if calling out, Sister Wan. Wan Ning stood by, quietly watching this gang member, who had nearly paid with his life, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Bending slightly, she ensured her voice clearly reached his ears through the mask. Huiao, we've brought you back. You did very well. Her voice was no longer cold, carrying a steady warmth. I know you're seriously injured, but you must hold on for the subsequent treatment. She paused, locking her gaze onto his eyes, which were desperately trying to focus. Everything will be all right, I promise. This brief promise amidst the blurry shadows in front of Huiao seemed like a faint yet resilient light piercing through the darkness. His dazed pupils contracted slightly, straining to see Wan Ning's face. In the end, his almost immobile eyelids slowly blinked in Wan Ning's direction. Wan Ning left the clinic and headed to the warehouse behind the bar. In the warehouse, Toomey was sorting through the spoils brought back from the junk gear factory. Boxes of high-energy batteries, various weapons and equipment, several high-end communication terminals, and a few valuable precision instrument parts were all neatly categorized. Sister Wan, Toomey exclaimed upon seeing Wan Ning enter, immediately stopping her work. Hey, race the list. Pavi just chose a few pieces of equipment. All right, I've got it. After confirming that the spoils were properly arranged, Wan Ning moved to the private room on the second floor of the bar. The heavy soundproof door closed behind her. Leaning against the door, Wan Ning let out a long, deep breath, as if trying to expel the blood, gunpowder, and heavy pressure that had built up in her chest throughout the day. Exhausted, she felt like she was about to fall apart. Her nerves had been taut all day, every second felt like walking on a tightrope. This position of being the boss was truly not something just anyone could handle. The area on her chest hit by the bullet from the rays was sending waves of dull pain. The bulletproof vest had saved her life, but the terrifying impact had hit her hard. Without looking, she knew her chest must be covered in bruises, and every breath brought pain. She sank into the couch, feeling as if all her strength had been drained. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she wished she could just fall asleep, leaving behind the gang, the credits, and the responsibilities. To hell with them. But she couldn't. The next most important task was the distribution of the spoils. Everyone had risked their lives in battle, waiting for this moment of reward and recognition. As the boss, even if she had only one breath left, she had to see this through. The credits recovered from the junk gear factory totaled 500, which was less than expected. It seemed most of the money from this small stronghold had already been handed over to the headquarters of the toxic weapons gang. Wan Ning waved her hand, directly allocating 300 for Huiao's medical expenses. Then giving 100 each to a man, Toomey, Kue, Air Gong Yueth, and Pavi, while other members received 500, each, leaving just over 100 in the account. Fortunately, there were still the confiscated instruments and parts in the warehouse. He Mao had assessed that these items were worth at least 700 to 800 credits on the black market, providing the gang with some backing. It's time to distribute the spoils. No, it's time to reward based on merit. She murmured to herself, adjusting her collar. She opened her communicator to summon the core members for a meeting. In the conference room, Wan Ning still sat in the main seat, scanning each person present. Everyone appeared to be in high spirits. The success of this operation had greatly uplifted the morale of the gang. Wan Ning succinctly outlined the distribution of funds, pointing to the list on the virtual screen. These weapons will be allocated as needed. Those who want them should go to the warehouse and register with Toomey to collect them, prioritizing compensation for members whose equipment was damaged in battle. Hey Toomey, In one corner of the virtual screen, Heiying elegantly manifested. You two work together to dispose of the unnecessary instruments and equipment. Remember, safety comes first. The channels must be clean. The two nodded in agreement. Finally, Wan Ning stood tall, her hands pressed against the table. She slowly swept her gaze across each person, her voice lowered, yet resonating with authority. Listen, this operation from start to finish, every detail, including the target process, our people, their demise, and the retrieved items, is all top secret and must remain buried in your hearts. Especially you, a man, watch your mouth. A man who had been singled out broke into a cold sweat and instinctively raised his hand to cover his mouth. If anyone asks, including those you trust the most, if you dare to let out even a single word, the consequences were unspoken, but everyone understood. In unison, they replied, understood, Sister Wan. The news of the complete eradication of the poisonous weapons gang's abandoned gear factory spread like wildfire. Rumors and various speculations spread frantically like maggots. Surrounding gangs, having just lost their territory, were stirring with anticipation. In the heart of the North Marshall District, in the headquarters of the poisonous weapons gang, a roar capable of shattering glass echoed. Useless. A bunch of utterly useless trash. The one-eyed Dick, a high-ranking official of the poisonous weapons gang, had his remaining eye bloodshot with rage, his spit nearly spraying onto the face of his trembling subordinate kneeling before him. Who is it? Which reckless scum dares to touch my territory? That's the abandoned gear factory, not a public restroom that one can just waltz into and leave whenever they please. One of his trusted aides, pale-faced, forced himself to report, brother, the scene. It's too clean. No clues, not even a single useful hint left behind. This is definitely not the work of petty thieves. This is the work of seasoned professionals. Seasoned professionals. Dick's one eye glinted with ferocity. Is it those biochemical lunatics from the Blood and Flesh Gospel? Or the crazies from the Dust Star Association, trying to use our blood to sacrifice to their so-called evil god? Or is it those scum drug dealers from the Blackwater gang? Seeing how well my business has been doing recently, they're getting envious and want to come steal a piece. His irritation grew. The poisonous weapons gang had climbed up over countless corpses in recent years, and the number of enemies they had offended was countless. He sifted through all the potential adversaries he could think of, those heavyweights who were vicious and had motives. Investigate. Search thoroughly. Dick's single eye swept across his subordinates who were frozen in fear. Send multiple teams. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must unearth these scum hiding in the shadows. I want to personally dismantle them into pieces and hang them up. It's a pity about the batch of good goods that was just sent over. It's all gone to waste. I'll make them pay back this debt 100-fold, 1,000-fold. At this moment, Dick and his fierce subordinates resembled a pack of toothless beasts filled with rage, but unable to even identify who their true enemy was. They guessed every wolf and tiger in the area, yet they could never imagine that this clean and efficient ambush was orchestrated by the Iron Fist gang, a gang they had never bothered to look at or even remember the name of, hiding in the corner. This blind spot in their recognition became Wan Ning's perfect cover. When the investigation team of the poisonous weapons gang arrived at the area that once belonged to their abandoned gear factory in the southern district, the sight before them nearly made them cough up blood in anger. Where is the territory of the poisonous weapons gang? The areas around the former abandoned gear factory, once controlled by the poisonous weapons gang, had been torn apart and completely divided by surrounding gangs. New flags, crude graffiti tags, and hastily constructed checkpoints quickly covered the ruins. The speed at which the territory changed hands was astonishing. On the edge of this chaotic feast, in an inconspicuous corner, Wan Ning's Iron Fist gang quietly seized a small area amid the turmoil. A small block adjacent to Black Crow Alley, in a remote location with a harsh environment and little profit. The gangs that were voraciously devouring territory didn't even spare it a glance. But this was exactly what Wan Ning wanted. She understood better than anyone that with the current capabilities of the Iron Fist gang, even if they seized other territories, they could never hold them. However, they had gained territory. The manpower of the Iron Fist gang, on the other hand, was stretched to the limit. A handful of core members stood in this newly occupied area, appearing sparse and empty, unable to even maintain the most basic patrols and deterrence. Her immediate priority was to recruit more people and expand her forces. But recruiting was a troublesome task. Wan Ning first instructed her subordinates to scout out potential candidates who were struggling in the cracks and yearning for an organization. They were to understand their backgrounds thoroughly and send their histories to Wan Ning. She wanted to review each one. How many among those who actively mingled in underground gangs and sought refuge could be trustworthy? Most would either be desperate fugitives, gamblers burdened with debts, bloodied enforcers, or opportunistic fence-sitters. With backgrounds that were all questionable, none of them were reliable. Wan Ning sat in the private room on the second floor of the Qiguang bar, staring at the dense files on the virtual screen, her brow tightly furrowed, feeling a headache coming on. Her screening criteria seemed harsh to the underground world, bordering on outrageous. Anyone who had been involved with drugs, relied on neuropharmaceuticals, or was addicted to gambling was out. No matter if they were users, dealers, or even those who had merely been present during a deal, they should roll far away. Those with poor character, a history of deceit, and no principles were also unacceptable. This isn't a garbage dump. Those who had undergone excessive cybernetic modifications were also out. With tendencies towards cyberpsychosis, she certainly didn't want to be stabbed by her own people one day. Those with overly clean backgrounds were no good either. If they were so clean, how could they suddenly come to join a gang? Suspicious. They could be undercover police. Anyone who had committed serious crimes or had blood on their hands was out. She feared retribution from them. This one won't do. Neither will that one. Next, still not suitable. As the news spread, a low pressure and whispers filled the gang. My god, Sister One's requirements are too strict. A man seeing all the candidates he had scouted being rejected couldn't help but murmur to Viper. Viper was equally speechless. We are looking for people who can fight and kill, not pure angels. Is this standard meant to sift gold from a garbage pile? In the Iron Fist gang, the word strict had already become synonymous with Wan Ning, evoking both respect and a perplexing sense of confusion. But Wan Ning scoffed. Can anyone be stricter than those companies in my past life that only hired individuals under 35? Wan Ning understood the doubts of the gang members, believing her to be overly idealistic. Yet she remained unwavering. What she aimed to create was not a group of cyber thugs, nor another gang reliant on neurotoxins. What she desired was a gang that could unite hearts and truly have a future. She would rather proceed slowly than allow a single rat dropping to spoil the whole pot. People must be recruited, but she would rather have quality over quantity. After several days of screening, she indeed found several decent candidates. These individuals were from the list provided by Pa Yai, all patients he had encountered at the clinic. The first name that caught Wan Ning's attention was Lao Wei, 36 years old, with terrifying corrosive scars on his face. Previously, he was the security team leader at a biotechnology company, loyal and capable. His future should have been bright until a mission transporting high-risk experimental products failed, resulting in a catastrophic leak that wiped out his team. He barely survived. However, what awaited him was not compensation or treatment. To cover up the truth, the company claimed he had defected and stolen the experimental products, putting him on the wanted list. While he was being hunted, his wife and daughter died in a car accident. With his family shattered and carrying severe injuries, pursued like a wild dog by his former masters, Lao Wei became like a wandering corpse drifting to Black Crow Alley. Due to contamination by the experimental products, several of his organs began to fail, and he met Pa Yai at the clinic while regularly changing medications. He possessed rich combat experience and could lead a team, exactly what the Iron Fist gang urgently needed. This person, if utilized well, was worth far more than 10 muscle-bound thugs. The second person's profile instantly caught Wan Ning's eye. Codename Death Knell. 25 years old, original name abandoned, formerly a cleaner for a top mercenary company specializing in eliminating witnesses and cleaning up traces. During a mission, the target was to eliminate a community aware of the company's illegal experiments, including children. She refused to carry out the task and attempted to warn them, only to be besieged by her former teammates, escaping with severe injuries and becoming the company's highest priority target for elimination. She survived after receiving treatment at Pa Yai's clinic. A master of close combat, she was proficient in various weapons and had not yet joined any faction. Her abilities were top-notch, and what was rare was that she still retained a bit of unextinguished principles. Wan Ning had high hopes for this individual. However, the problem was that Death Knell was not lacking in money. The savings from being a top mercenary were enough for her to remain hidden for a long time, making conventional recruitment methods ineffective before her. I can only have Pa Yai test the waters first. Among the list Pa Yai provided, there were still 5 others who passed her screening. Each had unique skills and suitable backgrounds. Wan Ning was quite surprised that Pa Yai had potential as an HR professional. It's a pity he didn't open a headhunting company. This guy had an astute eye for talent. Another profile submitted solely by Mercury Moon also left a deep impression on Wan Ning. This person was codenamed Tiger Lion. Her background was a bloody tale. Her parents died in a factory accident caused by a large corporation, and as a child, she was sold into a bloody underground arena, reduced to a beast for entertainment. There, relying solely on her beast-like survival instincts and illegally implanted enhanced skeletal muscles, she clawed her way out from countless deadly fights, earning the name Tiger Lion, filled with primal power and the scent of death. When a gang leader who fancied controlling her took notice of her, she snapped his neck barehanded. Then, bloodied and confused, she fled to the southern district, where the turning point of her fate occurred when she encountered Mercury Moon's quirky sister Mercury Star while starving. Tiger Lion stared at the food in Mercury Star's hands with the most primitive desire, and to her surprise, Mercury Star generously shared it with her. Thus, Tiger Lion, like a stray dog recognizing its master, stubbornly followed Mercury Star until her terrifying appetite became too much for Mercury Star to bear, prompting her to seek help from her sister Mercury Moon. Wan Ning gazed at Tiger Lion's wild and unruly eyes in the profile, and the faint metallic glint beneath her skin made her frown tightly. This was a double-edged sword. Lacking common sense and acting purely on instinct, she could lose control at any moment. Yet that top-tier power born from flesh and steel also stirred Wan Ning's heart. The risks are enormous, but the potential is equally astonishing. Wan Ning's fingers unconsciously tapped on the table, her eyes revealing a glimmer of weighing the pros and cons. She immediately opened the communication. Mercury Moon. Arrange a meeting. I want to see Tiger Lion in person. If these individuals could join the gang, strength would surely increase significantly. Early the next morning, a communication from Pa Yai came in. His voice sounded both excited and a bit helpless. Wan Ning, I've contacted everyone besides Lao Wei and Death Nell. The other 5 have all agreed and can report at any time. Oh, what about Lao Wei and Death Nell? Pious, I came through the communicator. Lao Wei, alas. Now he's like a piece of rotten meat, despondent, unwilling to join. No amount of persuasion helps. As for the other, Death Nell. Pious' voice lowered, carrying a hint of something unusual. She did loosen up, saying that for my sake she would give you a chance to meet and discuss further. Okay, so this is like a job interview then. Alright, have both of them scheduled to meet me. Wan Ning, I must be serious with you. Pious' tone suddenly became very serious, even tinged with urgency. These 2 individuals, Lao Wei, can help you stabilize the situation. Death Nell can resolve the most critical troubles if you can really bring them in. Our Iron Fist gang will be like a tiger gaining wings. Absolutely worth far more than their cost. Wan Ning listened to Pious' exaggerated pitch, her smile deepening. Really, Pai, you didn't add 2 extra zeros to their medical bills, did you? Why are you so eager? Pai was momentarily caught off guard. Cough cough. Wan Ning, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? I am sincerely considering the future development of the gang. It would be a pity to miss out on these 2. Wan Ning replied, or would you like to consider expanding the clinic's business to handle gang human resources recruitment? Pai fell silent. Wan Ning chuckled lightly, not continuing the banter. Alright, let's leave it at that. I will talk to them personally. If there are suitable candidates later, keep sending them to me. After cutting off the communication, the light-hearted, teasing smile still lingered on her lips. She simply stretched her muscles and casually grabbed the nutritional paste from the table, shoving a few mouthfuls to replenish her energy. She was going to meet the tiger lion from the arena. Pushing open the door of Chihua Bar, the pungent smell of cheap alcohol assaulted her senses. Behind the bar, the bartender Ivan, whose eyes always carried a hint of melancholy, instantly brightened up, forgetting to put down the glass he was wiping. Sister Wan. His voice boomed. The waiter beside him, Frostleaf, grinned widely, showing a toothy smile. The generous bonus that had just arrived this month made the way he looked at Wan Ning seem like he was gazing at a walking vault. Wan Ning nodded slightly at them, her footsteps unhalted as she headed straight to the secluded private room on the 2nd floor. It wasn't long before the private room door was pushed open. Mercury Moon walked in first, followed by Wan Ning's target for this visit, Tiger Lion. However, Mercury Moon had a little tail following her, her blue hair tied in a ponytail with features resembling her sister, yet her face was filled with curiosity and vigilance. Mercury Star. Sister, are you really going to leave Tiger Lion with this kind of person? Mercury Star lowered her voice, tugging at Mercury Moon's sleeve, her eyes quickly sweeping over Wan Ning, filled with distrust. In her limited understanding, gang leaders were definitely not good people. Shut up, the leader knows what she's doing. Mercury Moon chided softly, and when she turned to Wan Ning, she had regained her respect. Sister, Wan, I've brought her. Wan Ning chose not to argue with the little girl Mercury Star, her gaze directly passing over her to Tiger Lion. An aura of pressure. This was Wan Ning's first impression. Tiger Lion stood nearly 2 meters tall, wearing a tank top. Her bronze skin was muscular, but not brutish. The loose work pants on her lower half could not conceal the raw sense of power. With a rather heroic face, her brown eyes betrayed a hint of innocence. Her long black hair was braided into a thick, stiff rope at the back, and the end absurdly tied with a wilting pink plastic flower. This was clearly Mercury Star's handiwork. Who sure do you know why I sought you out? Wan Ning asked without any unnecessary pleasantries. Are you willing to join the Iron Fist gang? Who sure did not answer, immediately tilting her head. She retorted, does the Iron Fist gang provide food? This question was naively straightforward. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Wan Ning's eyes. She must have been starved previously. Of course we'll give you money. You can buy whatever you want to eat, it's up to you. Money? Hu Shi frowned, shaking her head. I don't want money, I want food. She emphasized her most basic need, as money seemed to her just a meaningless symbol. Seeing this, Gongxing quickly explained. She has no concept of money, but she only recognizes food and shelter. Wan Ning smiled. She didn't mind, as long as there was desire, it was good enough. With desire, one wouldn't easily lose control. Alright, we'll provide you with meals. As much as you want. If you have no place to stay, there's space available on the 3rd floor of the bar. You can stay there for now. Hu Shi's wild, glimmering eyes locked onto Wan Ning. Will you lock me up? The shadows of the arena clearly loomed deep in her heart. No. As long as you don't harm your own people, you can go wherever you want. Hearing this assurance, Hu Shi's tense shoulders seemed to relax a little, and she nodded decisively. Wan Ning continued, additionally, they'll give you a month. If you feel uncomfortable or out of place here, you can leave at any time. No one will stop you. At this statement, Gongxing nearly dropped her jaw. Her mouth slightly agape, she looked at Wan Ning in disbelief. How could she be so accommodating? Joining the gang and being able to leave anytime if dissatisfied. It was completely different from her imagined script of once on the pirate ship, you can't get off. Gong Yu wore an expression that seemed to say, I told you so. Wan Ning disregarded whether Hu Shi understood, directly commanding Gong Yue, the person is in your hands. First, take her to familiarize herself with the environment and meet the core members. After a month of adaptation, start arranging for her to join the patrol team and get to know our territory. Understood, Gong Yu replied. In the afternoon, Wan Ning stepped into the underground clinic filled with the scent of disinfectant and blood. At Pavis' gesture, she opened the door to a small room beside the treatment area. Old Wei was leaning against a simple medical bed. He had just changed his bandages, still emitting a sharp medicinal odor. The corrosive scar that covered half his face appeared particularly grotesque and twisted under the light. Pavi followed in briefly introducing, "Old Wei, this is Wan Ning from the Iron Fist Gang." After speaking, he tactfully stepped out and closed the door. Only the two of them remained in the small room. The only eye Old Wei had left lifted to look at Wan Ning, his gaze murky and weary, filled with deep weariness and impatience at being disturbed. Wan Ning did not engage in small talk, nor did she sit down. Standing like an uninvited debt collector by the door, her shadow fell in the cramped space. "Pavi should have mentioned to you why I sought you out." Old Wei's voice was hoarse. "He did, but it's unnecessary." He turned his head, seemingly wanting to avoid her gaze and this topic. "Unnecessary?" Wan Ning's voice rose sharp with provocation. "Do you want to watch your lifelong enemy, the one who has brought your family to ruin, continue to thrive? Are you telling me that revenge is unnecessary? Revenge?" Old Wei abruptly turned his head, his eyes instantly bursting forth with a terrifying ferocity, as if a sleeping volcano had been awakened. He leaned forward, his voice a roar squeezed out between gritted teeth. "What do you understand? You little brat. You should think carefully before speaking. Do you think revenge is just street thugs fighting? That is creation technology. They are a giant corporation perched at the top of the food chain. With a mere flick of a finger, they can crush me like an ant. Crush you. Crush everyone here." Wan Ning chuckled. "Yes, I am naive. But hasn't that not crushed you yet? Rather than waiting like a pile of mud to be quietly disposed of by the company one day, why not stand up and do something? Don't use all your regrets, accidents, and helplessness as a cover for your complacency as a useless person. Those excuses are so repulsive that even the rats in the sewer would disdain them." Old Wei's breathing grew heavy, his fists clenched tightly, his body slightly trembling, as if struggling to contain something. Wan Ning's bowl of toxic chicken soup landed like a blunt knife, cutting back and forth on his wounds. She softened her tone, but her words turned cold and realistic. "Listen, Old Wei, I am not a savior, and the Iron Fist Gang is not a charitable organization. I cannot risk the lives of the entire gang to confront creation technology for your revenge. That would not be revenge, it would be collective suicide, utterly foolish. So what is there to discuss? However, I can offer you a fulcrum, a chance for you to stand up again. Weapons, intelligence, a safe base, or even prosthetics if you want to modify your body. As long as you prove your worth in the Iron Fist Gang, I will do my utmost to provide everything you need for your revenge. As for how to use it, whether it can challenge creation technology, that is up to your own capability." After Wan Ning finished speaking, only the sound of Old Wei's suppressed breathing remained in the small room. He lowered his head, his eyes fixed on the ground. Wan Ning knew that the spark had been ignited, whether it extinguished or blazed up was solely up to him. She did not wait for a response, turning to leave. After all, she had poured out the chicken soup and painted the big pie. All she could do was see if he would buy into it. Next, she needed to see the Bell of Death. It was also scheduled at the clinic. Since it wasn't time, yet Wan Ning changed her steps and headed to the treatment room of the Grey Owl. Through the observation window, she could see his damaged body being precisely fitted with new mechanical parts by the cold mechanical arms, the connection points glowing with a ghostly blue light. "I hope he can hold on," she murmured to herself, considering it a visit. It was exactly 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The figure of the Bell of Death appeared on time. Pavi welcomed her and whispered a few words before guiding her deeper into the clinic to a specially cleared restroom. The sound of the door opening echoed as the Bell of Death walked in. She was tall, with her black high ponytail meticulously tied. Her beautiful face bore no extra expression, clad in a finely tailored black combat suit that outlined her powerful physique. On her neck and the exposed skin of her hands, the faint cold glow of precision modifications could be seen. Her gaze scanned Wan Ning. Upon seeing Wan Ning dressed in casual sportswear, which was completely unbefitting of a gang leader, she slightly frowned. She did not speak a word, remaining silent with her arms crossed defensively over her chest, standing at the door. Wan Ning could feel the silent disdain hitting her in the face. She pondered anxiously, what is wrong with this sister? What does my attire bother her? What is this stance? Are we here to discuss cooperation or to eliminate a target? Perhaps out of gratitude for Pavi's small act of saving her life, the Bell of Death eventually took a step forward, sitting down in the chair opposite Wan Ning, her back straight and her gaze still sharp. Wan Ning suppressed the absurd feeling of being interviewed and decided to take the initiative. Wan Ning cleared her throat, striving to summon a touch of workplace HR-like affability, and struck a negotiating posture. "I am Wan Ning, the head of the Iron Fist Gang. Pavi should have mentioned my intentions to you." She skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Regarding joining us, I can assure you of the benefits and treatment. Basic survival guarantees are in place with high task flexibility, and we will never force you to take on hard tasks beyond your capabilities. The overall environment is relatively relaxed." Her words subtly hinted that this was not a sweatshop embracing leisure. "I know it was very relaxed here, so come join us quickly." However, before she could finish saying, Zhong's brow furrowed even deeper. She interrupted sharply, filled with skepticism. "Have benefits. Tasks that you don't want to do won't be forced on you." A hint of sarcastic amusement curved her lips. "Wan Ning, forgive my frankness, but what is this all about? Is this some kind of nursing home management model? How does your Iron Fist Gang plan to survive in this meat grinder called the Southern District? let alone make a name for yourselves. Are you planning to survive by handing out candy to your members? Wan Ning was caught off guard by this splash of cold water, momentarily at a loss for words. Hiss. Is she questioning our gang's development strategy? Wow, such a strong ambition. Could it be that she is a hidden workaholic? If she joins us, wouldn't she be chasing me for KPIs and OKRs every day? Wan Ning hesitated and opened her mouth to explain. Good benefits do not mean we are slacking off. If I truly intended to just loaf around, why would I go through the trouble of seeking out a powerhouse like you? Powerhouse? Sang Zhong scoffed at that label. Well then, putting aside management styles, let me ask you, what means does the Iron Fist Gang have? What competitiveness do you possess, eh? The Dust Star Society gathers desperate individuals through religious fanaticism, the Poison Weapon Gang controls territory with neurotoxins and violence, and the Flesh Gospel transforms bodies into monsters in pursuit of twisted power. These gangs, no matter how insane, at least have a clear goal and means. Her gaze locked onto Wan Ning, each word striking like a heavy hammer. Tell me, why does your Iron Fist Gang exist? And what makes you think someone like me would want to join? What do you aim to achieve in this quagmire? Wan Ning's breath momentarily stilled. Is she asking about career planning? The gang's vision. As for why the gang was established, how would I know? The fragmented memories of the original owner contain none of that. Her mind raced a host of grand slogans spinning on her tongue, only to be swallowed back down with force. In front of someone like Sang Zhong, who was accustomed to hypocrisy and madness, playing it fake would only be seen through. Why do we exist? To survive. Wan Ning's voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear and firm, candid and direct. To allow those who follow me to breathe a little decently on this wretched land, so that they won't have to lick the blade for a meal nor sacrifice themselves to be dogs for a dose of painkiller. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Sang Zhong's icy face. As for joining, this may not be the strongest place you've ever been, but it certainly won't be the worst. I mean what I say. Joining means partnership. We will not become monsters like the Dust Star Society, the Poison Weapon Gang, or the Flesh Gospel. We simply want to band together for warmth, support each other to survive, and strive to live like human beings. This is the soul of the Iron Fist Gang. She added, not stimulating enough, not grand enough, but this is our reason to fight. Sang Zhong crossed her arms, the sarcasm on her face dulled slightly. But it only dulled a little. She huffed, so what are you trying to do? A peace organization. Peace. How, what does it mean to be at peace? Wan Ning's mind raced. A quote from a great man sprang to mind. Compromise will not bring respect or peace, only through struggle, with one punch opening the path to avoid 100 punches. Sang Zhong gazed at Wan Ning with scrutiny, not immediately refuting nor agreeing, as time seemed to stretch. Suddenly she stood up, looking down at Wan Ning. In a low voice she said, an interesting perspective. With that emotionless tone, she dropped the phrase and walked out the door, leaving Wan Ning to digest the profoundly meaningful term, interesting. Wan Ning relaxed against the back of her chair, exhaling a long breath of turbid air, neither agreeing nor refusing. However, at least she didn't directly slam the table and leave. That interesting could be a glimmer of hope. She wasn't in a hurry, directly letting Pavi relay the message to Sang Zhong and Old Wei. 2 days later, Friday night, Iron Fist Gang meeting. If both of you confirm you're joining, then come to the meeting. Latecomers will not be accommodated. After that, Wan Ning let it be, just waiting for the results. 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Not happening. Come if you want to. The night descended and the neon lights flowed like electronic pus. Wan Ning dragged her feet back to her apartment. She kicked off her shoes and sank into the sofa in the living room, the room's lighting automatically dimming, leaving only a massive screen emitting a ghostly cold light. Her fingers glided as she continuously scrolled through the messages on the echo wall. Under the trending topic, the Poison Weapon Gang's defunct gear factory stronghold destroyed, various rumors and speculations flooded in. Internal conflict. Black eats black. Did a table flip due to uneven loot? Was it the Flesh Gospel's bio-warriors? There were traces of unidentified slime at the scene, accompanied by blurry images of so-called evidence that were nearly unrecognizable. This stronghold was just destroyed and the nearby territory was instantly seized. What a coincidence. It must have been one of these gangs that did it. So are we talking about the Black Hat Gang? Or that garbage manufacturer clan? Come out and show yourselves. Thank goodness there were no mentions of the Iron Fist Gang. Wan Ning's anxious heart settled slightly. I almost forgot. 2 days ago, Mercury Moon mentioned the optimized VR immersive experience version of the Qiguang Band, which had already been uploaded to Shanghai Music. These past few days had been so busy recruiting people that she had forgotten about this matter. Wan Ning quickly opened the Shanghai Music interface and searched for Qiguang Band. The moment the page loaded, she was drawn in by the data in the upper right corner. Free listens saved 2.0 VR immersive experience purchases 342. In just 2 days. Even though Wan Ning had some expectations, she was still startled by the numbers. She had worried that without any promotion no one would be interested. It seems that good wine fears no deep alley. Tis too bad about the platform's commission rate, like a vampire, a staggering 50. Wan Ning couldn't help but feel a twinge of pain. With great interest, she scrolled down, eagerly heading to the comments section. However, the excitement and praise she had anticipated for the music were nowhere to be found. Can't afford energy bars, not even enough strength to feel numb. Someone jumped from the building in the neighboring work area yesterday. The system deemed him absent and even wants to deduct his pay. Remember the last time I used my real name to defend my rights? The next day I was put on the company's blacklist, and even the loan for the bionic stomach was halted. Now I can't even get a chance to be a dog. The VR version is fantastic and deserves to be experienced by more people. After reading, Wan Ning felt an indescribable heaviness choking in her chest. Before she could fully extricate herself from the heavy reality of the comments section, her terminal buzzed with an urgent notification. It was Toomey. Wan Ning answered. What's the matter? Sister Wan, it's bad. Toomey's voice was tense. The poison weapon gang's people have come looking for us. Wan Ning jolted upright, nearly convinced she had misheard. Who? The Venom X Syndicate. What do they want? Her heart lurched. Had they come to collect her head? Toomey said they sent a courier to the bar with an invitation, specifically for Iron Fist Gang, to attend their organized gang summit the day after tomorrow at 10 in the morning. A summit? Wan Ning's voice rose a pitch, alarm bells shrieking inside her skull. They claim, Toomey paused, her tone growing heavier, to have invited every gang leader who has recently, and enthusiastically, seized territory around the derelict Gearworks factory. Every gang that grabbed land. This scale. Could she refuse? Could she delay? Could someone else go in her place? Those who dared seize territory from the Venom X Syndicate were undoubtedly bristling with thorns, no one to be trifled with. Otherwise, why bother convening a summit at all? They'd have stormed in long ago. With her slender frame and Iron Fist Gang's meager resources, barely enough to fill a mosquito's belly, did she truly belong at the same table as such heavyweights? She might not even survive intact, devoured down to the last splinter of bone. Wan Ning scoured the original host's memories if she had never attended anything remotely resembling this kind of high-stakes gathering before. She didn't even know which way the door opened. Which gangs are attending? Wan Ning's voice came out dry and tight. Toomey reeled off the names, each one landing like a stone upon Wan Ning's chest. The Scorpion Tail Gang, Black Hat Gang, Shantytown Defense Corps, the Reckoners, Fleshforge Gang, Landfill Family, and us, Iron Fist Gang. Did the Venom X Syndicate state why they're calling this meeting? Wan Ning clung to a final fragile hope. No. Toomey's voice dripped with unmistakable disgust. Not a single word. Those people held their noses so high they nearly pierced the ceiling, arrogant beyond measure. They probably consider merely notifying us a divine favor, dropping the message and fleeing like it was plague-ridden air, afraid our poverty-stricken aura might rub off on them. Right? Noted. Wan Ning ended the transmission, palms damp with sweat. What did the Venom X Syndicate intend? Even a toe could deduce it. They meant to unmask the true perpetrator behind the destruction of their derelict Gearworks factory, summoning every gang that had recently profited from the chaos to intimidate, test, or even bait them. Taking on so many gangs at once would be perilous. But surely they'd select one or two to vent their fury upon. How else could they swallow such humiliation? Wan Ning's anxiety surged. She knew full well that premature worry was akin to borrowing misery before it was due. Yet her heart remained suspended, restless, unable to settle. Black Cat. She contacted him, nearly shouting. Emergency task. Get to work. Dig up everything you can on these gangs, covert operations, buried scandals, sordid gossip. The finer the details, the better. All of it now? I'm waiting online. Urgent. Black Cat's efficiency was legendary. Before long, data packets flooded Wan Ning's terminal. Wan Ning plunged into the intel like a student cramming before finals. The files contained hard facts, territorial maps, core member dossiers, armaments inventories, but also hidden truths and buried tensions. Scorpion Tail Gang, outwardly triumphant, expanding rapidly, yet its internal factions were locked in a white-hot power struggle. Rumor had it 2 lieutenants had drawn real steel just days ago over control of the syndicate. Landfill Family, a bloodbound syndicate masquerading as kinship, yet its genealogy was a tangled knot. The latest soap opera. The current Patriarch's nephew's son had somehow become his nephew's cousin, and also the Patriarch's own son. Wan Ning stared, murmuring, truly your circles are chaotic. Fleshforge Gang, preaching fervently about ascension through flesh and blood, yet their second-in-command had secretly undergone extensive cybernetic augmentation. Ah, the eternal law of ironic self-betrayal. The Reckoners, fanatics who believed technological hubris had doomed the world and who sought salvation by sacrificing machines to a mechanical god, a cult in all but name. And yet, their most trusted, most lethal enforcer, the right hand of their leader, was secretly entangled with the Dust Star Collective, ambiguous, illicit, deeply compromising. A spectacle of shattered faith already preordained. Wan Ning's eyes gleamed, her lips parting in quiet awe. This drama eclipsed any television serial in sheer audacity and absurdity. In an instant, the Venom X Syndicate, the summit, all vanished from her mind, cast aside like dust into the heavens. Curled deep into the sofa, she devoured the reports, frowning, then grinning, utterly absorbed. Only when her eyes burned with fatigue did she glance up and gasped. Dawn had broken. She had unwittingly pulled an all-nighter. Seizing the quiet morning hours, she collapsed into a restorative nap. By afternoon, weekly reports from Iron Fist Gang's core members began flooding Wan Ning's terminal. It was Friday again, the day of the gang's regular assembly. She scrolled through the virtual interface, reviewing her subordinates' updates, each more polished than the last, her lips lifting in quiet satisfaction. until Amon's report flashed onto the screen. A stifled chuckle escaped her. This week's accomplishments: 1. Patrolled our turf 8 times. Drove off 2 squads of Bone Shard gang pups daring to demand protection money. 2. Got knocked flat by the new recruit, who sure twice. In the alley behind the warehouse. That cramped space stacked with crates made turning impossible, let alone swinging a proper punch. Who sure is inhumanly fierce. Her fists strike harder than forged iron, reckless, relentless, like she's fighting for her life. I only wanted to spar boss. Next week's plan: probably getting beaten again. Who sure declared she'll pound me every time she sees me. Additional notes: boss, please rein her in, and maybe explain what sparring actually means. Wanting laughed outright. This man was a master of deflection and embellishment, a wasted talent in the kitchen. He blamed the terrain, then blamed his opponent's ferocity. Why not accuse gravity itself for hindering his aerial maneuvers? With a mixture of exasperation and amusement, she closed the report. Fine, so the alley behind the warehouse feels too confined, does it? Wanting smirked, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Consider it done. I'll build you a sturdy, spacious training ground. So next time you get flattened, you'll have no excuse left to blame the floor for catching you. Precisely at 8 p.m., the second-floor conference room of Qiguang Bar. Tension hung thick and silent. Its source: the 2 figures seated at the far end of the long table, Zhong and Lao Wei. Pavi had taken Huiyao's seat, flanking them closely, diligently performing his role as mood setter, introducing each attendee with fluent, if strained, enthusiasm. Those named merely nodded in silence, their gazes sharp and unblinking, hooks fixed upon the 2 strangers. All silently speculated who were these 2, personally vetted and approved by Sister Wan. Even Amon, the ever-talkative one, kept his lips tightly sealed. He sensed a danger radiating from them, sharper, deeper than even Husher's raw ferocity, untouchable. Moments later, Wanning entered, pushing the door open. Her gaze lingered briefly on the 2 newcomers before settling into the central seat. So, they had indeed come. Everyone's here. Before we begin, let's introduce our 2 new members. Wanning's voice, low yet resonant, cut cleanly through the ambient hush. Lao Wei, formerly captain of a corporate security division. Lao Wei gave a slight nod. His one good eye swept across the room in quiet acknowledgement. The scar across his face caught the dim light, lending him an aura of quiet menace. Zhong, the belle of morning, from a mercenary company. Zhong remained motionless, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. Only his eyes moved, scanning each face with detached, penetrating scrutiny. When introductions concluded, there was no applause, no polite chatter, only a profound, weighted silence. The atmosphere during Tumi's and Black Cat's introductions had been markedly warmer. Tumi, after all, was already family, tactful, perceptive, effortlessly integrated. As for Black Cat, he had never revealed his face or voice, not even a whisper, yet had somehow woven himself seamlessly into the fabric of the gang, earning trust and camaraderie from all, especially with Amon, whose bond with him ran so deep they might as well share trousers. Even Viper's famously grim visage occasionally cracked under Black Cat's wit, yielding rare frostbitten quips. So much so that Wanting half suspected the entire gang was collectively indulging in cloud-based petting of an AI feline. All right, everyone's family now. Wanting broke the silence, her tone returning to its usual grounded pragmatism. Over the next 2 days, Lao Wei and Zhong, you'll shadow Pavi. Let him orient you to the gang's operations personnel structure. Especially you, Lao Wei. I need you up to speed fast. Wanning's gaze locked onto him as she issued the directive. Once familiarized, I'll assign you a team. Your sole objective: monitor, relentlessly, the small parcel of land we've newly claimed, the fringe territory surrounding the former Venomex Syndicate's derelict gearworks factory. An abandoned gear factory. Sang Zhong furrowed her brows slightly. She knew this place was a stronghold for the poisonous weapons gang, recently taken down completely. The Iron Fist gang actually dared to reach out for the territory of the poisonous weapons gang. Was her judgment of the Iron Fist gang as cowardly and timid incorrect? Wan Ning remained oblivious to Sang Zhong's thoughts and continued issuing orders to Old Wei, get a clear understanding of that area, report any news immediately. Do you understand? Understood, Old Wei replied calmly. Finally, Wan Ning's gaze fell upon Sang Zhong. As for you, Sang Zhong, tomorrow morning come with me, and Kuala will join us as well. Together we will attend the meeting of the poisonous weapons gang. The moment those words left her mouth, the members who understood the situation immediately showed obvious concern on their faces. Old Wei was still sitting there confused and a bit dazed. He wasn't very familiar with the intricate grievances of underground gangs. Sang Zhong, on the other hand, was puzzled. The poisonous weapons gang would actually invite a small gang like the Iron Fist gang. Looking at the worried expressions of the others, this matter felt strange. It seemed this place was far more interesting than she had initially thought. All right, Sang Zhong responded, her voice betraying no emotion, but upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a hint of ignited battle intent. Wan Ning raised his hand to suppress everyone's various concerns, signaling them not to overthink and scare themselves. He then assigned Tumi the task of overseeing the training grounds. Finally, he announced meeting adjourned. The entire meeting lasted less than 20 minutes. Wan Ning was quite pleased that things were becoming increasingly efficient. Watching everyone leave one after another, she also stepped out, ready to clock out and head home. As she pushed open the back door of the bar, her foot had just crossed the threshold when Buzz. Buzz. The communication sound rang out. It was Black Cat. Why didn't this guy bring up his business during the meeting? He had to wait until off-duty hours when she was about to leave to remember. What's the matter? Wan Ning answered the call helplessly. Wan Ning, while watching the Qiguang band's live performance, I spotted someone you will definitely be interested in. Who is it? Wan Ning instinctively asked, then realized something was off. Wait. Watching a performance. How did you see it? On the virtual screen, Black Cat was proudly wagging its tail. Of course, it's our omnipresent eyes, the surveillance cameras. Before his words fell, the virtual screen in front of Wan Ning flashed, and the surveillance footage from downstairs in the bar was clearly synchronized. Black Cat zoomed in on a man. He appeared to be about 27 or 28 years old, dressed in a long coat, tall and upright in stature. With black short hair and a distinctly handsome face, his relaxed brows and the corners of his lips carried a hint of a gentle smile. However, upon closer inspection, one could notice a ring of silver metallic sheen swirling around the edges of his right pupil, resembling the markings on a precise instrument. That was a highly customized visual-enhancing prosthetic eye. Additionally, the fingertips of his joints subtly revealed a matte metallic texture, clearly indicating it was a finely crafted prosthetic limb. Amidst the surrounding noisy and intoxicated patrons dressed in flamboyant or casual attire, he stood out as somewhat out of place. Zhou Lin. Wan Ning recognized him from his file. He was the leader of the Black Hat Gang. How did he end up in the territory of the Iron Fist Gang? The Black Hat Gang was composed of laid-off, unemployed, and down-and-out workers struggling with a shortage of resources said to be poor to the bone. Of course, even the poorest gang is still a major gang, not something the Iron Fist Gang can compare to. This Zhou Lin was definitely a formidable character. Having just assumed leadership, he dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth and expanded rapidly, this time forcibly occupying 1/4 of the abandoned gear factory's territory. In the surveillance footage, the band's performance abruptly came to a halt. Zhou Lin placed his wine glass on the rear bar, stood up, and began to clap lightly with the crowd. As the applause ceased, he turned to retrieve his glass. In that moment of transition, his gaze suddenly lifted, staring directly into the surveillance camera. It was as if he could see through layers of screens and distance, perceiving the person behind the surveillance. Wan Ning was startled, feeling as if she had been caught peeking, and her heart skipped a beat. Could he have discovered her? Tomorrow is the meeting of the Poisonous Weapons Gang. Zhou Lin's appearance at this moment was certainly not a casual visit. All right. She sighed heavily, resignedly gazing at the dark alley outside. Just when she was about to clock out and head home to lie on the sofa, she was forcibly yanked back. Frustrated to the extreme. Can even the boss not escape the punishment of overtime? She had no choice but to turn around and push open the door that had just closed. Zhou Lin's entry into the Qiguang bar was not a spontaneous decision. On the invitation list for the Poisonous Weapons Gang meeting, among many notorious gangs, there was a small, unheard-of Iron Fist Gang. The intelligence was scant, only stating that they occupied the Black Crow Alley, a struggling minor player. He had always been cautious, and crucially, he now needed a sufficiently flexible tool to execute a critical part of a certain plan. This obscure Iron Fist Gang seemed to be a potential option. However, as he turned into Black Crow Alley, a sense of decay hit him. Walking at a measured pace, he soon felt an unusual sensation. It was not danger, but rather a sense of incongruity, a bizarre sense of tranquil times. Until he entered an old lease parts shop. While paying with crystal coins and chatting casually, the old man mumbled, "Those kids from the Iron Fist Gang are quite diligent in patrolling. Ooh, lately, even the little rats who used to steal parts have diminished." He suddenly realized. Right? It's order. This dilapidated neighborhood surprisingly lacked the usual ruffians causing trouble and fighting. There was a sense of an artificially maintained calm. The Iron Fist Gang is maintaining order. This took Zhou Lin by surprise. He had thought they were merely a bottom-tier gang, surviving on extortion and coercion. Now it seemed there might be something more. Inside the Qiguang bar, everything appeared ordinary, and he sat down with a mindset of observation. It was not until the virtual band took the stage that he truly retracted his underestimation. The holographic projection was as solid as a real person. The music pounded into the soul like a hammer. Did the Iron Fist Gang have such funding, such technology? Just as he was immersed in the shock brought by the unexpected and trying to reassess the weight of this small gang, a slender figure blocked his way. The fitted black leather coat accentuated her alluring curves, fiery red hair, and an aggressively beautiful face with a metallic jaw gleaming ominously. This person was Toomey. "Sir, our boss requests your presence." Toomey led Zhou Lin through the dimly lit corridor on the second floor and pushed open a private room door. "Sister Wan, I've brought the person here." She then introduced Zhou Lin. "This is our boss, Wan Ning." Toomey dropped this remark and vanished outside the door, leaving the two to converse alone. The room was softly lit, isolating them from the clamor below. Zhou Lin's gaze fell upon the woman in the center of the sofa with short black hair and dressed in a tracksuit, lounging comfortably. Is this the leader of the Iron Fist Gang? Her appearance and lack of presence were far from the image he had imagined. Wan Ning lifted her chin, slightly gesturing with her eyes to the empty seat across from her. "Have a seat." "How was the band?" Her tone was casual, as if asking a regular guest. Zhou Lin sat down with composure. "Very good, quite impressive." His voice was deep and pleasant, tinged with genuine appreciation. "The virtual image is indistinguishable from a real person, and the music is perfect. Under Boss 1 there are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He believe your nonsense. Wan Ning picked up her wine glass, took a sip, and slowly asked, I assume you didn't come here just to enjoy the performance. That's right, I'm here for tomorrow's meeting. The intentions of the poison weapon gang are something Boss 1 must be aware of. Wan Ning looked puzzled. It's just about bringing out the culprit who took down their waste gear factory, right? What if? Zhou Lin wore a seemingly gentle smile, but his voice was lowered significantly. Tomorrow the culprit brought out will be the Iron Fist gang. What a... Wan Ning's heart jolted, her drink nearly spilling from the sudden tremor. This bastard. He knows. How could he know? Is there a leak somewhere? Did Black Cat fail to clean up the traces during the retreat? Or did someone in the gang let it slip? Countless thoughts erupted in her mind, cold sweat almost soaking the back of her tracksuit. She forced herself to steady her breathing, squeezing out a stiff and forced smile. How? How is that possible? Don't joke around. With 10 times our courage, we wouldn't dare touch the poison weapon gang. Zhou Lin's gaze swept over Wan Ning's visible panic. Indeed, it's a small gang. A look at how scared they are. Whether it's a joke or not, it's not for you and me to decide. He lifted the wine glass on the table and took a sip. Even if you are completely innocent, what if the poison weapon gang can't find the real culprit tomorrow? Does Boss 1 think they will let it slide? At that time, for the sake of face, for intimidation, and to give an explanation to their subordinates, any gang present could be chosen to become the scapegoat. Wan Ning's tense heartstrings suddenly relaxed with a snap. Damn, it turns out he hasn't discovered the truth, he's just trying to scare me. With the pressure lifted, Wan Ning regained her composure. Her expression instantly switched to one of just the right amount of fear mixed with confusion, her tone urgent. What? What should we do? Our Iron Fist gang is a small operation. We just want to make a living. How could we dare provoke a behemoth like the poison weapon gang? Zhou Lin observed her expression, a glimmer of imperceptible brilliance flashing in his eyes. Very good, she's hooked. Rather than waiting to become the target, Zhou Lin's voice carried a hint of temptation. Why don't we take the initiative to help the poison weapon gang find a target? Frame someone. Wan Ning's mind instantly lit up. Oh, so this is what he meant by finding a scapegoat. She sneered internally, but appeared pleasantly surprised, albeit with a hint of hesitation. Can this work? Do you have a suitable target? Zhou Lin uttered a name. The Scorpion Tail gang, how about that? The Scorpion Tail gang. Wan Ning quickly ran through it in her mind. They were a ruthless gang with a bad reputation, and they had recently taken over a lot of territory. The target didn't matter to her. What do you need me to do? She asked briskly, her previous fear seemingly vanished. Very simple. Zhou Lin leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. At tomorrow's meeting, all you need to do is suggest checking the surveillance near the Scorpion Tail gang's territory at the right moment. The rest I will arrange properly. Is it really that simple? Wan Ning raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with skepticism. Why don't you just say it yourself at the meeting? Why go around in circles? We have some enmity with the Scorpion Tail gang, so if we say it, it'll look too much like an impatient frame-up, and the credibility will probably take a hit. The poison weapon gang won't be easily fooled. Oh, I see, no problem. Wan Ning nodded cheerfully, then quickly changed the subject. But what happens after the deed is done? If the poison weapon gang really clashes with the Scorpion Tail gang? Wait, suddenly she remembered that the Scorpion Tail gang's territory seemed to be right next to the Black Hat gang's influence area. You wouldn't want to use the poison weapon gang as a knife to eliminate the Scorpion Tail gang and then take the opportunity to take over their territory, would you? She articulated each word, exposing Zhou Lin's hidden scheme. Zhou Lin's gentle smile showed no signs of change. Boss 1, your imagination is quite rich. Ooh, I never said that. Heh. Wan Ning let out a cold laugh, leaning back into the sofa, crossing her arms. Her posture instantly shifted from collaborator to scrutinizer. All right then. Then let's pretend I never said the previous agreement. She lifted her chin slightly, her gaze resolute. If you want to use me as a pawn, without clarifying the distribution of benefits, no way. What a... Zhou Lin's voice carried a hint of astonishment and anger. The perfect mask of gentleness on his face finally showed a crack. He hadn't expected Wan Ning to turn on him so quickly. Boss 1, have you thought this through? Aren't you afraid that the anger of the poison weapon gang will ultimately fall on your Iron Fist gang tomorrow? Well, is this the beginning of a threat? Wan Ning instead showed a bright smile filled with a sense of reckless abandon. I just carefully pondered again. You say our Iron Fist gang took down the waste gear factory? Huh. She exaggeratedly spread her hands, surveying the shabby private room. Look at our poor appearance. Who would believe that? If the poison weapon gang wants to find someone to vent their anger on, they must pick someone with hard currency, someone worth their while. What does our little shabby place have that could warrant their attention? Perhaps the big shots wouldn't even waste a bullet on us. Don't you think? Her words, a mix of deflection and entanglement, highlighted the weakness of their small gang. Instead, it made Zhou Lin's threat seem pale and powerless. Zhou Lin stared at the woman before him, who had transformed from scared little boss to reckless, and fell silent for a few seconds. The silver ring in his right pupil rapidly swirled with a cold gleam. Finally, the smile on his lips completely vanished. All right. He exhaled, gently leaning back as well, for the first time revealing part of his disguise in front of Wan Ning. Our Black Hat gang indeed has plans to integrate the territory of the Scorpion Tail gang. Wan Ning watched Zhou Lin finally lay bare his true intent. Little calculations began to tick and spark in her mind. If your Haimeo gang wants to take the meat, surely you must offer a bowl of soup to the ones who stirred the waters, yes. She sat up straight, wiped away the careless expression, and donned a mercantile negotiator's smile. Her fingers tapped lightly on the sofa armrest. You are a straightforward man, as since things have come to this. Wan Ning's tone was bright, as if the earlier tension had never happened. Let us speak plainly. You handed me this knife, and we risked ourselves at the Duxie gang meeting. She paused on purpose and let her smile grow more sincere. After it is done, there must be some compensation for the trouble. Just a little something, you know. Zhou Lin watched the woman change her face in an instant. The helplessness Head felt being cornered and forced to confess was replaced by a new flicker of interest. Sure enough, those who rise in this world are never thrifty lights. He resumed his gentle smile and inclined his head slightly. What do you want? So long as it is within reasonable bounds and not excessive, it is negotiable. Rest assured. Wan Ning thumped her chest in assurance. Our Taekwon gang has a small appetite and knows its limits. As for Xiaowei gang's territory, we wouldn't dare take even a sniff for fear of choking, not an inch. Zhou Lin's brow twitched ever so slightly as he waited for the rest. However, Wan Ning brought up a holographic map of the nearby area and highlighted a dim, narrow strip. This Yuming Street district sits close to our Haixiang. It used to belong to the Fei Chiluan factory and is now under your administration. Give it to our Taekwon gang to look after. What do you say? On the map, the patch labeled Yuming Street curled like a small wound in the seam of the Haimeo gang's vast territory, its west edge abutting the meager holdings of the Taekwon gang. The whole street was gray and decrepit, exuding the sour rot of a slum. Zhou Lin immediately called up the data on Yuming Street. No viable industries, chaotic security, residents reduced to abject poverty, fragile gang, control maintenance costs, far outstripping any revenue. In short, a grease-free junkyard. He looked up at Wan Ning, puzzled. Yuming Street. Are you sure? He could not imagine how the lane held any real value. Hardly even enough people to pay protection fees. Of course I'm sure. Wan Ning's smile did not waver. Counting off on her fingers, she adopted a solemn tone of complaint. First, it is close to us, so we can look after it conveniently. Second, the Taekwon gang is thin on manpower. We cannot swallow the big juicy pieces like Xiaowei gang, but we must give our men something to do, to hone their skills. Managing a small street will serve as training. Third, Wan Ning sighed, and let a look of faux compassion cross her face. As you can see, those who live on that street are wretched souls scraping by on the edge of ruin. Our Taekwon gang may be poor, but we cannot bear to see neighbors suffer. If we take it over, at least we can maintain some basic order, right? Zhou Lin listened to her earnest, shameless prattle and suppressed a mocking smile. His face remained impassive while his mind calculated. If this wasteland could be exchanged for the Xiaowei gang's vast holdings, it would be worth it. Risk essentially zero. A rundown street would scarcely yield a ripple for the Taekwon gang. I see. Zhou Lin feigned enlightenment, a look of calculated admiration crossing his features. Madam Wan's concern for the neighborhood is admirable. Since Yuming Street matters so much to the Taekwon gang and is indeed unrelated to the Haimeo gang's development. He raised his cup in a toasting motion. Then it's settled. It's yours. A pleasant cooperation. Wan Ning lifted her glass with a radiant smile. A pleasant cooperation. As for the Wanning Street surveillance at tomorrow's meeting, you can be 100% at ease. The glasses chimed lightly. In that small private room, an unspoken, mutually duplicitous bargain was sealed. After Zhou Lin left and the door closed, cutting off the outside din, Wan Ning's smile vanished. She could not halt the rapid expansion of the Haimeo gang. If this continued, the Haimeo gang might one day push into Haixiang. At least Yuming Street could serve as a buffer. Moreover, the people there were poor and desperate, prone to seek spiritual succor, fertile ground for a gang to take root deep. The next morning, Wan Ning dressed and stared at the fierce woman in the mirror, inhaling deeply. Steady, Wan Ning. You are the boss. The boss must not be weak. Show your acting. The long-neglected outfit belonged to the original owner's style: slicked back hair, sharply winged eyeliner, deep gray shadow black leather jacket. Now draped on her, it felt like ill-fitting iron plate, heavy and awkward. Today's meeting, Zhou Lin's scheme. Every step was treacherous, but she could not show frailty. She crossed Haixiang and entered the Qiguang bar. Kuei-er and Songzhong, already waiting at the bar, turned their gazes to her at once. Kuei-er flashed a momentary surprise before composing himself and offering a slight nod. Sister Wan. Songzhong leaned against the bar with his arms folded. His eyes still measured her up and down, taking in the renewed Wan Ning. A hint of approval touched his mouth. He teased, Tisk finally looking a bit like a gang boss. Wan Ning did not reply, merely shot him a cool glance. Let's go. Move out. Kuei-er drove. Wan Ning and Songzhong sat in the back. The three rode in silence. Wan Ning felt awkward, but to maintain the boss facade, she could not joke around. Besides, Kuei-er and Songzhong were not talkative types. Before long, they reached the meeting place, the Innian Club, 3 levels below ground. It was a strictly neutral zone guaranteed by several influential intermediaries. It existed for gangs to settle matters that could not be handled on the street. The corridor to the underground chamber was narrow and cold, lit only by pallid clinical lights. The air carried the metallic tang of rust. At the entrance, the mood was somber. For guards in uniform black, their faces concealed by masks, stood sentinel. Their arms were unnaturally thick, obvious signs of heavy combat augmentations. Blue scanning beams like searchlights swept over every entrant. A cold synthesized voice announced, Weapon Ban 1 close quarters cold weapon permitted no longer than 30 centimeters. All standard firearms, energy weapons, explosives, and mass destructive implants are forbidden. Declare submit to scanning resist, and you will be expelled or killed. The three complied and halted. The beam scanned them in turn, and Wan Ning's skin prickled. Would this thing detect her racing heart? Once cleared, a guard waved, and the heavy alloy door slid open a narrow seam. There was a low hum. Her wrist terminal vibrated. A message from Zhou Lin arrived. Target location change, switch to check Hixi Street surveillance. Damn that bastard. Rage flared, and she immediately grasped Zhou Lin's scheme. Yesterday's address had been a false lead. Only at the last moment had he thrown out the real target, clearly guarding against her. As she was still digesting the message, raucous brazen laughter came from behind. Move aside. Don't block the Xiaowei gang's way, a coarse voice bellowed. Wan Ning's heart tightened, and she turned. A pack of men, feral and menacing, crowded around a bald, thick-set man as he strode forward. A scorpion tail tattoo glowed red at his neck. He was the Xiaowei gang's leader, Duga Batten. Barton stood bare-chested beneath his flamboyant fur coat, tattoos rippling across his chest, as his gaze swept over Wan Ning and her two companions, unmasked disdain blazing in his eyes. Who the hell are these trash blocking the door? He bared his teeth in a grin, bronze dentures glinting coldly. His stare lingered briefly on Wan Ning, then hardened into deeper contempt. Dressed like chrome-plated scrap, dragging two half-wits to crash the party. Get lost. Don't clutter up my space. His underlings erupted in jeering laughter, hurling obscenities too vile to repeat. Before Wan Ning could even register anger, a surge of killing intent exploded from Zhong, the grim bell, behind her. He stepped forward in one fluid motion, eyes locked on a Barton's throat, poised to snap it clean off. Vale's face turned ashen, his muscles coiled tight. Security hands flew to their weapons. Wan Ning's heart hammered against her ribs. No, not here. A fight here would turn them all into sieves. She lunged forward, gloved fingers clamping like iron onto Zhong's rigid forearm. Zhong. Her voice was low, but edged with absolute command. He froze, turning his head toward her, eyes roiling with savage fury. Wan Ning suppressed the tremor in her fingertips, meeting Barton's garbage-scanning glare with unblinking calm. A faint, almost imperceptible curve lifted the corner of her lips, as if his insults were no more than the buzz of gnats. She didn't glance at Barton again. Her gaze slid past him, fixing instead on the wide-open alloy doorway. Step aside, for the esteemed guests of the Scorpion Tail gang first. With that, she tugged Zhong's arm gently and stepped back, clearing the path. A slight flawless nod, poised, polished, impeccable. Barton's punch landed in empty air. Wan Ning's serene composure choked his prepared tirade mid-throat. He glared at her, venomous and thwarted, finding no opening. Grumbling curses, he led his men forward like a foul, oozing mucus stream, surging ahead into the elevator doors. Only once the Scorpion Tail gang had vanished behind the doors did Zhong wrench his arm free from Wan Ning's grip. His voice low and seething with baffled rage. What was that? Are you afraid of him? Wan Ning finally lowered her gaze. Afraid? Of course she was, terrified beyond measure. She wasn't some invincible protagonist. How could she not be afraid? Not knowing the lay of the land, striking blindly. What if she died before she even understood the game? But she couldn't say that aloud. She used the motion of adjusting her collar to hide her desperate need for air. She strode toward the doorway, voice deliberately light, detached, almost philosophical, as if death itself held no weight. Afraid? Save your breath. Let those in such a rush to die go first. It's only polite. Zhong paused, startled. Watching Wan Ning's straight, unruffled back recede, he realized with dawning clarity that she must have a plan. A dry chuckle escaped him as he followed. Bill fell and stepped behind them. The heavy doors groaned shut behind them, a silent seal on the threshold of a gathering thick with hidden currents and lethal intent. The conference chamber descended in a circular, tiered amphitheater. At its center floated a massive holographic projection, showing the gear waste factory reduced to ruin. Beneath the projection stretched a long, matte black alloy table, separating the assembled factions. Dian Shu, representative of the Toxmec Syndicate, sat at the head. Lean and sharp-featured, his cybernetically enhanced arm rested on the table, idly twirling a dagger. To his right sat Zhou Lin, relaxed, silent, utterly composed. Beside Zhou Lin sat Feng Lima of the Scrapyard clan, thin white hair sparse atop his scalp, draped in coarse fiber robes. His gnarled, age-spotted, grease-stained hands moved with meticulous slowness, scrubbing dirt from beneath his fingernails as though this were the most vital act in existence. Next to Feng Lima sat Dao Jia, the welder, commander of the Slum Defense Squad. Her faded work pants bore dark splatters of weld scorch. Fine lines etched across her face spoke of wind, fire, and unbroken resolve. Seeing Wan Ning enter, she offered a quiet, warm smile and gestured to the seat beside her. Wan Ning accepted, settling into the farthest seat on the right end of the table. Zhong and Vale melted soundlessly into the shadows behind her, leaning against the wall. Across the table at Dian Shu's left, Barton of the Scorpion Tail gang sat sprawled, domineering, unapologetic. His gaze flickered with open challenge toward Zhou Lin, lips curled in habitual scorn. Two seats beside him remained empty until moments later. Tu Fu, leader of the flesh cult syndicate, entered, like a mountain of living meat. Irregular pulsating growths writhed across his corded musculature. Behind him came Loss of the Reckoners. Clad in a robe stitched from optical fibers, his hollow eye sockets stared unblinkingly at the ruins hovering above. Lips moving silently, fingers clenched around a sparking, shattered motor core. As the final two took their places, Dianshu's dagger, spinning between his fingers, came to an abrupt halt. With a sharp thunk, its steel tip drove deep into the matte black alloy tabletop. Wan Ning flinched, heart lurching. What now? Jumping at shadows. Dianshu's gaze swept the room, cold and calculating. Everyone's here. Why, you've been summoned. His eyes flickered toward the hologram. I trust no further explanation is needed. Who destroyed the gear waste factory? Step forward, claim a swift and tact death. Or wait, while I drag you out. By then, even mercy will be denied. The assembled gang leaders, jaded veterans of such theatrics, showed no fear. Only Wan Ning betrayed the slightest tension. Oh, so impatient. Tu Fu broke the silence, first voice a gravelly roar. How do you know it was one of us? Where's your proof? Exactly. Maybe you blew yourselves up and blamed us. Dao Jie leaned back lazily in her chair. I wouldn't bet on it. Barton's eyes locked onto Zhou Lin across the table, loaded with implication. Some people climb into the top seat and immediately need to make a grand statement to prove themselves. Moi. Zhou Lin didn't lift his eyelids, yet his retort cut like glass. Prove yourself. Or perhaps certain syndicates simply covet Toxmech as stimulant routes and can't contain their envy. Precisely. Tu Fu slammed his palm on his thigh, grinning wildly as he pointed at Barton. Barton, you deal in that same filth. Damn right. Barton slammed his fist down, veins bulging on his neck as he jabbed a finger at Tu Fu. You're full of shit, Tu Fu. Your flesh bombs, your lunatic bioexplosives, blew the factory sky high. You wanted the territory, so you framed us. Shut your snarling mouth, Barton. Tu Fu thundered. Who hasn't seized turf? By your rabid logic, anyone could be guilty. The Reckoners bear no involvement. Glory to the machine god. Loss crossed himself hastily. The whether in prayer or warding none could tell. Keep arguing, shout louder. Feng Lima hunched deeper into his voluminous head, cloudy eyes gleaming with malicious delight. Blow the roof off. I'll sit right here watching who shows their true fangs first. Enough. All this noise is pointless. Dao Jie snapped. Just tell us, who did it? Tension thickened. Accusations spiraled, voices rose, alliances fractured. Chaos simmered, barely contained. Wan Ning shrank into her chair, fading into the periphery, watching, observing, pretending to be invisible. Inside her mind screamed, fight. Keep fighting. Don't look at me. Please don't look at me. Outwardly, she wore the perfect mask of a timid, insignificant faction leader, small, fragile, voiceless. And yet, fear always draws the eye. Frustrated by the stalemate, Barton's gaze swept the room, restless, searching, until it settled with predatory stillness on the figure at the very end of the table, Wan Ning nearly vanishing into the shadows. A cruel calculation flashed in his eyes. These hardened rivals. Untouchable. But someone had to wear the blame. And this rootless, nameless upstart. Perfect. Huh. He laughed sharply, voice rising like a whip crack. We're bickering about turf, while overlooking the obvious. His arm shot out, finger stabbing toward Wan Ning. There's still an ambitious little nobody. What's your gang even called? He faltered, then waved it off. Doesn't matter. Not worth remembering. Must be your ragtag crew, desperate, starving for glory, deciding to test your mettle by taking on Toxmech. Am I right? Every head swiveled, eyes locking onto Wan Ning, following Barton's accusatory finger. Thud. Her pulse spiked. Why me? Why the hell me? Wan Ning lifted her head, her face a mask of terror and grievance. Her voice trembled, affectingly mimicking the gutter accent of Haixiang. Ba dun boss you. You must not wrongly accuse us. Wan Ning pointed at herself, then flailed toward the outside, words tumbling out in panic. Our Taekwon gang. It's only that Palm's Eyes corner in Haixiang. If we can barely make ends meet, that's a blessing. Fei Chiluan factory. We have to walk pressed against the wall. When we pass that place, our calves cramp. Not even 100 braveries would make us touch the Duxie gang. We can't even muster a proper gun. What would we use to blow it up? A rotten wrench scavenged from the trash. Her self-abasement sank into the dirt, a performance filled with the despair of the downtrodden. Yet it worked remarkably well. Dao Jie frowned and glanced at Wan Ning. The butcher of the Roji gang snorted openly, showing no concealment of his derision. They thought Ba Dun was bullying a pitiable creature and jumped to bite at him. Only Zhou Lin sighed inwardly. Wan Ning was a skilled actress. Had he not dealt with her before, he might have believed it. Ba Dun was momentarily choked by the outpouring of pleas. Wan Ning seized the fleeting pause, feigning terror. She inadvertently redirected suspicion, but the big brothers of Xiaowei gang. They're powerful and closer to Fei Chiluan factory. Before she finished, the butcher interrupted. Right, Ba Dun, that edge of your turf. What's it called? The spot nearest Fei Chiluan factory. Didn't you see anything? Seems like Hixie Street. Wan Ning added in time, cursing inwardly. Bite me. Let's see who dies first. Ba Dun barked. This little bitch spouts nonsense. It's my turf, so what? None of your damn business. None of Fei Chiluan factory's business. Dao Jie, oh so flustered. You're not feeling guilty, are you? Feng Lima, who had been silent, casually scratched his ashen hair at that moment. He turned to Dianshu at the head seat and asked, Dianshu, the Duxie gang, have you checked Hixie Street surveillance? The camera at the street's inn has a view that just covers a corner of Fei Chiluan factory. Did it pick up anything? Dianshu frowned. He had indeed overlooked that camera. His gaze landed on Ba Dun. Ba Dun, pull up the Hixie Street footage. Now. Ba Dun exploded with fury. You order me to check as if I have no pride. Don't listen to this old codger's nonsense. His venomous stare bore into Feng Lima as if he wanted to rend him apart. You rotten old man, you're despicable. TCH, it's just checking footage. What's there to panic about? Dao Jie sneered, fanning the flames. Guilty conscience, he's nervous. By the machine god above, he's hiding something. Loss seized upon the accusation like a revelation. Zhou spoke coldly. Check it thoroughly, so there's no dirt slung around. Every spear of accusation instantly pivoted and locked onto Ba Dun. Dianshu's patience snapped, impatience filled his eyes. The cold mechanical arm clicked up, flashed with dangerous steel, and pointed at Ba Dun. Hand it over. Don't make me say it twice. Ba Dun's face went ashen, his teeth grinding as he shot another murderous look at Feng Lima. Fuck. Check. If I'm clean, I've got nothing to fear. He slammed the table with a thunderous blow, then turned to a subordinate wearing data goggles and howled, pull it. Bring up the Hixie Street footage for that day. Let these blind fools see clearly. The technician trembled, fumbling with the control panel, and began to operate. The central holographic projection flickered and switched to the Hixie Street surveillance angle from that day. The footage was steady, the perspective fixed. In the distance, Fei Chiluan factory loomed in silence. Then, without warning, it detonated with a tremendous blast and a pillar of flame. Nothing else was obvious at first glance. Ba Dun loosened, regained composure, and began to shape a scathing retort. What did I tell you? I'm clean. Wait. Feng Lima's murky eyes flashed with clarity. Stop. Rewind. About 3 seconds. They're frame 20. TSK tisk, clumsy little fiend, shaky hands. Under Dianshu's scrutiny, the technician obeyed the old man's instruction. Replay slow motion frame by frame. The image froze on the frame Feng Lima had indicated. The camera focused on a rubbish-strewn corner of Hixie Street. At the edge of the frame, the distant horizon caught a piercing flash. The instant Fei Chiluan blew. But the truly damning detail was 3 SUVs in the shot. They were viciously modified, their silhouettes jagged, driving out from the direction of Fei Chiluan factory. The trembling technician zoomed and enhanced. On the vehicle's flanks was the brazen, unmistakable Xiaowei emblem. In the enhanced image, it was painfully clear. The room erupted. Wan Ning's heart leapt to her throat, and a cold sweat ran down her spine. Had He Mao not repeatedly confirmed that their car had been cleaned, she would have almost believed it was theirs tearing away. Dao Jie, so it was you, Xiaowei gang. The butcher burst into a thunderous roar of laughter, slapping the table. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. A thief shouting stop thief acted as if it were real. Ba Dun's color drained utterly. He glared at the ashen-faced technician and spat between his teeth. You useless. What the hell is this? I should be asking you that, Ba Dun. Dianshu's voice carried killing intent. Vehicles bearing the Xiaowei emblem drove out from the spot where Fei Chiluan exploded. Explain that. Bullshit, it's a frame-up. A naked setup. Someone schemed against me. Ba Dun howled. He suddenly glanced at Wan Ning in the back row, then fixed his stare on Feng Lima's old face. It was them. Those two scumbags. They teamed up to frame me. Feng Lima remained unruffled, a hint of pity in his tone. Xiaowei gang. My scrapyard family keeps to itself. Oh, why expend effort on that? If you're frantic, at least bite the right bone. Wan Ning raised her head, her face full of the small person panic and grievance of someone wrongly accused. Her voice wavered. Ba Dun, boss. How can you mouth such slander? You were the first to lash at me. I was forced. I just followed your lead and blurted it out. Who knew? Who knew you'd take it seriously? She stopped at the right moment, feigning terror and shrinking back in her chair. You. Ba Dun trembled with rage, pointing at Wan Ning, but momentarily at a loss for words. His mind was in turmoil. A frantic thought intruded. Could one of my men, some blind bastard, have done this behind my back? To seize the hall? But that notion flashed and was swallowed by a stronger will to survive. He absolutely could not admit it. To admission would be trouble. Enough. Dianshu slammed the table. He stood the pressure he exuded, filling the hall. His voice was low and terrible. Ba Dun, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the men who struck and the things you swallowed. Otherwise, I guarantee you and your Xiaowei gang will learn what happens when you offend the Duxie gang. Dianshu straightened and no longer looked at the flustered Ba Dun. He declared, today's meeting is adjourned. His gaze swept over the leaders with their varied expressions, resting a moment on the central projection frozen on the Zaiwei-marked vehicles. Dismissed. Wan Ning and a few others blended into the crowd, leaving the perilous conference room. The engine of the modified car roared. In the backseat, Seng Zhong sat beside Wan Ning, puzzled, breaking the silence. She furrowed her brows and finally asked the question she had been holding back for a long time. Did you already know that it was the Scorpion Tail gang that blew up the junkyard? Wan Ning leaned against the car seat and chuckled softly. Not necessarily, Seng Zhong. Her voice was light as a feather. What matters is, who does the poisonous weapons gang think did this? Seng Zhong was taken aback, pondering the deeper meaning of her words, and guessed, are you saying The Scorpion Tail Gang is being framed. Well, that's true. Although Barton is foolish, the Scorpion Tail Gang has been entrenched in Black Scorpion Street for so long. How could there be such a big oversight on something monitored so closely? And it just happened to be caught by old Feng. That's possible. Wan Ning didn't want to explain too much, responding vaguely, which left Sang Zhong even more baffled. But she was truly curious and pressed on then. Who is it? Who has such power to accurately frame the Scorpion Tail Gang? And conveniently made use of that camera. She quickly flashed through the faces from the conference in her mind. Feng Limar. That old fox. Or could it be someone else? At that moment, Kuei-er, sitting in the driver's seat, had his ears perked up like radar. Hearing Sang Zhong's soul-searching question, he almost couldn't hold it together, and his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Huh, fool. Still guessing. Without Wan Ning's orders, no one has revealed to the new members that the Iron Fist Gang was behind the destruction of the junkyard. Kuei-er found the situation amusing, but an unsettling thought crept back into his mind. Wait. Wan Jie hasn't told Sang Zhong everything about this. What about me? He secretly glanced at the shadow of the person sitting in the back seat, meditating with eyes closed, and cold sweat began to creep up his back. In the Iron Fist Gang, are there still many surprises that even I don't know about? How many cards does the boss really have up her sleeve? Could it be that there are many things I am kept in the dark about, playing the fool? He adjusted his posture, trying to suppress the turmoil within, but his gaze involuntarily became more vigilant. In the days that followed, Wan Ning closely monitored the movements in Black Scorpion Street. Just as she expected, the retaliation from the Poisonous Weapons Gang indeed came swift and direct. They launched a surprise attack on the core stronghold of the Scorpion Tail Gang. The sounds of explosions, gunfire, and the hum of energy weapons echoed throughout the district. However, Barton and his Scorpion Tail Gang had not established their foothold here for many years without reason. They were familiar with every inch of the ruins, every dark alley. Relying on the complex terrain and years of defensive fortifications, they unleashed a fierce counterattack. Although the Poisonous Weapons Gang was well-equipped and well-trained, their foundation did not lie here. Lacking local support and unfamiliar with the complex environment, several strong assaults were repelled, leaving behind many bodies clad in the uniforms of the Poisonous Weapons Gang. The conflict quickly escalated into a tug-of war. After a brief period of daytime silence, the nights erupted with even more intense attacks and counterattacks. The territory of the Scorpion Tail Gang became a battlefield, with both sides' members fighting to the death in the streets, exhausting each other's strength. Through the street intelligence brought back by the members, or the surveillance footage intercepted by the Black Cat, Wan Ning kept a close eye on the situation. But her thoughts were drifting towards another place. Zhou Lin of the Black Hat Gang. He had once casually mentioned taking over the territory of the Scorpion Tail Gang, as if discussing something easily attainable. Zhou Lin, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for the Poisonous Weapons Gang to exhaust their patience, invest more power, or even call in reinforcements from headquarters to completely crush the Scorpion Tail Gang? Then you will step in to assist with the aftermath and take control. Or have you already laid your dark hands? The stalemate did not last long. Just as the two sides were engaged in a fierce battle, the trend of mutual destruction becoming increasingly evident. Several explosive news reports erupted in the underground world of the Southern District. Zhou Lin's Black Hat Gang had moved. He had united with Feng Limar's garbage family, who had been watching from the sidelines. With lightning speed, they launched a surprise attack on several key industrial nodes and warehouses of the Scorpion Tail Gang. Barton's main force was firmly held down by the Poisonous Weapons Gang on the front lines, unable to provide any support. Zhou Lin personally led the core combat strength of the Black Hat Gang, directly penetrating the command center of the Scorpion Tail Gang. The resistance was pitifully weak. Barton himself reportedly detonated some facilities in despair, intending to take everyone down with him. But ultimately his life and death remained unknown, and the core command layer of the Scorpion Tail Gang was utterly destroyed. In just a few days, the Scorpion Tail Gang was completely shattered under the joint strangulation of Zhou Lin and Feng Limar. When the electric mouse of the Poisonous Weapons Gang received the news, he could hardly believe his ears. He immediately gathered the remaining forces, attempting to counterattack and regain control. At the very least, we need to get a share of the pie. However, what he faced was no longer the enemies fighting independently, but the Black Hat Gang and the Garbage family, who had already established substantial control over Black Scorpion Street and formed an alliance. The elite of Electric Mouse had already suffered severe losses in the previous war of attrition. At this moment, they were at their wits' end. Under Zhou Lin's calm and efficient defensive coordination and Feng Limar's tenacious counterattacks utilizing the terrain, the Poisonous Weapons Gang's counterattack was brutally thwarted, suffering heavy losses. The Electric Mouse watched his exhausted and battered surviving soldiers, along with the bad news pouring in from the communicator. His metallic prosthetic limbs made a clicking sound. Ultimately, he only squeezed out a command filled with humiliation and rage through clenched teeth: withdraw. Retreat from the Southern District. This debt I will remember. The Poisonous Weapons Gang, this vengeful force that had come with great momentum, ultimately left the stage of the Southern District battered and furious. Wan Ning witnessed the astonishing speed of this power shift through the returned images and intelligence. When she saw Zhou Lin's Black Hat Gang and the tattered yet highly recognizable emblem of Feng Limar's Garbage family etched onto the core buildings that originally belonged to the Scorpion Tail Gang, A strong shock surged through her. So that's how it is. They had long been colluding in secret. No wonder that old fox Fong Limar made a casual remark during the meeting, solidifying the evidence against the Scorpion Tail gang. They utilized the poisonous weapons gang to deplete and severely injure the Scorpion Tail gang. Then at the most opportune moment, they jointly launched a fatal strike, dividing the Scorpion Tail gang at the smallest cost. She had previously speculated that Zhou Lin might use various means, but she never imagined that he would actually collaborate with Fong Limar, forming such an efficient and lethal alliance. Wan Ning felt a chill followed by a deeper sense of vigilance. The territorial pattern of the southern district had instantly changed. A new alliance dominated by the Black Hat Gang and the Garbage Family had already taken shape. The demise of the Scorpion Tail Gang was just the beginning. The retreat of the Poisonous Weapons Gang was by no means the end. Zhou Lin and Fong Limar, these two cunning individuals gaining power, represented a more dangerous and unpredictable opponent for her and the Iron Fist Gang than Barton and the Electric Mouse. She never imagined that her attack on the junkyard would lead to such a series of changes. Wan Ning watched the movements of the Xiaowei Gang, but did not idle. She knew all too well that in Painan District, where the strong circled like vultures, the Taekwon Gang could not remain mere spectators. Deep within Haya Alley, a force was coalescing, primed to strike. She had leveraged the dividends from the abandoned gearworks to fuel their rise. They kept recruiting those who scraped by in the cracks, skilled loners, technical outcasts, even disillusioned fighters who had jumped from other small crews. Lao Wei handled selection and drill. He forged these disparate mercenaries into a single disciplined cord with strict rules and generous provisions. The muscles of the Taekwon Gang swelled with unprecedented speed. Wan Ning's gaze, however, had long been fixed eastward in Haya Alley upon the persistent thorn that was the Sugu Gang. That gang had entrenched itself on Zatsi Street, where sewage ran and buildings leaned crooked. Once they ruled by numbers and brutality, a blot on Haya Alley whose strength had once matched the old Taekwon Gang. They harassed, extorted, and snatched the small businesses at the market's edge. Their raids were like pestering hyenas, occasional bites that were never lethal, but endlessly vile. But now everything had changed. The abandoned gearworks furnished the Taekwon Gang with abundant material and gear. With recruits like Lao Wei Songjong and Husher joining, and a steady influx of superior equipment, the Taekwon Gang's combat power was no longer what it had been. When Wan Ning once again received a report that a band of Sugu thugs had been shaking down stalls at the flea market on the fringe of Haya Alley and had beaten two vendors who dared resist, the last thread of hesitation in her snapped. Enough. Do they think we're still the soft, easy mark they can toy with? Kuei-er, Songjong. Two lithe figures waited at the doorway. Kuei-er slid from the shadows like a venomous snake. Songjong exuded an aura that warned strangers to keep away. Sister Wan. Kuei-er answered. Songjong merely emitted a low snort of acknowledgement. Wan Ning's gaze swept over them both. The Suegu Gang has been leaping about on the east side of Haya Alley for too long. I want both of you to take men to Zatsi Street and wipe the Suegu Gang out completely. I do not want to see a single one of them set foot in Haya Alley again, understand? Kuei-er's lips curled into a cold smile. Understood. I've despised those bastards for ages. Yet Songjong's reaction was different. She gave a disdainful snort. Cleaning up a pack of scum is one thing. I'm enough by myself. I don't need extra dead weight. She didn't even glance at Kuei-er, whose pride and absolute faith in her own strength showed plainly. Kuei-er's face hardened instantly, his eyes turned dangerous. Wan Ning's brow tightened. This one was indeed thorny. Songjong, there is no doubt about your strength, but Zatsi Street has been the Suegu Gang's haunt for years. They may have hidden traps in every gutter. Kuei-er knows places like that. His specialty will help root out those rats faster and reduce unnecessary trouble. Wan Ning paused, fixing Songjong with a hard gaze. Besides, the Taekwon Gang values efficiency and thoroughness. An extra pair of eyes is an extra guarantee. This is an order. There were things Wan Ning did not say aloud. She needed Songjong to integrate quickly, to learn to cooperate with the gang's other core members. She also feared Songjong's pride could lead to ambush or to missing key targets. Kuei-er's ruthlessness and meticulousness complemented Songjong's power. After a few seconds' silence, Songjong nodded, very slightly reluctantly accepting the arrangement. Do as you will. She spat the words out, an answer of sorts. Kuei-er snorted, but said no more, swallowing his irritation. Wan Ning ignored the invisible sparks between them and jabbed a finger hard at Zatsi Street on the map. When it's clean, secure that block and hold it for me. They both answered and departed on orders. This was not merely a retaliatory purge, but a precise expansion of territory. Taking Zatsi Street would not only remove a stinging threat nearby, Zatsi Street could link with Yuming Street to the north, creating a deeper, more layered sphere of influence. The clamor of battle on Zatsi Street lasted less than a day. By dawn the next morning, while Haya Alley still lay shrouded in gray industrial haze, Wan Ning received a terse message from Songjong, captured the Suegu Gang leader alive. Zatsi Street cleared. Wan Ning stared at the line of text, stunned for a few seconds. She had known Songjong was formidable from their first meeting, but formidable enough to annihilate a long-entrenched gang in a single night to take their boss alive. The efficiency exceeded all her estimates. No wonder Songjong strutted with such arrogance. Suddenly Wan Ning felt that Songjong's habitual scorn of her was not so consequential after all. In the face of power, aesthetic differences were trivial. Wan Ning decided to visit Zotzi Street herself, to inspect the results, and to see the captured Suigu leader with her own eyes. More importantly, she wanted to see what the Suigu gang's holdings looked like. Zotzi Street, once their lair, was now a ruin. Smoke had not yet cleared, the air smelled of scorched tang, and a faint lingering coppery blood scent. Kuaer looked pale as he stood at the entrance of a dilapidated building. When he saw Wan Ning, he approached with a complicated look. Sister Wan, it's done. Sangzhong was very efficient. His voice carried exhaustion and a trace of lingering dread. Apparently, he had been swept up in Sangzhong's assault. Wan Ning followed him inside. The scene caused her to frown slightly. A tattooed, shaved giant was bound to a thick metal support column by several alloy chains twisted in such a way that his joints were almost dislocated. His face was smeared with blood, one eye swollen to a slit, the corner of his mouth torn. The bone talisman he wore was in tatters, and his exposed skin bore bruises and marks of electrical burns. He had clearly endured unimaginable violence. Though still alive, his gaze was vacant, and his breathing heavy and frothy with blood. Sangzhong's high ponytail hung immaculate at the back of her head. Arms folded, she leaned against the opposite wall, expressionless. She nodded slightly to Wan Ning, as if she had merely completed a small chore. Wan Ning's eyes lingered on the Suigu leader for a moment. She covered her nose with her hand, stung by the residual scent of violence and blood. Neat work, but... She cast a glance at the mangled captive, her tone carrying an almost innocent, naive disgust. Deal with him after I leave. I don't like to see blood. It's undignified. With that, she turned and left the room. Sangzhong was left with an expression of bafflement. What did she mean? Did Wan Ning think her methods clumsy? Too bloody. Fine, then make it without blood. Outside, Wan Ning could faintly hear curses through the not very thick door. Damn it. It's her. She sent people to wipe out the Suigu gang. Acting like what? She doesn't want to see blood. The voice cut off abruptly. Wan Ning's footsteps did not falter. She walked as if she had heard nothing at all. The inheritance of the Broken Bone Gang, their warehouses, underground enterprises, and those controlled black market channels, have they all been organized? Kier nodded. Yes, Sister Wan. Everything has been accounted for, but to be honest, it's a bit shabby. There isn't much money, the weapons are all junk, and the medicines are of poor quality. The most valuable asset left is probably just the underground fighting arena. The underground fighting arena. Kier spoke with a hint of disdain. Yes, a rundown underground fighting arena with hardly any ghosts around, sparse and barely alive. Let's go, take me to see it. Kier led Wan Ning through the chaotic streets of Zotzi Street. Eventually, they stopped in front of a heavy metal door, rusted with age. The neon sign above the door had been smashed, leaving only half of the word fist, and the screens on both sides were shattered, continuously replaying close-ups of fighters' muscles. In the center of the metal door, a broken bone symbol, almost entirely covered in graffiti, was the only proof of its former ownership. This is it, Sister Wan. The two pushed the door open, and a mixed scent of sweat and old blood rushed over them. Wan Ning only slightly frowned as she descended the steps. At the bottom of the stairs, the space opened up. A much larger underground area than it appeared from the surface entrance lay before them. Although dusty and dilapidated with exposed wires and flickering lights, the framework still stood firm. In the center, a massive octagonal fighting arena silently loomed, with dark brown mottled stains scattered everywhere. Surrounding the fighting arena were rows of spectator seats constructed from cheap metal and rough wooden planks, tiered from low to high. And encircling the arena at the best vantage point were a circle of relatively private boxes. At this moment, it was empty, only the circulation fan buzzing. Wan Ning felt no disappointment. She walked slowly down the spectator seats, curiously circling the giant octagonal fighting arena, her gaze sweeping over the seats before finally settling on the boxes above. She had only seen such a scene in movies before. Interesting. The things from the movies are now mine. She stopped, raised her wrist, and activated her personal terminal. A soft blue light projected out, revealing the face of Toomey. Sister Wan, what can I do for you? The Broken Bone Gang has been cleared out, and I have a task for you. Wan Ning got straight to the point, slowly rotating the terminal's camera to show the entire underground fighting arena to Toomey. Do you see it? An underground fighting arena left by the Broken Bone Gang. Curiosity flickered in Toomey's eyes as she examined it closely. The place is quite large, but it's severely damaged and aging. What's your plan? Sister Wan, do you want to create some entertainment projects? It's not for entertainment, Wan Ning said firmly. I want you to take over here, manage it again, and turn it into a legitimate business for us. A legitimate business. Will anyone come to this rundown place? Not before, but they will in the future. Yes. Toomey realized she had spoken out of turn. Listen carefully, I have a few rules. First, no drugs to enhance physical abilities in the arena, no stimulants or neural enhancers. None of it is allowed. What I want to see is real combat and skills, not beasts propped up by drugs. Second, strictly control the risk of injury. Rules, referee arrangements, and medical preparations must be in place. Serious injuries are inevitable, but we must avoid fatalities as much as possible. Dead people bring a lot of trouble, but of course participants must be aware that life and death on the arena are at their own risk. Got it, Sister Wan, I'll get on it immediately. Toomey hesitated and added, but I might need to request some funds. Although Sister Wan has been generous lately, there's no telling when she might revert to being stingy. It's better to clarify first. I'll provide the funds, just make it happen as soon as possible. Wan Ning nodded. Then, as if recalling something, her smile deepened. By the way, I have 2 ready-made highlights for you. That guy, a man, isn't he always overflowing with energy, unable to stand the sight of who's sure and fights at the drop of a hat? A man and who's sure. Yes, inform them that in the future if they have conflicts they are not allowed to fight in the gang's residence. If they want to fight, let them come here. Fight for the viewers to see. The audience. Don't they love to watch this kind of thing? Toomey immediately understood, her eyes sparkling. Sister One is so clever. Let them be the opening match for our new arena. The hype will definitely be enough. I'll start the venue renovation and promotional efforts right away. The communication ended and the projection disappeared. Kier stood by watching Sister One with confidence, as if she could already see this place bustling with people and money rolling in. Her disdain for the place dissipated significantly, even sparking some anticipation. Wan Ning turned around and walked toward the exit. Let's go, this place will soon become lively. Leaving Jiazi Street. As they stepped onto the path back to Heya Alley, Wan Ning walked with a light step. With the new territory in hand now, it all depends on whether they can indeed acquire Yuming Street from Zhou Lin. She slightly tilted her head, squinting to look at the gray sky cut by towering buildings. These past few days it seems particularly lively above her head. What's going on these days? There are more buzzing drones than usual, at least double. It's so noisy. Kier also looked up, spotting several drones flying low, their scanning red dots resembling eyes surveying the streets and buildings below. He spat disdainfully, carrying the instinctive dislike and vigilance of the lower class towards those corporations. Kier, who knows what those high and mighty companies are scheming? Maybe they're secretly surveying, trying to figure out how to incorporate some slum into their plans to justify driving people away. Wan Ning withdrew her gaze non-committally, replying with an as the movements of corporate forces always needed to be monitored. But right now, she was more concerned about the gains already in her grasp. After Zhou Lin took control of the Scorpion Tail gang, he soon fulfilled his promise. The territory of Yuming Street was officially handed over to the Iron Fist gang. Without any delay, Wan Ning immediately issued orders to Kier. Yuming Street is in hand. Take reliable people over right away to take full control. Count all the shops and warehouses, especially the areas bordering the Black Hat gang, and keep a close watch on them. Kier accepted the order and swiftly took action. Wan Ning opened the map, looking at the new territory of the Iron Fist gang. Yuming Street was already in her grasp. Along with the recently absorbed Jiazi Street, the gang's territory had expanded by more than double in an instant. These territories will all be at her beck and call in the future. A strong sense of control surged within Wan Ning. The thrill brought by power quietly grew like vines in her heart. She wanted more. As the Scorpion Tail gang was divided among the Black Hat gang and the Junkyard family, the streets welcomed a brief facade of calm. Wan Ning did not let her guard down. The larger the territory, the murkier the waters. The prying eyes would also increase, and what she needed to do now was to stabilize her position. She had to take root within her existing territory. Reinforcements were dispatched, especially at the junction of the newly taken Yomi Street and the Black Hat gang, to enhance patrols. The Iron Fist gang's influence was increasingly evident around the Black Crow Alley. However, beneath the surface, calm currents often stirred. That day, Wan Ning was in the VIP box of the boxing arena, listening to Toomey report on the progress of the renovations and the schedule for the upcoming matches. Suddenly, a communication request popped up on her wrist terminal. It was from Black Cat. Wan Ning raised an eyebrow. Whenever this guy took the initiative to contact her, it definitely meant something was up. She signaled Toomey to go ahead with her tasks, then immediately connected the call. Wan Ning, sorry to bother you, but I've just received some intelligence regarding the Black Hat gang. The steady electronic voice of Black Cat came through. Oh, go ahead. Things are a bit chaotic within the Black Hat gang lately. They are undergoing a large-scale internal purge, investigating several cadres within the gang. Zhou Lin is cleaning house. Oh, what's so surprising about that? The key point is that they actually have a cadre whose identity is problematic. His name is Hua Shi, and his true identity is an undercover officer from the municipal police, and he has been undercover for over 2 years. A police officer? Wan Ning straightened her body. Zhou Lin has an undercover cop in his ranks, and he has climbed to a cadre position. Is this for real? In this world, undercover methods should rely more on virtual identities and network technology, such as disguising as hackers or data dealers. How could someone go undercover so directly? For 2 years. Could it be that he is investigating something extraordinarily significant? Something that network infiltration cannot reach, thus necessitating personal infiltration. What is he investigating in the Black Hat gang? Black Cat replied, there is no effective information, yet currently we only know that Hua Shi holds a significant position in the Black Hat gang, responsible for managing several important smuggling routes. Smuggling routes? Well, that explains it. No wonder the Black Hat gang is so powerful, yet has little money. It seems their money-making routes have been completely exposed. Wait. After the shock, Wan Ning felt a flicker of doubt. Her gaze locked onto the screen, showing the tail-wagging Black Cat. For an undercover of this level, the identity files would definitely be highly encrypted, and actions would be entirely independent. What is your source of information? How credible is it? Black Cat seemed to have anticipated this question, his electronic voice devoid of any fluctuation. It comes from a recent security vulnerability in the municipal intranet. I curiously went to take a look. I saw several encrypted communications regarding Hua Shi, along with an assessment of his identity exposure risks. As for credibility, the encryption level has been verified and the content's logical chain is complete. Unless they are conducting a deceptive operation against invalid targets while using a high level of encryption, this intelligence is absolutely reliable. Wan Ning believed in Black Cat's explanation and judgment, as well as his methods and capabilities. It seemed that the undercover in the Black Hat gang was indeed real. Moreover, Zhou Lin's internal purge must have sensed something. A meaningful smile crept onto her lips, her tone inquisitive. This intelligence is very valuable, but Black Cat with Zhou Lin's methods, it is only a matter of time before he catches Huashur. You chose to notify me at this moment. Wan Ning paused, continuing, what? Going in circles, are you trying to save that police officer? Black Cat did not directly answer yes or no. Instead, he emitted a few ambiguous low-frequency noises reminiscent of a cat's purring. Then his electronic voice came through steadily. I am merely conveying information. An officer who holds a wealth of core secrets regarding the Black Hat gang, before his identity exposure, has potential value and risk that have peaked. As a gang member, I should report this. As for how to leverage this information advantage, that is your decision to make. Wan Ning waved her hand impatiently, saying, all right, speak plainly. Do you really want to save that police officer? Black Cat fell silent. After a moment, his electronic voice finally sounded. Yes, Huashur is not a bad person. You know him? No, I just reviewed his public and some restricted files. Wan Ning thought to herself as expected. Black Cat wants to save Huashur. In fact, he didn't need to go through such a roundabout way to notify her. With his unpredictable hacking skills, he could directly send a warning to Huashur. Or hack into the police channel and send an anonymous message. For him, it would be as easy as pie, low risk, high efficiency, and leave no trace. Yet he chose to report. He followed the gang protocol, neatly handing over the decision-making power to her as the leader. This action, more than the intelligence itself, captured Wan Ning's attention. This enigmatic genius hacker ultimately placed the interests and rules of the Iron Fist gang above personal preferences. He was not a completely uncontrollable lone wolf. He cared about the gang's benefits, or at least cared about the rules set by her Wan Ning. He was integrating into the gang. All right, I understand. He'll make the arrangements. Okay. Before cutting off the communication, Wan Ning reminded him, Black Cat, next time, if you have any thoughts, just say it directly. Don't play these roundabout games. After the communication was cut off, the box fell silent. Wan Ning stood by the one-way glass window, gazing at the empty boxing arena. She had not encountered Black Cat's twisted sense of justice for the first time. From the time he helped her erase the street surveillance when saving Sheng Yu to later handling the dirty money of the theft gang. This guy seemed to harbor something that didn't quite fit in with this quagmire. Yet it was this oddity combined with his unparalleled skills that made Wan Ning willing to invite someone who wouldn't even show his face into the gang. Now the problem lay before her. A Black Hat gang intending to clean up traitors, a Huashur who held secrets about the enemy, and a Black Cat whose heart seemed inclined towards saving him. Should she watch Zhou Lin clean house coldly? Or take advantage of the chaos to grasp Huashur firmly in the hands of the Iron Fist gang? Wan Ning pondered for a moment, arriving at an answer. She opened her terminal and sent out a communication request. It was Zhou Lin of the Black Hat gang. At this moment, Zhou Lin was in a dimly lit control room, his brow furrowed. He had been overwhelmed with work lately. The territory of the Scorpion Tail gang had just been acquired, and he needed to consolidate his control while also delineating interests. To make matters worse, there were suspected traitors within the gang. The clues were vague and evidence was insufficient, like a thorn in his throat. He couldn't rest easy with his eyes closed until that mole was cleared out, let alone plan the next steps. He rubbed his throbbing temples vigorously, his eyes darkening, and the usually gentle expression revealed a hint of ruthlessness. On the screen before him, chaotic intelligence and gang accounts were scrolling as he tried to piece together conclusive evidence of the mole from a pile of fragmented information, but found no leads. At that moment, the terminal rang. Wan Ning. It took Zhou Lin a moment to react before he remembered that Wan Ning was the leader of the Taekwon Bang. At a time like this, why was she reaching out? Wasn't Yuming Street already settled? Did she intend to take another bite from the territory the Hei Mao Bang had just won? She surely would not have the nerve. He had heard, however, that the Taekwon Bang had quietly absorbed a neighboring little gang and expanded its influence considerably. He hesitated for a moment, then connected the comms. The holographic screen sprang to life, and Wan Ning's figure appeared. She wore a neat black sports outfit, her short hair tossed carelessly, her posture deceptively relaxed. A warm smile settled on Zhou Lin's face as he spoke first. Boss Wan, long time no see. What brings you to contact me so suddenly? Wan Ning returned a perfectly measured compliment. Not to flatter, but I heard the Hei Mao Bang moved like a thunderbolt and seized a vast swath of prime ground. Hey, your Taekwon Bang has been making waves lately as well. Your expansion pace has been impressive. She offered a courteous remark, then shifted her tone and addressed the matter at hand. I hear the Hei Mao Bang has been unsettled internally recently. Busy cleaning house, rooting out traitors. Zhou Lin's smile faded. He leaned forward slightly, and his voice dropped. Boss Wan seems well informed. Who told you that? Oh, I have my channels, Wan Ning replied calmly, her expression unchanged. You only need to tell me whether it is true or not. Indeed. But then, Boss Wan would not call me only to confirm such a trivial thing, would you? Wan Ning had been waiting for that very question. A worldly shrewd smile crept across her face. What a coincidence. I've just come into some intelligence about who your deeply hidden friend really is. She paused deliberately, her gaze sweeping across Zhou Lin's features. Then with languid precision, she raised her hand and casually pinched her thumb and forefinger together, the small gesture laden with the traitor's innuendo. Information has a price. Zhou Lin's eyes went cold in an instant. The lead he had strained to find himself had apparently been obtained with such nonchalance by this woman from the Taekwon Bang. Suspicion surged her it could very well be a trap, but unmasking that traitor was urgent. He could not forego any sliver of possibility, even 1 in 10,000. Suppressing the murderous intent roiling within, he forced out 2 words, "Name your price." Wan Ning's heart leapt, her smile widened, and she adopted the easy tone of one negotiating a petty trade. "A boss Zhou is decisive. Think of me as a lucky merchant who stumbled upon a treasure trove of intelligence." She waggled 2 fingers in the air for effect. "The value of this intelligence? Well, at least this much, 200,000. Think about it. The friend has been undercover in the He Mao Bang for years, deeply rooted. The secrets he keeps are worth this price, surely." "No problem," Zhou Lin answered without a moment's hesitation. Wan Ning was taken aback by his swiftness. All the bargaining phrases she had prepared, exclusive scoop, huge risk in consideration of our ties, stalled in her throat. A surge of regret flooded her. She had underquoted. If she had known he was this desperate, she would have doubled the price. To her surprise, Zhou Lin's movements were remarkably swift. His fingers flew across his terminal. Seconds later, a clear payment notification chimed on Wan Ning's device. 200,000, not a cent short. He truly transferred it so readily. He even skipped the verification step. This impulsiveness did not fit Zhou Lin's usually suspicious, cautious nature. A warning bell stirred in Wan Ning's mind, but the money had arrived, and the performance had to continue. She suppressed her unease and resumed a professional smile. "The He Mao Bang is indeed magnanimous." Before she finished speaking, she sent the key dossier provided by Haimeo concerning Woshi's identity. Zhou Lin's voice sounded again. "Have you sold this intelligence to anyone else?" "Rest assured, exclusive, freshly obtained. For now you are the sole buyer." "Very well, I will verify its authenticity." Without waiting for Wan Ning's reply, the comm screen cut off, without warning. Wan Ning exhaled in relief. Her worry had been entirely unnecessary. Zhou Lin had been so prompt and decisive because he had never regarded the Taekwon Bang as a true threat. He was not afraid of Wan Ning's tricks. If the intelligence was false, all the better. He could seize the money back in full with interest whenever he liked. Indeed, it would even provide a perfect pretext, a justification sufficient for him to swallow that small gang whole, skin and bones. When the line cut, the last vestige of warmth and civility on Zhou Lin's face vanished. With no delay, he opened the file he had just received. A crisp photograph popped up first, filling the center of the light screen. It showed a burly young man in a crisply pressed municipal police uniform, his face wearing a guileless smile and a plain, straightforward gaze. Zhou Lin stared at the screen, incredulous. Husher, the very man the former leader had entrusted him with at his dying hour, as someone worthy of trust. The dependable subordinate who always handled matters reliably, seeming utterly without guile. Beside the photo lay his official police dossier. It listed his real name, Kailei, followed by a long array of illustrious records from his time at the station and his current status on field duty. How could it be him? The more he looked at that guileless face, the more the smile felt like an endless mockery. Worthy of trust, what a joke. It was all lies. That old fool at the point of death had left him a traitor capable of blowing the entire He Mao Bang apart. He could no longer restrain his clenched right hand and slammed a fist down onto the console. What a rotten mess. Zhou Lin ground his teeth, the gentle man of old nowhere to be seen on his face. 2 years. 2 whole years. What have these idiots been doing? Are they blind? His fury was not aimed only at his subordinates, but at the former leader who had invited the wolf in, and at himself for having been oblivious for the past 2 years. After the rage subsided, a creeping dread rose. He closed his eyes, drew several deep breaths, and forced himself calm. Then he returned his attention to the screen, reading every word and checking each line. Officer numbers, dates of entry, past resumes, field records, even seemingly trivial details. The dossier's logic was pristine, the chain of evidence complete, and its sourcing pointed with unnerving professionalism. Coupled with Woshi's past incidents, now in retrospect riddled with suspicious coincidences and overlooked displays of loyalty, a single clear conclusion formed in his mind. This intelligence is true. Zhou Lin immediately arranged for people and issued orders. Target Husher monitor with the highest priority. I want to know his every movement and every person he contacts. We must immediately lock down this traitor. As for how to deal with him, should we continue to pretend to trust him and exploit him in reverse? Or should we set a trap to capture him alive for interrogation? Or should we simply eliminate him cleanly to prevent future troubles? He rapidly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. He needed to assess how many core secrets Husher held in order to determine how to extract his final value. Just as he was about to retrieve the core business files Husher was responsible for to further evaluate the losses, a sharp communication tone interrupted his thoughts. It was the team leader he had just sent to execute the surveillance mission. Zhou Lin's heart inexplicably tightened. He immediately connected the call. Speak. The voice on the other end was filled with obvious panic and unease. Boss. It's bad. Husher. He's missing. What a... Zhou Lin suddenly sprang up from his chair. What do you mean missing? Did we lose him? No, it's not losing him. When we rushed to the apartment, he usually stated it was already empty. We checked the public surveillance nearby, and the footage shows he left alone with an inconspicuous bag less than 20 minutes ago. Now, his whereabouts are unknown, and we are doing everything we can to trace his signal and traffic records. The captain's voice was urgent, filled with the panic of negligence. Find him. Zhou Lin's temples throbbed with veins. Dig 3 feet into the ground to find him. Seal off all escape routes. Keep an eye on everyone he might contact. Alive he must be seen, dead he must be found. Investigate immediately. Yes, boss. The communication was abruptly cut off amid terrified responses. Zhou Lin stood in place, his chest rising and falling violently, his heavy breaths echoing sharply in the silent command room. The last shred of luck was completely extinguished. The intelligence from the Iron Fist Gang was real. Wan Ning. Iron Fist Gang. This gang, which he previously viewed as a mere little wild dog, possessed such terrifying intelligence capabilities. He, with hundreds of members in the Black Hat Gang, had operated for years with a tangled web of intelligence, yet had failed to uncover Huosher for 2 whole years. How could this small gang of only a few dozen find him and obtain crucial evidence? This was definitely not luck. Their intelligence capability was simply unfathomable. Were they pretending to be weak while hiding their fangs? Or did they have some backing? Was there a larger force behind them? Or perhaps advanced technological means that even he couldn't fathom? A series of chilling questions emerged in Zhou Lin's mind. This obscure Iron Fist Gang seemed to rise like a thick fog from the filthy mire of the Southern District, obscuring depth and reality. His previous disdain of being able to crush the opponent at any time had been replaced by caution and vigilance. But now he had no time to delve into these matters. The urgent task was to capture Huosher at all costs before he leaked the core secrets of the Black Hat Gang, or to ensure he would never speak again. Night fell. The flickering neon lights dispelled the darkness of the night, illuminating the entire Southern District. Huosher still had not returned to his usual apartment. In the command room of the Black Hat Gang, under the pallid lights, Zhou Lin stood before the giant screen like a statue. The grid map representing the search area continuously refreshed. The glaring red words, "Target not found," repeatedly flashed on the screen. The elite teams dispatched, all surveillance networks activated, the eyes placed. All vanished like stones sinking into the sea. Huosher, the recently confirmed deadly traitor, seemed to have evaporated into thin air right under his nose, leaving no trace behind. He must have sensed it during the brief gap when he ordered the surveillance. He may have even detected the danger earlier and decisively slipped away silently. But how could it be so coincidental? The people he sent were almost stepping on the timing to rush to the safe house, just 1 step away. The timing was so precise it seemed like someone had tipped him off. The information was leaked. This thought grew wildly in his mind. Who? In a short period, only a handful of people had access to the cleaning order. Could it be that there were still his accomplices within the gang? That someone was secretly protecting him? He quickly ran through the names of those with access and knowledge of the operation in his mind. Every name had once been a comrade in arms. Every name was now shrouded in heavy suspicion. Loyalty. Betrayal. Which was true? Which was false? The tangled doubts filled his thoughts, giving him a headache, yet he couldn't discern a clear thread. Amidst this tangled mess, another name absurdly emerged. It couldn't possibly be Wan Ning from the Iron Fist Gang, right? As soon as this thought arose, even he found it ridiculous. A gang rolling in the mud. Would they come to save a police officer? This was simply against the survival logic of the lowest levels of the underground world. Moreover, Wan Ning had just sold that intelligence which could put Huosher to death to Zhou Lin. Selling intelligence with one hand while saving a person with the other. What was that? A split personality. It made no logical sense. He felt an old, suffocating sensation of being manipulated by an invisible hand. While he was still suspicious and paranoid at the other end of the Southern District in the Black Crow Alley, Wan Ning's apartment was experiencing a different scene. Steam wafted through the bathroom, and the air was filled with a faint scent of plant essential oils. Wan Ning was comfortably soaking in the bathtub warm water, washing away her tired body. She was in a great mood, even humming a tune rarely. Why was she in such a good mood? Because with gain there is loss. Gaining money inevitably meant losing many troubles. Moreover, after selling the intelligence to Zhou Lin, she immediately had Black Cat send an anonymous warning message to Huosher. The result? A perfect win-win. She earned Zhou Lin's money and also saved Woshi's life effortlessly. More importantly, the undercover agent who held many secrets of the Black Hat Gang had escaped. This planted a time bomb activated within the Black Hat Gang. Where would Huosher go? What would he do? Would he seize the opportunity to hit the Black Hat Gang hard? No matter which path he chose, it would be a continuous trouble for the Black Hat Gang. For the Iron Fist Gang, it would be potential benefits. She certainly didn't want to see her good neighbor next door, after annexing the Scorpion Tail Gang, becoming increasingly swollen and turning into a giant beast that suffocated others. Wan Ning smiled slyly. After washing up, she went to sleep beautifully. She slept particularly sweetly this time. In her dreams, the pleasant notification sound of 200,000 credited seemed to echo along with Zhou Lin's frustrated expression. Until, buzz, 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 a series of urgent communication requests rang out like a death knell. What in the blazes is going on? Wan Ning shot upright in bed, seething with the indignant fury of a coffin lid being wrenched open. She irritably raked her fingers through her tousled short hair and answered the call without even glancing at the screen. Her voice brimmed with raw grogginess and simmering resentment at having her dreams shattered. Black Cat, you'd better have a world-ending reason for this. Black Cat's digitally modulated voice crackled instantly, terse yet thunderous. That Firestone slipped free of Black Hat Gang surveillance half an hour ago and entered the Yoming Street sector. Patrol Officer Bell of the Death Knell Unit flagged him as suspicious and has already apprehended him. What a... The last dregs of sleep and irritation vanished from Wan Ning's mind like smoke in a gale. She was fully awake, alert, razor-sharp, and utterly unmoored. A wave of absurd, almost hysterical disbelief surged straight to her crown. Yoming Street, her own turf. True, she had ordered heightened patrols across Yoming Street, especially along the volatile border zone with the Black Hat Gang, to stifle any underhanded maneuvering. But, is Bell forged from iron? Does he never sleep, gliding like a phantom through midnight streets hunting suspects? Wouldn't slackening off, even just a little, be far more sensible? Wan Ning was speechless, not with admiration but sheer exasperation, at this officer's pathological devotion. In Firestone, Southern District sprawls vast, sewers, landfills, derelict factories, anywhere could have been his sanctuary. So why dash headlong into her newly fortified territory? Was he surrendering himself, or racing to expose himself faster than ever before? Where is Heath? Her voice rose taut with urgency. Where's Firestone right now? She needed to seize control, immediately. If Firestone fell into her hands, the nature of this crisis would shift entirely. If Zhou-Lin learned of it, he'd demand Firestone's return, and worse, suspect that the Iron Fist Gang had already extracted Black Hat Gang secrets from him. Black Cat. Officer Bell assessed the target as potentially dangerous and of unknown identity. Upon capture, he transferred Firestone to Viper for detention and interrogation. Black Cat delivered the report with cool, unwavering composure. Damn it, Wan Ning muttered under her breath. This scorching liability had just landed squarely in her lap. Is there any way to scrub the surveillance footage so the Black Hat Gang never learns Firestone's here? Black Cat, probability is low. The arrest occurred directly outside Night Dance Bar. At least a dozen witnesses saw it, and the physical struggle drew significant attention. Given the Black Hat Gang's intelligence network, Zhou-Lin will know by noon tomorrow that his most wanted traitor is now in Iron Fist custody. Wan Ning's vision darkened momentarily as her mind raced. Hand Firestone over to Zhou-Lin. Then every move she'd made would collapse into humiliating farce. Yes, she'd earned the payment, but returning him would be tantamount to arming the enemy. Zhou-Lin could plug the leak of Black Hat secrets and purge his ranks with clean, legitimate authority. More critically, her own Black Cat would surely protest, refuse to hand him over. That meant openly provoking the Black Hat Gang. Or, could Viper stage a controlled incident? A security lapse, letting Firestone escape cleanly, leaving no trace behind. It was the most expedient option, yet could the Black Hat Gang truly be fooled? Wan Ning paced restlessly, searching for a solution that satisfied both necessity and deniability. She needed a scapegoat, someone to shoulder the blame. After a moment's sharp calculation, she knew exactly who. She contacted Viper immediately. Viper now? Reassigned 3 guards stationed at the Yoming Street detention point to patrol Zotzi Street. A beat of silence passed before Viper's icy voice responded, tinged just faintly with confusion. Understood. Don't ask questions. Execute immediately. And tonight's operation remains absolute black-level secrecy. Not a word leaves this channel. Yes. Though baffled, Viper acted without hesitation. No sooner had Wan Ning severed the connection than Black Cat reached out again. Wan Ning, the guards at Firestone's detention site have been reassigned. The rear entrance is currently unmonitored. Noted. Handle the surveillance feed. I'll go myself. You're going personally? On the virtual screen, Black Cat's cartoon avatar blinked wide-eyed, genuinely startled. Yes. Cover me. Wan Ning slipped into a matte black hooded tracksuit zipped high beneath her chin, pulled the hood low over her face, and donned black gloves. She became a wraith dissolving into shadow. Silent as breath, she reached the narrow alley behind the detention point's rear entrance, empty, deserted. From her pocket, she withdrew a grotesque, grinning mask and fastened it over her face. In the dim light, it erased all trace of her identity. On the heavy alloy door, the electronic lock, normally pulsing red, flickered weakly yellow, the unmistakable sign of malfunction pending inspection. Clearly Black Cat's handiwork. Wan Ning approached. The door slid inward, automatically revealing a narrow slit just wide enough for one person. She stepped through the gloom and into the chamber beyond. Inside lay a cramped, hastily converted holding cell. Firestone sat rigid in a reinforced metal chair bound by specialized restraints, and at wrists and ankles glowing blue energy cuffs hummed with containment field power. Clearly Viper hadn't treated him as ordinary prey. His head hung low, seemingly drained, yet his body remained coiled tight, radiating hypervigilance. At the faintest whisper of movement, Firestone snapped his head up, eyes locking instantly onto the figure silhouetted in the doorway, clad head toto in black, wearing that eerie, toothy grin. Shock and wariness flared in his gaze. This bore no resemblance to official rescue protocol. This attire whispered of some clandestine underworld faction. Wan Ning wasted no words. She strode forward, not toward the complex latches but straight to her pocket. From it she produced a button-sized jammer, and pressed it precisely onto the core sensor node of the energy cuffs. VVVRRR. A subsonic thrum resonated. High-frequency pulses erupted, and the blue glow died instantly. Simultaneously, the magnetic restraint bands lost cohesion, slumping lifelessly from his limbs. Go now. A distorted synthetic voice echoed from behind the mask. Firestone flexed his newly freed wrists, staring, stunned wary, at the enigmatic figure before him. Wait, was you who sent that anonymous warning? Wan Ning paused. She'd intended only to shove him out and vanish. But another thought flashed sharp and incisive. He was a real cop, one who owed her a debt so colossal it bordered on myth. In the fetid quagmire of Southern District, one hidden line to officialdom might someday become the very thread that saved her life. Yes, it was me. The synth voice confirmed, crisp and unhesitating. Even as she spoke, she tilted her ear toward the corridor, listening. Black Cat had masked the feeds, but footsteps and breaths left physical echoes. Firestone's eyes blazed with shock and dawning gratitude, and he opened his mouth to ask more. Who are you? No time. She cut him off, shoving him hard toward the open threshold. Guards rotate in minutes. If you value your freedom, run. Leave Yoming Street now. She pressed a thumbnail-sized data terminal into his palm. Take it. Once clear, follow its coordinates to a safe haven. Go. Kale Ray held the grinning mask in his gaze for one long, searing second. He swallowed every question, every surge of awe, every burning uncertainty, and gave a single fierce nod. Thank you. Stay safe. Before the final syllable faded, he exploded forward, like a panther loosed from its cage, vanishing into the thick, swallowing night, darting through labyrinthine pipes and shadow-choked alleys with lethal grace. Wan Ning confirmed that there was nothing overlooked before leaving the detention point. The alloy door closed silently behind her, locking shut once again. She returned to the apartment in Black Crow Alley, ensuring she was far from the Iron Fist Gang's territory before confirming the signal source of the Firestone. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. Glancing at the time, it was already 4 a.m. After confirming with Black Cat that the surveillance had been handled, she had to think about how to deal with Zhou Lin. In the early morning, Viper was awakened by an urgent communication from his subordinates. Captain, it's not good. The guy captured by the Bell of Death last night, the one detained in the temporary holding area on Nether Street. He escaped. What a... Viper sprang up from his bed. The temporary holding area on Nether Street. He recalled the strange order from last night, feeling an ominous sense of unease. Could it be? Check the surveillance. Right now, retrieve all surveillance from the detention point and its surroundings, especially that hidden camera that isn't connected to the network. I need to know how he escaped. Viper's voice was cold, laced with suppressed anger. He needed evidence. If it really was Sister Wan Ning. What exactly was she trying to do? His subordinates were efficient, but the response was filled with panic. Captain, the surveillance. The surveillance system shows everything is normal, no abnormal footage has been returned. But as you instructed, we activated that physical isolation, the disconnected, hidden, redundant camera. It captured a segment. Send it over. Viper's heart sank. There was indeed something suspicious. A very brief, shaky, and blurry image appeared on his main screen. In the dim background, a figure wearing a grinning face mask flashed by. And beside that masked person was the burly man who had been captured last night. Hiss. Viper gasped, feeling a wave of stomach pain. It felt as if he had been punched hard. It really was Sister Wan Ning. He would never mistake that mask. She had worn it during the execution of the mission against the Thieves Guild, combined with last night's order. What on earth is going on? Viper almost spat this phrase through gritted teeth at the frozen image of the smiling mask on the screen. It was filled with confusion and helplessness, and a hint of grievance for being excluded from the core plan. He was 100% sure that this blurry footage was intentionally left by Wan Ning through Black Cat. With Black Cat's capabilities, if she wanted to erase all traces, not even the hairs of this physical camera would have been captured. This was clearly left intentionally. A huge confusion like a tangled mess filled his mind. If you want to release someone, just say the word. Do you think Viper would hold on to them? Why go through the trouble of changing into this outfit and staging a midnight rescue? And what about that guy? What was his background? Was he worthy of Sister Wan Ning's personal involvement? Did he carry some secret? He could only forcibly categorize all of this as an extremely important covert mission that he had no right to know about. Viper irritably rubbed his temples. He increasingly felt that Wan Ning's style of action was unfathomable. He felt like a pawn on a chessboard, completely unable to discern the intentions of the player. Resigned, Viper spoke to his subordinate. I know about this matter. If we can track down the whereabouts of these 2 people, we will. If not, it's no big deal. They aren't important people. However, we need to strengthen internal vigilance and check for loopholes. Yes. His subordinate was relatively easy to manage. What troubled Viper even more was the Bell of Death. Just thinking about that woman, cold and efficient like a human weapon with zero tolerance for negligence, made Viper feel a dull pain in his back teeth. She was the one who captured him from the street in the middle of the night. And now, after handing him over to her, he was let slip away in less than a night. How could he explain this? Should he say that Sister Wan Ning personally came to snatch someone and even deliberately left a blurry video for him to see, but he couldn't tell her why. This was even more absurd than the person escaping. He could already imagine the Belle of Death's disdainful and disgusted expression berating him for being useless. Forget it, it doesn't matter. If she comes looking for him, let him go find Sister Wanting. Wanting received the surveillance video and inquiries sent by Viper. She didn't provide much explanation, only insisting that he must not expose his identity and everything else should proceed normally with the investigation. Subsequently, Wanting directly sent this surveillance video to Zhou Lin. She decided to take the initiative. Before the Black Hat gang came knocking, she would contact Zhou Lin first. Zhou Lin, upon receiving the video, quickly got in touch. Zhou Lin's gentle face now bore an unusual somberness on the virtual screen. Boss Wanting, what do you mean by sending this over? He recognized the Firestone and saw the strange masked figure. Oh, don't mention it really. Wanting immediately wore a hint of annoyance and frustration on her face, her tone akin to a business partner eager to complain after suffering a huge loss. Last night, a few of my men patrolling on Nether Street accidentally stumbled upon that Firestone. Seeing him acting suspiciously, they captured him. I was planning to tell you early this morning, and by the way, I earn a little extra money. She abruptly changed the subject, her expression turning gritted and fierce. But before dawn, this thing that I don't know where it crawled out from came along. She pointed at the corner of the screen where the masked figure's video was paused. This one wearing the smiling mask, good heavens. Sneaking in without a sound, letting my people escape. You know what happened to my detention points? The surveillance was all hacked. Completely clean. Not a single sound recorded. Wanting took a breath and then said with a hint of luck, if it weren't for my old antique backup camera, which isn't connected to the network and purely stores physically, probably hidden in the pipe seam and not discovered, we wouldn't have captured even this tiny bit. Just look. This fleeting shadow. This skill is definitely that of a top-notch hacker. Too arrogant. They treat my Iron Fist gang like a public toilet, coming and going as they please. Zhou Lin listened silently, his sharp gaze scrutinizing every subtle expression on Wanting's face. Did Wanting want to capture someone for money? He believed it. The Iron Fist gang surveillance being hacked. That was also possible. But this masked person rescuing someone. This masked person. Boss Wanting, besides this blurry shadow, do you have any more detailed information? He needed to assess who this masked person was, whether it was a diversion or a third-party meddler. Originally, I wanted to keep this scrap of information to sell you later. But this bastard is too arrogant, daring to play around on my turf. I can't swallow this. The intelligence value is not high, so consider it a gift to a friend, you can have it. Wanting forwarded to Zhou Lin all available intelligence regarding the previous intrusion by the Laughing Man into the Thieves' Letter Syndicate. Information that was trivial and easily verifiable. That's all I've got. Half-truths, rumors, and hearsay. And but think about it, whoever extracted that person from me so cleanly blacked out my surveillance network. Could they possibly be harmless? You're hunting for Hua Shi. Then you'd better keep a close eye on this uninvited guest. And across the holographic screen, Zhou Lin listened impassively, yet a flicker of disdain crossed his mind. Arrogant. And how formidable could the security be at your few ramshackle holding cells in Yoming Street? And your patchwork surveillance grid. Was it some cutting-edge marvel? It's probably no sturdier than paper. And slipping and dropping off a person hacking your so-called impressive surveillance system. Was that truly difficult? And was it worth such alarm? Yet he betrayed nothing, outwardly replying courteously, understood. I'll pursue this lead diligently. Thank you, Boss Wan, for your trouble. Huh. He even thanked us, and Wanting nearly lost composure, quickly recovering. Oh please, no need for thanks. It's only natural. And the transmission ended. Wanting finally let her guard down, her shoulders trembling faintly as she laughed silently. And what an exhausting performance. And no sooner had she finished dealing with Zhou Lin than she had no time to rest. Her wrist terminal vibrated again. It was Zhong Sheng. And upon connecting, his voice crackled with barely suppressed fury. Sister Wan, the man I personally captured last night under Viper's custody was snatched away like refuse, nah. So he'd come to lodge a complaint. The security was laughably lax, effectively non-existent. This isn't just an insult to my operation's success, it's the gravest humiliation I've suffered since taking up field duty. And Viper, that useless wretch, can't even handle such a simple task. And Wanting felt her temples throb. She decided, firmly, not to reveal yet that she had orchestrated Hua Shi's escape. And the Laughing Man's identity was best kept buried. Oh Zhong Sheng, calm down, calm down. And Wanting instantly shifted to a soothing tone laced with earnest sincerity and shared indignation. This incident is utterly outrageous. Such negligence shames the Iron Fist gang itself. And I've already reprimanded Viper severely. Rest assured, I won't forget this. And she tried to downplay it lightly. Though if he's gone, he's gone. He wasn't important anyway, just a minor scoundrel. Hardly worth your anger. And a minor scoundrel. Zhong Sheng's voice sharpened with skepticism and resentment. And if a minor scoundrel could expose such absurd incompetence, what happens next time? With someone truly significant. She pressed forward. Sister Wan, how do you intend to deal with Viper? Deal with him. Knock cold jolt shot through Wanning's chest. Punish Viper. And preposterous. She'd ordered the whole thing. Viper was merely the scapegoat. And how could she possibly sanction him? And her mind raced. Then lightning-fast inspiration struck. She'd found a solution. one that would soothe Zhongsheng's rage, spare Viper punishment, and even yield tangible benefit. As for dealing with him, In Wanning deliberately drew out her words, feigning hesitation, before her expression brightened with sudden resolve. You know our gang's ban on private duels. Still, Zhongsheng, you do need an outlet for that fury, and Viper does need a harsh lesson. And so tell me, what if we stage a match? Our newly renovated fighting arena opens soon. Let's make it the debut bout. NU versus Viper. Face-to-face on the ring where strength speaks louder than words. Within the rules, unleash your full power. And give him a proper demonstration. Let him truly grasp what real capability looks like. What do you say? And the arena did need a compelling match to ignite its grand opening. Well, here it was. Oh, a spark of battle lust flickered in Zhongsheng's voice. But will Viper agree? And of course he wouldn't. Who'd step onto the ring as a punching bag, knowing defeat was certain. But Wanting had a plan. And don't worry, I'll handle him. He won't have a choice. Just one warning, don't underestimate him. Zhongsheng's tone hardened. I will not lose to him. And good. And remember, strict adherence to the arena's rules is non-negotiable, Wanting emphasized. Understood. Zhongsheng agreed without hesitation and severed the connection. At last, everyone handled. Wanting felt as though she'd just fought a grueling, draining war. Her mental guard dropped, and exhaustion crashed over her like a tidal wave. Dragging her heavy limbs, she staggered before the mirror. In her reflection showed dark smudges beneath hollow eyes, dull, lifeless skin, and tangled, unkempt hair. She looked utterly drained, like a husk stripped of vitality. Why burn the midnight oil? It's literally killing me. She groaned aloud, then collapsed face first onto the soft expanse of her bed, too spent even to pull up the blanket. She drifted into sleep. Just before consciousness dissolved into darkness, she swore never again would she stay up past midnight. And if she did, she'd swear again. And meanwhile, Zhou Lin, having received Wanning's intelligence and the grainy video, remained unconvinced. He refused to believe such a cascade of coincidences involving Hua Shi could all center on the Iron Fist gang. And he immediately activated every covert asset he'd embedded deep within Yoming Street. He even deployed several long-dormant, high-value informants to verify Wanning's claims. And the findings arrived swiftly. It was confirmed the Iron Fist gang had captured Hua Shi last night, and he had been rescued. And the detention site was hastily converted with security indeed minimal. Even the masked figure described by Wanning matched verified reports. Null intelligence cross-referenced, details aligned precisely. And had he misjudged the situation? Zhou Lin reached one conclusion: Wanning's desire to capture Hua Shi for profit was genuine. But sheer bad luck intervened the moment Hua Shi fell into her hands. A far more enigmatic, dangerous third party, the masked man, snatched him away. In doing so, he'd also humiliated the Iron Fist gang, stripping them bare before the underworld's gaze. And Zhou Lin abandoned further scrutiny of the gang, redirecting all vigilance and lethal intent toward the elusive masked man and the still-at-large Hua Shi. It was no wonder Zhou Lin hadn't suspected the truth. And after all, who would imagine someone so idle, so absurdly theatrical as to capture a man, only to rescue him from themselves? Even Wanting herself found the scheme ludicrous. And meanwhile, the long-dormant underground arena on Scum Street had undergone a stunning transformation, its lights reignited. The night of combat loomed near. And Wanning's thoughts had already flown there. And to witness the spectacle live. It would be her first time. And curiosity and anticipation surged within her chest, wild, irrepressible. She arrived half an hour early. In the arena entrance roared with energy. Crowds of diverse spectators streamed inward, voices swelling into a thunderous tide. Wanning stood at the edge of the current, absorbing the heat, the pulse, the raw electricity of the crowd. And then, a low resonant hum tore through the neon-drenched sky above Scum Street. A sleek metallic hovering vehicle, sharp-edged and gleaming, descended with commanding authority. It settled perfectly balanced on the open ground just beyond the arena entrance. The powerful airflow from the hovering vehicle drew the attention of the nearby crowd, who gasped in surprise. Wan Ning was equally astonished. It was her first time witnessing a hovering vehicle land at such close proximity. The streamlined body of the vehicle, its levitating stance, and the faint residual glow of energy after the engine was shut down all showcased a luxury and power that was utterly incongruous with the shabby streets. A surge of intense desire tightened around her heart. One day I will have one of my own. It wasn't that she couldn't afford it now, but it felt a bit forced and too ostentatious. The door of the hovering vehicle slid open silently. The first to step out was a young man dressed in an exquisitely tailored casual outfit, sporting golden hair and an arrogant demeanor. Oh, isn't that Huang Enyu the one who bullied Sheng Yu and had her disarm him? This guy even put a bounty on her in the dark web. What is this guy doing here, stirring up trouble? Following Huang Enyu was a burly bodyguard with sharp eyes scanning the surroundings warily. People of this wealth level do not need to queue or squeeze through the noisy crowds. Toomey had already arranged a dedicated VIP passage. The two men kept their eyes straight ahead, their figures quickly disappearing. Wan Ning squeezed through the crowd and entered the arena, stepping into the exclusive box that Toomey had reserved for her. A glass cube suspended above the combat arena with a full wall of one-way glass offering an excellent view. Below, the circular venue was packed to capacity, from the luxurious boxes surrounding the central fighting ring to the cheap tiered stands filled with enthusiastic spectators. Every inch of space was crowded with heads. The deafening waves of electronic music mixed with the frenzied screams of the crowd, the whistling sounds intertwined. This spectacle was largely thanks to the Qigong band. The band not only opened the fight, but also performed a warm-up show. They had conducted ample online and offline promotions beforehand. Sister Wan, Tumi rushed over as soon as she learned Wan Ning had arrived, reporting the progress. The opening is going smoothly, the venue is full, security is in place, everything is going well. Wan Ning's gaze remained fixed on the band performing below. She lightly replied, in this new venue the first match must be a success. There must be no mistakes tonight. Understood, Tumi responded, a glint of excitement flashing in her eyes as she leaned in closer, lowering her voice enticingly. Sister Wan, there are already people spontaneously placing bets, and the excitement is high, the profits are promising. What do you think? Should we get a small piece of the action? It's a sure win, and we won't lose anything by participating. Wan Ning smiled knowingly. Where there is light there are shadows, or where there is a boxing ring there are bets. This is ingrained in the underground world. What are the odds? Tumi answered excitedly. In the main event, a man versus Tiger Lion, the odds are starkly different. Tiger Lion is at 1-4. In the second match, Viper against Death Bell, Viper has high support and low odds, while Death Bell has high odds. All right, you manage it. Just as Tumi was about to turn to make arrangements, Wan Ning added, wait for the Viper and Death Bell match. Bet a little less. A glimmer of curiosity crossed Tumi's eyes, but she quickly concealed it, respectfully saying, okay. Viper and Death Bell, it was hard to predict who would win or lose. Because she spent a hefty sum to upgrade Viper's combat mechanical arm, this introduced a lot of uncertainty into the match. This investment was partly to persuade Viper to participate in the match, serving as a bit of compensation for the previous incident where he took the blame. Moreover, she wanted to enhance the combat power of her gang members. As the band finished their warm-up, the moment the match began, the entire venue was ignited. The deafening cheers and whistles erupted. In the first match, Iron Tower Collapse, a man vs. the Predator Tiger Lion. What absurd nicknames. Wan Ning couldn't help but scoff. Iron Tower Collapse. That clearly sounds like a brainless name created by a man himself. Fortunately, the match was quite exciting, surprising Wan Ning. A man opened with a thunderous momentum. His punches were fierce, clearly the result of rigorous training. It was said that he had recently swallowed his pride and persistently sought guidance from Old Wei. The improvement was evident and quite effective. Several crafty combinations landed accurately on Tiger Lion's abdomen, producing deep, dull thuds. He even forced Tiger Lion to stagger back, taking several hard hits. The audience erupted in cheers for a man reaching a new high point. As Wan Ning watched with rapt attention, she couldn't help but feel anxious for Tiger Lion. At that moment, her communicator buzzed. It was Black Cat. Wan Ning felt a bad premonition and answered the call. Wan Ning we've detected a non-authorized high-energy aggregate signal beneath seat 11 in row 7 of audience section D. It is a micropulse bomb activated with a countdown of 10 minutes and 23 seconds. What? Wan Ning exclaimed in shock. Where's Old Wei? Old Wei has arrived at the bomb's location and is handling it. Black Cat wagged its tail, synchronizing the surveillance footage. The bomb will be cleared within a minute with no casualties, and the person who placed the bomb has also been captured. Got it. What a false alarm. From the moment she didn't deliberately hide Tiger Lion's identity, she had anticipated someone would try to cause trouble. She just didn't know if it was someone from Tiger Lion's past underground arena or a gang that had previously tried to control him. She turned her gaze back to the arena. A man who had just moments ago been dominating and fiercely attacking Tiger Lion was now inexplicably at a disadvantage. His once proud, heavy mechanical arm now appeared clumsy and heavy as he swung it. Every powerful swing failed to even graze the hem of Tiger Lion's clothing. Damn. Huang Inyu in the adjacent box completely lost it. This Iron Tower Collapse can't be a complete idiot, right? Didn't he see the huge opening to the left? He should dodge. The fool. He spat as he roared with all his might. His voice penetrating through the walls faintly reached Wan Ning's side. This pampered young master Huang, who found even the words shabby street too vulgar to utter, could appear here purely because he was captivated by the soul-piercing melodies of the Qigong band. He had become a super fan of the band. Seeing in the advertisement that there was an underground boxing match after the band's performance, he thought of it as a side entertainment and could even earn a little profit. He looked down at that shabby street, feeling utterly disdainful. But he resolutely came anyway, thoroughly enjoying the performance, and he placed hefty bets on the upcoming boxing match. Especially on Iron Tower Collapse, he was very confident that he could win. Look at those muscles. Look at that mechanical arm. Look at that size like a mountain. In contrast, Tiger Lion was nothing special, and she was a woman. Isn't this just throwing money away? It's a guaranteed win. If Iron Tower Collapse doesn't win, hell, eat his words. As the match began, a man relying on his brute strength truly pushed the Tiger and Lion back with relentless force, just as he had predicted. Huang Inyu couldn't help but admire his own insight. Savoring the synthetic whiskey in his cup, he internally gave himself a big thumbs up. My taste is impeccable. But who would have thought that as the fight continued, the tides would turn? Something was off. The Iron Tower not only failed to crush his opponent, but instead revealed numerous flaws, frequently getting hit. Meanwhile, the seemingly ordinary woman he had underestimated acted like a formidable predator. Each dodge was so swift it was infuriating, and every counterattack was ruthless enough to make Huang Enya's heart bleed. He cursed in anger. Iron Tower, you useless fool. Get up. Charge at her. Crush her. Do you hear me? His eyes were bloodshot with rage, wishing he could jump in and throw the punches for a man. He watched helplessly as the Iron Tower swung and missed again, the tiger and lion slipping into the visual blind spot of his mechanical arm. A fierce downward kick struck hard at the joint of a man's mechanical arm. Crack, bang. A sound of metal tearing echoed. A man's once proud mechanical arm twisted and deformed in an instant, sparks flying everywhere. The enormous body could no longer support itself and crashed forward. I placed a hefty bet on you, and this is your performance. You idiot. Useless. Huang Enyu slammed his fist onto the armrest of the sofa. Ouch, that hurts. Damn it. He shook his hand, lifted his glass, and gulped down a large mouthful. It must be the name Iron Tower, it's just too unlucky. Instead of collapsing others, it collapsed itself. He took a moment to breathe. No worries. There was still a second match. The contestant passage gate burst open, and the spotlight instantly locked on. The second match was between Viper and Grim Reaper. Neither used their real names, especially the Grim Reaper, who wore a mask. The Grim Reaper stepped into the arena first clad in a matte black combat suit with a mask that revealed only her eyes, her steps steady. Viper followed closely behind, tall and muscular, with the most striking feature being the bionic scales covering half of his face, subtly moving like a living creature, exuding an inhuman eeriness. Hiss! Huang Enyu crossed his arms, watching the two contestants below. Another masked fighter. What a show. He was furious just seeing the mask. Pointing at the Grim Reaper with disdain, he scoffed. You think wearing a shabby mask makes you look impressive? That you can scare people? Naive. In this day and age, it's all about real skills. His gaze shifted to Viper, and his eyes instantly lit up. He excitedly slapped his thigh. Oh wow, look at those bionic scales on his face, how cool is that? Just looking at him is impressive. But then he thought of the last match where he had placed his bet on Iron Tower, and it had lost. He had become much more cautious this time. Although he held back his words, the blind trust in impressive equipment and the craving to recoup his losses still scratched at him like little claws. In the end, he couldn't help it. He opened his terminal and quickly placed a bet on Viper. Just need to win back my stake. As he was about to exit, he saw the Grim Reaper's tattered mask, and a surge of unnameable anger flared up. Damn it, I have to smash that broken mask to pieces. Gritting his teeth, he placed another hefty bet on Viper. Soon the match began. Viper moved, quick as lightning. The Grim Reaper appeared somewhat sluggish at the start, dodging half a beat late, while Viper's figure wielding a dagger flashed with cold light, effortlessly tearing through her defenses. PFF. A line of blood burst forth from her shoulder. The Grim Reaper staggered back, nearly being overwhelmed by Viper's relentless assault. She stumbled along the edge of the cage, each block seeming forced, every counterattack feeble and powerless, missing repeatedly. Bang! A heavy knee strike smashed into the Grim Reaper's ribs. Unbelievable. All these inept moves. The commentary booth echoed with disbelief and disappointment. The Grim Reaper's performance tonight is completely outpaced by Viper. The audience cheering for Viper was deafening. In the VIP box, Huang Enyu watched his earlier gloom completely dissipated. He excitedly waved his fists. Yes. Yes. That's it. Crush that broken mask. Let her flaunt. Did you see? My judgment is back. He could almost see the money he would recoup waving at him. He kept his eyes fixed on the masked figure, the Grim Reaper. Ha ha ha. Her performance is mediocre. She started off poorly. Ha ha. She's in a tough spot. Ha ha. She's at a disadvantage. Ha ha. Her moves are all inept. Ha ha. Her defeat is a foregone conclusion. Is she really going to give a victory speech? What a damn. Huang Enyu's joyous expression was doused with a bucket of ice water, chilling him to the core. Who would have thought that just a second ago the Grim Reaper, who seemed like a candle flickering in the wind? In the end, she managed to turn the tables. She abandoned all the flashy blocks and dodges, moving faster than the eye could catch. In a self-destructive posture, she crouched and twisted her waist, her entire body resembling a dagger piercing into the minuscule gap created by Viper's full-force attack. A moment of mechanical inertia. Hiss! A sound like leather being sliced echoed lightly. The Grim Reaper's hand, clad in tactical gloves, pierced through Viper's exposed armpit at a tricky angle, just like a scalpel. Viper's new mechanical arm fell weakly, producing a few sounds of short-circuiting. Soon Viper, now without her arm, was swiftly beaten down by the Grim Reaper, losing her fighting capacity. The host scrambled into the arena, thrusting the microphone before the Grim Reaper's mask, asking for her victory speech. Huang Enyu's body trembled uncontrollably with rage. How could she win? Trash. Useless. Fixed match. This is definitely a fixed match. His face contorted, saliva flying. He kicked over the expensive alloy coffee table in front of him, waving his hand. Let's go right now. This place is fundamentally rotten. If I ever come back, I'll write my name backward. Spit. His hysterical roar echoed through the walls, faintly reaching the adjacent VIP box of Wan Ning. Wan Ning, upon hearing this, was unconcerned. She guessed it was just some gambling loser who had lost, and started barking. Today she was also quite surprised by the match between the Grim Reaper and Viper, especially the final twist which no one had anticipated. What troubled her most was that the expensive new mechanical arm she had just bought for Viper wouldn't be completely wasted, would it? After the fighting rings matches concluded, Wan Ning went to the holding cells. The moment the door opened, a thick stench of blood rushed out, almost suffocating. She dared only a glance inside, unable to look directly. The man who had been fitted with explosives was less a human than a mass of ravaged flesh, barely sustaining signs of life after brutal mutilation. Those with experience knew that a half-dead, half-alive state could be more horrifying than a corpse. She was no stranger to blood. But Lao Wei's methods were truly cruel. They were in no way inferior to Sang Zhong's. Lao Wei stood in the doorway's shadow like a silent statue. Lao Wei now looked much more spirited than when Wan Ning first met him. The corrosive scars on his face still unnerved, but the ruined eye had been fitted with a prosthesis from Pa Yai. And the ragtag used Wan Ning had shoved his way followed him, like shadows constantly calling Captain Long, Captain Short. That long-missed feeling of being needed greased the rusted gears of his soul. Though he never said it outright, responsibility had quietly settled on his shoulders. Boss, this man belongs to Tai Long Hui, he reported in a low voice. Tai Long Hui. Wan Ning's brow tightened. That name belonged to the owner of the underground fight ring, who sure had tangled with before. Their turf did not border the Taekwon gangs. A few streets separated them. They seldom interfered with one another. Tell me the details. Yes. Tai Long Hui runs underground arenas, casinos, and smuggling. Their background is dirty. Their hands are very black, Lao Wei answered. According to what the kid confessed, they struck because our opening drew too much attention. They feared losing business. And secondly, Lao Wei hesitated, a cold light glinting in his eyes. They declared that who sure is their property and sooner or later they'll take him back to clean house. So arrogant. Wan Ning barked. I asked directly. The kid's exact words were, even if we're exposed, you scum of the Taekwon gang wouldn't dare do anything to their Tai Long Hui. Good. Excellent. Wan Ning laughed in anger. They had not even put the Taekwon gang in their sights. She seethed at the thought of flattening Tai Long Hui's den. But reason held her back. She could not rush in now. Tai Long Hui might be smaller in numbers and turf than the Haimeo Bang, but they had long been in business and were wealthy. Their equipment was far more sophisticated than a typical underground gang's. A direct confrontation would be like striking stone with an egg. Understood. Wan Ning said, her voice steady. She immediately opened her comm and contacted Gong Yu. Keep an eye on Hu Sure. Someone might try to move on her. Guard her to the death. Gong Yu acknowledged. After hanging up, Wan Ning still had no perfect plan. She glanced at the time. It was late. This matter would be noted for later. First, let people probe and test the waters. If that failed, they would retaliate by other means. Wan Ning left the holding area. She needed to get back and sleep early. No more late nights. On the way home, Wan Ning walked alone through the neon-lit Black Crow Alley. Approaching Mile Yuan Apartments, she passed Lao Li's parts shop. Its grime-coated metal shutter was half open, casting a jaundiced light into the street. Two familiar figures stood by the door, Kueier's subordinates whom she had seen before. They loomed like gatekeepers, the atmosphere taut with an unusual edge. Wan Ning halted. So late at night, what were those two doing at Lao Li's shabby shop? Her curiosity drew her closer. Inside, Lao Li's voice came in fits and starts, part obsequious, part alarmed. Dirty hands. On the floor lay a slight figure motionless. The child looked no older than 7 or 8, wearing rags whose original color could not be discerned. Most striking was the sticky dark red stain on his temple, blood. Wan Ning flinched. What the hell? Had these men lost their sense and caused a death? And it was a child. What are you doing? Wan Ning stepped into the shop and demanded loudly, her eyes sweeping over the small body. Her gaze then snapped to the two gang members who had been startled by her sudden appearance. Lao Li trembled so badly the wrench in his hand clattered to the floor. He waved his hands and babbled an explanation. No, not these two big brothers. It's this kid. He pointed at the boy on the floor. This kid has dirty hands. He was stealing from me. When I caught him, he ran. In a panic, I grabbed a wrench and struck. It hit his head, and then this happened. I saw Taekwon brothers patrolling outside, so I called them in to see how to deal with the kid. Yes, it's not our problem, Wan Jia. The two gang men bristled under Wan Ning's fierce stare. One of them, steadier, said, we just arrived, and we're asking Lao Li what happened. This kid is unknown around here. Black Crow Alley has never seen him. What should we do now? The other, lacking tact, scratched his head and said, throw him on the trash heap. Or handle it cleaner. Lao Li's legs shook. He regretted calling gang members to handle the matter. Wan Ning raised an eyebrow and glared, sending a chill through them. Handle, she echoed. If someone dies in Black Crow Alley, whose turf will stink? Who will answer for the trouble? Her gaze returned to the child on the floor. His chest showed a faint rise and fall. Take him to Pa Yai Clinic to be checked gently. Don't let him die. Then ask where he came from. The steadier member recovered first. He nudged the other and hissed, what are you standing for? Wan Jia ordered it. Move. They quickly scooped the child up and hurried toward Pa Yai Clinic, disappearing down the alley. After the small incident was handled, Wan Ning returned to her apartment to rest. In the following days, her life returned to calm. Pa Yai reported that the child was tough, his skull was fractured, but the vital areas had not been hit. They were anxious for medical fees, asking Wan Ning to cover the bill. Meanwhile, Hui Xiao, under Pa Yai's careful treatment, and by sheer stubborn will, had survived and was now in good health. Wan Ning had Kuei examine Hui Xiao's expensive mechanical arm to see if it could be repaired. Hui Xiao's mechanical prosthesis adapted well, probes and sensors danced through its cold, complex structure as readings flickered across the terminal. No major problem. The core transmission and power circuits are intact. Mostly the external armor is deformed and several sensor nodes are misaligned. Give me some time and I can fix it without compromising performance, he said. His words eased Wan Ning and Kuei. At least the money wasn't entirely wasted. Recently Wan Ning had been surprised by Sang Zhong's attitude. The reclusive undertaker who usually sneered at everyone had for once not mocked Kuei while she was recovering. Now they still often encountered her at the training ground, silently practicing alone. Though still taciturn, she no longer constantly scorned people. Wan Ning suspected Sang Zhong respected only strength. Kuei's performance on the ring, the kind of skill that could drive someone to the brink, had earned a sliver of instinctive respect from her. At the same time, Kuei regretted underestimating her and threw herself into even harder training. Wan Ning did not know whether to say she had been schooled. She felt unsure whether to admit she had been outmatched, and yet the experience only sharpened her resolve to train harder. The days passed, and she continued to hone herself, the echo of the ring and the sight of persistent opponents pushing her onward. In the small rhythms of daily life, Wan Ning found herself pulled between caution and the fierce urge to strike back. Wan Ning instructed her subordinates to investigate the details of the Iron Cage Society. The information lay before her, yet she found herself entangled in the daily affairs of various gangs. For a gang to establish a firm foothold, it relies on the trivial, yet crucial foundation of daily operations. By the end of the month, it becomes a silent battle. Wan Ning watched as the holographic screen scrolled rapidly, verifying the numerous entries of income and expenditure. Protection fees bar and fight arena earnings star C music, several transactions from gray channels. Expenditures, basic salaries for members, clinic bills, venue and equipment maintenance, intelligence fees, operational costs. The territory is expanding and the workforce is increasing. Currently, the core members of the Iron Fist gang, along with the peripheral errand runners, barely number 50. People's hearts cannot be won over solely by empty promises or sheer force. They must see tangible benefits. Wan Ning planned to raise the basic income of the members. Regular members would be raised to 3,000, new members slightly lower, and core staff to 5,000. In addition, participating in special tasks would come with bonuses issued based on the risk, difficulty, and completion of the task, without any upper limit. After calculations, she still felt that money was never enough. Although there were still over $1 million in the account, upgrading just 2 decent cybernetic limbs would wipe it out. She still needed to find ways to make money. Once the money was distributed, the Iron Fist gang erupted like ripples on the water surface after stones were thrown in. With the sound of money being deposited echoing, almost every member wore a smile of joy. A few new recruits were especially excited, chattering away, and while they were not earning much, yet they saw a clear path to advancement along with the enticing no upper limit. Moreover, unbeknownst to Wan Ning, the Iron Fist gang had gained notoriety near Black Crow Alley. Initially, it was only whispers in dark taverns and corners of the parts black market. Hey, have you heard? Those folks from the Iron Fist gang, even the regular errand runners, can earn 3,000. No way. 3,000. Absolutely. My cousin's neighbor's partner's sister's elder sister is with the Iron Fist gang. The leader said it himself, but I heard it's actually 5,000. Errand runners getting 5,000. Wow. Isn't there some kind of bonus? I heard last time they had a mission, those who performed well got several thousand on the spot. I even heard there's no ceiling on bonuses, and some have received over 10,000. What? An errand runner from the Iron Fist gang can earn over 10,000. With bonuses, doesn't that make it 50,000? What? An errand runner from the Iron Fist gang can earn 50,000. And the rumors grew more outrageous. Even more absurd were the wild speculations about where the Iron Fist gang's money came from. Money? How, you are too naive. Do you know why their new fighting arena is so fierce? Professional grade combat cybernetics. Right. I also heard some of them come from Genesis technology. What? The Iron Fist gang is backed by Genesis technology. No wonder. Doesn't that mean their equipment is top-notch? Top-notch. More than that. I heard their core members have corporate security-grade exoskeletons and implants. What? Corporate security-grade equipment for everyone. And they're collaborating with Genesis technology. More and more opportunists began to consider their options. Some who considered themselves capable or well-informed began to secretly inquire about the recruitment channels of the Iron Fist gang. How could they jump ship? Should they present a letter of allegiance? The Iron Fist gang was recently expanding its territory. Surely they needed manpower. Some faces that originally belonged to other small gangs began to move deliberately around the edges of the Iron Fist gang's territory, their eyes flickering with caution. And those larger gangs also began to regard the Iron Fist gang with some trepidation. Some gangs watching the Iron Fist gang's continuous territorial expansion indeed entertained thoughts. They considered sending people to take over or to intimidate. But now with Wan Ning's generous treatment, they hesitated, afraid of taking rash actions. Some were afraid of the background. Who would dare to burn money like this without a profound backing? What if they stepped on a mine and angered someone they couldn't afford to provoke? That wouldn't be seizing territory, but seeking death. Some were afraid of the strength. If they are so willing to spend on their subordinates, how could their equipment be lacking? If a real fight broke out with the opponent armed with high salaries, excellent gear, and high morale, would their own people fight hard for mere pocket change? What if their own people's hearts were first hollowed out by the Iron Fist gang's high salaries? Some feared traps. Could this be a smokescreen deliberately released by the Iron Fist gang? Were they feigning weakness to hide their strength, luring others to act first only to reveal their flaws, or collude with other forces to counterattack? Thus, unbeknownst to Wan Ning, the reputation of the Iron Fist gang as a high welfare organization spread quietly, inadvertently forming an invisible halo of deterrence. After much effort, Wan Ning finally extricated herself from the gang's trivial matters, feeling the need to unwind. She transformed into a street wanderer aimlessly drifting about. At that moment, she stood idly in front of a cybernetic shop's window. The window displayed several liquid metal arms glimmering with a cold light, with ethereal blue energy circuits flowing at the joints marked with prices that would leave ordinary people in despair. She looked at this and that, knowing she was just browsing without buying. Buzz! Suddenly her terminal's communication alert sounded, causing her temple to throb. A glance at the screen revealed it was Pavi. Ugh! A sense of being called to account surged within her. It couldn't be yet another bill from the clinic or that guy from Grey Owl using some exorbitantly priced biogel again, right? Just after a few days of quiet, she could almost envision Pavis' frugal, frowning expression. She hesitated before answering. Wan Ning. Pavis' voice erupted almost like a roar, even gritting his teeth. What kind of monster did you send me? What? Monster? Pavi calmed down. The kid. The one you had sent over whose head got smashed. That's the one. The one lying in room 3. Pavis' voice trembled, filled with uncontainable fear and a certain mad scientist's dread. Oh, that kid. Wan Ning was puzzled but relieved it was about this. She leaned against the window, adopting a more relaxed posture, her tone even carrying a hint of teasing. What happened? Did the little brat knock over your bottles and jars all over the place? Or did he play in the mud on your freshly disinfected floor? Just a child recently returned from the brink of death. Being a bit mischievous was understandable. The bill remained unchanged. If he were just mischievous, I'd be grateful. Pavi interrupted her violently, his voice suddenly rising, laced with a kind of hysteria. The problem is he's not mischievous at all. There's something wrong. Very wrong. Wrong. Wan Ning's mind flashed with the bloodstain on the child's forehead. Did his head get smashed? A concussion? Is he stunned or gone mad? It's not a brain issue. Pavis' voice lowered, taking a deep breath. Wan Ning, I suspect that the one lying on that hospital bed using that child's body is not the original him anymore. What do you mean? Explain yourself. Wan Ning recoiled in shock. Pavi, I first sensed something amiss when I used medical terms, like intracranial pressure, in conversation with him. And yet he understood them. I asked if he'd studied medicine. He said no. Wan Ning, perhaps he's simply unusually bright. Pavi, at first I didn't think much of it. But then one day, I absent-mindedly muttered beside him, end of the month already. Why hasn't our man gone to collect protection fees yet? Guess what happened? The boy's eyelid twitched violently. That was the unmistakable reaction of comprehension. To soothe him, I instantly softened my voice like a fool and cooed, little one, do you know what protection fees are? Yet his gaze turned utterly vacant, like an innocent child bewildered by complex words, and he shook his head wide-eyed and guileless. Huh, what acting? You think that's all? There's more. His attitude toward my young assistant. That wasn't the affectionate curiosity of a child for a beautiful older sister. It was the leering, appraising stare of a grown man. When Anna bent over to change his dressing, his eyes instinctively flickered downward, toward her neckline. He masked it swiftly, yes, but that look absolutely did not belong to a child. Pavi grew increasingly animated. Later, I couldn't bear it any longer. I knocked him out with a single injection. Wan Ning, did you kill him? No, just anesthetized him. Before Wan Ning could respond, he dropped another bombshell. Wan Ning, you have no idea how extraordinary this is. His sleep-talking while the anesthesia was wearing off. Not childish babbling, not at all. Crisp, enunciated profanity thick with fury. Damn it, this wretched place, not even a decent cigarette. I'm going insane. Listen, could any brat possibly utter such words? Wan Ning's heart hammered wildly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A chilling thought, unbidden and terrifying, rose unbidden in her mind. Could he truly be a transmigrator, or a reincarnator? Her voice tightened as she replied to Pavi. Indeed, he doesn't behave like a child. Is he still at the clinic? He is, secured under control. Pavi's tone carried the eerie blend of horror and exhilaration a physician feels confronting the unnatural. This is living prime-grade experimental material. Unprecedented. I'm preparing to dissect him, to examine whether his neural network has been altered or whether his consciousness waveform has been hijacked. We will uncover earth-shattering secrets. Stop. Halt. Pavi, silence. Wan Ning's scalp prickled. What if he was a fellow traveler from her world? To dissect him would be a tragic waste. She spoke half-pleading, half-commanding. Pavi, I know you're eager, but hold your eagerness. Don't touch him. Wait for me. First let Hey Meow dig into his background and identity. She ended the call. Wan Ning rushed toward the clinic, heart-pounding mind flooded with Pavi's description of that uncanny child. Based on every novel she'd read in her past life, this boy was anything but ordinary. If he truly had transmigrated, should she reveal herself? If he were reborn, would he remember key plot developments? And how best to test his true identity? As she walked, her thoughts spiraled wildly. Then, rounding a street corner, a familiar figure caught her eye. Cigio, handsome as ever after so long. He stood with an elegantly dressed young woman whose gaze held a dazed, dreamy haze murmuring softly into her ear, his lips curved in that practiced, tender smile. Wan Ning froze mid-step and inwardly spat. So he'd found another target, preparing to swindle her fortune and seduce her trust. Watching the woman sway, entranced by Cigio's charm, Wan Ning felt both fury and pity rise within her. Should she storm forward, stage a dramatic public confrontation? Just as she hesitated over how far to go, Cigio gently ushered the woman into a hovering vehicle parked roadside. Standing outside the vehicle, Cigio bowed slightly, his smile flawless, almost sorrowful, as if bidding farewell to a beloved soul lost forever. He waved fervently until the silent craft descended, dissolving into the city's shimmering upper currents. Ugh! Wan Ning rolled her eyes. That performance, flawless, nauseating, worthy of study. The moment the hovering vehicle vanished from sight, Cigio's mask of tender devotion crumbled, replaced by cold, careless indifference. He casually adjusted his cuff, then turned and locked eyes with Wan Ning. A flicker of surprise crossed Cigio's eyes, yet not a trace of embarrassment, as if caught red-handed. Instead, he approached Wan Ning calmly, composed, utterly at ease. Behold, the definition of professionalism. Senior Sister Wan, long time no see. His grin was radiant, as though the tender farewell had never occurred. Wan Ning remained expressionless. Indeed, you've been busy. Another target. TSK, what an accusation. Cigio feigned wounded hurt. My heart belongs solely to Senior Sister Wan. Have you missed me? Meditation. Wan Ning uttered two icy words. Cigio's smile stiffened, then swiftly recovered. Still as witty as ever. So, Senior Sister Wan, what have you been up to lately? General anesthesia. Cigio's jaw twitched. He strained to keep smiling. Senior Sister Wan, you don't trust me anymore. We chat. Cigio's smile finally collapsed, utterly baffled. Wan Ning watched him flounder and suppressed a cold laugh. Lifting her foot, she stepped to bypass him. Enough. No time for wordplay. I have real business to attend to. Cigio instinctively raised a hand to stop her and opened his mouth. Wait, what are you? Don't ask. Wan Ning cut him off before he could finish. Don't ask what I'm doing, or I'll have to fabricate an answer on the spot. She didn't glance back, strode away swift and resolute. She kept walking, fast, unwavering, until Cigio vanished completely from view. Only then did she open her comlink and contact Hey Meow. Hey Meow, spare a moment to dig deeper into Cigio and track the latest moves of the Duxin gang. Their systems barely recovered from that crash. Have they resumed their scams already? From the other end came Hey Meow's steady synthetic voice. Understood, Meow. I'll investigate Cigio and the Duxin gang shortly, but... Hey Meow paused, rarely hesitant. I couldn't locate the boy's identity, the one at Pavi's clinic. Couldn't locate him. Wan Ning's pulse spiked. Hey Meow's intelligence network spanned both light and shadow, yet there existed someone beyond its reach. Not a single lead. None, Hey Meow confirmed. I scanned every official database, underground black market archives, even gray zone records of population movement. Nothing matched, which means either this boy is a total ghost born without registration, never entered into any system whatsoever, or Hey Meow's electronic voice deepened, grave and deliberate. His very existence has been professionally erased. This was far stranger than Wan Ning had imagined. Truly extraordinary. I understand. I'll leave Cigio to you. Notify me immediately if anything arises. Affirmative. She severed the link and quickened her pace, nearly sprinting toward Pavi's modest clinic. Pushing open the slightly worn door of the clinic, I navigated through the corridor infused with the scent of disinfectant. At last I arrived at a medical room and saw the child. Or rather the one wearing the skin of a child. He was securely bound to the medical bed, his wrists and ankles fastened with wide restraining straps. He seemed to know what was about to happen, his small face pale and his forehead slightly damp. Upon hearing the sound of the door, he instantly switched his demeanor. His eyelashes trembled violently as he raised his tear-filled, terrified eyes to Wan Ning. His lips quivered, letting out a faint whimper akin to that of a small animal. His body futilely struggled in response, displaying a pitiful innocence, as if utterly frightened. Keep pretending. Wan Ning coldly scrutinized him. He pondered how to test the boy's identity. Should he speak the secret phrase from his past life, or should he refrain from revealing his own identity? Pavi poked his head out from the inner room upon hearing the commotion. Startling Wan Ning. He held a glimmering syringe in his hand, and upon seeing Wan Ning, excitement and fervor immediately lit up his face. Wan Ning, you finally arrived. Look, what a perfect specimen. I'm all set. He paced excitedly around the medical bed like a mad scientist, chattering incessantly, ready for surgery at any moment. Should we start with a craniotomy to examine the neural synapses, or should we first extract spinal fluid to analyze the residual consciousness signals? TSK the cortical activity. It's truly a groundbreaking discovery. Let me think about where to start to maintain the tissue's excitability. With every word spoken, the child, securely bound on the bed, trembled violently, his face as pale as paper, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. I have no grievances with you. He finally couldn't hold back, his voice quivering as the childlike tone revealed the fear of an adult. Why are you trying to harm me? Let me go. Pavey halted, bending down, his crazed face almost pressing against the child's, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Harm you? I'm doing this for science. For the truth. Tell me, who are you really? How did you get inside this child's shell? If you don't speak. He shook the syringe in his hand and lightly uttered a single word: dissect. The child was terrified, his soul nearly escaping. I am just a kid. So what? I will still dissect. No, I'm just an unfortunate. Pavey interrupted him. Still need to dissect. With each mention of dissection, Pavey's gaze became more fervent. No, don't dissect. They'll tell you everything, please. I can't die yet. Bus let out a nearly hysterical cry, completely breaking down in surrender. Wan Ning, watching from the side, felt her heart leap into her throat, her palms sweating. It's coming. This guy finally couldn't bear it any longer. Was he about to confess? A transmigrator? A reincarnator? Or something else? My name is Bus. 21 years old. He exclaimed urgently, as if fearing he would be vivisected if he delayed even a second. I escaped from the Genesis Corporation's laboratory. Laboratory? Wan Ning blurted out, her initial excitement at finding a fellow villager instantly replaced by shock. Yes. Laboratory. Bus seemed to grasp at a lifeline, rapidly explaining. The original owner of this body was also a pitiful creature. We were both sold into that place where they conduct human experiments. An experiment called cross-body consciousness transplantation. They captured many people, old and young, intending to insert one consciousness into another body. I don't know what they were trying to achieve, whether it was eternal life or some perfect vessel or something else. All I know is, everyone before me died, their brains exploded, or they became vegetative, and I was just lucky. I must have hit some ridiculous stroke of luck to succeed. My consciousness was inserted into this child's body. Then I escaped in the chaos. Pavey's fervor instantly froze, replaced by shock and anger. He straightened up, slamming the syringe onto the adjacent surgical instrument tray, producing a harsh clang. Cross-body consciousness transplantation. Pavey's voice suddenly rose. I knew it. These old bastards claiming it's for eternal life are actually trampling on life through illegal human experiments to satisfy the filthy desires of those wealthy elites who fear death. It's not for the truth of science at all. He angrily paced in the cramped clinic as if about to rush out and smash that so-called company. Wan Ning took a deep breath, suppressing the shock and a complex emotion. She couldn't quite identify whether it was disappointment or relief. It turned out he wasn't a transmigrator or a reincarnator, but a living product of human experimentation. The information Bus provided was substantial, but there were also glaring gaps. Wait a moment. Wan Ning's gaze sharpened as she scrutinized Bus. How did you escape? With your small frame? You'd better be clear and not hide anything. Bus knew he couldn't fool her and hurriedly added, someone helped me. A doctor named Hao Ren, it was him. Mentioning this name brought a complex light to Bus' eyes, a mix of gratitude and pain. He's an internal researcher at the laboratory. He said this experiment was nothing short of devilry. He secretly destroyed the core experimental data backups, and then took advantage of the chaos to escape with me. We got separated while being chased. Hao Ren, he really is a good person. Wan Ning furrowed her brows, chewing on this name. Suddenly she recalled recent events. No wonder the drone swarms from so many companies were buzzing like mad flies recently. It turned out they were searching for the two of you. Wan Ning looked at Bus in front of her, feeling a sense of pressure. A hot potato. This is definitely a super hot potato. Getting involved in a scandal of a giant like the Genesis Corporation. With her limited strength, how could Wan Ning possibly confront such a colossal entity? It would be like an ant trying to stop a chariot. Just thinking about the potential retaliation made her spine chill. Pavey, Wan Ning decisively commanded, release him. Oh, release him? Just let him go like this. Pavey was still immersed in anger and contemplation about the cross-body consciousness transplantation technology. Wan Ning, this is living evidence, the key to uncovering the company's crimes. Moreover, his body structure and consciousness integration state have unparalleled research value. Shouldn't we take a look? Dissect. Did you lose your mind? Wan Ning interrupted him without reservation, her tone laced with anger as she pointed at the restraining straps, sternly stating, let him go. Now. Immediately. In the end, Pavey reluctantly mumbled and unwound the restraining straps. The moment they were loosened, Bus immediately curled up, rubbing his reddened wrists, looking at the two with fear and caution. Wan Ning stepped forward, towering over the child's shell that housed an adult's soul. We haven't knocked you out and returned you to the Genesis Corporation for a reward that's already as merciful as we can be. Recognize your situation and get as far away as you can. Don't come near here again. And don't say anything foolish. Otherwise. Bus suddenly shivered, nodding like a chick pecking for rice. I understand. I'm leaving right now. Thank you. Thank you for sparing my life. He practically rolled off the medical bed, stumbling out, not daring to look back. Watching his figure disappear, Wan Ning felt a part of her heart finally settle. There were still traces left. They had to be completely erased. Any oversight could lead to disaster. She immediately contacted Black Cat, issuing an urgent command. to immediately dispose of all data traces created by Bus from his entry into the clinic to the moment he left, as well as any records that could intersect with Bus whereabouts. At the same time, she issued a gag order to the relevant gang members. It never hurts to be cautious. She could only pray that this huge trouble of Bus would stay far away from her. After making all the arrangements she could think of, Wan Ning returned to her apartment to rest. That night, Wan Ning fell asleep early, and she slept soundly. She gradually began to adapt, slowly learning not to let the daytime terrors affect her sleep. However, there are always certain things in the world that the more you struggle to shake off, the more they will find you with a more entangled approach, precisely knocking on your door. Early the next morning, she was once again awakened by the terminal's communication alert tone. I irritably hung up, but it rang again as if it would not stop until it achieved its goal. It was Pavey. The moment I answered, Pavey's voice bombarded me. Wan Ning, he's back. Bus. That Bus. He's at the clinic. He says he has something very important to tell you, and is determined to see you. If not, let me dissect him. Again. When will this end? What does Bussy want? I spent yesterday bending over backwards to erase this person's trail. She even wanted to disinfect the very air. And yet he comes back at dawn like a stubborn ghost. Does he have a death wish? Wan Ning curtly told Pa Wei to keep an eye on Bussy for the moment. She rose at once, hastily gathered herself, and rushed over. The familiar sting of disinfectant in the clinic hit her more sharply than usual today. Wan Ning ignored the indecisive look Pa Wei wore by the door and strode into the cramped restroom. She pushed the door open and found Bussy curled on a cold metal chair like an abandoned dog. The child's body was folded inward, head drooping. His pallid face begged pity from anyone who glanced his way. Too bad, it counted for nothing. Wan Ning's heart had long since been cast in cement. Who would pity her? Who would bear the risk of being crushed by the corporation on her behalf? She shut the door behind her, cutting off any prying eyes. What didn't you understand me yesterday? I told you to stay far away, and you chose to ignore me. She stepped closer, her shadow falling over Bussy. Or, Wan Ning pressed, do you miss Pa Weiss' operating table? Do you want him to pry open your head and fix it for you? Bussy flinched, the faint, pitiable expression on his face twisted into terror as he frantically waved his hands. No, don't call Dr. Pa Wei. Sister Wan. Please. I truly have no other way. It's urgent. A matter of life and death. I beg you to help. Help people like you who bring trouble. Would you have me stake my life on it? Wan Ning made a move toward the door, ready to leave. I suppose he'll call Pa Wei too, for a price. Bussy practically screamed to cut her off, his voice frantic. For a price. Sister. He'll pay. He'll pay generously. Wan Ning scrutinized the child in front of her from head to toe. Her eyes betrayed nothing but astonishment and suspicion. A price. Bussy, apart from that ill-fitting child's clothing, what can you possibly offer? And helping you would be gambling with my life. Can you pay that price? Bussy swallowed, and his gaze darted about as if summoning courage. He seemed to have made a desperate decision. Actually, I didn't tell the whole truth yesterday. Brother Howren helped me escape. He didn't just destroy the data. He took a batch of goods with him. Wan Ning repeated incredulously, took a batch as he left. Bussy nodded vehemently. Yes, a batch of ED, good stuff from the lab. Brother Howren said these could fetch a fortune on the black market. Enough to set us up for generations. Wait, say that again. Took a batch of ED. A batch. Wan Ning almost laughed at the absurdity. What a noble took. What a grand batch. So this was classic Howren. Wan Ning understood in an instant this wasn't a casual grab, it was premeditated. Stealing that batch of ED was the primary goal. Destroying experimental data and scooping up Bussy were probably the mere afterthoughts. It was no wonder she had suspected so. What did it mean to have the corporation's cutting-edge ED? It was an invaluable treasure the underground coveted. Wan Ning felt her interest spike. Continue. Sister, if you agree to help me find Brother Howren, if you rescue him, I'll give you 1 ED as payment. Only 1. What stinginess? Wan Ning narrowed her eyes, radiating pressure. Bussy spread his hands helplessly. Sister, I'm not being stingy. Most of the others Brother Howren sold off while escaping. He fenced them quickly. I only know of this single one, it's hidden, and I know where. And I heard Brother Howren say even the worst of them is military grade. Maybe even higher. Military grade. Possibly higher. Wan Ning straightened, cursing Howren in her head. A batch of experimental military grade ED with unknown capabilities dumped into the underground by that lunatic. It was like tossing a bomb into an already chaotic underworld. She could foresee the aftermath, countless gangs, mercenaries, lone wolves vying for those advanced ED. They would unleash bloodshed on a scale never seen before. Those equipped with military-grade ED would no longer be mere street thugs, but walking humanoid weapons. One such person could single-handedly wipe out a small gang. The balance of power among major factions would be reshuffled. What would that mean for her? How could the Taekwon gang survive? She weighed the options inwardly. Thoughts collided chaotically in her mind, emerging only to be suppressed again. Yet one conviction remained. And that conviction grew clearer and more fevered. The ED Bussy spoke of. She wanted it. She must obtain it. Wan Ning's silence made Bussy tremble with anxiety. His heart felt lodged in his throat. After a long moment, Wan Ning finally spoke. Tell me where Howren is now. Her voice was devoid of warmth, yet to Bussy it sounded like music. She had loosened up as she was considering it. Bussy practically rushed his words. After leaving the clinic yesterday, I went to the safe house, where Brother Hao Rin and I were supposed to meet. But when I arrived, the place was ransacked, everything overturned as someone had clearly searched it. I panicked and dared to ask the neighbors for information. They told me in whispers that yesterday afternoon a group of people, like gang members, broke into the building and carried a man out. The description sounded a lot like Brother Hao Rin. Genuine panic showed on Busi's face. Sister, I've thought, oh, I don't even know anyone I can turn to. I had nowhere else to go. He looked up. The child's eyes were filled with the helplessness and despair of an adult with no way out. Yesterday, Dr. Pa Wei frightened me, but you let me go in the end. I thought, at least you'd hear me out, that you'd speak some reason. I can't just abandon Brother Hao Rin. He saved my life. Wan Ning listened in silence, her face unreadable. Only after Busi finished did she finally reply. Reason. Busi, you asked me for reason. The reason you gave me yesterday did not include the batch you took. How am I supposed to trust you, HM? Under the weight of that pressure, Busi's face went even paler, and he trembled uncontrollably. He clenched his teeth and, with the desperation of someone throwing caution to the wind, met Wan Ning's icy gaze. His voice grew hoarse with emotion as he vowed word by word, staking everything, every single word I have said is true. If there is even a single lie, have Dr. Pa Wei perform a live dissection on me. I will not resist. Wan Ning provisionally trusted him. Where is your safe house? Busi hurriedly supplied an address. Wan Ning jotted it down, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Her fingers danced across the terminal. Hey Mao, pull surveillance around Jianghui Jia Old Tongzi Lu Dong 303. Focus on yesterday afternoon. Look for footage showing gang members taking someone away. The faster the better. She could not help but marvel. Having a top hacker as an ally was a godsend, like playing with a cheat code. Hey Mao's efficiency was astonishing, under 20 minutes. A clean processed video clip and accompanying intelligence arrived at Wan Ning's terminal. She clicked the video open. The image swayed, the angle suggested a camera from the opposite building, an unremarkable private shop's lens. For burly men in matching dark combat gear, faces bare and unashamed, roughly dragged a thin man in his 30s. The gaunt man tried to struggle, but one of them elbowed him hard in the ribs. He went limp and was shoved into a car like a broken sack. The attached dossier identified the four as enforcers of Tai Long Hui. Tai Long Hui of all people. Wan Ning's gaze chilled to ice. What a small world. The debt from the last fighting ring had not been settled. She strode back into the resting room. She approached Busi and thrust the terminal screen before his eyes. Is that him? Busi glanced, then nodded vigorously. Yes. It's Hao Ren. They're beating him. Wan Ning withdrew the terminal. Busi, listen. I can get him out for you. But once it's done, the prosthetic you promised must be handed to me intact. If that prosthetic turns out not to be military grade, or if you try any tricks. Wan Ning's voice turned cold. You can look forward to Pa Wei's dissection table. Busi trembled and nodded frantically. Understood. Understood, sis. I wouldn't dare. Good. Wan Ning did not look back and left. Busi was soon escorted out of the clinic by Kuei Air, who had been called over. At Wan Ning's orders, he was sent to the chaotic quarter of Zatzijia. More curb than lodging, effectively soft house arrest to ensure that payment would not disappear. Wan Ning went to Qiguang Bar and lounged lazily on the private sofa in the back room. She summoned two people, Lao Wei and Sang Zhong. Rescuing Hao Ren, an infiltration of enemy territory requiring speed and precision, was best left to professionals. Lao Wei, steady and composed, would devise the plan and command. Sang Zhong and He Mao would assist. Her role was simply to make sure no one made a mess. Did anyone imagine she would take part personally? What a joke. If she had to do everything herself, why be the leader? She would become a sucker. Unable to lead a team, she would work herself to death. Her present policy, do nothing, rest a great deal. When Lao Wei received the order, his brow knitted tightly. One thought dominated him, thorny. Fortunately, He Mao's involvement instantly lowered the task from hellish to ordinary. He Mao was the finest set of eyes and ears, even the most reliable key. Building schematics, patterns of personnel movement, real-time surveillance, shielding. Even the optimal infiltration route was calculated in painstaking detail. Lao Wei muttered that the gang hiding such a powerful hacker meant there were hidden talents. He had mistaken them for a mere small-time crew. Soon he finalized the rescue plan. At midnight, several figures melted into the night like phantoms and slipped silently into Tai Long Hui's holding point. They avoided patrols, reached the basement entrance, and put down the guard without triggering any alarm. When they found Hao Ren, he was bruised and swollen from interrogation, but still conscious. Two men shouldered the weakened Hao Ren while He Mao sustained a blackout of Tai Long Hui's internal communications and jammed the cameras. The squad withdrew along the planned route. The plan should have ended there. But when people do dirty deeds, they relish complexity. Wan Ning issued one more instruction to He Mao. She ordered him to intentionally leave a subtle flaw. Thus, a low-resolution clip that should have been erased accidentally remained. The footage was blurred, showing only indistinct backs of the withdrawing team. Crucially, on the nape of one figure, there was a tiny, almost invisible tattoo, the insignia of Daoxing Bang. Indeed, Daoxing Bang. Let dogs bite dogs. Wan Ning curved her mouth. She had perfected this maneuver. She swore that before she transmigrated, she had been a decent person who never framed others. These underhanded tricks were things she had learned from Zhou Lin. At that moment, she was at Busis lodgings on Zotzi Jia, watching the terminal and monitoring the squad's movements until the signal, evacuation successful, arrived. She stretched and rubbed her weary eyes. After a while, Lao Wei's car rolled into the rear alley of the obscure building. Hao Ren was supported between two of Lao Wei's men and had regained full consciousness. As soon as they entered, Busi rushed forward. "Brother Hao Ren, how are you?" he flustered, helping him to sit. Wan Ning signaled for Lao Wei's team to withdraw first. With a clang, she shut the door. She gave neither Busi nor Hao Ren time for small talk. Her sharp gaze swept them as she went straight to the point. "He's rescued. Busi, about what you promised. Speak now. Where is it?" Hao Ren, startled by the question, looked at Busi with swollen, bewildered eyes. Busi leaned in, and in a low voice quickly explained what had happened. He told how he had been driven to desperation and had used the hidden prosthetic as payment to secure Wan Ning's help. Hao Ren listened with a bitter, helpless expression. He sighed deeply, "Alas, I was too naive. Years in the laboratory had left him blind to the underworld's cruelty and the gang's hunger. I thought the channel I found was secret, but I was sold out." This capture was a bloody lesson. Seeing that Hao Ren did not object, Busi immediately turned to Wan Ning and spilled the hiding place, "Sis. The item is hidden in Jianghui, Jia Old Tongzi Lu Dong 303. Outside the door on the right, the third loose brick from the top, wrapped in a waterproof bag. I made a small triangular mark on the back of the brick. Cautious, aren't you?" Wan Ning rose her voice, leaving no room for doubt. "Busi, come with me." Wan Ning needed him to identify it on sight and to ensure he had not tried any tricks. She made a call and summoned Kuei Air, who was watching nearby, to drive them. "Come then, burn the midnight oil," she said. "After all, there's plenty of hair to spare." After arriving at the dilapidated corridor-style building, Wan Ning instructed Viper to remain in the vehicle on guard duty while she ascended swiftly to the third floor with Bus. The stairwell still bore traces of the earlier search, overturned furniture and scattered debris. Bus moved confidently to the right side of the door, located a weathered, crumbling section of wall, and after careful probing, pried loose a conspicuously loose brick. From behind it, he retrieved a small parcel tightly wrapped in thick waterproof tarpaulin and handed it to Wan Ning. She took it, its weight subtle yet unmistakable. Without hesitation, she peeled away the layers of oilcloth, revealing its contents. It was a metallic component roughly longer than a human palm, matte black-gray in finish. Its shape resembled a segment of intricately engineered vertebral column, its surface etched with fine interfaces and luminous energy conduits, humming faintly with the latent power of advanced technology. Even with Wan Ning's sharp expertise, its precise function remained elusive, yet its extraordinary texture betrayed that it was no ordinary artifact. Without a word, she slipped it into her pocket and zipped it shut. Clean, decisive, final. "Let's go." She issued the order in a low voice, then led Bus back down the stairs and into the car. Silence settled inside the cabin. Wan Ning leaned against the seat back, her fingers unconsciously tracing the outline of the cybernetic device through her clothing. Her gaze drifted outward, following the city's nocturnal landscape as it streaked past the window. After a long pause, she asked quietly, "Bus, the hostages are out, and I've secured the item. What are your plans now with Hao Ren?" We don't know yet. We'll just find someplace to lie low for now," Bus replied, scratching his head, his voice subdued. "I suggest you leave Xingxing City entirely. I'll discuss it thoroughly with brother Hao Ren." Wan Ning gave a quiet, non-committal hum through her nose and asked no more. So long as they caused her no further trouble and vanished far beyond her horizon, their destination was none of her concern. Her mind was already consumed by the dense, weighty, cybernetic fragment nestled in her pocket. She would need to verify whether this device truly lived up to Bus's claims, military grade or even higher. Meanwhile, deep in the heart of Beiwu District, inside the Toxic Gear Syndicate's headquarters, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Dianshu, high on stimulants, refused sleep. His wiry frame trembled faintly under the drug's grip, bloodshot eyes sunken deep within their sockets burned with feverish, unnatural intensity. Ever since that disastrous operation, when he'd been routed during the purge of the Scorpion Tail Gang by a joint strike from the Black Hat Syndicate and the Junkyard Clan, his standing within the Toxic Gear Syndicate had plummeted. His superiors had rained down blistering reprimands, slashing half his supply allocation. Worse still were his so-called peers, whispering behind his back, branding him with mocking epithets, cowering rat, vermin, timid rodent, leaving him utterly humiliated. His pride festered, his bitterness curdled into something hotter, sharper, revenge burning ever brighter. He had deployed his most cunning informants, Serpentine and Patient, to shadow that accursed territory where he'd suffered defeat. Tonight, at last, fresh intelligence arrived. His sharp-eyed subordinate reported, "Brother Rat, I've uncovered something about the true perpetrators behind the Gearworks factory explosion. Speak." Every act leaves a trace, even when meticulously erased. Perfection is an illusion. One flaw remains. I traced a black market conduit before the factory detonated. He delivered intel to Luai's, claiming the Iron Fist Gang had acquired a batch of top-tier processors. Immediately afterward, Luai's dispatched enforcers to raid them, but barely had they seized the goods when the Gearworks factory was obliterated down to its foundations. Brother Rat, the timing is too precise to be coincidence. The Iron Fist Gang. Dianshu strained his fogged mind. That name sounds vaguely familiar. A flicker of suppressed exasperation crossed his subordinate's lips as he restrained the urge to roll his eyes, then bowed respectfully. They're one of the syndicates that seized control of the Gearworks territory. Their leader is a woman named Wan Ning. She appeared publicly at the recent coalition assembly. Dian Shu scowled, racking his memory. Oh. He slammed his thigh. Yes, there was such a gang, pathetically inept, quite distinctive. As for what she looked like, who could recall? It hardly mattered. You mean they did it? His voice pierced the air, shrill and jagged. The subordinate replied, at first only suspicion. Then I discovered that after the explosion the Iron Fist gang offloaded numerous high-end instruments and devices. Their cleanup was immaculate, no source traceable. Yet the cleaner it is, the more suspicious it becomes. A flash of cold acuity lit his eyes. Before the blast they were destitute, barely 20 members, penniless and ragged. Then how did they afford such gear? And shortly after they began recruiting aggressively. Damn it. Dian Shu erupted, slamming his fist onto the metal desk, sending pill vials clattering. He longed in that instant to storm their hideout and grind them into dust. What about now? What do we know of this pathetic gang? The subordinate paused. Current intelligence estimates 50 members, but rumors abound. They're said to offer exceptional pay, equip every member with enterprise-grade security armor, and have even forged ties with Genesis Tech. What a... Dian Shu jolted upright from his chair. Such backing. The fire of vengeance sputtered, half-doused, suddenly uncertain. Perhaps, best to let it go. Swallow this indignity, just once more. After all, he'd held it in for so long. What was another breath? His sharp-eyed subordinate smiled knowingly. Rest assured, Brother Rat. I verified it. These claims fool outsiders, but not me. They're fabrications. Perhaps their wages are generous, but corporate patronage. Enterprise-grade gear for every recruit. Huh. If they possessed such strength, would they still cower in that forgotten corner of the city? Rumors. Excellent. Perfect. Dian Shu's spirits surged anew. He rubbed his hands together with manic glee. A puny gang like the Iron Fist, playing at God's daring to defy me. They've signed their own death warrants. He paced twice, eyes darting wildly. Now, immediately assemble a strike force. Arm them fully. Hold them ready at a moment's notice. I'll first sound out Zhou Lin of the Black Hat Syndicate, see exactly how much he knows about the Iron Fist gang's involvement. If they're colluding, he lunged for his terminal fingers, already poised to dial Zhou Lin's frequency. His subordinate bowed crisply. Yes, sir, and withdrew from the room. The moment the door clicked shut, the man's deference dissolved into fury. He muttered under his breath, idiot, doesn't even check the goddamn time. After a restless night, Wan Ning had no intention of sleeping after receiving the prosthetic. Early in the morning, she was eager to uncover the secrets of this new body. She first headed to Jiazi Street. Hao Ren's bruised face was more evident as he discussed their predicament with Busi, both wearing worried expressions. Wan Ning strode straight in. Sitting heavily on the couch, she exuded an air of authority. Without wasting any words, she bluntly asked, Hao Ren, tell me, what is the true nature of this prosthetic? Hao Ren gave a wry smile. Without Wan Ning's approval, the nearby guards would never let them leave. He had no choice but to honestly explain. This prosthetic is called Hermes X1, a spinal implant. Its primary function is related to speed enhancement, but I'm not clear on the specific parameters. He helplessly shrugged. I'm involved in consciousness transfer. This is a project of the adjacent neurodynamics team. I really envy them. They can easily make big money with prosthetics. Unlike our group. Wan Ning interrupted, less talk, what else? Also, it's very powerful. I can confirm that. I overheard them discussing that its energy output efficiency and neural coupling are at least at a military-grade standard. Whether it reaches a higher level is hard to say. There isn't enough lab data yet, and we haven't reached the mass production testing stage. Wan Ning stared into Hao Ren's eyes, trying to discern the truth in his words. After leaving Jiazi Street, Wan Ning went to the repair shop of Hui Xiao. Hui Xiao was trustworthy. He had been tortured by the poison weapon gang and hadn't revealed a word. This experience had made him much more composed. Although his injuries were not fully healed, he could move without major issues. After recovering, he dove back into the shop. Cautiously, Wan Ning decided to let him inspect the Hermes X1. When Hui Xiao took the prosthetic, he asked no questions. Silently, he pulled out several portable high-sensitivity detectors and conducted a detailed scan and analysis of the prosthetic for half an hour. Finally, he set down the equipment. Sister Wan, this is high-end stuff with an exceptionally precise and complex internal structure. I found no external implants, except for tiny bomb signal transmitters or biological monitoring chips. He paused, speaking sincerely, scratching his golden hair, and added sheepishly, with my equipment, I could only find this much. Wan Ning rarely smiled and patted his shoulder. Next time, let's try to take it apart. Before leaving, she earnestly instructed, this thing, pretend you've never seen it, don't let it leak out. Hui Xiao nodded, seriously understood. Wan Ning finally arrived at Pavi's clinic. Pavi had been involved throughout the incident with Busi, so there was no need for her to hide the source of the prosthetic. Seeing the Hermes X1 prosthetic on the table, Pavi's eyes lit up frighteningly. He grabbed various instruments and began inspecting the metallic spine. Making sounds of admiration, he exclaimed, oh, this is it. Interesting. The structure. Marvelous. Absolutely incredible. He studied it for a while before reluctantly looking up. However, his expression suddenly turned grave, even slightly worried. But Wan Ning, I have to warn you. This thing is meant to push a person to their limits. He pointed at the complex patterns on the prosthetic. Look at this load design. The impact on the nervous system is not to be taken lightly. And using such a thing long-term, aren't you afraid of becoming a cyberpsychotic? Huh, me. Wan Ning was taken aback. Pavi looked at her with an expression that said, what are you pretending to be naive about? Pointing at the prosthetic and then at her back, he naturally said, aren't you planning to replace the runner type 3 implant on your back with this? Wan Ning froze as she did indeed desire this prosthetic. But possessing it and implanting it within herself were two different matters. The operating table and the unknown rejection reactions. Just thinking about it made her spine chill. Moreover, she had heard that those truly top-tier wealthy individuals, unless absolutely necessary, would not even touch such deep implant prosthetics. What does this indicate? It shows that this is not a good thing. Moreover, there is the risk of cyberpsychosis. By the way, Pavi, what exactly is cyberpsychosis, and is there a way to prevent it? Pavi stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, and said, well, the academic community hasn't reached a conclusion. The mainstream view is that the massive data flow and energy fluctuations produced by prosthetics exert excessive stimulation on the brain, especially those that deeply intervene with neural signals. When the brain collapses, cognitive distortions occur, leading to hallucinations, delusions, and extreme violent tendencies. There are inhibitors, but they only provide temporary relief and are not a long-term solution. Additionally, some believe it relates to an individual's psychological resilience. The healthier and stronger the psyche, the greater the pressure resistance, and the higher the threshold for bearing it, making one less susceptible to its erosion. Of course, these are just speculations and lack data support. Psychological resilience. Pressure resistance. Wan Ning secretly smiled, bitterly, feeling even less confident. As someone who didn't even dare to read B novels, what kind of pressure could she withstand? The internal balance was violently swaying. Pavi noticed her hesitation, but didn't rush her, waiting for her to digest it slowly. He had known Wan Ning for a long time. Long enough to have practically witnessed her entire struggle for survival. He had performed all her implant surgeries. Looking at Wan Ning, who had transformed from the initial timid and fearful person. Well, let's not talk about the past, especially not the recent period. She had seemingly become a different person, growing at an astonishing pace. Her decision-making was decisive, and her vision extended further. Observing her frown in a difficult choice, Pavis' gaze momentarily lost focus. If his daughter were still alive, she would likely be like this. Under the heavy pressure of life, striving to straighten her spine, learning to bear responsibility, beginning to do things more gracefully. Back then he was so spirited at the military medical center. Yet due to a surgical mishap, he offended the heir of a conglomerate, instantly falling from heaven to hell. Wanted, hunted, living on the run. On the escape route, his wife and daughter faced unexpected tragedies one after another. Fragments of memories buried deep within suddenly surged up. He abruptly closed his eyes, forcibly severing his thoughts. The treatment room fell into a long silence. Wan Ning's heart was also tumultuous. Power, risk, survival. Thinking of the perilous situation and the Iron Fist gang she relied on, Wan Ning's nails were almost digging into her palms. The current Iron Fist gang was like a small boat struggling in a stormy sea, and she was the captain of this boat. How could an incapable captain lead her crew through the storm? How could she ensure they were not swallowed by the giant waves? Fear continued to howl. Life is only one, but the matters that threaten it are not just one. After a long pause, Wan Ning slowly spoke. Pavi, help me prepare for the transplant surgery. Having made a decision, Wan Ning no longer hesitated. Pavi moved swiftly, the preparations for the operation progressing rapidly. She simply briefed Tu Mi and Hei Mao from the gang. She told them she would be disappearing for a day and instructed them to keep a close watch, avoiding any mishaps. The next morning, Wan Ning lay on the operating table. She was already like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Oh no, a lamb awaiting transformation sprawled out on the cold operating table. The shadowless lamp above enveloped her in a blinding brightness that filled her with unease. She could clearly hear the pounding of her own heart. The fear of the unknown, the anxiety over cyberpsychosis, and the thirst for power collided in her heart like turbulent currents. Pavis' figure appeared at the edge of her vision. Dressed in surgical attire, the eyes above his mask squinted slightly. Wan Ning couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement from him that seemed to say, finally, I can dissect her. Holding a syringe, the needle tip glinted with a cold light under the illumination. Listen, Wan Ning. Pavis' voice came through the mask, somewhat muffled. The surgery will take about 6 hours. First, we'll remove the old prosthetic from your back, and then connect the Hermes X1 to your central nervous system and spine. The process won't be very comfortable, even with anesthesia. When you wake up, I will monitor your brainwaves and neural activity throughout the entire procedure. If there is any sign of trouble, I mean any sign of cognitive confusion, emotional instability, hallucinations, any early signs of cyberpsychosis, I will immediately inject you with a suppressant. That stuff might make you feel like a wooden block, but it's better than going completely insane, understand? He gestured for Wan Ning to turn over. Please roll over, the surgery is on your back. Wan Ning replied, oh, well, once she's on the chopping block, she's just a piece of meat that can breathe. What could she say? She obediently complied. The cold disinfectant wiped across her skin, sending a shiver down her spine. Then came the slight pain as the needle pierced her vein. A cold liquid quickly flowed into her body, with the injection spreading along her veins. She felt her consciousness begin to sink, plunging into endless darkness. She lost track of time, perhaps just a moment. Wan Ning felt herself being pulled into a violent whirlpool. Countless noisy, sharp, illogical sound fragments surged into her mind like hundreds of speakers blaring at full volume. It was attacking her mind. She wanted to cover her ears, but couldn't feel her arms. Absurdly, she thought, I'm done for. My brain is going to explode. I'm going to lose my mind. Just when she was on the verge of breaking down, memories from before her crossing surfaced, her family friends' bubble tea, spicy hot pot, and barbecue. Oh, I want to eat. A strong craving yanked her back into reality. Ugh. She let out a painful groan. Her eyelids felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and it was a struggle to open them. After several seconds, her vision finally refocused. She was lying face down. A sharp pain shot through her back. Damn Pavi. Surely he isn't holding back on my painkillers. She grimaced while shakily propping herself up with her arm. She looked like a turtle that had just learned to turn over. Looking around, she found the room empty. Where was Pavi? Didn't he say he'd monitor her condition and inject her with a suppressant at the first sign of trouble? Where's everyone? Where did they go? A flicker of unease crossed her mind. She endured the pain in her back and almost rolled off the operating table. She barely steadied herself by grabbing onto a nearby equipment cart, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. After a moment, feeling much better, she hastily pulled on a piece of clothing. The operating room door was soundproof. Yet at this moment, various faint sounds from outside caused her heart to sink. She rushed to the heavy isolation door of the operating room and pulled it open forcefully. Boom. It was as if she had opened the gates to hell. Gunfire. The sound of rapid automatic gunfire echoed through the clinic. The air was filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder, blood, and construction dust. The clinic's hallway was a scene of devastation. The walls were riddled with charred bullet holes, and the source of all this destruction pointed directly toward the clinic's entrance. An attack. Someone was attacking the clinic. Wan Ning's mind buzzed as she pressed against the wall and moved forward, activating her terminal to contact Hey Mao. Hey Mao, what's going on? The clinic is under attack. Wan Ning, you're finally back. It's the Poison Weapon Gang. Poison Weapon Gang. How could this be? Hey Mao continued to report they deployed 5 air cars. An hour ago, they parachuted into our block. Their targets are clear, well-equipped, and fiercely armed. The bar and warehouse are both under heavy attack. They came prepared. What's the current situation? Wan Ning gritted her teeth and asked. It's very chaotic. The bar is the primary target, and they are suffering heavy losses. Viper 2, me, and the Beltol squad are holding out, but the enemy's firepower is too fierce. The warehouse has already fallen. They are now trapped inside the bar. Lao Wei and a man are trying to break in from the outside to provide support, but they are pinned down at the street corner. The clinic was also attacked. According to the surveillance, there are 10 elite members of the Poison Weapon Gang. The security personnel are holding on for dear life. Holding on for dear life. How could it all collapse while she was asleep? Wan Ning slowly approached the clinic entrance, and from a distance the sight before her made her gasp. The heavy alloy door along with half the wall had been blasted open, creating a massive hole. The twisted metal frame rolled outward and debris littered the ground. Near the hole, several shattered bodies lay scattered. From the details of their clothing, one was a security member placed in the clinic by Viper, almost torn apart by the explosion, leaving only a charred upper body and a few chunks of flesh. Wan Ning leaned against the wall riddled with bullet holes. She was quickly calculating in her mind. She had to confirm whether Pavi was still alive. Her back still hurt. If Pavi was dead, who would treat her? She immediately opened Pavi's communication. As soon as it connected, a suppressed voice came through Wan Ning. You finally woke up. Yes, where are you now? I'm trapped in the back with the reagent supply. There are attackers outside, I can't get out. What about you? My back hurts a bit, is that normal? Normal, it will be fine in a few days. Don't you have any other feelings? Hallucinations, visual disturbances, or any emotional fluctuations? Emotional fluctuations. Waking up to see the outside blown up, how could I not have emotional fluctuations? What? Wan Ning gritted her teeth. Are you hoping I go insane so you can use me for research? Wan Ning directly hung up the communication, ignoring him. What to do now? Her brain raced. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly saw a flash of cold metal light at the entrance of the clinic. Someone was aiming a gun at her from the outside. Damn. Instinctively, she bent over and rolled to the left, and the newly implanted Hermes X1 in her back suddenly burst with a wave of heat. In an instant, the world seemed to be pressed into slow motion. The scene before her twisted and elongated. Suddenly, the gunfire ringing in her ears turned into a bizarre slow-motion sound effect. It was as if some invisible force violently yanked her by the collar and threw her forward. Her limbs flailed aimlessly in the air. When her vision refocused, she found herself standing beside the hole in the clinic's entrance, at least 10 meters away from where she had just stood. The bullets that should have struck her were now embedding themselves into the wall where she had just been standing, leaving a series of smoking pockmarks. What? Wan Ning stared incredulously at the bullet marks. That moment was not a normal evasion. Her body had indeed undergone some form of rapid displacement. Damn, did I just blink? Before Wan Ning could process the shock, another toxic mechanic gang gunman, hidden behind crumbling bricks and shattered masonry to her left, witnessed the impossible vanishing act, his eyes bulging in disbelief. Instinctively, he jerked his trigger finger toward Wan Ning. A bullet screamed through the air. She hadn't even consciously decided to move. Her thought had barely formed. The world before her stretched and blurred once more. This time she distinctly sensed she was not performing true spatial teleportation. Rather, every neural impulse, muscle contraction, and limb coordination in her body had been instantaneously elevated, beyond human comprehension, by some unseen force. Within her accelerated perception, the bullet's trajectory slowed to a crawl. Her figure flickered, a fleeting afterimage. Then she vanished from sight, reappearing like a wraith 5 meters later sideways. She slipped behind a metal counter, narrowly evading the shot. Her breath came in sharp, ragged gasps. Her heart hammered violently against her ribs. She knew this power could only come from the Hermes X1. How fast exactly? She couldn't quantify it. But one thing was certain: faster than a bullet. Wan Ning swiftly peeked out to assess the situation. 4 toxic mechanic gang gunmen crouched behind the blasted ruins of the clinic's entrance, firing sporadic, precise shots at panicked patients fleeing inside. Another shrill cry pierced the air. A luckless patient crumpled nearby, convulsing in a widening pool of blood. No reinforcements would come. Trapped here, they were nothing but prey. Damn it, she muttered under her breath, voice edged with frustration. I hate real-gun firefights. Why can't we just have a Cold War? Reality offered no such luxury. Wan Ning drew a deep, steadying breath, and her gaze hardened into steel. She refused to be hunted. She would become the hunter. Her eyes locked onto the nearest gunman, hunched behind a fractured wall, rifle raised uncertainly. A faint searing heat flared across her spine. Before her mind could even shout go, her body launched forward, whoosh, leaving behind a residual blur nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In the next heartbeat, she stood behind him. The speed left her momentarily dizzy. Even she was stunned. There was no hesitation. Her right hand clamped around his throat like forged iron, while her left mechanical arm seized his tactical helmeted head with crushing force. She twisted, crack. A sickening snap of cervical vertebrae. His head spun fully around, facing backward. A brutal inverted execution. His face contorted in sheer terror, eyes bulging grotesquely behind his visor, staring unblinking inches from hers. Yikes! Wan Ning recoiled, startled by the horrifying proximity. She jerked her hands away as if electrocuted. The corpse collapsed limply at her feet. Suppressing a wave of nausea, she scanned the body and spotted a knife strapped to his waist. Scary as hell. Better use this instead. The cold grip of the metal handle settled into her palm, imparting an unexpected calm. In those 1 or 2 seconds of lethal motion, her terrifying speed and decisive lethality had already alerted the remaining toxic mechanic gang members. What is that thing? Watch out, she blinks. The 3 surviving gunmen reacted instantly, diving for cover with veteran precision. The clinic plunged into eerie silence, but it was already too late. Wan Ning's Hermes X1 enhanced neural processing and dynamic vision, operating like high-speed cinematography, had already pinpointed each man's exact hiding place. The gunman, peering cautiously from behind the left support column, became a slow-motion target. Wan Ning blurred, reappearing directly behind him. He never sensed her presence behind him. Shink! The icy blade drove in diagonally, from behind, sliding cleanly between helmet rim and ballistic vest collar. The tip pierced carotid artery and spinal cord in one fluid motion. HRRK. His body locked rigid, uttering only a choked gasp. Wan Ning didn't glance back. Before the corpse hit the floor, she wrenched the knife free, spraying crimson mist, and darted beneath a metal cabinet. That gunman, hearing the dull thud of his comrade's fall, panicked and swung his rifle toward the sound. Too slow. Wan Ning dispatched him identically, blade first. One remained crouched behind the broken wall to the left. Wan Ning vanished again, rematerializing behind that wall. Huh. She froze, stunned. This time the gunman had pressed his back flush against the wall. She hadn't appeared behind him. She blinked straight into his front, less than a meter away. Eyes met. Stares locked. Awkwardness hung thick and heavy. Ghost. The gunman recoiled in primal terror and instinctively squeezed the trigger. But Wan Ning was faster. Her left fist clenched just as his finger began its fatal motion, and she unleashed every ounce of strength, channeling the Hermes X1's devastating kinetic surge in one explosive blow. Tum! A sickening impact. His reinforced composite helmet shattered inward. Crimson gore, viscous gray matter, and splintered bone erupted outward in a violent spray. It spattered across the wall, and several warm droplets struck Wan Ning's cheek. His skull had all but disintegrated under the force of that single punch. The body swayed once, then collapsed. Huff, huff. Wan Ning panted heavily, wiping her face with grim distaste. Absolutely revolting. Just in case, she returned to the first victim, the one whose neck she'd snapped, and stripped off his ballistic vest, pulling it on over her own clothes for a fragile illusion of safety. Then she retrieved 2 fallen rifles. Checking their magazines, both still well loaded, she slung one across her shoulder and sprinted toward Pavel's pharmaceutical vault. She did not activate the Hermes X1 for this short dash. First, the distance was negligible. Second, drawing from past fiction, novels, films, such overwhelming abilities rarely came without cost. They either carried debilitating side effects or strict usage limits. Overuse might leave her crippled, helpless, ripe for a brutal enemy counterstrike. So far, she only felt a dull ache along her spine and mild fatigue, nothing else. Yet she dared not underestimate the risk. This power had to be conserved, sparingly wisely. The alloy door of the pharmacy was now riddled with gaping bullet holes and burn marks. Pavi huddled behind the medicine shelves with several shivering assistants and injured personnel. A sweet cloying scent permeated the air. It was the nerve paralysis gas concocted by Pavi which had just claimed the lives of 2 reckless members of the poisonous machinery gang. At the entrance, the last 3 security personnel leaned against the door frame, drenched in sweat. The barrels of their weapons were heating up. "Dr. Pavi, we're almost out of bullets," shouted one of the injured security guards hoarsely, his voice filled with despair. "Conserve your shots. Wait until you have a clear aim to pull the trigger." Pavi's face was pale, drenched in sweat. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The gunfire from outside did not weaken, instead it grew fiercer. Clearly the remaining 4 members of the poisonous machinery gang were incensed by the deaths of their comrades, becoming more cautious and using overwhelming firepower to suppress and exhaust them. "Damn, they want to trap us in here," another security guard cursed in desperation, swapping in the last magazine, his hands trembling. Pavi's heart sank to the depths. He had just contacted the outside, receiving a cold and harsh reply. The bar was under siege, and everyone was too occupied to help. No support could reach the clinic in the short term. Were they really going to be trapped like rats in this wretched pharmacy? Pavi felt a wave of sorrow wash over him, just as despair was about to consume him. The security guard stationed by the door suddenly let out a surprised whisper. "Dr. Pavi, someone is coming from behind. Reinforcements." "Reinforcements?" Pavi whipped around, staring at the guard as if he were insane. "You must be hallucinating. I just asked and no one could come. Where would the reinforcements come from?" "It's true. Absolutely true." The guard's face was flushed with urgency, pointing outside the door crack. "You can hear it. The gunfire outside, their firepower has lessened, and the direction of their guns seems to have changed." Pavi was taken aback and listened carefully. It really is. He couldn't care about the danger anymore and rushed to a vent observation window at the side of the pharmacy, half blocked by debris. He frantically cleared away some debris, pressing his eyes tightly against the gap, straining to see in the direction of the new gunfire. Under the emergency lights, he barely caught sight of some moving shadows. A figure as fast as lightning was pursued by bullets that hit only the wall, sparking. When that figure suddenly stopped in one place, Pavi finally recognized the familiar silhouette and the short black hair flying in the smoke. "Great. It's Wan Ning." Pavi's eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing the most incredible miracle. He saw Wan Ning raise an automatic rifle, her stance commanding. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The gunfire erupted suddenly, but Pavi could clearly see that her shooting skills were utterly unwatchable. Most bullets struck the wall and the ground, scattering sparks. It was purely close-range firepower that unintentionally took down 2 enemies. One was shot through the neck by a bullet and died instantly, while the other was hit in the leg, collapsing with a scream. Wan Ning charged forward and unleashed another burst of fire at the screaming one, finishing them off, leaving only 2 more. She tossed aside the spent gun and drew a dagger from her waist. With a few swift movements, she struck. The flashes of cold light were so quick that Pavi could hardly perceive them. The dagger had already sliced through the throats of 2 enemies. A torrent of blood erupted like a fountain, instantly staining the ground and splattering all over Wan Ning. The thick blood soaked her clothes, flowing down her cheeks and neck. She looked like a demon just pulled from a pool of blood. Then Pavi witnessed a horrifying sight. Wan Ning slightly hunched her body, uncontrollably shaking her head, clutching the dripping dagger. Her behavior was extremely strange. Pavi's heart sank once more. This isn't right. Could it be? Alarm bells rang in his mind. At this moment, Wan Ning lifted her bloodied face. Her once sharp eyes now seemed unfocused in Pavi's view, leaving only a sense of murderous pleasure. She stared blankly at the tightly shut door of the pharmacy, then grinned in a disturbingly eerie way, as if a starving hyena had spotted its desired prey. Step by step, she swayed closer. "It's over. It's over. It's over." Pavi's mind buzzed, fixated on a terrifying thought, screaming, cyberpsychosis. She has definitely succumbed to a cyberpsychotic outbreak. Previously, she had said she was fine. How long had it been since the implantation? Covered in blood, with hollow eyes and shaking like a zombie. What else could it be but cyberpsychosis? What to do? What to do? Pavi was drenched in cold sweat, fear gripping his back. Is she going to rush in and hack us all to pieces? Survival instinct overwhelmed everything. Pavi immediately scrambled towards the shelves, storing the medicines, frantically searching, knocking over bottles and jars without a care. "Suppressant. High-potency nerve suppressant. Hurry, hurry," he shouted incoherently, finally finding a small metal box at the bottom of the shelf. He opened the box to reveal several vials containing a ghostly blue liquid neatly arranged inside. Grabbing a syringe, he expertly drew the medicine. Leaning against the shelf, he gripped the syringe tightly, as if it were the last straw for survival, his heart racing. He kept a close watch on the door that could be burst open at any moment by zombie Wan Ning. He had only one thought in his mind: as soon as she entered and showed any sign of aggression, he would leap forward and give her a shot. Even if he ended up beaten to death by her afterward, he would accept it. However, just as Pavi was bracing for a fight, the 3 security personnel at the door had also roughly judged that the enemies outside had been dealt with. Moreover, they saw Wan Ning's familiar figure. "It's the boss. The boss has come to save us." The tall, lean security guard was the first to shout excitedly, his face filled with the joy of survival. "Open the door. Let the boss in quickly," another guard chimed in excitedly. They completely ignored Wan Ning's zombie-like appearance and had no idea of Pavis' terrifying speculation about cyberpsychosis. In their minds, Wan Ning was a deity descending from the heavens, single-handedly cutting through the enemies to come to their rescue. Don't open the door. Danger!" Pavi shouted in terror, his voice cracking. But it was already too late. Immersed in joy and a sense of security, the guards moved faster than Pavis' warning. One of them had violently flung open the heavy door of the pharmacy. Click! The sound of the door opening rang in Pavis' ears like a death knell. Outside the door, Wan Ning stood drenched in blood, her silhouette savage and otherworldly like an Azura. Yet the three guards at the entrance and the braver medical assistants were not driven back by that terrifying sight. Instead, they swarmed forward with the giddy relief and blind adoration of survivors. They pressed around her. "Sister Wan, you were amazing. Are you all right? Are you hurt?" A chorus of concerned, excited voices overwhelmed Wan Ning. Her ears buzzed. Sticky blood clung to her, viscous and reeking of iron. Every breath tasted of nauseating rust. Moments ago, she had even shaken her head like an animal to fling the blood from her eyes and hair, only to splatter her face with droplets and feel even worse. Her back had just been operated on. She feared infection. Fatigue and a gnawing hunger frayed her nerves to the breaking point. She guessed the Hermes X1 had been used, the toll had been enormous, and she was close to collapsing from hunger. The need to eat briefly outweighed the pain in her back. "Where is Pa Yai?" Wan Ning asked coldly. She had not forgotten. Pa Yai had left her alone on the operating table. If not for sheer luck, she might have been done for. Her tone chilled them. They instinctively made way. Wan Ning's gaze cut through the crowd. It locked on Pa Yai, still frozen at the doorway, a syringe raised in his hand. He stared at Wan Ning as if still half stunned. Wan Ning frowned and fixed her eyes on the syringe with impatient accusation. "Pa Yai, what are you doing? Holding that thing? What? Now you remember to give me a suppressant?" Pa Yai flinched under her sharp stare, his eyes darting as cold sweat beaded his brow. No, absolutely not. Wan Ning, you misunderstand." He stammered denials while furtively trying to hide the syringe behind him. I was about to use it on an injured person." "Yes, for an injured person." Wan Ning snorted heavily through her nose. Her temper flared, but there were greater priorities. She cleared her throat. Watching hope reignite in those faces, she switched into the hard-edged role of the Taekwon gang leader and began issuing orders. "Anna," she called, picking out a young assistant who still seemed composed. "Here, Sister Wan." Anna replied at once. "Immediately, get me food. Anything that restores energy. The more and faster the better. I'm starving." Wan Ning ground out the last words. A hunger made her vision swim. "Understood, right away." Anna, startled by the sudden command, saw Wan Ning's predatory look and turned to run at once. "You three," Wan Ning pointed at the three guards by the door. "Go outside immediately and gather every usable weapon and round of ammunition. Enemy weapons, ours, any scattered stock. Move fast." "Yes, Sister Wan." The guards straightened and obeyed without hesitation. "Pa Yai." Her gaze returned to the doctor shrinking into the shadows. Her voice was icy. "Take your remaining medical assistants and inventory medicines, bandages, surgical instruments. Everything that can save lives. Prepare it all. The bar will have many wounded. When we rush over, we will need it immediately." When Pa Yai was named, he trembled. Seeing Wan Ning still conscious erased any lingering doubts he had entertained about her so-called cyberpsychosis. "Good, well, prepare at once." Having given the orders, Wan Ning sank down and opened her comms to contact Hey Mao. Hey Mao forced my comm voice into every Taekwon gang channel at the Qiguang bar, including Lao Weiss, now. Hey Mao wasted no words. "Understood. Connecting now." At that moment in the Qiguang bar, the front door had been blown wide open. Kerr and the few who could still stand leaned behind overturned tables and the ruined bar, desperately plugging the breach. Bullets kept ripping toward the men of the Duxie gang outside. At the back door, another of Sang Zhong's men fell, and the ammunition was visibly running low. "Hold. Just hold," Sang Zhong shouted as he mechanically squeezed the trigger, but his heart sank. This firepower would not survive the next volley. She could not understand why the Duxie gang had deployed so many to crush this small, battered crew. On the third floor at the window, Gong Yu pressed her lips tightly. Sweat stung her eyes. The sniper rifle's barrel was hot. Each shot felled another enemy, trying to flank them. Yet even her precise marksmanship could not disguise the rot of the situation. She could see the enemy hauling heavier weapons in the distance. A wave of despair crept up her spine. In a nearby utility closet lay some music production equipment. Sheng Yu huddled beneath a table, clutching his head, trembling violently, his teeth chattering. He had come today to work on the band's new songs. In the time had spent among the Taekwon gang members, he had almost forgotten this place was a gang hideout. And then this happened. "It's over, it's all over. Mom," he whispered from a cramped corner of the equipment room. Bartender Yuan lay unconscious where he had fallen, a dark pool of blood spreading beneath him. At the door, Toomey leaned against the wall, sliding slowly down. She clutched her abdomen with one hand. Blood had soaked her clothes and seeped between her fingers into a growing puddle on the floor. Her other hand gripped a gun, trembling weakly from blood loss and exhaustion. The muzzle still pointed toward the direction from which the enemy might come. Server Shuang Yi also stood guard at the door with her gun, looking at Yuan and the wounded Toomey. She could not hold back a sob. Sister Toomey, are we really going to die here? Die? Toomey smiled faintly. Before I came to Qiguang, I was as good as dead. I was reborn here. Toomey tightened her grip on the gun. Qiguang Bar was nearly everything to her. She would not allow it to be destroyed, not even if she died. Driven by that near-obsessive conviction, Toomey steadied her staggering frame, overpowering the dizziness of blood loss and the fear of death. Stop gawking. Stay on watch. Just as the suffocating despair threatened to swallow every survivor in the bar, a crackle of electricity snapped through the air, and every Taekwon Gangcom terminal was forcibly awakened. The next second, a cold, familiar voice rose. All members of the Taekwon gang, listen. Wan Ning's voice echoed through every terminal in the bar. Hold on, all of you. Kue'er, Sangzhong, Gongyue, Toomey. Well done. Hold your positions, she said. Lao Wei, move with Amon and Husher. I know you're listening. They'll be there any moment. Those last words, like a spark striking a fuse, ignited the will that was teetering on the verge of collapse. Sister Wan. Sister Wan is still alive. You and Toomey hang on. Xuanji's voice trembled with sobs, yet shone with the joy of a narrow reprieve. Toomey's heart fluttered a bittersweet weave of hope and sorrow. Qiguang still had a chance, though she might not live to see it. At the front gate, Kue'er drew a deep breath and suddenly lunged. A harsher volley of bullets tore into the stirring enemies. Gongyue steadied herself. Her trigger hand became firmer. Sangzhong showed little outward reaction to Wan Ning's words. Her fighting spirit had never wavered. As for Sheng Yu, the sudden chime from the terminal made him flinch. Only when he recognized Wan Ning's voice and heard, "They'll be there any moment," did his taut nerves relax slightly. The clinic lay scarcely a few hundred meters from Qiguang Bar. The bar was the enemy's stronghold. Wan Ning cast a quick glance at the 3 clinic guards beside her. Their combat strength was limited. A frontal dash would be nothing less than suicide. Haimeo, find Lao Wei for me. I need the fastest rendezvous route. As she spoke, Wan Ning pulled a gray-soiled synthetic protein block from her pouch and forced it into her mouth. She wondered if hunger had driven her mad. To her surprise, the thing tasted faintly pleasant. Understood. A detour is required, coordinates, and route sent. Haimao's electronic voice remained coldly calm. Wan Ning shoved the remaining half of the protein block into her mouth, her cheeks bulging, as she chewed fiercely, sprinting alongside the guards. Under Haimao's guidance, they soon reached the street-end battlefield. Lao Wei with Amon Husher and some 15 or 16 Taekwon gang members were being tightly pinned by nearly 20 Duxi gang fighters at an open corner. Bullets flew in horizontal streaks, cover sent showers of sparks. Lao Wei's face was leaden, a pronounced abrasion streaked his arm. They crouched behind the wreck of an abandoned modified vehicle and returned fierce fire, but their suppression was obvious, and another gang member fell at their side. Amon's face, streaked with blood like a trapped beast, roared and emptied a rotary machine gun in a frenzied spray. They tried to rip open a breach, but the enemy's numerical advantage and tighter coordination pinned them down. The situation was perilous. Wan Ning's gaze was as cold as a blade. She swallowed the last bite of the second protein block, not bothering to wipe the crumbs from her mouth. The next instant, her weary, heavy frame blurred. With no warning, she appeared behind the Duxi squad leader, who had been gesturing and barking orders. A cold gleam traced his neck. The resistance of blade through flesh and bone was already numb to Wan Ning. Blood spouted, soaking her hands, and she did not care. She was already stained through. What did another smudge matter? With the strike landed, she did not pause. Borrowing the enemy's stunned moment, she melted like a shadowed leopard and struck again. More slashes of steel flashed. With short, muffled groans and bodies collapsing, Wan Ning's movements left only afterimages. Each appearance took a life. Her aim was precise, to sow chaos and dismantle the enemy's command and formation as quickly as possible. Yet after 6 explosive sorties, her body felt like an engine suddenly drained of fuel. When the last target went limp beneath her blade, Wan Ning's vision snapped black, her lungs burned, and her heart pounded madly, as if to burst from her chest. Her legs felt filled with lead, too weak to bear her. She forced a breath, rolled awkwardly, and slipped behind a huge signboard whose neon flickered in faulty staccato. She leaned against the metal frame and gasped her throat, letting loose ragged breaths. The exhaustion was fiercer than when she once ran 800 meters in a fitness test. She fumbled into her pouch for an energy ampoule, bit off the cap, and tipped the viscous liquid down in a single foul gulp. The taste made her retch, but a faint warmth surged down her throat, easing the faintness. She felt she could live a while longer. At the center of the street, the Duxi men were utterly stunned. The squad leader had been cut down in an instant. 6 companions fell in the space of a few breaths, powerless to resist. That ghostly slaughter shattered their psychological line. There's a monster. Panic spread, the survivors hesitated, and their fire dwindled. They began to falter and fall back in disarray. A formation collapsed. Now, light flashed in Lao Wei's eyes. He had keenly sensed the enemy's sudden breakdown. Husher, Amon, wipe them out. Lao Wei roared, his weapon spitting fire to cover the charging men. Husher had been simmering with fury. She had only just begun patrolling with Lao Wei and was still bristling under his strictness. This she could not do, that she must not run. Learning the bar was in danger and rushing to assist, she was blocked by these scoundrels, they forced her to look for Gonyue and trapped her at the street's end. Enough of this. Hushur crouched coiled power in her legs, and with a sudden explosive leap catapulted like a shell into the chaotic enemy cluster. She brought her fists down in brutal blows. On her hand was a pink cat-claw knuckle-duster, a gift from Gongxing, its spikes shredded flesh and bone in an instant. Amon surged close behind, shouldering an energy-fed machine gun to lay covering fire for Hushur. The rest of the Taekwon gang's spirits buoyed roared as they charged. The Duxie gang, already fragmented, suffered 6 more to fall with screams under the combined onslaught of Hushur and Amon. The remaining stragglers abandoned all orders and began to retreat. They fled toward the main battle at Chiguang Bar. The fight at the street's end had reversed in an instant. Wan Ning pressed to the sign, felt the ampoule's faint warmth, and watched the enemy rout. She drew a deep breath. The rendezvous was complete. It was time to head to Chiguang. Lao Wei led men in pursuit along the fleeing Duxie traces. Gunfire and shouts reverberated through the ruined avenue. Wan Ning downed another half ampoule. Dragging leaden feet, she fell to the rear of the pursuing column like a salted fish and pushed onward. Then at the corner of her eye she caught a movement behind the tail of the column, a furtive figure trying to slip silently into their ranks. The figure moved with a clumsy urgency. Most striking was the exceptionally radiant golden hair. Grey Owl. Wan Ning furrowed his brow, quickening his pace to rush behind the golden-haired figure. Without hesitation, he grabbed the collar of his shirt and yanked him back. Ugh! Grey Owl stumbled, nearly falling. Frightened, thinking it was an enemy ambush, he hurriedly reached for the submachine gun hanging from his chest. You brat. Wan Ning's voice rang in his ear, questioning. Why aren't you staying quietly in the repair shop to recuperate? What are you doing sneaking around here? Grey Owl turned sharply, and upon seeing the blood-stained face before him, his heart nearly leaped out of his throat. He instantly recognized the person. Wan. Sister Wan. Grey Owl, filled with fright and a hint of embarrassment from being caught, said, I also came to help. Isn't there danger at the bar? Help me. Grey Owl felt his scalp tingle under her scrutinizing gaze, yet his eyes revealed a stubborn determination. He was eager to prove that he was not a burden and forgot about his fear of Wan Ning. He fumbled to pull open the large stuffed waste bag that looked very heavy. Sister Wan, look, I am prepared. I'm not here to cause trouble. He spoke, eagerly opening the waste bag. Inside were not the usual magazines or grenades, but devices made from various discarded parts and energy cells. They came in various shapes. Some looked like spiky iron lumps, others resembled mushrooms wrapped in wires, and some were frog-like, with unstable indicator lights flickering on their surfaces, emitting a pungent smell of mixed engine oil and chemical agents. Although crude, each exuded a feeling of dangerous instability. I'm very stylish. Last time I was caught by the scum of the poison weapon gang, it was everyone who risked themselves to pull me out. Grey Owl's voice was somewhat agitated, but his eyes sparkled brightly. This time it's my turn. I can't just stand by you, I want to blow them away. Wan Ning's reprimand that was on the tip of her tongue got stuck. She had planned to say that he had not yet recovered and shouldn't be running around. But then she thought, wait a minute, didn't she just finish surgery herself? But did anyone kind-hearted tell her not to run around? Then, looking at the pile of unknown devices Grey Owl had prepared, Wan Ning loosened her grip on Grey Owl's collar. All right, but remember this. Stay behind, keep your distance, and don't rush into the crowd. Also make sure you throw these things accurately. If you blow up our own people, just wait for it. Upon hearing Wan Ning relent, Grey Owl's face instantly blossomed into a huge expression of joy and relief, as if he had received the greatest acknowledgement. Okay, Sister Wan, don't worry, I guarantee I will complete the mission. He responded loudly, giving his waste bag a firm pat. The dangerous items inside clinked together. Wan Ning stepped back a few paces, keeping her distance, afraid of getting blown up. As everyone approached the bar, the gunfire grew increasingly intense. Wan Ning didn't waste time on the way and was constantly eating to replenish energy. She opened the communicator. Black Cat, tell me about the enemy's distribution and numbers. In the area behind the bar, infrared scanning shows 12 enemies attempting to break through. All monitoring points near the front door have been destroyed and signal interference is severe. Based on the last effective report from Viper and the density of gunfire, there are at least 20 enemies at the front door. We have confirmed 16 survivors inside our bar. Black Cat paused and added, by the way, Sheng Yu is included in that number. 15. Wan Ning's heart sank. This number included the injured. The actual fighting capacity was likely even lower. Old Wei moved closer to Wan Ning, sweat on his face, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp as he quickly analyzed Black Cat's intel. Boss, there are fewer enemies at the back door. I suggest taking a small team to flank from the side, first taking out the enemies at the back door, then supporting the front door from the inside to create a pincer attack. Wan Ning made an immediate decision. Okay, you take 10 people and move quickly. Understood. Old Wei wasted no time, immediately selecting personnel, including the Tiger Lion, who had just charged like a human tank. He led this small team, disappearing into a narrow alley filled with discarded debris. Left behind were Wan Ning, a man, Grey Owl, and 4 others. Facing at least 20 fierce enemies at the front door of the bar, this number of personnel seemed exceptionally thin. The few of them cautiously stopped at the edge of the front door battlefield, afraid to advance recklessly. Once exposed in an open area, they would be instantly shredded by the enemy's crossfire. A man climbed onto a nearby building standing high to observe the situation. His voice came through the communication channel. Sister 1, the bastards of the poison weapon gang have begun to be on guard using the floating cars parked there as cover, one in front and one in back. That thing has become their turtle shell, and the vipers are being suppressed to the point where they can't lift their heads. Wan Ning quickly pondered. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at Grey Owl, who was peeking over. Do you have anything in that pile of yours with a larger blast radius? Grey Owl, being called out, hurriedly began to rummage through. He pulled out a palm-sized, oddly green camouflaged iron lump, its shape extremely abstract, but upon closer inspection, it resembled a crouching frog. This is the jumping frog. Grey Owl held it up like a treasure, his eyes filled with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. It has enough explosive material. The shockwave should work. All right, that's the one. Wan Ning pointed towards the direction behind the floating car. Grey Owl, target just a bit behind that floating car. Throw it over. Huh. Grey Owl looked in the direction Wan Ning pointed, and his face instantly fell. Sister 1, this is way too far right. My arm strength isn't enough. I usually throw a wrench in the shop, and the furthest I can manage is 20 meters. This must be 70 or 80 meters away. He was sweating in a panic, holding the jumping frog in confusion. Beside him, a man had just slid down from the building and happened to hear Grey Owl's words. He rolled his eyes to the heavens. Snatching the jumping frog from Grey Owl's hands, he weighed it for a moment, finding it heavy and indeed substantial. Useless golden retriever, you can't even throw this. A man muttered in disdain, examining the jumping frog with his large mechanical fingers. Golden retriever, how do you use this frog bomb? Which button do you press? Don't blow up in my hands later. Grey Owl, just press the red button underneath, then throw it out. Upon hearing that it would explode with just a button press, Wan Ning's heart raced. She feared that a man this reckless fellow would accidentally trigger it and give everyone a demonstration of instant ascension. She hurriedly urged, a man, stop examining it, hurry. Find a higher spot and throw it over quickly, aim accurately. Okay, I'm on it. Amon drew a deep breath, took a few running strides, and the mechanical arm released a surge of power. Like an ape, he scrambled up to the upper floor once more. Steadying himself on a platform, Amon leaned out halfway. He weighed the Tayo frog in his hand. The motor in the mechanical arm emitted a faint hum as he aimed toward the cluster of figures swaying behind a distant hovercar. He summoned every ounce of strength, channeling the mechanical arm's burst power to its extreme. In a perfect throwing posture, he flung the Tayo frog with savage force. Whoosh! The Tayo frog traced a parabola through the air, plunging toward the target area. As hoped, its landing was impeccable. It struck dead center between two hovercars mere paces from several Duxie gang members. Great. It's going to blow. Wan Ning, Hui Xiao, and the others held their breath, hearts in their throats, picturing the enemy, thrown helter-skelter by the blast. Time seemed to freeze for a beat. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The fierce explosion they expected did not come. The green Tayo frog bounced a few times, and then lay still like a dead thing. Startled, the Duxie gang members first dove for cover, clutching their heads and waiting for the detonation. Seconds ticked by, then minutes, and all was silent. One slightly bolder man cautiously poked his head out, glanced at the motionless thing on the ground, then at his comrades. His face wore bafflement and a hint of absurdity. The others caught on, peered from behind, cover pointed at the Tayo frog, as if to mock it, then began to aim in the direction it had come from. On this side, Wan Ning and the others saw their anticipation curdle into stupefaction. Hui Xiao muttered, no. This shouldn't be. I checked it. The energy cell was full and the indicator light was on. How could? He tore at his hair, desperate to rush over and inspect. I damn you, Golden. Amon jumped down, blazing with anger, and charged at Hui Xiao, who looked half stunned and half aggrieved. Hands on his hips and scowling, Amon spat curses. What kind of worthless contraption did you make? A dud. I risked bullets climbing up to throw this, and you give me just a pop. Not even a sound. Amon barked. You mocking me? I swear I'll toss you and your junk over there myself. Spittle flecked Hui Xiao's face as Amon raged. Hui Xiao's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly defended himself. I don't know either, it worked fine before. Wan Ning watched the farce with weary resignation. She cast a glance at the Duxie gang members already peering toward them. Shut up. Quiet. Change positions. The enemy must be suspicious. This spot is unsafe. Before her sentence finished, a thunderous blast far stronger than an ordinary grenade erupted from where the Tayo frog had landed. The shockwave swept outward. The two hovercars used as cover were torn upward and rolled through the air several times before slamming down with a deafening crash. 5 or 6 Duxie gang members near the epicenter did not even have time to scream. They were instantly ripped into charred fragments. Wan Ning looked at the devastation at the blast center and could not suppress a twitch of the mouth. She felt a pang for the two hovercars. They were money. She had even been calculating whether they could seize a couple. Amon, rattled by the explosion, grinned broadly and called to Hui Xiao, ha. The frog bombs work. Just a bit slow to respond. Hui Xiao, both shocked and delighted, and still a little shaken, said the delay seems unstable. Amon's excitement swelled. He grabbed him. Any more? Hurry. Give me more. This time I'll find a better angle. Hui Xiao produced a bundle of oddly shaped grenades from his bag and handed them over. How to use. Press the red button directly. Yes. Press the red one. Throw. Hui Xiao nodded anxiously. Without another word, Amon sprang like an ape toward the nearby buildings again. This time a Tio frog detonated before it hit the ground. 2 Duxie gang men below were left bleeding from their mouths and noses by the shock. Amon's mischievous streak was fully aroused. He began shifting positions, continuously launching throw after throw. Wan Ning sighed in admiration. Amon looks like a tank, but he is really a long-range thrower. That distance, that accuracy, that's no ordinary feat. Yet what followed became Hui Xiao's grenade usability test in earnest. Some iron lumps fell silent upon impact. Some landed, flashed a red light, and then whirred as they chased after people. Others, like the Tio frog, feigned death for a while before suddenly exploding. The effects were wildly inconsistent, sometimes effective, sometimes dud, utterly unpredictable, inflicting acute psychological terror on the Duxie gang. They no longer dared to stay safely huddled behind cover. They had to be constantly vigilant against Tio frogs that could fly from any direction and detonate in any manner. A clear gap and confusion appeared in their suppressive fire. The pressure on Koaer and the others, once pinned down, eased abruptly. They seized the moment to mount scattered counterattacks. At the same time, Lao Wei's voice came through the radio, breathless but elated. Boss, the back door is clear. A few scumbags are retreating toward the front. I've linked up with Sang Zhong. Pa Wei has led the med team into the bar. Sang Zhong and I are approaching the front door from left and right to encircle it. Wan Ning kept chewing, and upon hearing the news her eyes brightened. Yes, the tide has turned, she murmured as she swallowed the last of the protein. The battlefield shifted in an instant. Lao Wei, seasoned and crafty, guided the men who had converged with steady discipline. Sang Zhong, unleashed like a predatory beast, charged forward with repressed fury roaring at the front. The two quickly joined the main fight, coordinating with Koaer, Gong Yu, and the others. The situation clarified. The Duxie gang's defenses disintegrated, casualties began to mount. The morale of the Taekwon gang soared. Except for Wan Ning, who remained in the rear observing and recovering, almost everyone else threw themselves into the final sweep, preparing to crush the remnants in one stroke. The balance of victory seemed to have tilted decisively. Wan Ning crouched not far away, chewing the last piece of synthetic protein, her cheeks bulging. Yet her eyes never left the battlefield. Her brow grew ever tighter. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. The Duxie gang's disadvantage was increasingly obvious. Ordinarily, at this stage of a gang brawl, the survivors should have fled. But these remnants, though terrified and disordered, still clung to their ground. They used their last covers and fought with near-manic desperation, refusing to retreat even as comrades fell, a behavior as if the ground beneath them were a holy site they must defend with their lives. Wan Ning snapped, spitting out the remains she had been chewing. Are you Duxie gang people gone mad from cyberpsychosis? What are you defending to the death? This isn't even your territory. She snatched up the radio and warned the core members, Koaer, Sang Zhong, Lao Wei, be careful. Something's wrong. They may be waiting for. Wan Ning had barely finished speaking. Whum! A far deeper, more oppressive roar surged in from the low sky behind and to her right, drowning out even the ordinary hum of aerial vehicles. The sound carried crushing weight, instantly overwhelming all gunfire and battle cries. A heavily armored aerial vehicle, its silhouette jagged and menacing, barreled forward, heedless of the stray bullets whizzing beneath it. With brutal, unyielding intent, it plunged downward from the low sky. It showed no sign of deceleration, no attempt to locate a safe landing zone. Before every stunned gaze, it slammed into the heart of the battlefield, its anti-gravitational wake churning like a meteor's descent. Crockham! A concussive blast hurled several Iron Fist gang members backward. The armored hatch slowly rose upward. Wan Ning's pupils contracted sharply. Fury blazed in her eyes. So, you've abandoned all martial honor. Can't win, so you call in reinforcements. Yet she'd only grasped half the truth. In truth, Dian Shu had nearly exploded with rage upon hearing the battlefield report. This was supposed to be an absolute, unwavering victory, guaranteed beyond doubt. He'd deployed elite forces sufficient to obliterate the enemy outright. Intelligence confirmed the Iron Fist gang's main force was trapped, and their leader critically wounded or dead. This was meant to be a flawless, decisive slaughter, a spectacle of dominance he'd orchestrated to cement his authority. Instead, what reached him were relentless reports of disaster, stalled advances at the bar, mounting casualties, and agonizing stalemate. No retreat, none whatsoever. Hold your ground, or I'll ensure your entire family suffers for it. Today we will flatten this Iron Fist gang, utterly. His last humiliating defeat, against the Black Hat gang and the Junkyard clan, had already turned him into a laughingstock across the underworld. Dian Shu had clawed his way back with immense effort, painstakingly rebuilding his reputation and influence. And now, to suffer another loss against this obscure, nameless Iron Fist gang. Would he have any face left? Could he ever hold his head high again? Without hesitation, he assembled his 3 most lethal personal enforcers and raced to the front lines in his aerial vehicle at breakneck speed. Well then, no sooner had he stepped out of the vehicle, he beheld his shattered, terrified remnants, and the Iron Fist gang warriors roaring forward in furious assault. A surge of crimson rage flooded Dian Shu's skull. Darkness swam before his eyes. This wasn't merely nearly losing. This was utter catastrophic collapse. He choked on his own fury, words failing him entirely. Only ragged guttural gasps, HRRR, HRRR, escaped his throat as his facial muscles twisted grotesquely. You damn. Fist. Gang. A bald enforcer stunned immediately corrected, Brother Shu. It's the Iron Fist Gang. Dian Shu choked again, glaring murderously at the bald man before bellowing, what are you waiting for? Attack. At his command, the three figures behind him, radiating raw predatory menace, sprang into motion, each locking eyes onto their chosen prey. The massive bald brute codenamed Tu Lu erupted forward with shocking speed, bearing down on a man who'd just lobbed a grenade and charged into the fray. The lean, sharp-featured man codenamed Ingo flicked a dagger shimmering with eerie cobalt light, silent precise aimed straight for Viper's spine at a lethal angle. The third, a lithe woman with a princess-cut hairstyle codenamed Ing, moved with feline grace. In a few swift, elegant bounds, she sliced through the chaos of battle, her twin arm blades humming with high-frequency energy locked on a Zhong, who carved a bloody path through the enemy ranks. And Dian Shu himself, his cold serpentine gaze fixed upon Lao Wei crouched behind cover in the distance, calmly directing flanking maneuvers. He blurred forward, closing the gap in an instant. Lao Wei, watch out. Dian Shu's coming for you. Wan Ning's urgent warning crackled over the comm. Lao Wei reacted instantly, barking, focus fire, stop him. Several Iron Fist gang members pivoted without hesitation, rifles snapping toward that streaking black figure. Yet despair set in. The hail of bullets struck Dian Shu's advanced armor, gleaming with exotic metallic luster, and only scuffed its surface. Not a single round slowed him, not by a fraction. His armor's resilience dwarfed standard issue gear. A flicker of mockery crossed Dian Shu's eyes, and his wrist snapped. Crackle. A whip coiled with arcing electricity lashed outward. Crack. Crack. Two lashes struck Lao Wei's men beside him. Brutal force fused with high-voltage current, sending them flying, limbs convulsing, life hanging by a thread. Dian Shu's target remained unshaken. His whip snaked through the air in a sinister arc, alive, sentient, wrapping tightly around Lao Wei's waist and abdomen. A jolt of searing current paralyzed Lao Wei instantly, leaving him helpless. Dian Shu yanked hard, then whipped his wrist sideways. Lao Wei's body slammed into a nearby wall with sickening force. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth, his eyes rolled shut. He slumped unconscious. Dian Shu didn't pause. With a sharp flick, the electrified whip hardened, stiffened, and its tip transformed into a gleaming metal spike. That deadly point lunged straight for Lao Wei's exposed throat. At the very brink. Get back. Hu Shi roared, launching herself sideways like a cannonball, slamming into Dian Shu with full force. Her fist howled through the air, aimed directly at his temple. A clean hit would shatter even reinforced armor, striking a fatal weak point. Surprise flickered in Dian Shu's eyes, but vanished as his wiry frame contorted with uncanny flexibility. He bent backward impossibly far, spine arching like liquid bone. Hu Shi's fist grazed his nose, missing by millimeters. Dian Shu spun into a flawless backflip, putting distance between them. Hu Shi planted herself before Lao Wei's shoulders, low muscles coiled, ready to defend. Her mind was simple, but certain truths were etched deep into her bones. During today's patrol, gruff old Lao Wei had shouted at her, barking orders not to wander off. Yet later he bought her food, so much food, and it was delicious. She would never let anyone harm the man who bought her food. At the moment when the dagger from the gutter was about to plunge into his back, Viper twisted his body with an instinct honed through countless brushes with death. The sharp blade grazed his tactical vest, narrowly missing him. Not too slow on the reaction, came the mocking voice from the gutter. Viper had no time to respond, leveraging the force of his twist. The barrel of his rifle was already aimed at his opponent. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. However, the unremarkable dark tactical suit on his opponent rippled with a bizarre energy as the bullet struck. Most of the bullets were deflected, leaving only a few shallow dents behind. Ha, just a tickle. His opponent scoffed, swiftly closing in, his poison dagger aimed directly at Viper's throat. Viper leaned back, abruptly blocking the attack with a clang of his mechanical arm. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his opponent's mouth, and his right leg, seemingly stable, suddenly kicked up fiercely. The target was directly Viper's lower body. This was his true killing move, vicious, despicable, targeting a man's most vulnerable area. Despicable. Viper broke out in a cold sweat, hastily squeezing his legs together, retreating to the limit of his body. Slash. The dagger slashed a deep gash on the outside of his arm. The toxin instantly seeped in through the wound. A paralyzing sensation surged through him like electricity, causing Viper's movements to visibly slow and stiffen. Watching Viper's movements distort from the poison, a sickly ecstasy and enjoyment erupted in his opponent's eyes. Yes, just like that. Slowly now, let's truly savor this process. He was not in a hurry for a fatal blow. Instead, he toyed with Viper, whose movements were becoming increasingly sluggish. Like an artist lost in his craft, he cut open Viper's flesh beneath the ribs, then another slice towards Viper's shoulder. Time and again he left wounds on Viper's body with flesh curling. Blood gushed out, staining the ground beneath Viper's feet. The excruciating pain and toxin caused his vision to darken. Yet the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even more fiercely amidst pain and humiliation. His opponent gazed at his masterpiece, his face twisted with a near-orgasmic pleasure. Huh. Oh, Subarashi. He grinned savagely and raised the dagger again, aiming for Viper. At the moment the dagger thrust out Viper's body, which seemed ready to collapse, suddenly erupted. He did not evade. Instead, he charged straight at the dagger. Puffed. The dagger pierced deeply into Viper's left chest without resistance. Just then, Viper's bloodied hand gripped his opponent's wrist with all his might. This caught his opponent off guard, rendering him unable to break free. Ui! The delight on his opponent's face instantly froze. Viper lifted his head violently, his eyes glinting with ferocity. His still-functioning right leg gathered all the anger and humiliation, brutally kicking upwards into his opponent's unguarded groin. Crack! A sound that made one's scalp tingle. Arg! His opponent's eyes bulged out instantly. The eyeballs nearly popped out. Viper gritted his teeth. Aren't you fond of this move? Seizing the moment of his opponent's agony, a grin crept onto his lips as he kicked again. Aren't you fond of it? Huh. His opponent could no longer grip the dagger, instinctively using his hands to cover his groin, his twisted, perverse face drained of color. His body convulsed uncontrollably, curling up like a boiled shrimp. What now? Why so quiet? Viper did not give him a chance to catch his breath. Fueled by the will for revenge, he yanked out the dagger still embedded in his own chest, spilling a torrent of blood. With the last remnants of strength, he plunged it viciously into the side of his opponent's neck. The blade severed the trachea and cut through the artery. His opponent's body stiffened, making gurgling sounds as blood backflooded into his throat. In his eyes lay terror, staring fixedly at Viper, as if he could not believe he would end in such a manner. Meanwhile, Viper was also on the brink of collapse. His towering figure swayed, toxins, loss of blood, and excruciating pain crashing down upon him like a landslide. He could no longer support himself and fell heavily to the ground, landing beside the still warm corpse of his opponent, losing consciousness. At this moment on the other side, Amon was also in dire straits. Facing the violent onslaught of Tulu, he barely managed to raise his mechanical arm for a block. Bang! The mechanical arm of Amon emitted a sound of being overstrained, and the immense force slammed him hard into the distance. The joints of the mechanical arm even showed obvious deformation. He crashed heavily to the ground, a sweetness flooding his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Tulu stomped forward, lifting his foot to crush Amon's skull, to smash him to pieces. Amon. Grey Owl saw Amon in danger, and disregarding everything else, lifted his submachine gun and leaped out from his hiding spot, unleashing a barrage at Tulu's back. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The bullet struck Tulu's specialized tactical suit, only sparking a few sparks. Instead, it thoroughly enraged him. Tulu abruptly turned around, leaping towards Grey Owl, seizing him by the throat, lifting him off the ground like a chick. Ugh! Cough! Grey Owl instantly choked, his legs flailing wildly, his face turning crimson, the gun slipping helplessly from his grip. Death loomed over him. Golden hair. Amon gritted through intense pain and dizziness, using every ounce of strength to spring up from the ground, crashing his body fiercely into Tulu. This collision took Tulu by surprise, causing him to loosen his grip on Grey Owl. Grey Owl fell to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing violently. Amon, drained of strength, was slapped hard in the face by Tulu and sent crashing to the ground again, half of his face mangled and consciousness fading. Tulu looked at the two incapacitated individuals on the ground and let out a disdainful sigh. Sigh, too weak, so boring. Saying this, he raised his foot again, this time aiming for the nearer Grey Owl. Amon lay on the ground, the buzzing in his ears growing louder. He felt his life slipping away quickly. Watching Tulu's raised foot, seeing Grey Owl beside him coughing painfully and filled with terror. Damn, today. Is it the end? Amon's throat rasped with a voice full of unwillingness and anger. But he did not give up. He suddenly stretched out his still mobile legs and swept forcefully at Tulu's ankle. Huh. Tulu was caught off guard, stumbling as he fell to the ground. Amon swiftly maneuvered, wrapping his legs tightly around Tulu's neck. Tulu erupted in rage, trying to break free, but Amon's legs felt as if they were welded on. No matter how much he struck, they remained unmoving. Blood continuously spilled from the corners of Amon's mouth, yet his eyes shone with a terrifying brightness. Even if I die today, I won't let you off, you bald donkey. He pulled out something from the inside of his tattered tactical vest. It was the last remaining jumping frog bomb given to him by Grey Owl. If I'm going to die, let's die together. I Amon am no coward. Amon roared like a beast, pressing the red button on the bottom of the jumping frog with all his might. The indicator light atop the jumping frog bomb pulsed a steady, ominous red. Beep, 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 beep. A relentless death sentinel alarm began to sound. Amon's fingers, locked in a death grip around Tulu's thighs, had torn through muscle. Searing agony lanced through him. His eyes burned with final feral resolve. Mutual annihilation now. He waited for the cataclysmic blast that would obliterate both himself and this accursed foe. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time stretched infinitely within the suffocating countdown to oblivion. Yet the earth-shattering detonation, so vividly imagined, never came. The shrill beeping ceased entirely. Silence absolute and hollow. Explode. Just explode. Damn it. Not now, of all moments. GH'd. Amon roared, a raw guttural cry. He had steeled himself for utter disintegration, ready to drag his enemy screaming into the abyss. And yet, this was all. Had this wretched device misfired, again, the crushing whiplash of shattered expectation layered upon physical extremis plunged Amon into sudden suffocating blackness. His legs went slack, collapsing utterly beneath him. He crumpled onto the ground, gasping ragged, heaving breaths, as crimson welled freely from his wounds. His last ember of resistance, extinguished by the mockery of a dud. Despair flooded him cold and absolute. It was over, truly over. Tulu felt the vice-like pressure on his legs vanish, stunned for an instant, then erupted into a thunderous bellow of fury. In one fluid, explosive motion, a carp leaping from water, he surged upright. This wretched man had mocked him, tangled him, wasted his time, and nearly terrified him to death with a mere dud. An unspeakable humiliation. He raised his boot, slick with Amon's blood, and brought it down with crushing force toward Amon's skull, sprawled helplessly on the ground. He would grind this insufferable pest into pulp. Amon shut his eyes in abject despair. At the very instant that boot descended toward his skull, Shryak, a razor-edged supersonic shriek tore through the air from a high vantage point above the battlefield's flank. A grotesque bullseye's cavity exploded open on the side of Tulu's thick neck, utterly unanticipated. The impact was so violent it nearly severed his entire cervical column. Only a sliver of ghastly white vertebra and shredded sinew clung precariously to his massive head, its expression frozen in pure astonishment. Blood-bone shards and pulverized flesh geysered forth in a crimson torrent, drenching Amon's face and hair in scalding gore. Tulu's thunderous stomp halted midair, his colossal frame crashed backward onto the ground with a sickening thud. His head lolled sideways, connected only by tattered flesh, its vacant eyes staring blankly at the sky. Drenched head-to-toe in his enemy's blood, Amon sat stunned, mind utterly void. What just happened? Surviving the brink of death, his thoughts were a hollow, silent expanse. Meanwhile, the fallen jumping frog hopped, once, twice, then bounded away into the distance. Third floor, Chigwang Bar. Mercury Moon observed through her scope the target's neck erupting, then his body collapsing in slow, brutal finality. Her face remained impassive. Only a slight tilt of her head betrayed quiet curiosity. Missed. She had aimed precisely for the head. No matter. She steadied her breath, pressing her cheek once more against the rifle's icy stock. The crosshairs settled, calm, unwavering. On her next target, the figure locked in fierce combat with Hushur. Elsewhere, Zhong, facing the swift and agile Sakura, realized her specialized armor deflected bullets effortlessly. Sakura's twin arm blades sliced the air with a chilling, resonant hum. Her strikes were bold, sweeping, yet breathtakingly elegant, as she circled Zhong at blinding speed, thrusting, slashing, spinning. Clang, clang, clang. Zhong's heavy rifle barrel and reinforced alloy forearm guards bore the brunt of each impact. Sparks erupted like furious stars. The grating shriek of metal on metal filled the air. Sakura's blades struck with such devastating force they nearly shattered Zhong's armored forearms. Zhong was forced back step after step under Sakura's unrelenting assault. Each attempt to create distance failed. The agile fighter always slipped inside her gun's aim, exploiting blind spots, forcing desperate parries. TCH. Pathetic. A faint disdainful smirk curled Sakura's lips. Her attacks grew fiercer, blades flickering so rapidly they formed a shimmering cage around Zhong. Sakura seemed to revel in her dominance, her movements growing ever more flamboyant, even incorporating unnecessary acrobatic kicks purely for spectacle. Then, mid-execution of a dazzling 360-degree spinning slash, her pursuit of perfection introduced the faintest, almost imperceptible shift in balance. Zhong's hawk-like gaze seized the opening. In the split second Sakura's vision broke from her target, Zhong dropped low, grazing the energy-charged blade as it swept past her head. Simultaneously, her right arm, coiled tight as a spring, snapped upward with terrifying velocity, driving the rifle from below toward Sakura's exposed temple. Bang! A single deafening report. The muzzle pressed flush against Sakura's unprotected skull. The moment she completed her spin, kinetic force detonated half her head in a violent crimson burst. Scarlet ivory and splintered bone sprayed backward in a radial arc. Her elegant princess got hair matted into a grotesque tangle. The sneer of contempt froze on the remaining half of her face, her body still arched mid-rotation as she collapsed lifelessly backward. Zhong rose slowly, shaking heat from the rifle's searing barrel. With deliberate calm, she smoothed her disheveled ponytail behind her ear. Glancing at the corpse, she muttered, "All flash. No substance. Next time wear that armor over your brain." Having dispatched Sakura, Zhong scanned the chaotic battlefield, her gaze locking onto another desperate struggle. Hushur was locked in a brutal stalemate. Dianshu's electrified whip coiled and lashed, now a barbed spear, now a sinuous serpent, striking with cruel unpredictability. His technique was vicious, precise, each lash cracking with thunderous concussive force and snapping arcs of lightning. Hushur was utterly dominated by that uncanny weapon. Her crushing fists could not close the distance. Every charge was thwarted, bound, ensnared, or hurled back by searing high-voltage lashes. Her body was already crisscrossed with charred whip marks and cauterized burns, her movements slowed by neural paralysis, her breath ragged and labored. Dianshu moved with effortless grace, a feline smile playing across his lips as he wore Hushur down. biding his time waiting for the perfect moment to deliver the killing strike. Zhong raised her rifle, taking advantage of Dianshu's distraction, and loosed several heavy-caliber rounds straight for the back of his skull. Yet Dianshu reacted with impossible speed. As if sensing the threat before it arrived, he executed a seamless lateral slide, bullets grazing his temple, punching deep into the wall behind him. What in the world? Zhong's brow furrowed in disbelief. Almost simultaneously, Shrike, a sniper's cry pierced the air from the third-floor vantage of Qiguang Bar. Mercury Moon. Through her scope, her crosshairs locked unerringly onto Jinshu's brow, the kill shot guaranteed. Then, impossibly, the bullet missed. He evaded even the sniper round. Something was deeply unsettlingly wrong. Mercury Moon had already fired 3 consecutive shots. Every one missed. Her first bullet aimed straight for his brow. With an unconscious tilt of his head to the right, the electric rat let the round whistle past his ear, snatching only a few strands of hair. Her second shot targeted his temple. Even more astonishingly, he leaned sharply backward, the bullet slicing through the air just above his forehead. The third round aimed at his knee, intending to lock down his mobility. Yet the electric rat seemed to have foreseen it. An instant before impact, his supporting knee subtly retracted inward, and with a soft thud, the bullet buried itself in the ground beside his foot. Mercury Moon could no longer contain her composure. She jerked her head up abruptly from behind the scope. No, this is no coincidence. His evasive movements were as if he'd already predicted the trajectory of each bullet. She forced herself to calm, replaying every detail in her mind. He'd begun dodging the moment the bullet left the barrel. Could it be? Mercury Moon immediately opened the squad-wide channel. Attention, all, the enemy commander is suspected to possess an extraordinarily sensitive sensory array. It can detect ballistic trajectories in advance. Combined with his superhuman reflexes, long-range fire is nearly useless against him. Stay vigilant. Upon hearing Mercury Moon's warning, Bell of Morning understood why his prior attacks had failed. She fired her rifle hard at the charging electric rat, only managing to slightly disrupt his momentum. Bell of Morning launched herself backward, narrowly evading the crackling arc whip he hurled toward her. In one fluid motion, she drew a frost-bright dagger, abandoning all illusions of mid to long-range combat. Her body lowered, center of gravity shifted forward, poised to close the distance and seize the opening for hand-to-hand engagement. Abandoning firearms. Too late. The electric rat sneered, glancing sideways where Tiger Lion lay curled on the ground, writhing in agony. She had been gravely wounded in the earlier skirmish, utterly incapacitated. Now only the woman with the high ponytail remained. The electric rat's whip technique, paired with his formidable close combat reflexes and advanced armor, sealed off the mid-range entirely. Bell of Morning attempted several high-speed lunges, yet each time was driven back by the high-voltage arc whip. Its tip seared across her arm and shoulder, leaving charred marks and waves of paralyzing numbness. Every probe teetered on the edge of disaster. True proximity remained impossible. Sweat beaded on Bell of Morning's brow, her stamina and reaction speed steadily eroded under the current's corrosive assault. Her eyes locked unblinkingly onto the electric rat's movements, her mind raced, hunting for that 1/10,000 opportunity. Just then, after a ferocious whip sweep, the electric rat's body, overextended by sheer force, briefly faltered during its recoil and balance recovery. For a fleeting instant, a gap appeared at the seam of his armor along his left ribcage, vanishing in less than a heartbeat. Yet for Bell of Morning it was enough. Opportunity. Ignoring exhaustion and paralysis, Bell of Morning coiled like a crouching leopard, channeling every ounce of power into her legs, and exploded forward at speeds surpassing human limits. By a hair's breadth, she slipped past the snapping arc whip and drove her dagger straight into the exposed gap beneath his left ribs. She intended a single lethal strike. The dagger's razor-sharp tip hovered mere millimeters from piercing the gap. And yet, the electric rat's expression, which had flickered with momentary alarm, vanished instantly. In its place bloomed a cold, triumphant smirk. Fool, you've taken the bait. That whip, seemingly too slow to retract, had in fact been coiled and ready the very instant Bell of Morning entered striking range. Arcing with sapphire-white lightning, the whip snapped around Bell of Morning's wrist, the one gripping the dagger. Crackle, crackle. Currents surged violently, like thousands of steel needles stabbing deep into her flesh. Her entire arm, even half her torso, went instantly numb. Blinding pain and searing paralysis darkened her vision. Her dagger clattered to the ground with a hollow clang. With a sharp, brutal flick of his wrist, the coiling whip unleashed crushing torsional force, and with a sickening crack, her wrist bone shattered outright. But it wasn't over. With another whip crack, the cord stiffened, hardening into a lethal needle-like spike, aimed directly at Bell of Morning's throat. It's over. Bloodlust flared in the electric rat's eyes. At that hair-trigger instant, when death was inches from her throat, a figure blurred into existence behind him, so fast no afterimage remained. It was Wan Ning, her dagger silent and lethal, slashed downward toward the electric rat's utterly unguarded neck. Gooseflesh erupted along the electric rat's nape. He sensed it, yet it was too fast. That figure's velocity exceeded the absolute limit of his body's reactive capacity. He wrenched his neck sideways and tensed his trapezius muscles, desperate to evade the killing blow. Shink. The blade still bit deep, Though it missed the vital arteries, it tore savagely through his left trapezius muscle. Agony exploded alongside a gush of crimson blood. Refusing to linger, the electric rat recoiled like a startled grasshopper, leaping backward with humiliating haste to widen the gap between himself and Wan Ning. His eyes burned with shock and disbelief as he stared transfixed at this blood-soaked harbinger of doom. How is this possible? This defies reason. His cybernetic arm generated faint currents, weaving an invisible electromagnetic net spanning 50 meters, a field that instantly registered any object emitting significant energy fluctuations. Trajectory, velocity, all fed directly into his neural implant. That was how he saw bullets before they flew, and executed flawless evasion. Yet this woman before him, her rapid movement generated massive bioelectric signals and kinetic energy, blazingly conspicuous, unmistakable. He had sensed her assault vector, his brain screamed, "Dodge, now!" But his body refused to obey. Her speed was absurd, far exceeding even supersonic sniper rounds. Was she even human? "Who are you?" Terror edged his voice as he barked the question, unwilling to believe such a monster hailed from some obscure nameless gang. What was this Iron Fist syndicate? Had intelligence completely failed? This syndicate clearly ran deeper than anyone imagined. Wan Ning stood motionless, her dagger angled downward, blood dripping steadily from its tip. Remarkable, he hadn't even recognized her. She meant nothing to him. Her chest heaved violently, a fiery sting lanced across her back. Unleashing Hermes X1's latent power was no trivial feat, especially while still in early-stage synchronization. She would not collapse. She would not show weakness. Wan Ning forced herself upright, though her calves trembled, but she needed time to recover to stall to prepare her next strike. She lifted her chin, recalling arrogant villains from old films, and summoned the most contemptuous, imperious, theatrically disdainful expression she could muster, as if regarding nothing more than roadside refuse. She poured every shred of strength into her voice, making it ring with defiant authority. Who am I? Her dagger-tip jabbed provocatively toward the electric rat. Listen well, I am your granny. Dare you desecrate Iron Fist Syndicate territory? Blind fool, you'll wish your bowels emptied themselves clean before I'm done with you. Wan Ning's scolding paired with her confident demeanor that exuded the aura of I am invincible in this world. It's actually quite intimidating. At least for the moment it managed to daunt the electric mouse and buy her some precious breathing time. She secretly gritted her teeth, praying for a slight recovery in her stamina. Just a little bit would suffice. The electric mouse clutched his bleeding shoulder, one arm rendered useless. With a look of uncertainty in his eyes, he could sense Wan Ning's chaotic aura, yet the fear instilled by her ghostly speed still lingered. He was unsure whether this calamity was just pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Seeing the murderous glint in the electric mouse's eyes, seemingly preparing to take another risk to attack, Wan Ning knew she had to stall for time. She immediately took a deep breath, and her proud expression exaggerated even further, dripping with disdain. She began her verbal assault. "TSK. Don't exert yourself. In your current half-damaged state, you think you can touch me. With my speed, avoiding your sluggish whip is like child's play." As Wan Ning spoke, she elegantly flicked the blood off her dagger. The motion appeared fluid, but it tugged painfully at her back, causing sweat to bead on her forehead. Before the electric mouse could retort, she shifted her tone, deliberately feigning confusion. "But honestly, I really don't understand why you all are suddenly acting crazily to provoke us. You're just bored. Suddenly acting crazy." The electric mouse was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly enraged by Wan Ning's act of ignorance. "How dare you? It was you who attacked the scrap gears factory and treated me like a monkey, causing me to lose face. This debt must be repaid with your blood today." Indeed, she knew. Wan Ning's heart skipped a beat, but her face displayed an expression of "What nonsense are you talking about?" Shocked, confused, and furious. "What? The scrap gears factory? How could it have been us? Who said that? Who framed us? Is it that Black Hat Gang's scoundrel plotting behind our backs? They've been envious of our territory for more than a day or two. It must have been them framing us, using you fools. I mean using you as pawns to take advantage and swallow us up. What a vicious scheme." Wan Ning's expression of being splashed with dirt and her sudden realization of the situation nearly caused the electric mouse to waver. "Stop pretending with me." The electric mouse laughed in anger, his teeth clattering. "Don't think I don't know. A second-hand dealer from the black market told me he leaked your equipment's information to Luais, who then attacked you, and you retaliated maliciously." "Oh really? So that's how it is." Wan Ning finally understood. Not enough experience led to a sloppy tale, and at least she was relieved that the leak wasn't because someone from her side was a traitor. But what does it matter now? The situation is what it is. Huh? Wan Ning suddenly erupted into a burst of derisive laughter, her muscles tensing painfully enough to bring tears to her eyes. "A joke? You believe the words of a second-hand dealer scamming in the black market? I could just as easily say that the scrap gears factory was done by the Black Hat Gang. The Scorpion Tail Gang surveillance video was tampered with. It was their doing, aiming to incite a dog-eat-dog situation among you. But talking about this now is useless." Wan Ning's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as she fixed her gaze on the electric mouse. "Today you must die here." Before her words faded, Wan Ning threw caution to the wind and once again activated the power of Hermes X1, irresolutely forcing out the last ounce of strength from her body. A terrifying energy instantly flooded her body. It was even more ferocious than before. The surgical stitches on her back burned intensely and had already torn apart. She saw stars before her eyes, and a relentless buzzing filled her ears. The price was steep, but she had no choice. This was her only chance, a desperate last strike for her life. Her figure vanished once more, this time, moving faster, directly confronting the electric mouse. The blade pierced through the air, channeling all her strength, and struck towards the electric mouse's throat in an instant. Did it succeed? However, at the moment the blade was about to pierce the electric mouse's throat, his mechanical arm had already anticipated and lifted upward. Clang! Thud! The blade grazed the edge of the mechanical arm, fiercely embedding itself into the flesh beneath his neck. While it avoided the fatal throat and carotid artery, it still caused a horrific injury. Arg! The electric mouse let out a howl, and the instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. He pushed off the ground with all his might, retreating awkwardly. At the same time, his intact hand wildly waved the electric whip, trying to fend off Wan Ning's pursuit. Sizzle! The whip's tip, charged with high voltage, barely grazed Wan Ning's foot, leaving a charred mark on the ground. Wan Ning watched helplessly as the electric mouse escaped, lacking even the strength to pursue him. That last strike had completely drained her body of its final reserves of strength. Now she could only rely on a stubborn will of "I refuse to collapse, even in death," to barely remain standing, avoiding immediate collapse. It's over. A desperate thought floated through her mind. Her body really had reached its limit. On the other side, the electric mouse staggered and managed to steady himself after creating some distance. He clutched his bleeding wound tightly, having never felt death so closely before. That last knife, if it had been off by an inch, he would have been a dead man. The immense fear and aftershock made him tremble. He looked up at the figure still standing there, the blade dripping blood. Her aura was indeed in disarray, yet a faint smile hung on her face, as if she could strike him again at any moment. Does she still have strength left? Wasn't that last attack her limit? Humph. The electric mouse suppressed his fear, trying to make his voice sound tougher. You don't seriously think I would die from the same move again? Naive. Your ability consumes a massive amount of energy. That last strike must have been your limit. Haha, how many more times can you use it? He stared intently at Wan Ning, trying to find a crack in her facade. He needed to confirm her condition. It was a matter of his own life. Wan Ning felt as if she would fall apart at any moment. But upon hearing the electric mouse's question, she barely squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, her voice, faint yet full of provocation. Killing you will definitely be enough. This answer, coupled with her still upright posture, deepened the electric mouse's uncertainty. Is that so? The glint of murder and fear in his eyes flickered wildly as he suddenly raised the hand gripping the electric whip, flicking it, causing the whip's end to leap with blinding electricity. Then let's see who dies first. Before his words faded, he rushed towards Wan Ning with all his might. The posture implied he was ready to exhaust his last ounce of energy for a mutual demise. Wan Ning's heart sank instantly. Move, my dear old arms and legs. Please just move a little. She screamed frantically in her heart, but her body was so heavy that she couldn't even lift her hand, and the excruciating pain in her back completely dominated her senses. She could only watch helplessly as the electric mouse charged at her like a mad dog. The whip, crackling with electricity, drew ever closer. It's over this time. It's really over. But at least dying standing up shouldn't be too humiliating. The howling wind merged with the explosive crackle of electric whips. Death rushed toward her, palpable and suffocating. Yet, the anticipated lash never struck. Before her eyes, the electric rat, poised for a ferocious charge, executed a sharp 90-degree lateral swerve just 3 or 4 meters short of Wan Ning. He was never aiming for Wan Ning at all. His eyes, fierce and ruthless a moment before, now burned only with terror and raw, desperate instinct. His gaze locked rigidly, not on her, but on his floating vehicle parked squarely in the heart of the battlefield. With every shred of strength left in him, he tumbled and scrambled toward his ride, his posture utterly undignified, as if this machine were his sole path to survival. Pride, mission, the Iron Fist gang, all vanished from his mind in that instant. His earlier thunderous charge had been nothing but a complete deception, a meticulously crafted feint. Its sole purpose, to distract that terrifying woman, even for just 1 or 2 seconds. Frantically, he slammed the door shut, then pounded the ignition panel with blood-slicked hands. TCH, who'd waste their life in a suicide stunt with a monster like you? I Jianshu value my life above all. He snarled through gritted teeth, glaring at the blurred silhouette beyond the sealed cockpit, as if such defiance could reclaim a shred of dignity. Vroom. The floating vehicle's engine roared to life. Anti-gravity systems engaged, lifting the chassis slightly off the ground. Wan Ning stood frozen in place. He fled. Dian Shu, the man who'd nearly eradicated the entire Iron Fist gang, had simply bolted like a terrified rodent with tail tucked tight. An overwhelming sense of absurdity washed over her, mingled with the hollow exhaustion of narrow escape. Severe pain lanced across her back. Her body trembled with depletion. The backlash of forced power surged violently through her veins. She collapsed backward onto the ground, vision blurring as she stared upward, watching the floating vehicle ascend, trailing eerie blue flame, its flight unsteady yet blisteringly fast. Is it over? Elsewhere, Dian Shu crashed heavily into the driver's seat. Feeling the deep thrum of the engine and the gentle rising lift of the anti-gravity field, the unbearable tension in his chest finally eased. Just a fraction. Haha, I've escaped. Once airborne and accelerating, even that monster won't catch me. Clutching his bleeding, agonizing wound, he forced a grim, relief-stricken smile. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed behind him. Thump, thump, thump. He whirled around, following the noise. There beneath the rear seat sat a palm-sized iron lump, painted in grotesque green camouflage, abstractly shaped like a frog, bouncing slowly out of the shadows. Its two protruding eye-like lenses gleamed with ominous light. Each landing emitted a soft, distinct thump, crystal clear, chillingly loud within the confined cabin. Wow, what is that? A cold dread slithered up Dianshu's spine. When did it get inside my vehicle, eh? The frog seemed to sense his stare. It froze mid-bounce, and those eyes locked directly onto him. A wave of primal horror surged through him. In the next instant, the indicator light atop its head flared to life, flashing urgently. It leapt again, straight toward Dianshu's seat. Instinctively, he raised his hand to swat it away, but the moment his palm made contact, kaboom! The hop frog detonated. Lying on the ground, Wan Ning watched in stunned silence as Dianshu's floating vehicle, already halfway into the sky, exploded violently from within. A colossal fireball billowed outward, blooming like a macabre flower against the ashen sky. Shards of burning metal spiraled downward, trailing thick black smoke. Rather beautiful, isn't it? Wan Ning managed a faint, weary smile and whispered, "Black cat, moved faster than I expected." Then her last flicker of consciousness dissolved into darkness. She slipped into unconsciousness. Black Cat's synthesized voice chimed suddenly, "Not my doing. I only intended a minor crash." News of Dianshu's failed assault on the Iron Fist gang spread like wildfire. At the Black Hat gang's stronghold, Zhou Lin recoiled in disbelief upon hearing it. Impossible. Dianshu, defeated by the Iron Fist gang. Not only had his operation collapsed utterly, but he himself had been eliminated on the spot. Even more unnerving, every surveillance feed from the scene had been wiped clean. No trace remained. In fact, Dianshu had contacted him just before launching the attack. Though they'd clashed recently, alliances among gangs are never permanent, only transactional. Only interest endures. When Dianshu claimed the Iron Fist gang had attacked the scrap gear factory, Zhou Lin was genuinely startled, especially recalling his own earlier words to Wan Ning, his smug attempt to pin blame elsewhere on the Iron Fist gang, all his self-assured maneuvering. His face burned with shame. He felt like a clown, exposed, ridiculous. He could already imagine Wan Ning's quiet, cutting laughter echoing behind his back, laughing at his foolishness, or worse, at his arrogance. He could almost hear her sardonic chuckle. So without hesitation, he stoked Dianshu's fury over the comms, urging him to crush the Iron Fist gang, and fast. Had it not been for the chaos ignited by Hua Shi, plaguing the Black Hat gang with internal strife and external pressure, Zhou Lin would have entered the fray himself, waiting patiently while Dianshu and the Iron Fist gang bled each other dry, then swooping in as the unseen predator to seize their territory outright. But now events had spiraled beyond his control. He knew Dianshu well, cunning, slippery, dangerously unpredictable. Yet the Iron Fist gang had turned the tables, and won. Zhou Lin clenched his jaw, his gaze darkening. Just who were these Iron Fist gang? At the Toxic Machinist headquarters, smoke hung thick and heavy in the dim conference chamber. Word of Dianshu's death arrived swiftly, and his direct superior One-Eyed Dick summoned all senior members immediately. Dianshu is dead, cut down by some ragtag outfit called the Iron Fist gang. Anyone know what happened? A low murmur rippled through the room, not of grief or inquiry, but of hushed gossip and open mockery. Dianshu had few friends here. Told you. He's got the nerves of a cornered mouse. It was only a matter of time, sneered a burly man crowned with matted dreadlocks. Served him right. A poised woman beside him idly filed her nails and added, "Exactly. Remember the Scorpion Tail gang fiasco? He humiliated us, left our reputation in tatters. When trouble came, all he did was run. His death, no surprise at all." She paused. Pity his men, died following a coward like him. His warehouse stock, still intact, yes. Another voice cut in eagerly, "Can't let it rot. Someone must take charge." Within moments, the conversation veered sharply to dividing Dianshu's spoils. Several erupted into heated, crimson-faced arguments, nearly drawing weapons over a single shipment. Not a single soul expressed sorrow. Not one demanded answers about his death. Not one stepped forward to vow vengeance. They cared only for tearing off the last edible scrap from his corpse. Wan Ning woke up in the clinic. Beside her, Gong Yu was browsing the Echo Wall forum. Upon seeing her open her eyes, she immediately put away her terminal and leaned closer. "Boss, you're awake." The familiar scene made Wan Ning feel a bit dazed, as if she had returned to the day she first crossed over, also in a clinic with someone beside her asking questions. The battles and turmoil during this time felt like a bizarre, yet thrilling dream. She propped herself up, and once her mind cleared, she asked the most pressing question: "What's the casualty count this time?" Gong Yu's expression grew serious as she reported in a low voice, 14 are dead. Besides the medical team led by Pave, which is relatively intact, the others have sustained injuries to varying degrees. Wan Ning's heart sank. The gang was down to just over 30 members. Although she was aware that casualties were inevitable in gang conflicts, she couldn't help but feel guilty. If only she had. Stop. Now is not the time to wallow in regret. She suppressed those what-ifs deep in her heart. The Iron Fist gang is not solely her responsibility, everyone has a role to play. She moved her stiff body and felt that apart from muscle soreness, everything else was fine. She threw off the thin blanket and got out of bed. I'm fine now, you go ahead and be busy. I'll check on everyone. The severely damaged clinic was packed with members of the Iron Fist gang. Paige, sporting two large dark circles under her eyes, was busily attending to everyone nearly exhausted. Toomey and Queer were saved in time and were out of danger. They were now awake. Hoosier and Lao Wei were wrapped in bandages looking like two mummies and were quietly conversing. Huiao was only slightly injured and was already squatting in a corner using tools to begin dismantling the equipment left behind by the poison weapon gang. The most boisterous was a man who was the most severely injured and insisted on replacing his cool new prosthetic limb. Wan Ning flatly rejected him. Your current prosthetic is already overloaded. If you put on another, you'll end up with cyberpsychosis. She immediately turned to Pave and issued a strict order. From now on, all prosthetic implants must be applied for and reported in advance. Only after I approve can they proceed. Thus, everyone who wanted to change their prosthetics glared at a man in discontent. In the clinic, Sang Zhong was ruthless with herself. The hand that could have been repaired with just a replacement synthetic wrist was instead amputated directly at the wrist, replaced with a cold mechanical hand. Upon seeing Wan Ning, Sang Zhong unusually did not show the usual blatant disdain. After all, it was Wan Ning who saved her, and she had truly witnessed Wan Ning's terrifying strength. She stared at Wan Ning clad in her ever-unchanging sports shirt, silently mocking. I really misjudged. Her strength is outlandish, yet she hides it so well. No wonder she always wears a sports shirt. She must be training in secret every day. However, thinking about the incident at the waste gear factory being caused by the Iron Fist gang, while she had been kept in the dark the entire time, the flicker of gratitude in Sang Zhong's heart was quickly suppressed by resentment. After visiting the injured, Wan Ning stood at the end of the clinic corridor and sent a message to all core members. This time we won, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. Each of you must reflect carefully. In this battle, analyze what was done well and what was insufficient. Dig deep into the reasons and think about how to improve moving forward. Each of you write a post-battle summary and send it in the weekly report. Then Wan Ning went to look at the list of seized items. 6 anti-gravity vehicles from the poison weapon gang had arrived, but only 3 were left intact. Unfortunately, the Electric Mouse's ridiculously expensive anti-gravity vehicle was destroyed, and the other 2 were also affected by the jumping frog bombs with distorted shells and extinguished engines. After assessment, Huiao deemed them not worth repairing and suggested dismantling them for parts. In addition, there were several sets of advanced protective suits, some standard weapons, and second-hand prosthetics recovered from enemy corpses. All in all, it looked like a considerable haul. But thinking about the cost on their side, 14 people lost a sea of bodies in the clinic, equipment damaged, ammunition exhausted. She silently calculated the costs in her heart and felt increasingly frustrated. This round hadn't earned them anything, and they might even have suffered a loss. Forget it, it's done. First, let's eat. Her stomach growled loudly, so she quickly prepared some synthetic protein bars and devoured them as if they were delicious. While eating, she assigned a pile of tasks to Gong Yue: reorganize the defense personnel, take stock of supplies, arrange repairs. There was no choice. Almost all the capable leaders were injured, and the only one left to work was indeed Gong Yu. After arranging the gang's chores, Wan Ning didn't linger in the clinic and turned to head towards Jiazi Street. The peril of this battle far exceeded expectations. The Electric Mouse's reckless ambush and the disparity in equipment and combat power echoed like a warning bell in her ears. What shocked her most was that prosthetic, Hermes X1. Its terrifying capabilities and extreme enhancement of abilities meant that if it hadn't been for the forced overload explosion, the outcome of this battle would have been unimaginable. The allure of such immense power was captivating, yet it also sent chills down her spine. How many unknown abilities were hidden within that batch of prosthetics stolen by Hao Run? She needed to find Hao Run quickly and uncover the whereabouts of that batch of prosthetics. In the past few days, although she hadn't specifically sent someone to guard this apartment, Hao Run and Bus had surprisingly behaved themselves and hadn't dared to run around. As soon as Wan Ning pushed the door open, Hao Run immediately put on a polite smile and rushed over, eagerly serving tea and water, his demeanor overly subservient, almost as if he wanted to perform a slide on his knees right there. Wan Ning sat down on the sofa, suppressing her impulse to interrogate him directly, merely raising an eyebrow, her gaze cold and heavy, as if weighing how to slice the meat on the chopping board. Hao Run couldn't withstand the silence, his voice dry. Sister Wan, you finally came. We've been waiting for you for 2 days. Let's get to the point. We've thought it over. He wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead. The underground forces are too much for us to handle, and the company is after our lives. We concede, we just want to survive. Do you? Do you have any way to help us get out of Xingxing City? Bus nodded vigorously from the side and squeezed out a sentence. For a price. Wan Ning tugged at the corner of her mouth, half smiling. Oh, go on. Hao Run raised 2 fingers. 200,000. To safely get us out. Wan Ning remained silent, her gaze lightly sweeping over his face. Hao Ren's hand trembled slightly, and he raised another finger. 300,000. Wan Ning scoffed inwardly. This guy must have made a fortune off that batch of stolen prosthetics. Do you think leaving the city is like strolling through a night market? Wan Ning's voice was not loud, but each word struck deep. Do you know how difficult it is to evade corporate searches and surveillance to leave the city? And you're here haggling with me. Hao Ren was truly anxious then. Then you name a price. Wan Ning stopped beating around the bush and shifted the topic to what she truly cared about. Not so fast. First tell me what's the situation with the batch of prosthetics you stole. This. Wan Ning pressed on. Since you sold them already, it's none of your business now. Let's chat. If I'm pleased, maybe I'll agree to help you. She leaned slightly forward, her tone flat, yet carrying an undeniable pressure. How many did you steal? 6. 6 plus the one in your hand, that makes 7. A few have some defects. Is there a mechanical arm? Yes. There's one called Hephaestus mechanical arm. Hao Ren instinctively glanced at Wan Ning's arm. But that is an engineer's mechanical arm equipped with a bunch of precision tools that you might not be able to use. He poured out all the information he knew about that batch of cybernetic limbs, detailing which ones were usable and which had flaws. He even described the anxious feelings he had while stealing them. In the end, he lamented, alas, what a pity. There were a few stronger ones that I didn't manage to get out. Wan Ning then asked him about the location of the lab, the floor layout, and the security arrangements. Hao Ren immediately reacted, his eyes wide and voice trembling. Could it be that you wouldn't want it? Wan Ning smiled lightly and interrupted, don't think too much, I don't have that capability. Hao Ren swallowed his questions and thought to himself that since he couldn't go back anyway, he might as well be honest, and began to speak freely. After listening, Wan Ning finally relented. All right, I'll arrange for you to be sent out of the city. She then spread her fingers and stated 500,000. 500,000. That's 2. Hao Ren nearly jumped up. Wan Ning replied, too little. Then make it 600,000. Seeing her expression that seemed to say, one more bark, and I'll be 700,000, he immediately wilted, fine. Wan Ning clarified, let's be clear on the conditions. I'm only responsible for sending you out of the city. Once you're outside, whether you're caught by the company or eaten by wild dogs, I won't be responsible. Lastly, you must not disclose anything about me or the Iron Fist gang. Hao Ren's face twisted in frustration, but he finally squeezed out a word through gritted teeth. All right. The next morning, Wan Ning had Mercury Moon prepare an inconspicuous old model SUV for Hao Ren and bus, and confirmed with Black Cat again. Can the surveillance on Hao Ren and the others be cleaned up? The cartoon cat on the virtual screen stretched lazily, and its electronic voice sounded, no problem, I will handle it. Good. Wan Ning paused, slightly lowering her voice. After this is done, if you have time, help me check where the batch of cybernetic limbs that Hao Ren stole ended up. Recently, the gang has suffered many casualties, and our usable combat power is stretched thin, so I'll have to trouble you again. The cartoon cat on the virtual screen suddenly stopped licking its paw, tilting its head to look at her with a hint of confusion. Why are you being so polite all of a sudden? Wan Ning chuckled softly. Because I need you to keep an eye on the movements of surrounding gangs, and am afraid you won't be able to manage all of it. Her tone became serious. Since you joined, you've done a lot for the Iron Fist gang. Without you controlling the surveillance and intelligence, many of our actions would be blind, but the gang cannot reward you too much at this time. I am well aware of that. However, if you have any needs, anything I can do, you can tell me anytime. The black cat fell silent for a moment, the tip of its tail gently curling, and responded with an electronic voice, okay. After ending the communication, Wan Ning began to quickly browse the local news headlines. After all, she was a law-abiding citizen from the 21st century, subconsciously always tense, especially since this incident had indeed caused quite a stir. She felt that at any moment piercing sirens would surround her and law enforcement officers in uniforms would burst through the door, taking her away on charges of illegal possession of weapons, violent conflict, or even murder. However, that did not happen. Days passed, and the anticipated reckoning did not arrive. Wan Ning let out a self-deprecating laugh. Indeed, she subconsciously measured this twisted world by the rules of her past. Here, law enforcement is a service with a clear price tag. There is no essential difference between the police and the private armed forces serving the companies. Their attendance requires budget approval, and their weapons are only aimed at those who damage company property or order. As for how the gangs tear each other apart in the gutters, how many people die, as long as it doesn't touch the company, who would care about a few more dead rats? Wan Ning set aside her worries. She then opened the gang's casualty list. Silently, she flipped through it, pausing briefly on a few familiar names, most of whom were carefree like her, and if they fell, then so be it. She allocated some funds to send to the families of those confirmed to have relatives for compensation. It wasn't much money, just a little comfort. In the clinic, the smell of disinfectant lingered. Bartender Ivan was staring blankly at the ceiling when his terminal suddenly beeped softly. He lazily glanced at it, but in the next second, he suddenly propped himself up, forgetting the pain from his injury. A notification of a deposit appeared prominently on the screen. Iron Fist gang. Injury nutritional fee, 2,000 credits, nutritional fee. He mumbled to himself, almost doubting his own eyes. This thing. I've never seen it before. Frostleaf, who came to visit Ivan, also exclaimed, widening her eyes at her terminal screen. No way. I just scraped a bit of skin, and I got 200 in nutritional fees. Soon whispers and notification sounds echoed throughout the clinic. I also got 500. What is a nutritional fee? Is it for buying food? I've never heard of it before. I received 1,500. The murmurs dispelled the previously heavy atmosphere in the clinic. Surprise, confusion, and a hint of genuine happiness silently flowed among the injured members. This little money might not buy a new arm, but it brought something they had long ceased to hope for. Meanwhile, Ren and Bus climbed into the car prepared by Mercury Moon, with trembling hearts, the sound of the engine starting ringing harshly in the quiet alley. The car trembled as it drove into the street, and with each passing vehicle and every camera flashing at the intersections, their hearts nearly leaped into their throats. Bus clutched the seatbelt tightly, while Ren nervously kept glancing at the rearview mirror, as if at any moment a corporate armored vehicle would rush out from around the corner and crush them. The torturous journey lasted over 40 minutes. When the last barrier at the city exit lifted, the wild wind mixed with the scent of dust rushed into the window, and the two slumped in their seats, simultaneously, a joy of having survived a calamity bursting forth. "We did it, Bus, we made it out." Ren excitedly patted the steering wheel. Bus laughed out loud. "We're free." Finally, Ren immediately excitedly contacted Wan Ning. "Sister Wan, we've safely exited the city. You really are impressive, haha." Suddenly, boom, a violent explosion rang out, and a fireball instantly engulfed the entire SUV. A violent shockwave hurled debris into the air, and thick black smoke surged skyward. That day, Sheng Yu reluctantly made his way to the Qiguang bar, still under renovation. The air hung thick with the sharp scent of freshly applied synthetic paint and molten metal. He kept his head down, wishing he could vanish into his own clothes, only to overhear several Iron Fist gang members leaning against the wall, buzzing with excitement over their drinks. Sister Wan truly outdid herself this time. She's paying people while they're still in the clinic. Yes, who'd have dared dream of it before? Death brings a pension, injury, a nutrition stipend. None of the other nearby gangs seemed to offer anything like this. Sheng Yu rolled his eyes inwardly, so hard he nearly snorted aloud. Hypocritical. Corrupt, he seethed silently. That terrifying woman, buying loyalty with cold cash. A sugar-coated cannonball. After the last gang shootout, one that had nearly scared him to death, he'd sworn never again to set foot inside this accursed place. Compose music. Huh, hard pass. His life came first, and yet here he was. Wan Ning, the so-called evil woman, had simply called, her voice calm and uninflected. "From now on, I won't buy your songs outright. If they're original, we'll switch to revenue sharing." The phrase revenue sharing struck him like an electric jolt. His whole body trembled. This left him utterly powerless to refuse. She offered far too much, more than enough to temporarily shelve his frantic mantra, "My life comes first." And so, heart-pounding, he crept back into the very bar that haunted his nightmares, and slipped into the cluttered storage room crammed with music gear. That alone was agony enough. But what truly made his scalp crawl was this Mercury Moon had vanished into thin air, leaving Wan Ning herself to handle all music-related matters, with him. Herself. Good heavens, she was the devil incarnate. Even standing silently beside him, radiating that icy, bone-chilling aura, sent shivers down his nape. Her expression remained impassive as she listened to his demos, her fingers tapping lightly on the table, each tap reverberating like a hammer blow against his ribs. Acceptable, but it doesn't move me. Not yet. Emotion. You must deepen the emotional intensity. Fine. He'd revise, burning midnight oil until dark circles bloomed beneath his eyes, wringing every last drop of inspiration from his soul. Wan Ning, the impact of the chorus entrance still lacks punch. Surely that adjustment isn't difficult. Can you finish it in half an hour? Half an hour. Fine. He'd endure. His fingers flew across the keyboard, blazing with feverish speed, while inwardly he cursed her in the most venomous terms imaginable 800 times over. A tyrant. A control freak. Utterly ignorant of art. All she does is nag. Nag, 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 nag. Ah. If only the world held more heroes like the smiling man who walks the path of justice and chivalry. Why did I have to cross paths with her? Click. Half an hour later, the door swung open once more. Wan Ning stood framed in the doorway, her gaze sweeping the room with detached coolness. Sheng Yu sprang upright, instantly plastering a servile smile across his face. "Sister Wan, you're here. Perfect timing. I've just finished the revision you requested. Would you like to hear it?" Lately, unrest had stirred among the gangs circling Black Crow Alley. Inside a certain bar, several gang affiliates huddled close, whispering low. "Did you hear?" A gaunt man with a grimy bandage wrapped around his arm lowered his voice further. "The Iron Fist gang. They took on Electrorat of the Toxic Gear Syndicate just days ago. Didn't get wiped out. Instead, they killed him. Wins and losses happen. Someone dies every day." A burly man, face slick with grime, scoffed and drained a swig of cheap liquor. "That's not the point." The gaunt man slammed his palm onto the table in frustration. "It's what they did after the fight. Know what happened? Their injured members, lying in clinics, got a ping on their terminals. A payment. Called it a nutrition stipend." Nutrition stipend. A newcomer in a gang jacket just stepping in leaned forward, skeptical. "What is that?" "Protein block subsidy. Cash," the gaunt man insisted, as if he himself had received it. 200 for a scrape. 1,000 or 2 for serious wounds, deposited straight into their accounts. The burly man froze mid-pour. The newcomer narrowed his eyes and fell silent. A man seated nearby, who'd said nothing only sipped steadily, suddenly spoke. The same mad gang rumored to offer unlimited bonuses for mission completion. Exactly. That's them. The gaunt man nodded vigorously. We thought it was just talk, but it's true. Death earns a pension. Injury a payout. The burly man slammed his empty glass down. Last time I broke 2 fingers for the gang. Not a single credit. Got called a useless waste of time instead. Yeah, nothing at all. Just backbreaking labor. The gaunt man spat hard onto the floor. As the conversation heated up, another man leaned in with fresh gossip. Oh, and the Rampage crew. You know them. They figured the Iron Fist gang would be weakened after fighting the Toxic Gear Syndicate. So yesterday, they sent a squad into Black Crow Alley to loot while the iron was hot. Then what? Then, the informant gave a cold, humorless laugh. Yet a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. There was no then. At least a dozen went in, and not a single sound emerged. This morning word finally leaked, not one made it out. All of them were lost inside. All dead. Not a single survivor. Survive? With what? That place has gone cursed. Enter, and you don't leave. Not even surveillance can track what happens there. A heavy silence settled over the group. After a long pause, one man murmured thick with dread, let's hope our boss keeps his head clear and doesn't get greedy. Better yet, don't send us to test the waters. He rubbed his cold mechanical forearm. I'd like to live a few days longer. Exactly. A younger man chimed in eagerly. If they do send me there, fine. But first they'll learn from them double. No tenfold. The nutrition stipend. Call it what it is, blood money. Deposit it, every last credit, before I take a single step. Right? And raise it again for injuries. Another nodded fiercely. Who'd risk their lives for that iron hard bone, the Iron Fist gang, without proper compensation? Let whoever wants to go ahead. Not me. Black Crow Alley. Wan Ning braced her hands on her knees, breathing shallowly. At her feet lay several intruders, just now unconscious. This was the third wave. Ever since news of the Iron Fist gang's victory over the Toxic Gear Syndicate had spread, reckless minor gangs kept trying to seize advantage amid the chaos. The alley's entire surveillance network had long been seized by Black Cat. Any anomaly triggered immediate alerts. A familiar faint heat pulsed along Wan Ning's spine. She'd been adapting to the Hermes X1 these past days, and discovered that longer-range teleportation exacted heavier tolls on both spirit and stamina. Through near self-destructive testing and relentless training, she'd mapped her limits within short range. 10 consecutive uses left her utterly spent, dizzy, nauseous vision swimming. Yet with brief recovery windows and energy replenishment, she could push that ceiling to 20. It was still far from enough. She needed to grow stronger. Clear the scene, she instructed her Iron Fist subordinates, and pulled a synthetic protein block from her pocket, chewing slowly, deliberately, methodically. That day, Wan Ning returned to her apartment, and finally had time to open the backlog of after-action reports piled up in her terminal. She scrolled down and located Amon's report first. The moment she opened it, an overwhelming wave of grievance seemed to surge forth. So intense, she almost heard Amon's gruff voice wailing in her mind. The first half of the report was a torrent of impassioned venting. He began with a blistering, vocabulary-exhausting salvo against every single member of the Toxic Gear gang, then launched into scathing criticism of Grey Owl's dud explosives. Only in the latter half did he reluctantly concede, perhaps, maybe, possibly, that he might have acted with slight recklessness and insufficient capability, before pivoting abruptly into a masterclass of self-pity, a vivid 500-word account of his injuries, their severity, and the excruciating pain he endured. Finally, the report revealed its true objective: a single desperate proposal to install new cybernetic limbs, accompanied by a plaintive plea. Please, senior sister Wan. Wan Ning burst out laughing and swiftly approved the report, with one terse annotation: cybernetic limb request denied. Reason: insufficient funding. She'd nearly written, you've already got too many implants, but paused, knowing full well that Amon, with his particular brand of stubborn optimism, would likely reply, no problem, I can take it. Better, she decided to hit him with the one reason guaranteed to leave him speechless: no money. Imagining his flustered, helpless scratching of his head at that reply, she felt an unexpected lift in her mood. Next, she opened Black Cat's report. It was concise, understandable, given his role was purely remote support, and focused mainly on the floating vehicle explosion triggered by Electric Rat, lamenting his own delayed response, and noting that a hopping frog had beaten him to the detonation. Only after reading it did Wan Ning learn the true cause of the explosion, and couldn't help but smile wryly. Then she turned to Pov's report. It was pragmatic and densely numerical, a meticulous itemization of medical supplies consumed, infrastructure damaged, and an extensive requisition list requesting reimbursement. What surprised Wan Ning slightly was that Pov, despite being swamped with work, had not voiced a single complaint. His tone conveyed only cold, unadorned urgency, no pleasantries. Just send the funds. She approved priority procurement of medical supplies, while deferring other requests pending submission of a detailed budget plan. Next came Dummy's report, distinctive in its unmistakable voice. She opened with profound self-reproach for failing to better protect the bar due to her own inadequate strength, then delicately suggested enhancing personal combat capability through targeted combat cybernetics. Yet the heart of her report lay elsewhere: a comprehensive series of proposals, funding for urgent full-scale bar restoration, and a forceful recommendation to amplify the resonance of the Qiguang band via expanded performances and strategic promotion on the Echo Wall forum, explicitly framing such outreach as vital to securing stable, sustainable revenue for the gang. Wan Ning could feel between every line Dumi's tireless devotion and urgent concern for the gang's future. She approved the bar renovation budget, but the thought of Dumi pushing herself while still injured stirred genuine guilt in her chest. Regarding band promotion and combat cybernetics, she replied, simply bar restoration takes absolute priority. Rest and recover fully first. Other matters will be addressed in due course. Mercury Moon's report echoed Dumi's vision. She too proposed developing a virtual idol initiative highlighting it as a low-risk, high-yield revenue stream and outlined several concrete implementation strategies. Wan Ning found the idea sound and immediately approved. Excellent concept. Proceed freely. Raise any support needs directly. Then recalling the critical need for vocal talent and original compositions, she added, I'll personally follow up with Sheng Yu for voice casting and music production. Bell's report was stark and incisive, no superfluous words. She declared the gang critically underfunded, its equipment obsolete, and its members collectively underpowered, and prescribed one uncompromising remedy: relentless, grueling training. She further urged the urgent establishment of comprehensive contingency protocols for all foreseeable emergencies, lest they suffer another passive reactive defeat. Wan Ning wholeheartedly agreed, especially regarding contingency planning, adhering strictly to the principle of who proposes, who owns. She authorized approved. You are fully responsible for developing and implementing all emergency protocols. Viper's report made Wan Ning arch an eyebrow. From the brutality of the recent battle, he appeared to have distilled something uniquely devious. His prose hummed with quiet menace, and his proposed improvements took a sharp, unconventional turn. He recommended secretly forming an intelligence cell, masters of infiltration and disguise, tasked with long-term, deep covert operations inside rival gangs to sow chaos from within. Wan Ning deemed the strategy ruthlessly effective, and truth be told, deeply satisfying. Her approval read, proposal accepted. You will lead initial recruitment and vetting, then submit a preliminary operational plan for review. Oldway's report was measured and seasoned. He likewise stressed the necessity of upgrading equipment and expanding personnel. But he emphasized something crucial: all new recruits must undergo rigorous standardized screening and training before integration, never brought in raw. Otherwise, they would become liabilities rather than assets. Wan Ning's eyes lit up at the phrase standardized training. New member onboarding. She murmured softly to herself and instantly recognized its brilliance. With large-scale recruitment imminent, a formalized training framework would not only accelerate personnel evaluation, but also instill gang doctrine, strengthen cohesion, and elevate baseline combat readiness. She reached an immediate decision. Her reply to Oldway read, personnel expansion and standardized training are paramount. You are hereby tasked with establishing the new member onboarding program, designing curriculum and assessment criteria. The curriculum shall include, but not be limited to, gang statutes, foundational combat techniques, and equipment operation. Senior members, including Bell, may be invited to serve as instructors. Submit a detailed plan without delay. The more she reflected, the more urgent the initiative felt, so she sent Oldway an immediate follow-up message urging him to begin preparations at once. Next, Wan Ning opened Grey Owl's report, a chaotic sprawl of hastily sketched technical diagrams and indecipherable jargon. Its gist, however, was clear: a candid self-critique of the instability inherent in his hand-assembled explosives, and a firm pledge to deploy a next-generation technology whose specifics remained opaque to Wan Ning to prevent any recurrence. The report's second half radiated exhilarated discovery. During post-battle salvage, he claimed to have extracted a partially charred energy core device from Electric Rat's carbonized remains, suspected to be the power source for his arm. Though its casing had melted, its internal architecture appeared remarkably resilient. He was actively attempting restoration, and expressed strong confidence it would prove functional. Wan Ning's curiosity ignited fully. Electric Rat's lightning-based abilities had left a powerful impression. If Grey Owl truly succeeded in resurrecting that core, it would undoubtedly command a substantial price. She set the report aside instantly and initiated a direct comms call to Grey Owl. The holoscreen flickered, then filled entirely with an enormous, beaming grin. Senior Sister Wan. Any instructions? His background revealed him mid-repair at his workshop. Wan Ning cut straight to the point. In your report, you mentioned retrieving an energy core from Electric Rat's remains. How's the restoration progressing? That. Grey Owl's voice surged with excitement. Done. Full functionality restored. I'm running final diagnostics now. Found it buried in a mountain of scrap. Though being battlefield salvage, its output capacity is significantly diminished versus the original spec. Lethal electrocution. Unlikely, but it'll induce instantaneous neuromuscular paralysis in a healthy adult, rendering them immobile for roughly 10 seconds. Impressive, right? Senior Sister Wan. Would you like to try it? Wan Ning blinked, startled. Try it. Try what? Are you seriously suggesting you shock me? Grey Owl, so just install it on the mechanical arm. Can it really be installed on a mechanical arm? This? Of course it can. Grey Owl almost shouted in response, appearing unusually eager. Just remove the outer shell and rewire the interface. Sister One, I will design the blueprint for you right away, ensuring it fits your arm structure perfectly hidden and absolutely fine. Wan Ning's mind instantly flashed to that extremely unstable, chaotic jumping frog bomb. To have such an unknown energy core of dubious origin and modified by Grey Owl after battle damage installed on herself. What if at a critical moment it didn't incapacitate the enemy, but instead shocked herself? That would be. Just the thought of it sent chills down her spine. She immediately interrupted his endless chatter, her tone laced with skepticism. Wait, are you sure this thing is reliable? Is it stable? Are there any potential side effects, like sudden loss of control, overload, or even reverse discharge? On the other end of the screen, Grey Owl's excited smile instantly froze as if doused with a bucket of cold water, his entire face drooping. Sister One, how can you not trust my skills? Grey Owl's voice took on a tone of grievance as he hurriedly began to explain, almost shoving his face into the camera. That jumping frog last time was just an accident. I was just messing around. It doesn't reflect my true level. This energy core is different. I've added overload protection. During testing, I used synthetic muscles for the experiments. It's absolutely safe. It's very stable. Wan Ning watched him, nearly bouncing off the walls, remaining silent for a few seconds. All right, she finally said, her tone still tinged with helplessness. Then you continue with the safety tests, simulate all extreme situations, and once you have the installation plan and detailed test report ready, send it to me for review first. No problem. I've got this. Grey Owl instantly perked up, thumping his chest in assurance. After Wan Ning hung up the communication, she opened the map around Black Crow Alley. Recently, several reckless small factions had invaded the area, but after being swiftly cleared out by the Iron Fist gang, Black Crow Alley finally experienced a brief moment of peace. However, her tense nerves did not dare to relax for even a moment. Currently, the Iron Fist gang's territory directly borders that of the Black Hat gang. According to reliable intel, the Black Hat gang was in deep trouble. She suspected it was due to the Firestone, which for the time being prevented them from addressing the Iron Fist gang, giving them a slight breather. To the northwest, there was a not-along boundary shared with the Cleansers. That area used to belong to the Junk Gear Factory. Since their occupation, there hadn't been any significant activity, and it felt eerily quiet. To the southwest, a few minor gangs with weak power were not worth fearing. However, extending her gaze outward, a force named Lullaby came into view. This organization, which occupied numerous nurseries and orphanages, was adjacent to the Cleansers and had ongoing friction with them, both sides resembling oil and water. This clearly wasn't a legitimate force. But then again, who in the underground gang world is legitimate? Although Lullaby's sphere of influence did not directly border the Iron Fist gang, the distance wasn't great. Their escalating conflict with the Cleansers could spill over at any moment, so she had to stay vigilant. What troubled her most was to the east and southeast. Adjacent to them were a few insignificant small gangs, but crossing over them a bit further east was the powerful Iron Cage Society, and to the southeast was the Trickster gang, known for their cunning and expertise in intelligence and infiltration scams. Wan Ning's common impression of these two gangs was that they were rich. The relationship between these two factions had always been tense, and their shared border area was fraught with undercurrents. Last time to rescue Howrin, the misleading clues laid by Black Cat undoubtedly dropped a spark in this powder keg. Now the conflict between the Iron Cage Society and the Trickster gang had clearly escalated, with small-scale skirmishes almost continuous. The chaos in this area resembled a forest fire gradually approaching, with thick smoke already faintly visible. In addition, there was also the Poisonous Equipment gang far away in another district. Would they send someone over to cause trouble again? These intricate, mutually hostile, yet interlinked gang forces made Wan Ning's head ache. She rubbed her temples. The urgent priority now was to make money, recruit people, and strengthen her power. Speaking of making money, she opened the 3 songs sent by Shangyu. 2 of them were his originals, carrying a hint of youthfulness and spirit, while the other was completely customized according to her requirements. 3 songs might be enough for a virtual band. However, Wan Ning was spending money like water, and the income from these few songs was far from sufficient. She immediately dialed Sheng Ye's communication. In the storage room, Sheng Yu was enjoying a rare moment of relaxation after submitting the final draft. He was slouched on an old chair, browsing the Echo Wall forum, checking for any recent news about the Smiling Man. Suddenly, Wan Ning's communication request struck like a thunderbolt, startling him so much that he almost dropped his device. Sister Wan. He hurriedly connected, 1,000 thoughts rushing through his mind, wondering if he had to make changes again. Is there something wrong? On the other end, Wan Ning's voice was unexpectedly gentle. It's nothing major. I've listened carefully to the songs you submitted this time. Really? Really? Sheng Yu was taken aback, almost doubting his hearing. Of course it's true. Wan Ning's tone was very certain, even carrying a hint of appreciative warmth. The melody of the original piece is quite memorable, and the other customized song completely captured the feeling I wanted. Sheng Ye's heart eased a little, but just a little. Based on his limited social experience, such praise usually came with a gut-wrenching twist, and he nervously awaited the but. However, there was no but. He only heard her say, Sheng Yu, you indeed have a talent in this area. These songs will definitely elicit a great response. Wan Ning's praise was sincere and specific, making Sheng Yu feel a bit lightheaded. He subconsciously scratched his head, unable to suppress the silly grin on his face, still feigning modesty. Oh, where Sister One, you flatter me. This is what I should be doing. Yet inside, he couldn't help but think although Sister Wan is scary, her judgment is still quite good. Wan Ning said, therefore I believe in your abilities. It is precisely because I have high hopes for you that I hope you can also improve your efficiency. Our current demand is urgent. Wan Ning spoke steadily, imbued with complete trust. I have an urgent small task for you. This time it's not a song for the band, but a single for a virtual female singer being prepared for a new project. I've initially conceived several melody segments, and the humming audio along with detailed requirements have been organized and sent to you. She paused for a moment, her tone intensifying with confidence. I trust that with your talent and strength, there's no problem in handing this over to you. You will definitely be able to handle it right. I'm counting on you. At this moment, Sheng Yu, flooded with unexpected praise and recognition, felt a bit dizzy and lost, and with a pat on his chest, he blurted out, without much thought, no problem. Wan Jie, you can rest assured. It's on me. Do well, I believe in you. Wan Ning's tone was filled with reassurance as she ended the communication. Once the call ended, the storage room returned to silence. The smile on Sheng Ye's face had not faded, and the excitement of being recognized still rippled within him, filling him with a creative urge to strive for someone who understands him. However, soon a sense of unease crept in, making him realize weight of virtual female singer. A new project. An urgent task. He immediately looked at the new files that had just arrived in the terminal, staring at the massive demand description and the ridiculously short deadline. Reflecting again on the previous call that had elevated him to the skies. Did he just get tricked? Moreover, it seemed he had patted his own chest, guaranteeing no problem, and actively jumped into this pit. Time passed quickly. Under Wan Ning's coordination, the Iron Fist Gang's various segments gradually entered the predetermined track. That day, she was frowning at the training progress report submitted by Old Wei when the terminal's notification tone gently chimed. It was the Black Cat. She immediately connected, and the cartoon Black Cat on the virtual screen was not lazily lounging as usual, but sitting up straight, its tail tip slightly swaying, clearly having something to report. Wan Ning, there has been some progress regarding the whereabouts of the cyborgs related to Hao Run. Wan Ning immediately perked up. Oh, tell me more. We clearly traced one of the cyborgs which passed through several hands in the black market and was ultimately bought at a high price by someone from the thief gang. Their shady business has resumed really quickly. Additionally, there is another suspect that may have fallen into the hands of the executors. They are quite strange, having held several offline team-building events. No, wait, it's a ritual. Muttering phrases like thank the mechanical god for the blessings and divine limbs and the like. Wan Ning was extremely shocked. How long has it been since UK was taken down? Didn't you paralyze their scam platform once? How can they suddenly have so much money again? It seems so. The Black Cat's electronic voice carried a hint of disdain. Their cash flow has been unusually abundant. Can we confirm which cyborg it is? The one the thief gang got, according to the records of the channels it flowed through, is called Boreas. The Black Cat pulled up a screenshot of the transaction record. As for the executors, it's quite troublesome. Their communication methods are cryptic and their online activities are filled with religious metaphors, making it very hard for me to understand their thought process and accurately locate them. Boreas. Wan Ning recalled that Hao Ren had mentioned this, saying that the designer's original words were Boreas, that freezes everything. Although it was said to have flaws, it was still quite top-notch. You've done a great job, Black Cat. She then asked, is there a chance to retrieve the cyborg in the hands of the thief gang? The Black Cat on the virtual screen shook its head decisively. Since the last time UK was infiltrated and taken down, the thief gang has been extremely on edge. They have completely upgraded their security. They spent a lot of money on the latest security system from a security company and even hired a hacker again. Now there are almost no vulnerabilities in the network and physical defenses of that building. Moreover, given how long it has been, the cyborg may have already been implanted into someone else. Wan Ning was momentarily speechless. Wow, this fortress-like setup. Who are they guarding against? Against her going there again. She was pondering if there were other breakthrough points, such as probing into the executor's bottom line. However, the Black Cat on the screen suddenly propped its chin, with its paw appearing thoughtful, its eyes flickering with a hint of cunning. However, it's not without a solution. What solution? Can you say it all at once? Who taught you to speak while gasping for air? The Black Cat said this method is a bit troublesome. As long as you can find a way to get close to their security personnel and find an opportunity to plug the brain-machine connection line into their neck interface for even just a few seconds, I can infiltrate like a virus. I can bypass all the outer firewalls and directly open a door in their internal network. By then, the entire building's security system will not be a problem. Wan Ning raised an eyebrow. Brain-machine connection line. The Black Cat became increasingly enthusiastic. Once you're in, as long as you find any internal personnel's interface to connect to, I can dive deep into their database. If the cyborg has already been implanted, I can pull out the most recent medical records and surgical logs to pinpoint who installed it. If it hasn't been implanted yet, I can sift through all the surveillance and material records to find out where it is hidden. Wan Ning listened to this plan, looking helpless. Is it absolutely necessary to use the brain-machine interface? Wasn't the previous method of inserting a physical chip feasible? Mainly because she didn't have that thing installed. In this world, brain-machine interfaces were quite common, with people like Mercury Moon and Pavi having them. It is implanted beneath the skull, directly connecting the brain to the digital network space, allowing consciousness to go online. Immersive VR experiences and even experiences and emotions of others. It's convenient, but also dangerous. Once hacked, personal memory, senses, and even bodily control could be stolen or manipulated. The original owner of Wan Ning's body was initially unable to afford it due to living at the bottom of society. Later, after things improved, she developed a deep-rooted wariness and distrust towards such things that required opening her brain to the outside world. She always felt that it was like handing the key to her soul to someone else, so she consistently used the excuse of no need to refuse to install it. The Black Cat said, "Physical chips are not impossible, but they are very slow. Do you remember the last time we infiltrated the thief gang?" Wan Ning lay languidly on the apartment sofa, her mind repeatedly contemplating the plan proposed by the Black Cat. That neural interface stood as a colossal barrier before her. To be honest, she instinctively felt a sense of rejection and fear towards such a device that would expose her brain to the outside world. It was akin to laying her most vulnerable mind directly in the crosshairs of hackers. However, the relentless desire to become stronger spurred her on, compelling her to start sifting through a vast amount of information. A flood of data surged into her view, with explanations regarding the neural firewall gradually capturing her attention. It turned out that the neural interface was not entirely defenseless. Users could actually construct their own exclusive consciousness firewall deep within the interface. This firewall was not a simple password, but a defense mechanism entirely built from personal consciousness. It could take the form of a brain-teasing maze, an uncrackable private memory, or even a puzzle constructed upon unique logic. Intruders would need to completely breach this consciousness defense to touch the true core data. The strength of this firewall relied entirely on the builder's willpower and uniqueness. Any logical loophole or cognitive weakness could be exploited in an instant. Upon reading this, Wan Ning's eyes lit up. A brilliant idea crossed her mind. What if the firewall I construct is something incomprehensible, even unimaginable to the people of this world? Creating a barrier based on the complete logic and cognition of another world, which would be beyond the understanding of hackers in this world. Wouldn't that be an insurmountable wall for them? This thought filled her with a tremendous sense of security. She possessed memories from two worlds, which was her most unique advantage and the strongest shield. She took a deep breath, resolved to act. The previous hesitations were instantly replaced by an exhilarating excitement of, "Come on, let's hurt each other." She stood up and hurriedly made her way to Pavi's clinic. Pavi was shocked by Wan Ning's intention. "What did you say?" "Neural interface. Didn't you previously speak with utmost certainty?" "That was then, this is now." Wan Ning interrupted him, her gaze resolute. "I need it. Can you do it?" "It's simple. Just lie down, we'll do a local anesthesia and a pre-surgery scan. The entire installation process will take about an hour." "All right, give me the best one. The latest model." As Wan Ning lay down, she couldn't help but murmur, "Oh, by the way, please don't leave me alone in the operating room this time." Pavi froze momentarily, feeling awkward, and silently turned to prepare the instruments. Wan Ning lay back, feeling the familiar slight sting as the anesthetic was injected. Having experienced a major surgery previously, this minor procedure was no longer a concern for her. She closed her eyes, yet her consciousness remained exceptionally clear. Soon she had already constructed that unique firewall in her mind, a scene puzzle that would utterly baffle local hackers and leave them questioning their lives. She was even quite curious. If there were a fearless hacker bold enough to break in and see this, what kind of expression would they have? The entire implantation process went smoothly. After Wan Ning returned to her apartment, she couldn't wait to try out this new toy as soon as the recovery period from the neural interface was over. Leaning against the sofa, she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and issued the command to connect. Whoosh! In an instant, the dark world before her brightened as it extended forward. She no longer saw through her eyes, but felt her consciousness being cast into an infinite ocean comprised of flowing data and luminous spheres. She stood before a light gate, or rather her consciousness stood at the threshold of the interface between her and this world. She cautiously took her first step. Her consciousness flowed into the torrent like a fish. The sensation was far more marvelous than her boldest imagination. She flew towards a luminous sphere representing the Shengxing news platform. In an instant, a massive amount of text, images, and video information unfolded before her, requiring no reading. They were instinctively understood and absorbed by her. With a thought, junk information was automatically filtered out, flowing smoothly, as if it were breathing. Some luminous spheres contained public entertainment areas where countless consciousness entities congregated, transforming into bizarre forms and reveling on a holographic virtual stage. Wan Ning's image in this world was as she appeared before her, crossing, even wearing that set of work clothes. Some luminous spheres had tightly shut doors, clearly private, encrypted spaces requiring verification to enter. Wan Ning quickly took a detour, not wanting to glimpse anything inappropriate or engage in illegal transactions. Suddenly, a data sphere designed in a flashy manner, radiating colorful lights, caught her attention. It was the entrance to a popular large-scale online role-playing game. Purely out of curiosity, Wan Ning's consciousness lightly touched it. In the next second, the world spun around her. Her consciousness was drawn into a completely different realm. She found herself in a sunlit forest filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, possessing a stunning elfin body. The immersive sensation directly affecting her nerves was so real, it made her scalp tingle. Wan Ning wielded her weapon in the game, engaging various monsters in back-and-forth battles, and each victory brought an unparalleled thrill. She continuously completed one challenge after another, gaining rewards, upgrades, more powerful equipment, and more dazzling skills. Each positive feedback stimulated her dopamine release. Time. It didn't exist. She completely forgot her initial purpose, forgot about the Iron Fist gang, and became utterly immersed in this fantastical world meticulously designed to infinitely satisfy her sense of achievement and curiosity, unable to extricate herself. Uncertain how long she had been playing, the system kindly generated a lavish virtual celebratory feast for her. Among them was a piece of irresistibly tempting mango cake, which she naturally took a bite of. An exceedingly peculiar sweetness mingled with the bizarre flavor of chemical fragrances exploded. It crazily stimulated her taste nerves. Ugh, what the hell is this? It doesn't taste like mango at all. Spit, spit, spit. This flavor was too awful, too artificial, too wrong. Wan Ning suddenly froze. What am I doing? Why am I here? A revolting virtual cake. Did I really lose track of time and the real world for something like this? A sense of absurdity and vigilance immediately surged within her. The immersion brought by this neural interface was terrifying, and there was absolutely no anti-addiction measure. It perfectly deceived the senses, even numbing her will. Wan Ning, feeling apprehensive, hurriedly exited the game, just as she prepared to completely sever her connection with this digital world. An unexpected change occurred. Not far away, a luminous sphere which had been flowing at a steady pace was suddenly rudely disrupted. Immediately afterwards, a petite and agile black figure dashed through, moving so swiftly it left behind afterimages, heading straight for her consciousness. As the figure drew near enough for her to make out its features, Wan Ning froze in astonishment. It was a cat. A sleek, pitch-black virtual kitten, clumsy yet earnest in its gait, puffed and panted its way straight to Wan Ning before skidding to an abrupt halt. Its virtual paws slipped slightly, nearly toppling it off balance. Lifting its head, it emitted its familiar electronic voice. Found you. I almost lost track, meow. That tone. That mannerism. Wan Ning arched a brow. Black cat. Is that really you? The little feline nodded vigorously, its tail tip held high with unmistakable pride. Instinctively, Wan Ning reached out to ruffle its virtual head. The black cat tilted its head aside, evading her touch. She leaned in curiously. Wait. Why do you still appear as a cat inside the digital realm? Before she could finish, her hand moved faster than her thoughts. She snatched the virtual feline up in one smooth motion, flipped it effortlessly onto its back, and peered beneath its belly. What are you doing? In an instant, the black cat twisted free with startling agility, landing lightly atop a nearby glowing orb. So, are you male or female? This form must have some canonical designation, right? The black cat fell silent, its digital eyes blinking once wordlessly. Wan Ning spread her hands, utterly unapologetic. I can't help being curious. Amon calls you brother cat, Grey Owl insists you're sister cat, and Mercury Moon is utterly convinced you're little sister cat. So which is it? The black cat's eyes seemed to widen, then cut in with dry exasperation. Does it truly matter? Watching the black cat stiffen into full defensive mode, refusing to yield even a whisper of its true identity, Wan Ning sighed and relented. Fine, it doesn't matter. Whether black or white, male or female, a cat who gets the job done is a good cat. Then the black cat opened a private digital space. Alone together within it, human and feline huddled close, whispering urgently as they finalized every detail of their infiltration into the letter-stealing gang's headquarters. The black cat supplied several probable patrol patterns for security personnel and identified optimal entry points. Finally, Wan Ning paused, as if recalling something important, her expression turning subtly serious as she fixed her gaze on the black cat, now sitting quietly before her. One last question, black cat, through this neural interface, could you reverse infiltrate my brain? The tip of the black cat's tail stilled for a beat. Its synthesized voice remained calm, unruffled. Technically possible, but success remains unproven until tested. Noting the sharp warning glinting in Wan Ning's eyes, don't even think about it, it hastily added. Rest assured, I'd only use your interface as a relay node. Your mind itself would remain untouched. Oh, really? I certainly hope so, though I'd also advise you. With a sly smiling tilt of her head, Wan Ning leaned in. Curiosity killed the cat, you know. And yet, she couldn't resist. Her hand darted forward, giving the virtual feline's head one swift, affectionate stroke. The tactile feedback felt startlingly lifelike. Satisfied, she withdrew and severed her connection to the digital world entirely. Over the next few days, while managing gang affairs, Wan Ning carved out time to test drive the confiscated hovercar. Goodness, what a rush. It shot skyward in an instant. From above, the world below looked nothing like the subterranean realm she knew. Down in the lower tiers, life unfolded beneath the oppressive shadows of colossal towers, narrow, crumbling, dim, where sunlight was a rare luxury. Yet those dwelling in the upper strata beheld a different reality, rivers of neon skyscrapers piercing the clouds, a glittering metropolis. She even circled over the upper district. Rumored to be the enclave of the wealthy, it lived up to its reputation, utterly distinct. Impeccably ordered and immaculate, it housed real cafes and restaurants, where people dined with leisure, not subsisting on nutrient paste, as if inhabiting another world entirely, Some residences even boasted private aerial gardens. Wan Ning never stepped out, only pressed her face to the window, observing silently for a few moments. After one quiet circuit, she turned back, returning to the clamorous, chaotic, and fiercely authentic streets of Black Crow Alley. In addition to the neural interface, Wan Ning had installed an energy core, the very one Grey Owl had salvaged from the Electrorat. She'd originally refused, but Grey Owl, determined to prove the repaired core's reliability, volunteered himself as the first test subject. He was left rigid, foaming at the mouth, sprawled on the floor for over 10 seconds before groaning back to consciousness, jaw clenched and eyes watering. Absurd as it was, the demonstration had been unequivocal. The modified stabilized core was now seamlessly embedded within the central bone of her mechanical palm, undetectable in repose, yet capable at will of unleashing a paralyzing surge of electricity. Grey Owl may tread dangerously close to chaos, but this device, undeniably effective, Wan Ning murmured softly, slowly clenching and unclenching her fist. With preparations complete, Wan Ning set out as planned. That very night, she slipped silently toward the letter-stealing gang's headquarters, her silhouette dissolving into the building's deep protective shadows. Perimeter security had visibly intensified. Searchlights swept the ground in precise intervals. Armed patrols moved in disciplined pairs, gear-polished earpieces crackling with constant communication. Wan Ning studied the familiar facade, then pulled on her mask, covering every inch of exposed skin and clothing. Crouched in darkness, she measured distances and timed the gaps between patrols with silent precision. Now, in a blur, she materialized behind a pair of guards just rounding a corner, neither registering the presence behind them. Her mechanical hand charged with current slashed down hard across the left guard's neck. His body locked instantly, no more than a choked gasp escaping his lips, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wan Ning struck again, without hesitation. The right guard heard the faintest rustle beside him and instinctively reached for his comms unit. But to Wan Ning, his motion unfolded in agonizing slow motion. She'd already anticipated it, striking after he moved, yet arriving before he could act. ZZZT. A stronger jolt erupted, sharp, brutal. He managed only a truncated grunt. Before convulsing violently. Wan Ning acted without pause, yanking out her neural cable. She jammed the connector deep into his nape-mounted interface. Inside her mind, she counted silently. 1, 2, 3. Footsteps of another patrol echoed, drawing closer fast. Her pulse spiked. She crouched, lower fingers tightening around the cable, praying it wouldn't slip. Just then the Black Cat's voice cut through, timely, crisp. Done. Access granted. Surveillance feeds looped. Move left now. Simultaneously, a minimalist real-time map, complete with highlighted safe routes, projected directly onto her visual feed via the neural link. Wan Ning yanked the cable free and bolted. She sprinted along the designated path, darting through a maintenance door on the building's flank just as the second patrol rounded the corner. There they found their two comrades collapsed on the ground. Hey, what happened? Hostile intrusion. Report. B-zone exterior. Comms interference. Repeat. Comms interference. Back against the door, Wan Ning breathed shallowly, listening to the rising commotion outside, then slipped deeper into the building without delay. Following the Black Cat's guidance, she navigated the interior swiftly, neutralizing 3 more letter-stealing gang members in rapid succession. Yet frustration flared. All 3 held shockingly low-level access. The Black Cat couldn't penetrate the database through them. With no alternative, Wan Ning resolved to revisit the 4th floor, the control room. This time no overworked vigil like UK guarded it. Only 2 bored sentinels slouching idly by the entrance. They muttered lowly about the comms blackout and the disturbance outside, clearly unaware the alarm had escalated beyond mere static. Wan Ning gave them no chance to continue. Whoosh whoosh. 2 soft gusts of air, 2 blurred motions, and both guards dropped sightless before they could register the threat. Wan Ning caught her breath, bypassed the door's biometric lock with practiced ease, and strode confidently to the main console. Dozens of ports glowed softly across its surface. Under the Black Cat's remote instruction, she inserted her neural cable into the far left port. Black Cat, hurry. Now. But the moment the connection locked, a torrent of malicious consciousness surged back along the cable, crashing into her mind. Shit, it's a trap, eh? At this moment, in a dimly lit upscale apartment, Yuan Zhong was deep in slumber, lying flat with steady breaths, until a sharp alert from the brain machine pierced through his nerves. Warning: unauthorized access detected at the main control console. He immediately woke up, disbelief flashing in his eyes. How long had it been since the intrusion of the smiling man? Could it be that someone dares to come again? His name is Yuan Zhong. He is a hacker newly recruited by the theft syndicate, and the only reason he took on this mess was purely due to the generous offer. The first thing he did after taking over was to completely restructure the entire security logic. He revoked the high-level permissions of most during the time of Yuk, re-encrypted the core data in multiple layers, upgraded the firewall, and so on. The most insidious move was that he wrote a counter-intrusion program for the main control interface. Any brain-machine connection not authenticated by him would trigger the reverse intrusion program. Whoever touched it would be invaded by his consciousness. He initially thought this period would be relatively stable. Since the smiling man had already succeeded once, surely he wouldn't come again, would he? Surely he wouldn't keep exploiting the same sheep, right? Although he felt he couldn't be that unlucky, he still dared not to be careless. Thus, he learned from Yuk's experiences: never stay overnight in the gang's building, never establish a fixed routine, and never appear in front of unrelated personnel. He hid deeper than a shadow, with most commands completed remotely. After all, who knew which madman might burst into the building again and take the hacker away on the spot? He did not want to become the second UK. As soon as the alarm rang, Yuan Zhong knew that his reverse program had been activated. Got you, he murmured to himself. Let me see who you really are. He closed his eyes and entered the digital space. His consciousness, like a stream of data, traversed physical distances at lightning speed, heading straight for the audacious intruder. Almost instantaneously, his consciousness reached the intruder's final defense line, where he saw a layer of firewall. Is this it? He scoffed. I've seen many consciousness firewalls. Illogical loopholes are like sieves, utterly useless. Without hesitation, he dove into it, attempting to crack it. In an instant, the scenery around him began to twist and reorganize. He found himself sitting at a narrow wooden desk. Surrounded by students dressed in what he considered outdated uniforms, he saw 8 large characters written on the blackboard: be honest and trustworthy, uphold exam discipline. The clock on the wall pointed precisely to 9 o'clock in the morning. Is this an exam? Answering questions to pass. He was initially shocked, but then quickly calmed down, even feeling a bit amused. His consciousness could still connect to personal terminals. Can't I just look up the answers directly? 10 minutes to turn in and leave. The exam included Chinese, mathematics, English, and a comprehensive subject, each with a brief break after completion. The proctor was a stern-looking, middle-aged man who began distributing the test papers. Yuan Zhong was full of confidence as he picked up the Chinese test paper. Initially, he vaguely felt something was wrong, but it only became more alarming the more he read. What is this? The question asked him to complete a famous line. Please complete the following line: the spring breeze does not reach the human pass. He tried using his brain machine to access the internet for answers, but searched through all literary databases, finding no records. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. For the subsequent exams, he could use translation for English and find some relevant points for mathematics. But the comprehensive subject paper was outrageous. Not only could he not find the answers, but the values in the political thought section were completely different from what he knew. Many geographical names in the questions were unheard of, and the historical developments of dynasties were entirely different from his understanding. Yuan Zhong stared at the paper, his expression dazed, nearly crushing the pen in his hand. He, a top hacker capable of breaching the municipal core databases, was now stymied by some human pass. And what was most terrifying was that the Tang Dynasty poetry appearing on the Chinese test paper was related to the Tang Dynasty mentioned in the comprehensive history question. Moreover, the political thoughts in the paper did not conflict with the ideas appearing in other questions. What did this indicate? It indicated that there was logic behind this set of test questions, not just random scribbles. Soon the bell signaling the end of the exam echoed in the consciousness space. Yuan Zhong's intrusion, as expected, failed. But this was nothing unusual, as successful cases of consciousness-level intrusions were extremely rare. Despite enduring several rounds of examination in this virtual exam hall, in the real world the entire process had only taken a fraction of a second. Typically, a seasoned hacker could initiate hundreds or even thousands of attacks in a few seconds. He did not hesitate and swiftly launched a second intrusion. This time, he was no longer fixated on answering questions. Just 10 minutes into the exam, he stood up, wanting to rush out of the exam room. The proctor adjusted his glasses and sternly blocked him, saying, "Are you sure you want to submit now? Kid, don't be impulsive. You at least finish the questions first." Yuan Zhong ignored him completely, pushing him aside and charging out. Ultimately, the second intrusion failed. He quickly initiated a third intrusion. This time, he noticed a surveillance camera at the front of the classroom. He thought of a brilliant idea: hack the camera and directly view others' answers. During the break, he quietly accessed the camera link through his brain machine interface, and surveillance footage appeared in his consciousness field of vision. Damn, what is this antique pixelation? No matter how he enhanced the image quality, reduced noise, or reconstructed the resolution, the text on the test paper remained as blurred as a mosaic, utterly unrecognizable. The third intrusion once again failed. Yet he firmly believed that there were no perfect defenses, only vulnerabilities yet to be found. Thus, without hesitation, he launched a fourth intrusion. The bell signaling the end of an exam rang again, and the examinees stood up to stretch. Yuan Zhong immediately locked on his several classmates nearby, who looked like they were doing well, and quickly approached them. "Classmate, what did you pick for the first multiple-choice question in the classical Chinese reading?" He tried to make his tone sound like an ordinary examinee, wanting to discuss the correct answer with them. Most of the students he asked merely cast him a strange glance, shook their heads, and walked away. A kind-hearted, bespectacled classmate did stop and kindly advised, "The exam is over, so don't dwell on it. What's the use of discussing the answers other than affecting your mood? Just focus on preparing for the next one." He had no choice. He couldn't wait until all the exams were over to ask. The moment the exam finished, the bell would ring, immediately determining whether he had succeeded in his intrusion. Yuan Zhong was still unwilling to give up. If he could gather just a few correct answers with each intrusion, accumulating them over multiple attempts, he might just succeed in the end. He turned to another boy who had just returned from the restroom. "Classmate, what was the line before the spring breeze does not reach the human pass in that memorization question?" The other party looked at him with confusion. Why are you bringing this up now? Besides, this is an easy score, you couldn't even write it down. I advise you to forget it after the exam, don't get hung up on it. Yuan Zhong replied, what was it? I clearly remember it, but my brain just can't recall it suddenly. The classmate looked at him sympathetically and confidently said, as long as the Dragon City flies it will be fine. Yuan Zhong pretended to suddenly remember. Oh yes, that's the line. The break time soon came to an end, and the proctor began urging everyone to return to their seats. Yuan Zhong stood still watching helplessly as all his classmates left his reach. The fourth invasion once again ended in failure. Thus Yuan Zhong seemed trapped in a cycle, tirelessly launching one consciousness assault after another. He had tried various methods including violent means and threats, but ultimately ended up losing his qualification for the exam with each invasion coming to naught. After hundreds of attempts he had managed to obtain the correct answers to certain questions. For instance, he recalled the answers to several dictation questions such as the line, if only the flying general of Longshang were here the spring breeze would not pass through the Jade Gate, along with names of historical events he had never heard of. Yet he still could not find any logical loophole in this consciousness firewall. It was so perfect that it took his breath away. Every detail was self-consistent and flawless. During one examination, he walked out of the test room once more. Diving into the surroundings of the exam hall, he discovered that he was in a school unable to leave. He subsequently did not attend the following exams, wandering aimlessly inside. As he wandered, he found a classroom that was not part of the exam hall empty of people. Spotting a desk piled high with books, he rushed inside, knowing that books were the most likely place to find loopholes due to the dense information they contained. He pulled out a hefty history book. With just one glance, he was completely stunned. The content within was utterly different from the history he knew. The rise and fall of those dynasties, the evolution of thoughts, the boundaries of geography, all were unfamiliar, yet logically coherent and systematically complete. He closed the book and pulled out a political science textbook. The values and social structures expounded within, prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, and so forth, were entirely different from the reality he resided in, yet they formed a convincing grand system of their own. He stubbornly retrieved a geography book. Within it was a complete world map. He was astonished, beginning to feel that this invasion target was absolutely abnormal. To prevent invasions, an entire world had been fabricated along with so many countries. It was absurd. In reality, the knowledge and questions within this consciousness realm were merely what Wan Ning had encountered, learned, and memorized. Much of the knowledge in the textbooks Wan Ning might have already forgotten. Her consciousness could no longer actively retrieve those fragments of knowledge. Yet they had never vanished. They lay deeply submerged in her subconscious, always present in her mind, forming a barrier against unknown invasions. As for the conditions to break through this consciousness firewall, Wan Ning had set them to be simple, yet brutal, for absolute safety. That was to achieve a perfect score. At this moment, Yuan Zhong was still flipping through the pages at the desk. Far from feeling discouraged, a spirited light ignited in his eyes. He encountered a genuine opponent, a master capable of constructing such an intricate firewall. But the more fabricated the information, the more loopholes there will be. He stubbornly believed in this principle. Thus, every time he invaded, as soon as the exam began, he would unhesitatingly dash out of the exam hall, heading straight for that classroom. He frantically flipped through history, political science, geography, and other textbooks, attempting to identify logical loopholes hidden within the lines. He noted down the rise and fall of those unfamiliar dynasties, the distinct geographical boundaries, and political doctrines, striving to forcibly construct a new set of rules belonging to this world in his mind. He repeatedly left the exam hall, flipping through the materials time and again. Following that were consecutive failures in his invasions. Gradually, a chilling sense replaced the initial excitement. The more he flipped through, the deeper he delved, the more his confidence in finding loopholes eroded. This world was too complete. The geographical mountains and rivers intertwined seamlessly with the climate and resources, while the development and evolution of political philosophy stood independently flawless. Every change in history came with detailed causes and effects. Although some unique individuals or events lacked detailed records due to the passage of time, they could always explain themselves logically. This also applied to scientific advancements, where not a single trace of forced patchwork or imagined fabrication could be found. Wasn't this world fabricated? No hacker, even the most elite ones, could possibly construct such a grand and intricate false world out of thin air. Yuan Zhong's hand holding the book trembled slightly. An absurd thought began to proliferate in his mind. He started to doubt that what these books recorded might not be fictional. What he glimpsed could be a vast world that had truly existed. If this world with its strange and differing countries was indeed real, then what about the familiar neon-lit Xingxing city? Those codes he relied on for survival, the hacking skills he took pride in, and even the conflicts of the thieving alliance. Were they all false? The clash of understandings between the two worlds raged violently in his mind, each negating the other. The more he sought to uncover loopholes in this world, the more he found the Xingxing city he was familiar with to be increasingly suspicious. The history of the Federation where Xingxing city was located became vague and fractured due to the world wars, with technological advancements leaping forward, many details unable to withstand scrutiny. Could it be that I have been living in a fabrication all along? Perhaps this world filled with test papers and textbooks is the true reality. And I am merely a shadow of consciousness trapped in a virtual world. The immense self-doubt nearly consumed him. He subconsciously reached out to touch the wooden desk, the rough, yet real sensation mocking the emptiness of his past life. Just as his understanding was about to completely overturn. Ding-ling-ling. The harsh sound of the exam bell rang like a warning bell. He shuddered, suddenly awakening, sweat soaking his back. No, I am not from here. I am Yuan Zhong, and I am invading someone's consciousness firewall. Another invasion had failed. Yuan Zhong shook his head, trying to expel those unsettling doubts from his mind. Absurd. I am a hacker from Xingxing City. This is merely a trick created by the firewall. He whispered fiercely, as if through words he could reinforce his identity. He could not accept that his confidence and worldview were collapsing at this moment. Paranoia replaced reason. Once again he launched his nth invasion. Despite having flipped through so many books, he still had not succeeded in the invasion. He felt certain that it was those subjective questions that had cost him points. However, Yuan Zhong felt he was close. He had already learned the answers to most questions, and just needed a few more attempts to succeed. As long as he tried a few more times, he would definitely find the loopholes. Just a few more tries. Yet unbeknownst to him, what he faced was not merely a line of code or a loophole, but a world. Inside a luxury apartment in Xingxing City, Yuan Zhong's body convulsed violently on the bed, as if breaking free from an invisible restraint. His labored breathing echoed sharply in the silent room, then his eyes opened. He had awakened, at last liberated from that endless loop of examinations. Back in familiar surroundings, everything seemed unchanged. Yuan Zhong slowly sat up and wiped the sweat from his brow. He had severed the connection, emerged from that accursed consciousness realm. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping across every object in the room. These things, he had once known them intimately. Yet now as he gazed upon them, a voice deep within whispered, false. All of it was false. No, I am Yuan Zhong. He struggled to stabilize his cognition, already tainted and unmoored. I live in apartment A5, unit 2404, Jingxing Residences, Xingxing City. I am the chief hacker of the Data Thief Syndicate. He staggered off the bed. Vulnerabilities. He murmured, his eyes beginning to glaze over. The more information is constructed, the more vulnerabilities it breeds. Turning, he scanned the room's furnishings and pointed at a mechanical rabbit plush perched on the nightstand. False. A flaw. This world has no rabbits at all. Otherwise, how could I have never seen one? An ordinary object, now magnified infinitely under his hyperacute suspicion, became irrefutable proof that this world was fabricated. He screamed hoarsely at the furniture. You are all firewalls. All exam questions. Aren't you trying to trap me? Not a chance. He seemed to slip back into the examination hall of that consciousness space, shaking uncontrollably with terror one moment, then erupting into chilling hollow laughter the next, intoxicated by his own revelation. Over and over he recited, if but the Dragon City's flying general still stood guard, spring winds would never cross the Jade Gate Pass. Prosperity, democracy, harmony. After inserting the neural interface, Wan Ning felt only a fleeting dizziness, then immediate normalcy. Huh, what just happened? A wary synthetic voice replied, my oversight. A hacker planted a counter-intrusion program here. It just probed your consciousness realm in reverse. Ah, really? Wan Ning instinctively scratched his head, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. I only blacked out for a few seconds. I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Proceed with the intrusion. This time the black cat paused. Its synthesized voice tinged with bewilderment. Are you certain? Their countermeasures are exceptionally potent. Is your consciousness firewall intact? Absolutely certain. No assistance needed. Continue. Have you retrieved the cybernetic implant data? Affirmative. I've breached their core database and located the implant record. Implanted. By whom? The Syndicate's second-in-command, codename Honey Lure. Shall we locate her now? Wan Ning considered it. Yes. Resolve it today if possible. She rolled her shoulders. Otherwise I'll be pulling an all-nighter later. Better to burn one night than two, right? She halted mid-motion as if struck by a delightfully wicked idea, the corners of her mouth lifting faintly beneath her smiling mask. By the way, hasn't the Data Thief Syndicate been jumping at shadows lately? Let's make them jump a little higher. She tapped her cheek, the grin on her mask gleaming softly. Embed that smile onto every surveillance feed in their system. Wan Ning's tone carried a playful lilt. Give them real fright. Otherwise, what's the point of all that nervous anticipation? And locate Honey Lure directly. No need for us to hunt her down. Wan Ning chuckled lightly. She'll come to us. Let's go. She unplugged the neural interface. First find somewhere to eat, and wait for her. Mio, the Data Thief Syndicate's second-in-command, famed for her honeyed beauty and ruthless cruelty, sat in a dim warehouse. The glow of her terminal screen illuminated her smiling face. She twirled a dagger idly, its tip hovering teasingly near the cheek of a 6 or 7-year-old boy bound to a chair. Suddenly frost crept up the blade from hilt to tip, radiating a bone-deep chill. Would you like to try the sensation of having your blood freeze solid? Moi. The boy paled, breath held tight, only tears streaming freely. From the other end of the terminal link came his parents' shattered sobs and desperate pleas. Mio chirped sweetly yet coldly. You have precisely 24 hours. Be sure to transfer the funds on time. Otherwise, well, who can say what might happen? Perhaps just a tiny sliver of flesh, or Oops, maybe an entire hand slips away. Ha ha ha. Listening to the victim's complete psychological collapse, their agonized wails, their broken supplications, sent waves of exquisite euphoria surging through her limbs and spine. The slow, deliberate shattering of another's hope, the destruction of beauty in her own hands, was her most intoxicating indulgence. As second-in-command, such crude kidnapping and extortion hardly required her personal involvement. But she simply couldn't resist. She was utterly addicted to this thrill. Recent hostilities with the Iron Cage Alliance had left her deeply unsettled. Yet moments like these offered absolute catharsis, restoring perfect inner calm. Satisfied, she ended the call, her face radiant with unadulterated joy. At that very instant, her wrist terminal vibrated. Her subordinate's panicked voice crackled through. "No, it's bad, Sister Mio. The grinning phantom. He's back. Again." Mio's sugary smile faltered. "What? The grinning phantom? Again?" Speechless, she seethed. Was this ever going to end? Did they consider the data thief syndicate some kind of high-end spa, where appointments were scheduled more frequently than her own aesthetic treatments? She snapped into the terminal. What exactly is happening? Didn't the boss invest heavily in upgrading the entire security suite? And didn't he hire that supposedly elite new hacker? When he accepted payment, he boasted as if he'd rewritten reality itself. So where is he now? Her subordinate's voice trembled, clearly terrified. Sister Mio, the grinning phantom. He replaced every single surveillance feed in the building with that grinning, tooth-bearing face. It just stares, unblinking, unnerving, deeply unsettling. The boss has already smashed 3 terminals and is pounding the table, calling the entire security team incompetent. As for that so-called elite hacker, her subordinate hesitated, voice dropping even lower, we can't reach him at all. He's gone completely dark. Mio let out an exasperated tch. A surge of fury blazing hot within her. What a mess. Just when she'd finally found a moment's diversion, interrupted by incompetence. Not a single reliable person among them. Fine. Understood. She cut the transmission, impatiently sliding the dagger smoothly back into its thigh sheath. I'm heading there now. Glancing at the trembling child beside her, she muttered irritably, "Lucky for you, kid. Today's your lucky day." Miyu drove her expensive sports car straight towards the building of the Thieves' Trust Gang. The outline of the building was already visible in her line of sight, and she was about to arrive. However, at that moment, she realized that the vehicle's autopilot system was not turning according to the preset route, but instead was inexplicably accelerating forward. What the hell is going on? She felt a chill in her heart, and immediately switched to manual mode, forcing the steering wheel. It was futile. The steering wheel seemed welded in place, refusing to budge. She immediately slammed on the brakes, but there was no sign of the car slowing down. Instead, the engine roared, even more fiercely, speeding towards a destination that was definitely not intended. Has the system been hacked? As the thought crossed her mind, she instinctively wanted to unbuckle her seatbelt and consider jumping out of the car, but the speed was too fast. Jumping out would surely be disastrous. Just as she hesitated, the car suddenly made a nearly 90-degree sharp turn, and the overwhelming inertia slammed her violently against the side of the door, nearly causing her head to hit the glass. The vehicle was completely out of control, like a wild horse that had broken free, charging straight into a dim and narrow alley beside the main road. The tires crushed the garbage on the ground, making a screeching sound. Finally, bang. With a loud crash, the front of the car slammed hard against the wall at the end of the alley. Miyu was thrown into a daze, her head bloodied, stars dancing before her eyes, and the whole world spun around her. Dizzy, she shook her head, trying to see her surroundings clearly. In her daze, she spotted a grinning face pattern nearby, illuminated and staring at her silently. I'm seeing ghosts. She gasped for breath, struggling to focus her vision. Smiling face. Then she saw a figure quietly leaning against the wall of the alley, fully armed, wearing a helmet, and beneath the helmet a mask with that eerie grinning face, which was the mask she had been wearing. At that moment, the figure slowly straightened up, and the mask's grinning face was extremely glaring in the dim environment. The person took a step forward, slowly approaching her, trapped in the wrecked sports car. In that instant, you suddenly realized. The attack on the building, leaving behind the grinning face, was all a ruse. That damned smiling person had intended to target her from the very beginning. Watching that eerie smiling face draw closer, Miyu's heart screamed, "Don't come any closer." But she heard the smiling person's voice distorted by a voice changer, sounding like a friend complaining about being late. "Oh, why did it take you so long to arrive? I've been waiting for you for so long." This attitude sent a chill down Miyu's spine. Oh, what the hell? It sounded as if she was very familiar with him. Before she could react, she saw the smiling person's hand, holding a gun, slowly rise. Oh no, she's about to shoot. Miyu's muscles instantly tensed. She unbuckled her seatbelt and fixed her gaze on the other person's hand, ready to evade at the moment the trigger was pulled. She had already planned in her mind which direction to roll and how to use the deformed car door for cover. However, under Miyu's terrified gaze, the other person's hand holding the gun actually moved up slowly, then rubbed its belly. It even patted it naturally, as if just having finished a large meal, and through the voice changer a burp was heard. A burp. Miyu almost thought she misheard, then heard the other person complain, "I'm already stuffed. Hurry up, I've got to finish this and go back to sleep." Miyu, her tensed muscles immediately relaxed, nearly gasping for breath, frozen in place. Just in her brief moment of shock, The smiling person suddenly raised their hand, without warning, aiming the gun from the broken car window at Miyu's head. They pulled the trigger directly. Bang, bang. At the critical moment, Miyu hurriedly ducked down and the bullets grazed her scalp, piercing through the other side's car window. She awkwardly crashed through the other side's twisted car, door rolling and scrambling out of the car, quickly using the wrecked car body as cover while drawing her own handgun. This crazy, perverted person. Miyu cursed loudly while raising her gun, wildly shooting at the advancing figure. Wan Ning did not use the ability of Hermes X1, relying solely on her own reflexes to evade. However, Miyu was indeed a character that danced on the edge of the knife. Some bullets predicted Wan Ning's trajectory and hit her hard. But the expected splash of blood did not occur. The bullets seemed to hit some extremely tough material, producing a muffled sound before being deflected, leaving just a dent on her black coat. Wan Ning paused, slightly glancing down at the spot where she had been hit. The special protective suit obtained from the poisonous weapon gang was perfectly intact beneath her coat. Tisk, that hurt a bit. Wan Ning adjusted her aiming posture and said, "Hey, don't waste your effort. Oh, why don't you try out that new prosthetic of yours?" As soon as she finished speaking, she fired several shots. The bullets either whizzed past the edge of the car door where Miyu was hiding, sparking a flurry of sparks, or hit the opposite wall, leaving several bullet holes. For a target that was slightly further away and constantly moving to hide, Wan Ning's shooting skills could only be described as random luck. Indeed, she still needed practice. Over there, Miyu crouched behind the wrecked car, hearing the whistling sound of bullets flying past and the loud clang of gunfire. Upon hearing this, her heart suddenly cleared. So that's how it is. Creating such a ruckus to block me, the goal was this, and they wanted to force me to use that new prosthetic Poreus. She quickly calculated in her mind. The other party clearly came prepared, and directly confronting them head-on was definitely not a good strategy. Miyu gritted her teeth and fired a few more shots. The bullets were either narrowly dodged by the other party or hit them squarely, yet only produced a few muffled sounds. Damn it. This guy is also a tough nut to crack. Knowing that the opponent was extremely difficult to deal with, continuing to fight head-on would definitely not yield good results. According to her years of survival experience on the streets, when there's no guarantee of victory, the best choice has never been recklessness. At such times, one had to either decisively retreat tactically or call for backup. I'm not interested in playing some unknown duel with you. She spat softly, taking cover behind the car body, quickly raised her wrist to activate her terminal, her fingers sliding quickly, trying to call for support from the nearest gang. I've sent you the coordinates. Hurry up and come over. Bring as many as you can. However, Miyu's terminal message showed a sending failure. On the virtual interface, a huge glaring yellow face with a grinning expression suddenly popped up, nearly filling the entire screen. Damn, this lingering smiling face startled her, nearly causing her to fall back. This terminal had undergone high-level encryption. The other party could even silently hack this. Once again, she was shocked by the opponent's unfathomable hacking skills. Calling for backup was out of the question. It seemed that if she didn't want to fight hard today, she would have to fight. Miyu gazed at the nonchalant figure of the masked man, her mind racing as she lightened her breathing. She was waiting for the perfect moment. When the opponent's gun barrel slightly dipped in a moment of momentary laxity from continuous shooting. Now's the time. With a reckless madness, she suddenly dashed out from behind her cover. At an incredibly fast speed, she charged directly toward Wan Ning's gun barrel without dodging or evading. Bullets thudded against her body, but they were all deflected by the equally resilient material. A twisted delight surged within Miyu. Who would have thought? This lady is also a tough one. Via protective gear too, it's not just you who has it. Wan Ning was indeed quite astonished. She hadn't expected Miyu to choose such a direct assault. Especially with that face twisted into a mad grin under the neon lights, it appeared particularly eerie. Far more frightening than a toothy grin. What caught more attention was Miyu's mechanical hand glimmering with a cold metallic sheen, already clawed, rapidly lunging at Wan Ning's face. Wan Ning's gaze paused for a moment on the exquisitely crafted mechanical prosthetic, clearly not a common item. Is this the Boreas prosthetic? Just as Miyu's cold mechanical hand was about to touch the mask, her figure flickered and vanished in an instant. Miyu's determined strike completely missed the immense inertia, causing her to stumble forward. In the next moment, Wan Ning's processed voice easily reached her from a very close distance behind nice speed, but unfortunately still a bit too slow. Wan Ning's mechanical left hand clenched into a fist, gathering strength, mercilessly smashing into her back. Bang! Miyu felt a tremendous force strike her back, sending her flying and tumbling for over 10 meters. Ultimately, with a crash, she landed in a heap of garbage piled against the corner of the alley. Her throat sweetened, and she coughed up a large mouthful of blood, as if her internal organs had shifted. It was too fast, her vision darkened, she couldn't even see how the smiling man disappeared and then reappeared. It's over, I'm afraid I'm really going to fall here today. And Wan Ning, having struck successfully, intended to move in for the kill. But she suddenly felt an unusual chill radiating from above her head. She instinctively raised a hand to touch her helmet, only to encounter a hard, cold area. Oh, is my head frozen? She immediately realized that it must have been when she dodged Miyu's claw. Although she avoided direct contact, the opponent's mechanical hand must have still grazed the surface of the helmet. So cold I can't catch a cold. Wan Ning hurriedly fumbled to remove her helmet. Upon closer inspection indeed, more than half of the left side of the helmet was covered with a thick layer of frost-feeling ice gold to the touch, and even slightly emanating a chill. Wow. Wan Ning weighed the frozen hard helmet, expressing a hint of amazement. It seems what Hao Ren said is true. This prosthetic's freezing ability is indeed something. However, she looked at Miyu, who was struggling to rise from the garbage heap. The shortcomings are quite apparent. It really needs to make actual contact to work. Isn't this being firmly restrained by me? Alright, I've seen this prosthetic's capabilities. It's about time to end this. She walked towards Miyu, who was slumped in the garbage heap, pondering how to wrap things up neatly. But she saw Miyu actually struggling, swaying as she stood up from the filth. She raised her metallic right hand that shimmered with a metallic luster, staring intently at Wan Ning, her voice trembling slightly from pain. You want this hand, don't you? Wan Ning paused, her steps becoming cautious, unable to figure out what Miyu was up to. Yes, so what? Wan Ning maintained her distance. Miyu looked utterly wretched, her face smeared with blood and dirt, her once meticulously styled pink curls in disarray, with who knows what kind of garbage hanging from them, and her beautiful clothes now filthy. She forced out a desperate, pitiful expression, her voice tinged with tears. I'll give you this, I'll give it to you. Can you let me go? Miyu speculated that the smiling man must be a good person, because during the last invasion, she had returned all the money scammed by the Thieves Guild to the victims. She continued in a trembling voice, tears mingling with the blood on her face, her hands clasped together. Please, we have no grudges. I had no choice. That's why I ended up working for the Thieves Guild. She sniffed as if lost in painful memories. Originally, I had a very happy family, but I was kidnapped when I was young. Those bad people extorted my parents, but they were unwilling to waste money to save me. I was sold by human traffickers, forced to do bad things, and if I didn't comply, they would beat me to death. I really had no other choice. As she spoke, her body trembled slightly in fear and sorrow, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, her sincerity moving. Wan Ning simply listened quietly, and when she finished speaking, she gently sighed. Are you done? You Thieves Guild people are such good actors, so fond of deceiving others. What I'm saying is true. Miyu seemed to be stung by her indifference, becoming even more agitated. She suddenly drew a dagger hidden at her side, looking resolutely at Wan Ning, as if she had made some kind of determination. I'll give you this. Before her words fell, she actually raised the dagger and fiercely slashed at the connection between her mechanical hand and wrist. The blade cut into her skin. She trembled violently all over her face, turning pale, emitting a stifled, painful sound. In that moment, she looked utterly pitiable. Wan Ning frowned at the sight, genuinely feeling a pang of compassion. Bloody and messy, she really was willing to go this far. But she did not step forward to stop her, because even if Miyu did not act, she would have to remove this prosthetic herself soon. This way it saved her a bit of trouble. Miyu gritted her teeth, sweat beading on her forehead from the excruciating pain, tears flowing continuously, yet her hand did not pause in the slightest. The dagger brutally sliced back and forth at the interface where the mechanical prosthetic met the flesh and nerves. Finally, accompanied by a painful groan, that expensive Boreas prosthetic was indeed forcibly cut off by her. She tremulously raised the jagged mechanical hand with her remaining intact left hand. Blood streamed down from her wrist, pooling into a small puddle on the ground. She was breathing heavily, her entire being swaying unsteadily, enduring tremendous pain. She extended the prosthetic towards Wan Ning, her voice weak to the extreme, carrying a final plea. I give it to you now. Can you let me go? Now Wan Ning looked at the other person's ghastly appearance. Although the expression behind the mask was unseen, there was indeed a moment of silence, leaving her at a loss for words. Seeing the smiling person fall silent, Miyu's eyes sparkled with a hint of luck. She had bet right. The other party indeed showed a momentary hesitation, as she was almost certain that her tearful performance and this bloody sincerity had an effect. She had moved this mysterious smiling person, at least causing them to hesitate. Now was the time. With all her might, she hurled the bloody mechanical prosthetic far behind the smiling person. At the same time, her body instinctively erupted with the will to survive, turning around to flee frantically towards the alleyway in the opposite direction. She was betting that the fleeting compassion would make the smiling person prioritize catching the target prosthetic, instead of pursuing her, a seemingly harmless and defeated soldier who had already given up the money for life. However, at the moment Miyu threw the prosthetic, Wan Ning's gaze did not follow the thrown object at all. Her body had already made a choice, vanishing like a ghost, and in the next moment directly blocking Miyu's frantic escape. Wan Ning's mechanical hand gripped her neck, the powerful force cutting off her breath and screams. Miyu wanted to raise her hand to counterattack with a dagger, but was completely crushed by the electric current bursting from Wan Ning's mechanical hand, her body convulsing violently. Her eyes were filled with disbelief, terror, and despair, the flickering hope of escape completely shattered. Wan Ning released her grip. Miyu slumped weakly to the ground, her body still twitching slightly. Wan Ning drew out a dagger and decisively delivered a fatal blow to her throat. She looked down at the barely breathing Miyu and softly said, sorry, regardless of whether what you said just now was true or false, you cannot leave today. She was fully aware that if Miyu survived, she would know that the next person to receive an implanted prosthetic was definitely related to the smiling person. But if she died, the cause of death would remain a mystery, and the prosthetic could be claimed by a scavenger. The Black Cat could also fabricate a few second-hand transaction records in the black market enough to lead the gaze of the thief's trust gang completely in the wrong direction. Only after confirming that Miyu had completely lost her breath did she turn to the Boreas prosthetic left abandoned in the distance. This thing looked truly ghastly. A mechanical severed hand dripping with blood with remnants of Miyu's flesh at the interface looked somewhat terrifying under the dim light. Wan Ning frowned out partly because she found it a bit dirty and partly because she felt that Miyu had given in too easily. She did not touch the prosthetic with her hands, but directly took off her coat and wrapped it around it. She quickly scanned the scene, once more simply disposing of a few traces that might be related to her. Without lingering, she vanished into the shadows of the narrow alley and swiftly departed. She did not return directly to her apartment, but first went to the Pavi clinic. She threw the prosthetic wrapped in her coat to the half-asleep Pavi who had been called in for an overtime. Clean this up, this thing is a bit. Needs processing. She succinctly gave her instructions, ignoring Pavi's resentful expression, and yawned as she headed straight back to her apartment. It was already 3 in the morning. Wan Ning quickly washed up and lay down in her soft bed, drowsiness swiftly overtaking her. However, just as her consciousness was about to plunge into sleep, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind like a bolt of lightning. The last time the Black Cat accessed the core database of the thief's trust gang, it had conveniently taken a large amount of loot. What about this time? Just checking Miyu's information and the prosthetic records. That doesn't seem like the cat's style. She immediately perked up, her eyes barely opening as she called the Black Cat through her brain machine interface. In the virtual network space, upon seeing the small Black Cat, Wan Ning got straight to the point. Did you not do anything else after sneaking into the thief's trust gang's core database? You only check Miyu's information. The Black Cat, upon hearing this, shyly lifted a paw to scratch its round head, the synthetic electronic voice tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Oh well. Actually, I did do a little more. Wan Ning understood this tone all too well and immediately pressed clarify. Don't be evasive. The Black Cat shrank its neck and said, I returned all the money obtained through extortion and fraud from their database to the victims. What? Seriously? Wan Ning was startled, sitting upright from her lying position, completely awake. Did you play the hero again? Although she knew the Black Cat occasionally had an inexplicable sense of justice, she still asked, Black Cat, what exactly are you? You aren't turning into a heroic Black Cat, are you? The Black Cat seemed a bit indignant. Don't worry. I know my limits. I only returned what could be clearly traced back to the source and the victims. But there are still many that cannot trace the original accounts, clearly being black eat black or unaccounted money. He paused, a sly glint in his eyes. I slightly processed that part and transferred it all to the Iron Fist Gang's account. The amount is considerable enough to make them suffer for a long time wondering who did it. What? You. Wan Ning was once again rendered speechless with shock. She froze for a moment. A wave of immense joy and schadenfreude surged up. But is it safe? Wan Ning forced back her laughter to confirm. Don't worry. The Black Cat's tail proudly perked up. I handled it absolutely cleanly, ensuring the thief's trust gang would search high and low and find not a trace. Even if they do trace it back, they will only find that it was the Iron Cage Gang's doing. Wan Ning was now thoroughly pleased, contentedly lying back against her soft pillow. That's good, really good. This little Black Cat was certainly becoming more adept at being a cat, creating chaos for the opponents while adhering to those small principles of justice. After hanging up the communication, Wan Ning turned over with this comforting news and drifted beautifully into a slumber. At the clinic, Pavi opened the package that Wan Ning had brought back. Even with his vast experience, he couldn't help but marvel at the ingenious structure and meticulous craftsmanship of this mechanical prosthetic. He donned magnifying goggles, closely examining the intricate circuits at the severed end, attempting to understand its operational principles. When his gaze swept over a certain part of the mechanical palm, he paused slightly. Under the strong light, one area of the palm appeared to have an extremely subtle difference in color and sheen compared to the surroundings, as if covered by a very thin layer of dust. Pavi could not allow any stains to interfere with his observation, so he instinctively extended his index finger and gently wiped that area, intending to clear it for a better view of the underlying structure. The sensation at his fingertip was odd. It was not the gritty feel of dust, but rather a cold and slippery feeling. He puzzled, raising his finger to his eyes. In the next moment, a sudden change occurred. The dust on his fingertip seemed to be instantly activated. It rapidly turned black at an astonishing speed, and as if possessing life, frantically corroded his flesh. Intense piercing pain surged from his fingertip. Pavi was horrified to see his fingertip rapidly turning black and rotting, spreading quickly up his finger. Wherever it passed, the skin and muscle were completely necrotic. Damn, it's toxic. Wan Ning set me up. Pavi's eyes were filled with disbelief as he began to shake his hands violently, attempting to fling away that terrifying substance, but all his efforts were in vain. Not only did he fail to stop the spread, but his frantic movements caused a completely rotten segment of his finger to be flung away. With a thud, it fell to the ground. The eerie blackness continued to creep up his finger, showing no sign of slowing down. Overwhelmed by pain and fear, Pavi made a swift decision. He dashed to the nearby operating table, grabbing an extremely sharp scalpel, with no time for disinfection or anesthesia. Before the blackness could spread beyond the base of his finger, he gritted his teeth and made a decisive move. The blade struck down swiftly, cutting through the joint at the base of his index finger and severing it. The excruciating pain hit him instantly, causing his vision to darken. Cold sweat poured from his forehead, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. But he fixed his gaze on the severed finger, effective. The terrifying blackness had finally been halted just before the wound. Enduring the pain, he rushed to the medicine cabinet, retrieved potent hemostatic agents and bandages, and applied them to himself with the fastest and most professional technique. Each movement sent waves of intense pain through him, causing him to mentally curse Wan Ning and that damned prosthetic owner 1,000 times. Damn it, whose prosthetic is this? So insidiously dangerous. To hide such a thing in a place like this. And Wan Ning that disaster. I must make the medical fees 10-fold, no 20-fold. And for emotional damages, lost work time, disability compensation, none of it can be less. Usually no one at the clinic bothered him, so he was quite casual and unregulated in some details. Today's incident taught him a harsh lesson. From now on, when dealing with anything of unknown origin, especially things from Wan Ning, absolutely do not handle them without protective gloves. Just as Wan Ning had barely fallen asleep, the communication request persistently woke her up. Groggily, she answered the call, and before she could speak, Pavis' roar and accusations overwhelmed her. Wan Ning, have you been looking down on me all this time? Huh? Or do you still hold a grudge from the last surgery when you left me alone on the operating table, using such a vicious method to harm me? Let me tell you, I was seriously injured this time. Medical fees, lost work time, emotional damages, you better send them over quickly. Also, those budgets I applied for last time, you must approve them immediately, or this matter won't end. Wan Ning was a bit dazed by the barrage of accusations. Just waking up, she took a moment to gather her thoughts before barely grasping the main point. This guy seems to be trying to extort money. Stop. She interrupted Pavi, her voice still laced with sleepiness and resignation. How could I possibly want to poison you? Be clearer. Only then did Pavi, in anger and with a bit of fear, recount how he discovered the abnormal powder on the prosthetic hand, how his fingers instantaneously rotted away, and how he decisively cut off his finger to save his own life, embellishing the story as he went. Listening to this, Wan Ning's sleepiness vanished instantly, and she broke out in a cold sweat. She had not anticipated that you had left such a vicious trap. How bad is your injury? She asked, her tone serious and tinged with concern. I lost a finger. Pavi immediately began to lament, his voice exaggerated. Do you understand what a single dexterous finger means to a top-tier doctor? It's the foundation for precision operations. The stability and sensitivity for future surgeries will be greatly diminished. This loss is simply... All right. Wan Ning, feeling a headache from his incessant rambling, directly interrupted him. The budget has been approved for you. Huh? What? Pavi, immersed in his tragic performance, was suddenly choked by this statement. He hadn't expected Wan Ning to agree so readily. The lengthy negotiation and lamentation he had prepared still hadn't been delivered. Then my finger's compensation. He tried to continue negotiating. It's also been approved. Go get a better prosthetic finger. Don't delay your work. Pavi was once again shocked. This was completely beyond his expectations. After the surprise, he felt a bit embarrassed, even developing a rare concern for the gang's financial situation. No, Wan Ning, you can't be so extravagant. We need money everywhere in the gang, our accounts. You don't need to worry about that. I have my own measure. Do you have any other matters? Nothing else. Pavi was a bit dazed by this sudden generosity, momentarily forgetting what else he wanted to say. All right, good. Wan Ning immediately asked her most pressing question. How's the prosthetic? Can the toxins on it be cleaned off? Can the item itself still be used? Let's not end up with something unusable after all this. Pavi replied. It can definitely be cleaned. Dealing with such adhesive toxins is just a matter of a few extra procedures. However, just in case, it's best to have that brat Huiao come over to help to scan and check inside and out for any hidden dangers, but this will likely take some time. We can't rush it. All right, Wan Ning agreed readily. He'll give him a heads up. You two make sure to handle it thoroughly and clean it up well. Also, she added, the existence of this item must remain confidential. Besides you and Huiao, I don't want a fourth person to know its details. Understood, no problem. Pavi answered eagerly, his voice filled with an uncontainable joy. The recently approved substantial budget eased the pain of his severed finger. He cheerfully ended the call and began to mentally calculate which prosthetic and long-desired equipment to order. On the other side, Wan Ning, having been disturbed by Pavi, was now mostly awake. She simply got up, leaned against the headboard, and casually opened the Echo Wall forum, a virtual screen unfolding in the air. She casually scrolled through various updates from the local networks of Xingxing City. Sure enough, after only a few swipes, several eye-catching posts tagged with Smiling Man and Thief Gang popped up. One of the hottest posts had an extremely sensational title breaking. Last night, the Thief Gang was once again bloodily washed by the Smiling Man. Security measures were virtually non-existent, and internal surveillance footage leaked. The poster used an exaggerated tone to describe how the Thief Gang was toyed with by the mysterious Smiling Man. The replies under the post have already piled up like a skyscraper. 1L, the most brutal brain. Wait, haven't I seen this post before? Why is it posted again? 2L, Baldies will always shine. How can such images leak out? The Thief Gang is doomed. I suggest disbanding on the spot. 3L Cybercat, they are always targeting one gang. There's no doubt it's a hostile force. I won't say who. 4L Life, without clean insider news, the Smiling Man is not one individual, but a mysterious organization specifically targeting gangs. The smiley face in the picture is their boss. 5L Anonymous user 9657. Although he's a high-risk individual, he's somewhat handsome. This kind of blatant provocation against big gangs. 5L Changing Stomach Thoughts. Listen to me, this world is fake. There are loopholes everywhere. The Smiling Man is the key to the new world. I am the key to the new world. When Wan Ning saw this, she couldn't help but scoff. Nonsense. She didn't find any useful information, closed the forum, and brought up the map. Glancing over the few small gangs surrounding her, Wan Ning no longer regarded them as a threat. With the current strength of the Iron Fist gang, they were not strong enough to compete with the bigger gangs. It's not difficult to take them down, but these marginal areas really don't have much profit. The real wealth lies with the major gangs. That's where the big fish and meat are. After looking for a long time, she concluded that she still needed to enhance the strength of the existing members and recruit more reliable talents. After much thought, Wan Ning started to allocate the money she had just received last night. She first contacted a man. The call connected unexpectedly, and from the background it seemed a man wasn't asleep. He appeared to be at an empty training ground, with faint sounds of strikes echoing in the distance. A man's big head was still sweating, and one of his arms clearly wasn't very agile. Are you healed? Wan Ning was a bit surprised. No, not completely healed, a man replied, honestly taking a breath. I just came to do some basic recovery training, Sister Wan. Is there something you need? Oh, Wan Ning nodded, getting to the point. Weren't you always wanting to install that cybernetic thing? A man on the other end paused for a moment, a hint of desire flashing across his face. But his expression quickly turned conflicted. He scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, let's not do it for now. Oh, now it was Wan Ning's turn to be surprised. The sun is rising in the west. I asked Sister Toomey, she said our gang is currently in a lot of trouble, money is needed everywhere, and life is tight. So I don't know how to say this. In short, let's focus on places that need money more urgently first. They'll just make do for now. He said sincerely, even with a hint of self-sacrifice. Wan Ning looked at his awkward expression and almost couldn't help but laugh. I see. I initially thought since there's a bit of extra money this time, I'd upgrade your cybernetic part. Since you're so sensible, then forget it. The money saved is just right for me to get Viper to check out new equipment. Wait, no, Sister Wan. A man's expression instantly crumpled, panic etched on his face. I didn't mean it that way. I really want it. I was just being polite. Right, polite? Oh, polite. Fine, since you're being so polite, I'll have Grey Owl help you find a suitable upgrade, but not a new installation. UITLL, be a comprehensive upgrade and update for the old cybernetic you currently have. A man's excitement immediately diminished by half upon hearing this, disappointment clearly evident. It's not a new installation. Then, it's just an upgrade. Wan Ning noticed his slow-wittedness and frowned, her tone becoming stern. A man, this is my last warning to you. You've already installed enough. Don't get me started on cybernetic mental illness. Besides, what's the use of installing so many flashy things? Wan Ning mercilessly poked at his sore spot. Aren't you still being pressed to the ground and beaten by Tiger Lion? This remark almost made a man break down, his face flushing red, lips trembling. I was. He stammered for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything, ultimately, just closing his mouth sulkily. Wan Ning softened her tone slightly and continued. Remember, installing a bunch of cheap garbage cybernetics is not as useful as installing a high-quality one that truly suits you. I know in the past we had no money, but in the future the gang will try to equip everyone with better gear. A man's eyes brightened upon hearing this promise, but quickly turned worried. But Sister Wan, does the gang really have money now? Will getting us better equipment be too much of a burden? It will gradually come. Wan Ning didn't elaborate further, only giving him a reassuring answer before decisively hanging up the call. After handling a man's matter, she pulled up the infiltration plan submitted by Viper along with the latest recruitment list and detailed files. She read quickly most names and backgrounds, just scanned over until she saw a familiar name. A Wu. Wan Ning was quite surprised. She had an impression of this name. This is a Liu's sister. After Liu unfortunately died at the hands of the poison weapons gang in the repair shop, Wan Ning had briefly interacted with this person while handling the compensation matters. At that time, the impression she was left with was that of an ordinary girl. According to the information attached by Viper, after Liu's death, a Wu was still struggling to survive on the streets through petty theft and some flesh trade. The photo in the file was somewhat blurry, but it was clear that she had black curly hair tied in messy twin tails, and she looked rather short, even a bit skinny. Her eyes through the lens carried a hint of numbness and fatigue. This is not surprising, most people at the bottom here are like this. Wan Ning lingered a bit longer on a Wu's data, not expecting Viper to recruit her. She didn't know what considerations led a Wu to accept the recruitment. In the end, Wan Ning didn't voice any opinions on this. She also didn't interfere with Viper's personnel decisions, trusting that Viper had his own judgment and considerations. After quickly browsing through the subsequent list, she approved all the funding applications submitted by Viper for equipment costs. Then Wan Ning called Old Wei. On the other end of the virtual screen, the background was a spacious warehouse that had been remodeled with faint sounds of noisy commands in the background. Old Weiss's scarred face appeared in the center of the screen, his expression serious, even a bit imposing. Wan Ning could almost imagine how the newcomers dared not breathe a word in front of this instructor. Boss, is there something you need? Nothing serious, just checking in. We've had quite a few new recruits lately. Can you keep up with the workload? Wan Ning asked. Lao Wei hadn't yet opened his mouth to reply. Suddenly, a thunderous, commanding roar erupted behind him. Instantly, Wan Ning watched two figures hurtle backward as if struck by an invisible force, screaming in agony before vanishing entirely from the frame. What on earth? Wan Ning blinked in astonishment. Lao Wei didn't even turn around, merely tilted his ear toward the commotion, then broke into a broad grin. Yet that smile, paired with the jagged scar slashing across his face, only deepened the unsettling aura. Oh, nothing to worry about, boss. That's just Hu Shi guiding the newcomers, giving them a taste of real combat pressure early on. The results are quite promising. Wan Ning. She gave a dry, awkward chuckle. Is that so? Heh. Well, the effect certainly is immediate. Remembering her purpose, she added, oh, right. Go ahead and collect a properly fitted specialized protective suit for Hu Shi, the ones we seized from the Toxic Gear Syndicate. After careful consideration, she concluded that Hu Shi, forever charging headfirst into the thick of battle, was precisely the recruit who most urgently required top-tier protection. She'd even briefly entertained equipping him with the newly acquired Boreas cybernetic limb. But upon reflection, she dismissed the idea. The Boreas unit's cryogenic capability leaned heavily towards stealth and ambush, hardly suited to Hu Shi's preference for raw, wall-shattering, explosive power. Moreover, operating the unit demanded considerable cognitive agility, better entrusted to someone sharper-witted. She herself had initially contemplated installing it. Yet after a burst of eager anticipation, she recalled it was a right-hand prosthetic, utterly incompatible with the interface of her left arm mechanical limb. Disappointed, she abandoned the notion. Besides, the electrostatic assault module Grey Owl had customized for her felt intuitive and surprisingly effective. I've approved your requisition for equipment and training funds. Wan Ning refocused and asked Lao Wei, anything else you need? Lao Wei paused thoughtfully, then answered plainly. Not for now, just ensure the gear and funding arrive on schedule. One thing though, this batch of recruits varies widely in aptitude. Not all 30+ may pass final training. Of course. Wan Ning nodded unsurprised. Still, I require at least 20 of this cohort to meet operational standards, ready for deployment immediately. The rest you may continue training until they're ready, by your own judgment. Understood, Lao Wei affirmed. Having reviewed the progress of the new recruit training program, Wan Ning terminated the transmission. She resumed tackling her backlog of pending affairs, and noticed in Dumi's submitted report that repairs and restructuring at the Qiguang Bar were progressing remarkably, while having nearly restored full order and imminent reopening. She promptly contacted Dumi again. The holographic screen flickered to life, revealing the interior of Qiguang Bar, still bearing faint traces of renovation, yet already radiating its familiar, meticulous composure. Dumi stood behind the bar, apparently cross-checking an inventory list of beverages. Sister Wan, what instructions do you have? Is the bar truly ready to reopen? Your efficiency is commendable, Wan Ning remarked, voice laced with genuine approval. Yes, full operations will resume no later than the evening after tomorrow, Dumi confirmed confidently. Excellent. Regarding your earlier proposal, strategies to expand the band's influence, I find the concept compelling. Proceed without restraint. Request any resources you require directly from me. Should you need publicity or digital campaign support, Black Cat stands ready to assist. Understood, Sister Wan. I'll move swiftly. Dumi nodded, then hesitated slightly before adding, and about the cybernetic limb. That matter can wait, Wan Ning replied calmly. Standard prosthetics are readily available through the syndicate, but installing one would offer little practical value. Let's hold off for now. Something far better, and far more suited to you, may emerge very soon. A flicker of disappointment crossed Dumi's eyes, brief, carefully masked, yet unmistakably perceived by Wan Ning's sharp gaze. Dumi, Wan Ning softened her tone, yet spoke with quiet gravity. Let me remind you, never conflate your worth with mere combat prowess. What I value has never been how many foes you can fell. She added with gentle teasing and unwavering sincerity. Think carefully. Within our entire syndicate, who besides you could manage this bar, the fight arena, and all associated enterprises with such flawless precision? Surely you wouldn't entrust accounting, guest relations, and band coordination to a man. Dumi couldn't help but laugh at the absurd mental image Wan Ning had conjured. Instantly envisioning a man shattering plates in panic and staring blankly at balance sheets, she let out a soft, genuine laugh. Yes, Sister Wan, I understand. Good, Wan Ning said, satisfied she'd made her point. Also, you must begin deliberately cultivating trusted lieutenants. Don't shoulder every burden yourself. Your vision must extend beyond this single bar. As our syndicate's enterprises multiply, reliable hands will be indispensable, and you must prepare your own capable inner circle now. Understood, Sister Wan. I grasp your meaning fully. Dumi's composure returned, now layered with renewed resolve and thoughtful intent. After ending the call, she scanned the remaining personnel reports and approved all pending budgets. Simultaneously, she finalized her decision regarding the Boreas cybernetic limb and who would receive it. But it wouldn't be a gift. No, not without tangible, measurable contributions to the syndicate. Once her syndicate duties were settled, Wan Ning exhaled deeply, stretched her limbs, and rose from bed. The moment she stood upright, her stomach growled audibly. She hurried through her morning routine, then pulled a protein brick from the refrigerator. Staring at the dull grayish lump in her palm, she sighed heavily, ugh. Then, as if declaring war upon it, she bit down hard, taking a massive, defiant chunk. This is sheer torture, she groaned inwardly. Who invented this abomination? How long had it been since she'd tasted real food? At this rate, she feared she'd forget the very essence of flavor altogether. She recalled with grim clarity the mango cake she'd eaten in the virtual digital realm, a grotesque synthetic monstrosity whose texture and taste defied description. Fuming, she took another savage bite. This wretched brick, she realized bitterly, was worse than even that virtual atrocity. Wait, virtual cake. Could she make one herself? The thought flashed unbidden, and Wan Ning froze, startled by her own impulse. Huh. Her eyes lit up wide with sudden inspiration. Yes, why couldn't she create one herself? Fresh ingredients in reality were prohibitively expensive and utterly inaccessible to her. But what about within the virtual digital realm? The fact that others can create such unpalatable mango cakes indicates that this space at least possesses the foundation for simulating and constructing food forms, as well as the capacity for taste feedback. Moreover, since others can do it, can I also try to recreate the flavors from my memories within it? This sudden thought instantly excited Wan Ning. Even the strange taste of the protein chunks in her mouth seemed more bearable. She quickly finished the rest. She could not wait to open her brain machine. In that digital world, she sought to consult the black cat to implement her culinary plans. Black cat, come out quickly. A small black cat appeared before Wan Ning, yawning lazily, its tail swaying leisurely. What's up, Wan Ning? Wan Ning's eyes sparkled. It's something very important. Can you get me a private little room in this digital world? Preferably something like a kitchen. A kitchen? The black cat blinked, slightly surprised by this request. Sure, but what do you want to do? Wan Ning excitedly gestured. I want to cook in there. Quickly tell me, how can I create food in the virtual digital world and bring out the flavors I desire? Just like how others can make cakes. Oh, about that. The black cat suddenly understood, scratching its ear with a paw, casting a slightly skeptical glance at Wan Ning. It can be done, but you see, Wan Ning, it's quite complicated. The black cat began to explain. First of all, you need to understand that in the digital world, creating something is essentially about calling upon and combining various data models. If you want to make a mango cake, you must first have the basic model of the cake, and more importantly, the perceptual parameters for taste and texture. To get these right, you need to adjust them yourself. How do I adjust them? Wan Ning asked. You need an editor connected to your sensory simulation interface. It's a console with thousands of parameters to tweak, such as sweetness, acidity, texture, and various detail parameters. However, there is one crucial problem. All these adjustments heavily depend on your own sensory memory data. Simply put, you can only recreate the taste you have experienced. For example, if you have never tasted a real mango, you would have no idea what the parameters for that flavor should be. You cannot imagine it out of thin air. What you can recreate at most is based on your limited knowledge, like an imagined flavor derived from low-quality protein blocks and synthetic vitamin drinks. Or you might just end up with a slightly adjusted version of something others have made that you found to be very unappetizing. It's very difficult for humanity, to the point of being nearly impossible, to create delicious flavors beyond their cognitive boundaries. Your cognitive boundaries are the ceiling of your taste simulation. The black cat, feeling it was too difficult, added, quickly, concerned that Wan Ning might be discouraged. Of course, there are also shortcuts, like directly stealing the private data from those gourmet experience restaurants to analyze their culinary parameters. That way you could experience the top-tier flavors that others have fine-tuned, perhaps even ones you've never tasted before. However, this kind of data is usually well protected, and cracking it can be quite a hassle. So Wan Ning, do you want to tweak it yourself, or should I help you get a few recipes for reference? Wan Ning listened, and although she found it a bit complicated, the phrase, "You can only recreate the flavors you have experienced," filled her with confidence. Only able to reproduce what she had tasted. That sounded quite simple. Hurry, black cat, prepare one for me. I want to try it right now. She spoke cheerfully, as if it were no challenge at all. For her, being able to recreate the ordinary yet real flavors from her memories felt like paradise. Who cares about top-tier delicacies she had never tried? The black cat watched Wan Ning, who seemed eager and completely unaware of the pitfalls ahead, with a hint of helplessness and a glimmer of amusement in its eyes. After a flurry of processing by the black cat, a glowing orb appeared in the virtual digital world. The moment Wan Ning touched it, she entered the orb, which contained a pure white minimalist space. Suspended before her was a complex console filled with numerous sliders and parameters. However, it only featured the basic common taste and texture parameters, which she could control through her thoughts. But these were too basic and could not replicate the flavor she desired. She needed to create her own taste and texture parameters. All right, have fun. The black cat squatted on the ground, watching the spectacle, already imagining Wan Ning producing an extremely unappetizing and indescribable flavor. Watch me. Wan Ning rolled up her sleeves. Let's start with a mango. That awful thing from the last game did not taste right at all. Black cat, today you will witness what true mango flavor is. She began to struggle through the parameters. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Sweetness, no, that's not right. Too artificial. Acidity. That seems a bit closer. Hardness, texture, the fibrous feel of the flesh, the fullness of the juice. And the aroma, no, why is this so difficult? The process was far more complicated and challenging than Wan Ning had imagined, with each adjustment leading to unpredictable flavors. She focused intently, repeatedly recalling, comparing, and adjusting. She used an unprecedented amount of patience to deal with the virtual mango. She did not know how long it had been when she finally stopped, exhausted. Looking at the perfectly shaped virtual mango on the plate, her heart raced as she passed the plate to the black cat. Black cat, do you want to try it? The black cat stared at the mango before it, which looked presentable. But who knew what it would taste like? Especially since Wan Ning was still a beginner. Forget it, curiosity kills the cat. No, it's fine, you keep it for yourself. All right. Wan Ning had no choice but to take the mango herself without needing to peel it or remove the pit, as she hadn't bothered to create the flavor and texture for the skin and pit. She cautiously took a bite. The next moment, Wan Ning's eyes widened. The sweet juice burst in her mouth, a familiar, yet unfamiliar rich aroma belonging to a truly ripe mango instantly filled her senses, along with the delicate fibrous texture of the flesh and the perfect tenderness. Although it seemed to lack that slight freshness compared to the mango from her memory, there was no doubt that this was the real mango flavor. It surpassed the synthetic foods she had tasted and the experiences from that game by countless times. I did it, she murmured in disbelief, eagerly taking another big bite. The taste of happiness almost brought her to tears. Is this for real, eh? The voice of the black cat echoed with a hint of surprise and disbelief. Did it really manage to create something edible on the first try? Impossible. But looking at Wan Ning's expression, it seemed genuine. Without waiting for Wan Ning to refute, the black cat quickly retrieved the parameter formula that Wan Ning had just been fiddling with for half a day. On the control panel, lights flickered and instantly a perfectly identical virtual mango was constructed. Let me try it. If it tastes strange, I'll just, the black cat said, using a virtual paw to poke a small piece of the newly generated mango before stuffing it into its mouth. Then the black cat's previously mocking electronic synthesized voice abruptly stopped. After a brief pause, it exclaimed in astonishment, "Meow. Meow. How is this possible?" It quickly tasted several more bites, its tone shifting from shock to confusion and admiration. Rich natural fruit sweetness, a full juiciness, and this level of fragrance along with this texture. This is definitely not a flavor that can be casually conjured up. Wan Ning, you actually created a flavor of this level. The black cat even exaggeratedly circled the mango several times, as if scanning some unbelievable miracle. Could it be? Could it be that Wan Ning is actually a genius hindered by her involvement in a gang? Is her sense of taste several levels higher than that of ordinary people? Seeing the black cat fall into self-doubt, Wan Ning felt delighted. The frustration from earlier was swept away, and she smugly snorted, "Humph. Now you realize my prowess, huh? My taste buds are quite discerning." The black cat remained immersed in shock, murmuring to itself, "No, this doesn't make sense. To succeed on the first try, it must just be luck." Wan Ning paid no mind to the black cat's mumbling, her mood soaring. With a wave of her hand, she declared, "Next target, watermelon." I refuse to believe it can be harder than mango. Wan Ning then wrestled with those complex parameters for the rest of the day. Feeling dizzy and mentally fatigued in the end, she only successfully replicated the mango. Other attempts like the watermelon either turned out mushy or too hard, so she had to temporarily abandon them. Even though there was only one successful outcome, the sense of achievement was overwhelming. She rubbed her temples to rest for a moment, deciding to invite a few people to show off. No, to share her masterpiece. She called a man, as he was the most free, and also called Gong Yu and Tumi. She asked them to come by when they had time, as she had something good for them to experience. The three were somewhat surprised, especially hearing that they would meet in a virtual digital space, which was unprecedented. They connected to the network address Wan Ning had sent, filled with curiosity and confusion. After a brief connection, the three appeared in the pure white space, looking at the control panel floating in the center and the virtual mango on the plate, all somewhat puzzled. "Sister Wan, what is this?" Tumi was the first to speak, glancing around with confusion. "Don't ask, just try this." Wan Ning pointed at the mango. A man was the most direct. Seeing the golden mango, he bit into it without thinking. His eyes widened in shock, as if struck by something. Immediately after, he devoured the mango like a starving wolf, slurping it down in a few bites, his face displaying an exaggerated expression. "This is so delicious. Sister Wan, what is this? I've never tasted anything like it." Wan Ning looked at him eagerly, asking, "Be specific. Like, what's the texture? How does it taste?" A man thought for a moment, waving his hands, and after a while could only stammer, It's really delicious, especially delicious. It's just delicious. Is there more? Let's have another one." Wan Ning, "Forget it, I can't expect much from this guy." She then turned to Gong Yu. Gong Yu also sampled it cautiously, her face displaying clear surprise. After savoring it for a while, she softly said, "Boss, it's really delicious, such a unique flavor. How to put it? Very fresh, layered taste, very authentic." She paused as if recalling something dreadful and added, "But boss, please don't tell who." "Sure." Lastly, it was Tumi. She ate slowly, savoring each bite, her face radiant with happiness and satisfaction. But as she continued eating, she seemed to see countless coins beckoning to her, her eyes sparkling more and more until they nearly shone with light. She looked at Wan Ning, her tone filled with excitement. Sister Wan, this is just too delicious. This is absolutely not a flavor that those synthetic foods can compare to. If we could sell this, it would definitely be a hit. We could make a fortune. Sister Wan, let's open a shop. Wan Ning smiled in satisfaction. That's exactly my intention, which is why I called you over. Although there is currently only the mango product, the advantage is that this is a virtual world and production is completely unlimited, theoretically allowing for infinite supply. Wan Ning immediately began to organize things in an orderly manner. Tumi, she turned to the starry-eyed Tumi. You are more skilled at pricing, marketing, and how to purchase supplies. Who are our target customers? You are in charge of all of this planning. Black Cat. Wan Ning turned to the black cat resting on a man's head. Your most important task is to protect the data formula of this virtual mango. No matter what method you use, it must not be cracked or hacked. This is our unique secret recipe, our cash cow. Meow, don't worry. Wan Ning then turned to the quiet Gong Yue. Gong Yue, this small space is entrusted to you. Design and arrange it well. It needs to have character, making people feel that eating here is a pleasure as soon as they step in. In the future, this will be our first virtual store. She thought for a moment and added, the style can be made bright and warm, different from those cold spaces outside. Yes, boss, I will do my best. Gong Yu nodded, already beginning to conceive design ideas in her mind. Finally, Wan Ning turned to a man who was filled with anticipation and eager to try. A man puffed out his chest, waiting for Wan Ning to assign him an important task like a taste tester or something. Wan Ning looked at his enthusiastic demeanor, paused for a moment, and finally said, never mind, you should go back and prepare for upgrading your body properly. Adapting to the new equipment and enhancing your strength is your most important task right now. A man's shoulders instantly drooped, but he obediently replied, oh, okay. With the arrangements in place, the group prepared to log off. Suddenly, Tumi remembered the most crucial question and hurriedly called out to Wan Ning, Sister Wan, do you have any specific requirements regarding pricing? Are we going for a high-end limited route targeting wealthy clients? Or? Wan Ning recalled the hunger she felt gnawing on protein blocks and the yearning for real food. She thought of how most people in this city might never taste a genuine piece of fruit in their entire lives. She cut Tumi off, her voice resolute. Do not set a high price. Make it low. What they needed now was publicity, a way to let as many people as possible know about it and be willing to try. After all, this product cost almost nothing to produce. There would be new offerings later, and they would not ride on this one thing alone. Wan Ning named a price, then told Tumi, I want everyone, not only those at the pinnacle, but every single person. If they desire it, they should be able to effortlessly taste a mango. Tumi was stunned. She had expected a modest price, but never imagined it would be so low. At a moment when funds were urgently needed across the faction, Wan Jie had chosen not to maximize profit. Instead, she chose inclusivity. In a place where the underclass rarely attracts attention or is seen, Tumi once again felt that Wan Ning was different. In an instant, Wan Ning's figure rose a few degrees in Tumi's mind, even haloed by a faint idealistic light. She swallowed her surprise and said, Understood, Wan Jie. Before long, the news began to spread across the network. On the echo wall, many people were discussing it. One wrote, Has anyone heard of the virtual shop, Wan Yin Laodian? It's trending, seeking a heads-up review. Another scoffed, Wan Yin Laodian. The name sounds grand, but it only sells one kind of mango. A reply shot back, Don't bash it if you haven't tried it. Someone else exclaimed that they had tried it, and the mango was sublime, as if it had cleansed their soul. The price is heartbreakingly honest, not 99. 8, not 9. 8, just 0. 98 to take a mango home. Only 0. 98? You can't lose by buying it, you won't be cheated. Everyone rush, another urged. It's truly delicious, one replied. Never thought I could taste such happiness for so little money. A jeering voice sneered, a carnival for paupers. Which true elite would bother with such cheap, virtual food? They boasted, we only enjoy fresh fruit in the real world, posting a picture of an elegant fruit platter. Someone responded to the scoffer, You may eat real fruit, but don't secretly come by the virtual stuff, huh? I thought I saw your ID when I bought mine. Another chimed in, Tried it, delicious. But this isn't the mango flavor I grew up on. The taste differs from the mango energy drinks I had as a child. A curious commentator wrote, Is anyone else wondering what kind of outfit is behind this shop? The tech doesn't feel like a small workshop. The flavor emulation outclasses some companies' products, yet the price is absurdly low. Chilling when you think about it. Someone else proclaimed dramatically, I've tried it. This cannot be a taste from this world. This is a loophole. This world is fake. Wan Ning scrolled through the echo wall comments about Wan Yin Laodian. The post about the shop's uncanny technical strength made her frown slightly. That comment woke her. Though she had tried to be as discreet and safe as possible, she had instructed He Mao to register and run the shop strictly according to legitimate virtual storefront procedures. They would honestly let the virtual platform take its channel fees and would pay taxes to the virtual commerce authorities. In essence, it was a kind of protection fee. As a gang leader paying protection to others, she felt a bit embarrassed. But there was no choice, it bought a baseline of security. Yet such protection might deter petty thieves, but could hardly keep truly powerful or malicious forces from prying. An overly conspicuous capability and an abnormally low price were themselves glaring targets. She grew vigilant and immediately contacted Hey Mao, Tumi Gong Yu, and the others. A number of people have begun to notice our virtual shop. Although they are only curious for now, we must guard against trouble before it arises. Hey Mao, encrypt and hide every piece of data that links us to this shop. I want to ensure that any trace leads nowhere. Any investigation should only find a few inconsequential records or some dissolved shell companies. Understood. To me, Wan Ning continued, all external communications and marketing must be conducted under utterly clean virtual identities. Do not leave any trace that could be associated with the Taekwon gang or with any of us personally. Relax, Wan Jia. To me replied at once, that's already in motion. Amon felt the severity of the mood as well and straightened his posture. Wan Ning looked at the comms interface and emphasized, making money is important, but safety comes first. Be discreet in amassing wealth until no one can truly threaten us. After ending the call and handling the shop's affairs and security risks, Wan Ning eagerly returned to preparing the virtual watermelon. The accomplishment of reproducing a remembered flavor bit by bit was intoxicating. She felt herself growing ever more adept. The second food item seemed only a hair's breadth from success. She sat up impatiently, ready to restart the brain machine and plunge into the boundless satisfaction of the Wanyin Laodian. Suddenly, an urgent calm tone cut through her enthusiasm. Boss, the Baizizu from the east and the Nihong DUI have somehow allied. They're hanging around Jiazi Street near the warehouse. Looks like they plan to stir trouble. Allied. She cursed inwardly. This nuisance never ended. Those peripheral gangs, though weak, relied on their brazen audacity to harass others from time to time. Now that the Taekwon gang was showing signs of improvement, others had learned to band together to cause trouble. Understood. Keep them under surveillance. I'll arrange a response right away. Reluctantly, she had to turn her attention to the immediate incursion. The new delicacy would have to wait a while longer. Wan Ning left at once and sent people to the scene. She watched hidden surveillance of the area and saw some 40-some gang members. Their dress a hodgepodge, many sporting cheap prosthetic modifications, surrounding the warehouse on Jiazi Street in a noisy mass. They swaggered and jeered at the warehouse perimeter, spitting obscenities as they cursed. Mocking the Taekwon gang, as all bark and no bite, the warehouse guards had already fled in panic at the sight of the crowd, offering no proper resistance. A leader-like figure kicked the warehouse door with triumphant force, producing a clanging boom. What Taekwon gang? I call them the weakling gang. They had no idea that the guards' hasty retreat had been ordered by Wan Ning. This warehouse in Jiazi Street occupied a relatively peripheral location and stored no critical supplies. Wan Ning had long since surpassed the stage where she needed to sacrifice lives for every outpost. Unnecessary casualties were now her foremost concern to avoid. When Wan Ning arrived near the warehouse with Zhong and a small elite squad, the surveillance feed showed the ragtag mob convinced they had already succeeded, gleefully attempting to breach the warehouse gate with various tools. The guards who had just retreated returned, heartbroken and frantic, and immediately reported, "Boss, they're trying to force the lock physically. What do we do? If they can't pry it open, they'll surely blow it." Oh, that was the very door he guarded day and night. Its destruction would break his heart. Beside him, Zhong flexed her newly installed mechanical hand. Alloy claws snapped out and retracted from her fingertips with a soft metallic click. The injuries sustained during the last toxic mech gang incursion had finally been replaced by this advanced prosthetic, and she had been eager to test its lethality. "Shall we move in?" Zhong's voice was low yet laced with predatory anticipation. "Not yet," Wan Ning replied coolly, a faint knowing smile curling at the corner of her lips. "They want inside. Let's help them in." She issued a direct order to the warehouse guards, remotely disable all access control systems in the warehouse. Now, open the gates outright. Make it look as if they've successfully hacked them. Moments after the command, the intruders erupted into jubilant cheers. They watched astonished as the seemingly impregnable warehouse gate emitted a crisp click and swung open on its own. "Huh, I told you this junk electronic lock wouldn't hold. Inside, grab everything valuable, haul it all out." The ringleader, overjoyed and utterly unsuspecting, brandished his weapon and charged in first. His followers surged behind him like hyenas, scenting blood flooding into the dim, cavernous warehouse. Once the majority of figures had vanished inside, Wan Ning's gaze sharpened. "Seal it." The prepared guard instantly executed the order. The heavy warehouse gate began descending. A few of the intruders, sensing something amiss, darted out just before the doors fully closed. Others reacted too late, emerging only to have their arms severed by the closing doors. Inside, the once elated raiders instantly panicked, shouting in alarm. "Done." Wan Ning turned to Zhong and the rest of her team. "Now, clear out everyone outside the warehouse." A dozen or so scouts and lookouts lingered outside, along with several who had just fled the warehouse. Still reeling from the sudden closure of the gate, they were immediately overwhelmed by Iron Fist Gang's elite, outgunned and outmatched in both equipment and combat prowess. Zhong's new cybernetic limb proved highly effective in its first live engagement. Her retractable claws sliced effortlessly through bulletproof armor. She had purchased it herself. Wan Ning had offered to classify the injury as work-related, suggesting the gang cover the prosthesis, but Zhong dismissed the gang-issued models outright. Within 2 minutes, Wan Ning, Zhong, and their teammates, through coordinated gunfire and close-quarters combat, had completely neutralized the dozen enemies outside the warehouse. Silence settled once more, broken only by increasingly frantic pounding and curses echoing from within the sealed warehouse. Wan Ning stood calmly before its massive shut doors. Now, she smiled faintly at the gate. How best to deal with this barrel of turtles? She did not personally enter the warehouse to oversee the cleanup. Instead, she stood at a distance on relatively clean ground, arms crossed, observing as Zhong led her team inside. Wan Ning disliked killing. She preferred to focus her energy on strategy and on matters of greater consequence, eliminating these persistent minor gangs, for instance, or fine-tuning the crucial texture parameters of virtual watermelon. Zhong moved with exceptional efficiency. Once she entered the warehouse, the earlier commotion swiftly subsided. Only occasional sharp commands and muffled cries of pain punctuated the stillness, before fading entirely into silence. Soon Zhong emerged from the warehouse gate, followed by her team, escorting 5 captives. The 5 looked shell-shocked, wounded, terrified, clinging to desperate hope. As soon as they stepped into the open, they collapsed onto the ground, babbling incoherent, "Please, spare us. Boss, spare our lives. We surrender, genuinely surrender. Please, give us a chance. We'll join the Iron Fist gang. Anything. We never wanted to attack the Iron Fist gang. We were just following orders." Zhong approached Wan Ning and reported succinctly, "Cleanup complete. These 5 surrendered. How shall we proceed?" Wan Ning's gaze swept over the captives, expressionless. She placed no faith in loyalty born of battlefield defection. Yet the Iron Fist gang stood on the cusp of expansion, and reputation mattered. If today's assault ended with total annihilation, no survivors left alive. Word would spread surrender meant certain death. Other minor gangs facing the Iron Fist would then fight to the bitter, and knowing no mercy awaited them. Desperate, cornered men, unrestrained by fear or consequence, could mount devastating counterstrikes, inflicting serious losses. Rather than forcing dogs into corners, it was wiser to offer a path that seemed passable. Moreover, auxiliary manpower was genuinely needed for logistical tasks, and even opportunists could serve a purpose if properly managed. She acknowledged the report with a single syllable. Hand them over to Old Wei. Have him conduct thorough vetting and extract every detail about the Rampage clan and Neon Squad down to the last syllable. Then assess their utility. Those deemed usable will be dispersed into peripheral units, under strict supervision. As for those harboring disloyalty, she left the sentence unfinished, the implication unmistakable. Zhong nodded, signaling her subordinates to take the captives away. The disturbance was swiftly quelled, but Wan Ning's irritation remained unrelieved. Standing before the warehouse gate, watching corpses and bloodstains hastily dragged away, she felt an acute mounting frustration, the gnawing weight of trivial distractions derailing her plans. These petty gangs' harassment had to end, permanently, and the most effective solution was simple: erase them from the map. She opened her terminal map, her eyes narrowing on the patchwork of color-coded territories, like stains edging Iron Fist's domain, occupied by minor gangs. "It's time," she murmured, voice low and edged with cold aggression. "Even a mosquito's leg is still meat." Perfect timing. Lao Weiss trainees should be brought out for a trial. Only by testing a mule in the field do you learn whether it is a beast or merely a beast of burden. Real combat is the truest training ground. Wan Ning looked up and called to the figure, quietly wiping blood from a mechanical finger. "Sang Zhong." Sang Zhong paused, turned to Wan Ning, and the faintest lift of her brow betrayed a hint of curiosity. Her expression seemed to say, "What now? Isn't everything already taken care of?" Wan Ning feigned not reading that impatience cleared her throat. "Ahem. You have been with the Taekwon gang for some time now, haven't you?" Sang Zhong was curt, answering with a precise figure, 1 month and 16 days. Oh, has it been that long already?" Wan Ning, surprised that Sang Zhong remembered so exactly, felt momentarily awkward. Sang Zhong's brow tightened slightly. "If there's something, speak plainly." Wan Ning found herself at a loss. She had intended to soften the moment with a little preface, but Sang Zhong was not the sort to indulge such tactics. "Very well. There is indeed a very important task I must assign to you." Her face grew serious. At the phrase, "important task," Sang Zhong's impatience retreated a little and interest flickered across her features. "Oh, tell me. I want you to lead a squad and sweep clean all those bothersome little gangs on the eastern side of the Taekwon gang, whether they call themselves by Nihong Dui or any other ragtag crew. Clear them out and take the territory." "Me lead a team?" Sang Zhong asked, curious. "How many people will you give me?" "Only the 20 new recruits Lao Wei has just finished training." "Only 20. Sang Zhong was genuinely astonished this time. She was not afraid. She simply thought the force allotted was miserly. Those eastern gangs, though individually weak, number many when taken together. Several have already begun to form alliances. 20 rookies to sweep an entire district. That sounded less like a mission and more like a march to slaughter. Wan Ning, reading her thoughts, continued, "I'll do my best to outfit you. If you find your numbers truly insufficient and need to borrow aid, that's possible. Kuei Amon who Shurgong you. They are available for you to approach, but you must persuade and coordinate them yourself. Oh, as long as it does not impede their primary gang duties, I will not interfere." Sang Zhong's brow creased further at that. She was notorious in the gang as a lone wolf, hardly beloved and a little estranged. To force her into groveling for help felt worse than asking her to single-handedly confront a rival gang. Wan Ning then laid down an even harsher stipulation. I will not concern myself with how you conduct the operation, I only care about the outcome. There is one hard limit: the number of grievously injured and dead in your squad must not exceed 3. If you go beyond that, even if you annihilate them all, the mission will be considered a failure. She paused, then added, of course, if the mission succeeds, I will grant you a truly generous reward. So, will you accept? The string of conditions, scant manpower, the indignity of pleading for assistance, and an unforgiving casualty cap, all combined felt like deliberate hardship. Wan Ning felt a touch embarrassed herself, but she had reasons for this strictness. Sang Zhong had not been with them long. Though powerful, she had never truly integrated. If she failed to merge into the gang and contribute, how could Wan Ning entrust the implanted Limbo Rue AC to her? Sang Zhong fell silent, her gaze razor-sharp as she searched Wan Ning's face for the true motive behind such an unreasonable demand. Although she could not fathom Wan Ning's intent, the requirement that she solicit help herself made her profoundly uneasy. The task might be simple for someone with good connections, but for her it was exceptionally severe. Yet this only stirred the stubborn, unyielding streak within her. She did not dislike a challenge, on the contrary, she felt a surge of eager anticipation. After a long moment, she let out a short laugh edged with excitement. Interesting. As for Wan Ning's promise of a generous reward, Sang Zhong did not take that to heart. What could this seemingly penny-pinching little gang possibly offer? She accepted the mission purely for the challenge itself. Once Wan Ning issued the order, she refrained from further interference. She knew Sang Zhong's temperament well. Too many instructions would only backfire. Wan Ning first contacted the Toomey warehouse to prioritize the equipment list Sang Zhong required. Do your utmost to satisfy her, Wan Ning insisted. Especially provide the best basic protection and firepower for the recruits. She then contacted Lao Wei. Those 20 new recruits are temporarily placed under Sang Zhong's command. Tell them this mission will be their final assessment. Only those who return alive will truly become members of the Taekwon gang. Lao Wei nodded in silence and immediately began selecting personnel. Soon a cache of superior gear arrived before Sang Zhong and her provisional squad. The quality of those supplies far exceeded the usual standard, a clear testament to Wan Ning's seriousness about the matter, or rather her obsession with minimizing casualties. After arrangements were made, Wan Ning returned to her daily rhythm, tending gang affairs, and occasionally slipping into the virtual realm to obsess over the texture parameters of virtual Shigua. Yet she always reserved a portion of her attention to silently monitor Sang Zhong's preparations. Through surveillance, she saw Sang Zhong did not immediately march the 20 recruits into a reckless assault. Instead, Sang Zhong spent a day testing each recruit's endurance, marksmanship, and reaction time. She even staged several brief sparring sessions, mercilessly pointing out each newcomer's flaws and laying bare their deficiencies. Wan Ning watched Sang Zhong study maps and dossiers on rival gangs for hours, repeatedly sketching possible routes and contingency plans across the charts. What concerned Wan Ning most was watching Sang Zhong wrestle with the question of whether to ask others for help. She witnessed Sang Zhong several times lingering outside the intelligence room newly assigned to Koer, face grave only to turn away. She saw Sang Zhong stand by the training field while Hushir pummeled a sandbag, lips moving as if to speak, but she said nothing and walked off in an even fouler mood. When Sang Zhong went to find Amon, she found him slumped in a chair, lost in the virtual world, drooling like a fool. Disgusted, she left without asking. Clearly seeking help troubled Sang Zhong deeply. Wan Ning did not intervene, she only watched quietly. She was curious which path Sang Zhong would ultimately choose. Would she steel herself, and with extremely limited resources carry out the arduous mission to the end? Or would she swallow her pride and approach those colleagues Wan Ning thought unworthy for aid? While quietly monitoring Zhong's movements, Wan Ning had not neglected her own priorities. The moment she found a spare moment, she reconnected to that virtual antique shop, aged 10,000 years in simulation. She resumed her relentless battle with the watermelon parameters, once again immersing herself entirely in that vast sea of data, adjusting, testing, discarding, and beginning anew with unwavering focus. The external world, the gang's power struggles and expansion schemes, seemed momentarily sealed away. Her entire universe now revolved around the singular pursuit of one perfect flavor. She was determined to recreate the quintessential watermelon. Time slipped silently through her concentrated hours. After countless failures, Wan Ning finally lifted the latest simulated watermelon slice, its striations exquisitely natural. With a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, she took a delicate bite. Instantly crisp sweetness burst across her tongue, flooding her senses with that deeply nostalgic, unmistakable essence of perfection. The distinctive juiciness, the tender crisp flesh with its subtle granular texture, and the lingering aftertaste that shimmered faintly on her palate. She had succeeded. Wan Ning savored slice after slice. The flavor matched her memory of the ideal watermelon almost exactly. Haha. From today onward, watermelon freedom is no longer a dream. Eager to share this triumph, not boast, but truly share, she immediately sought out He Miao. She also intended to let him taste the new creation and incidentally nudge him about updating the shop's inventory. In high spirits, she instinctively initiated a neural link. Call He Miao, come out quickly. I've got a new fruit for you to try. No familiar electronic voice responded, as she had fully expected. Wan Ning paused puzzled and called again, undeterred. Hey Meow. Are you there? Please respond. Still no sign of him. No figure materialized, no voice echoed. Only silence filled the communication channel, absolute and unbroken. Huh. Suddenly she recalled the only prior instance when Hey Meow had briefly gone offline, during their first infiltration of the Daoxin gang. Ever since, every transmission had been answered instantly. Never before had he vanished so completely. A thread of unease began winding tightly around Wan Ning's heart. The joy of tasting the watermelon instantly cooled by half. Don't panic. Don't frighten yourself needlessly, she murmured, attempting self-reassurance. Perhaps it was merely a network lag, or perhaps he'd simply been pulled away by an urgent matter. He might reappear at any moment as casually as ever. After all, Hey Meow was an elite hacker, mysterious, meticulous, and fiercely cautious. What could possibly go wrong? She redirected her attention back to the newly perfected virtual watermelon, preparing to savor it more deliberately. Yet 5 minutes passed, then 10. Wan Ning could no longer sit still. Her anxiety overrode all restraint. In an instant, she exited the virtual space, and her consciousness snapped back into her real-world apartment. Neon lights still pulsed beyond the window, but now their glow felt harsh, almost blinding. She activated her terminal and tried contacting Hey Meow once more. Still no reply. Wan Ning switched course and contacted Toomey and Gong Yu directly. No pleasantries, only grave urgency in her tone. Listen carefully. Immediately conduct a full audit of every system or dataset handled or encrypted by Hey Meow. This includes, but is not limited to, the Barband's network, the virtual shop, concealed surveillance logs, everything. Verify the integrity and functionality of all encryption. Check for unauthorized access anomalies or signs of compromise. She paused, then added firmly, begin now, and report any finding directly to me without delay. On the other end, Toomey and Gong Yu exchanged a startled glance. The order came abruptly, especially its explicit focus on Hey Meow's work. Yet from Wan Ning's expression and tone, they sensed something profoundly amiss, and asked no questions. Understood. They replied in unison, severed the connection, and plunged immediately into the investigation. Wan Ning stood alone in the room, her inner disquiet deepening, not easing. It wasn't distrust, not at all. It was precisely because Hey Meow's responsibilities were so vital that his silence weighed so heavily. Hey Meow, what on earth has happened to you? The next day brought no contact, only mounting frustration. Then unexpectedly a calm request arrived from a man. As soon as she accepted, a man's enormous face nearly filled the holoScreen, his booming voice laced with panic. Sister Wan. Sister Wan. It's bad, terrible. My cat brother has vanished. Gone without a trace. He's completely unreachable. Wan Ning instinctively leaned back from the screen. Calm down. Tell me everything you know. A man last night, I messaged cat brother about my training plan, and he didn't reply. That's utterly abnormal. Sister, when you have no idea, he's always replied to me instantly. Even mid-intrusion, he'd squeeze in a single word, go away. Then today I pinged him over a dozen times. No answer, no response whatsoever. Something is deeply wrong. Sister Wan, do you know where he is? Did he go off on some covert operation? Tell me the location, I'll go check. Don't let him get taken out. Hackers rule online, but offline, they're practically defenseless. Wan Ning listened to a man's frantic speculations, feeling a vain throb at her temple. If I knew where he was, would I still be standing here listening to you yell? I'd have already dispatched teams to retrieve him. Stop dramatizing, just wait. He may simply be occupied with something urgent, or experiencing temporary signal interference. Signal trouble. Impossible. Cat brother is the sovereign of the digital realm. He disrupts others' signals, not the other way around. Sister Wan, do you even believe that excuse? Wan Ning recoiled slightly, her voice hardening. A man. I said wait. Did you not understand? A man fell silent for several seconds, then muttered, bitterly reluctant, oh, okay, Sister Wan. But what if cat brother truly needs us to rescue him? I'll handle it. You resume training. With that, Wan Ning terminated the call, her mood darker than before. She paced restlessly within the apartment, thoughts churning. Hey Meow's disappearance could not remain concealed indefinitely. Rumors would spread rapidly among the gang. Better to seize control of the narrative than let speculation run wild. Moreover, she herself had no leads, so why waste time in solitary anxiety? Collective insight might yield overlooked clues. Perhaps another member possessed vital information she'd missed. Hadn't a man's outburst just delivered fresh intelligence? Even he received instantaneous replies from Hey Meow. Without further hesitation, she composed a concise message and broadcast it to all core members of the Iron Fist Gang. All members, tonight at 8 at our usual meeting place. Attendance is mandatory. Since the last fierce battle with the poison weapon gang, the Qiguang Bar had been reduced to ruins, and such a gathering of all core members in person had not happened again. It's not that the place wasn't repaired. The conference room on the second floor of the bar had already been fixed long ago. The main reason was that Wan Ning found it troublesome and didn't want to hold a meeting. If it could be resolved online, then it would be resolved online. If messages could be sent, there would be no meeting. Just checking the weekly report to understand the general direction was enough for her. It wasn't like running a company with KPIs. But this time it was different. The sudden disappearance of Black Cat was too significant. If something really happened to him, it could trigger a series of unpredictable chain reactions. At exactly 8 o'clock in the evening in that familiar conference room on the second floor of Chiguang Bar, Wan Ning pushed the door open and the familiar scene came into view. On either side of the conference table the core members had already taken their usual seats. On the left side, Toomey was still busy with the terminal. Kuei Air was frowning in deep thought. A man was restless glancing at the empty main screen from time to time, and Lao Wei sat upright with a calm expression. On the right, Pa Wei was still wearing a dirty white coat. Gong Yu quietly watched her terminal, while Huiao propped her face with one hand about to fall asleep. Sang Zhong leaned back in his chair, showing little emotion. Everything seemed to be just like past meetings except that the virtual main screen above the conference table was completely blank at that moment. Usually there would be a lazy cartoon image of a black cat swaying its tail there, occasionally interjecting or directly displaying relevant data on the screen. Wan Ning walked to the main seat and swept her gaze over everyone present. Without any pleasantries, her voice was lower than usual as she said, "Everyone is here today. We will only discuss one thing." Her gaze fell on the empty screen. Black Cat is missing. I need to know if any of you noticed anything unusual before he disappeared, or if Black Cat said anything special to you. As soon as she finished speaking, the reactions of the people in the conference room varied. Some understood, some were surprised, and some were anxious. Wan Ning did not expect that the first to speak up would be Sang Zhong. She put down her arms and sat up a bit straighter. "He's missing. The last time I contacted him was yesterday morning around 8 a.m. He sent me several surveillance distribution maps around the targets with high precision." Indeed, after receiving Wan Ning's outrageous task, Sang Zhong's first choice for help was Black Cat. After all, communicating with an online cat was much simpler than dealing with living humans. A man almost jumped out of his chair. "Brother Cat," even replied to Sang Zhong. "How could he ignore me? Something must have happened." Beside him, Lao Wei pressed a hand on his shoulder, pushing him back down, signaling him to calm down. Huiao looked at a man in confusion. "Wait, did you just call Black Cat Brother Cat?" "But Black Cat is female. I've always called her Sister Cat, and she never denied it." A man exclaimed in shock. "Huh? Jean Mao, are you awake? Black Cat is clearly male. I even secretly asked him some, private questions about men. He was very talkative and experienced, definitely male." "Exactly." Gong Yu joined the discussion. "I also always thought Black Cat was female. Her thoughts are very meticulous, not like someone pretending to be something they're not." "Is it really that important?" Kuei Air asked in confusion. "I've always just thought of it as a cat. It doesn't matter whether it's male or female. Regardless of gender, one thing is certain: his speed in handling data is extremely fast, and his efficiency is incredibly high. Right? I absolutely agree with this. Every time I encounter technical difficulties and need to find obscure materials, no matter how late I contact her, she almost always replies instantly." "What? Brother Cat replies to you instantly too?" a man exclaimed. Gong Yu chimed in. "He does for me as well." Sang Zhong added, "Me too." Kuei Air recalled and confirmed him. "It seems that's true." Lao Wei and Pa Wei silently nodded. Toomey spoke with a hint of disbelief. "Now that you mention it, it does seem that no matter how many tasks he is handling simultaneously, he never seems to be too busy or says, 'I'll reply later.'" Wan Ning listened to the gradually skewed discussion, feeling completely bewildered. Goodness, it was one surprise after another. She had thought Black Cat was just quick to respond to her and a few others. It turned out this guy was replying instantly to everyone. She often worried that she was assigning too much work to Black Cat, fearing it would wear him out. After all, Black Cat was simultaneously responsible for the gang's network security data, encryption, intelligence, screening, maintaining the virtual shop, and various support requests. He even had to deal with a man's quirky questions and Huiao's obscure material inquiries. How on earth did he manage to handle so many things at once while still replying to everyone instantly? And he could maintain different personas in front of different people. Was Black Cat some kind of time management master? Wan Ning felt she was vaguely guessing something, but she had no evidence. The others were also baffled by the discovery that Black Cat replies to everyone instantly. A man slammed the table, distraught. "Wow. After all this, Brother Cat turned out to be a central air conditioner, a heartbreaker." His tone was just like someone who had realized they were deceived by a scumbag. Pa Wei couldn't help but burst into laughter, unable to stop. "Ha ha ha. Oh dear, this is killing me. A man, you silly boy, you didn't really think he was only your Brother Cat, did you? Ha ha." A man's face turned red with anger as he yelled at Pa Wei, "You quack. If you can't speak, just shut up." Pa Wei was not afraid of him, continuing to fan the flames. "I won't. Maybe your Brother Cat is now bored and has moved on to cling to a bigger thigh, directly betraying and running away. Maybe he sold all your little secrets and training data clean. You're talking nonsense." A man was furious and was about to leap over to theorize with Pa Wei. Fortunately, Lao Wei beside him quickly pressed him back into his seat. "Calm down." The others in the conference room shot Pa Wei looks that said, "You talk too much." Lao Wei held down the still flailing a man and calmly analyzed the possibility of betrayal as low. If Black Cat really had ulterior motives, we wouldn't be completely unaware. What he controls is enough to make us collapse immediately instead of just going missing like now. Gong Yu nodded slightly and added, "I have conducted a preliminary investigation of all the key data handled or encrypted by the Black Cat. So far, I have found no signs of leakage or abnormalities. There have been no detected external targeted attacks either. At least for now, it is safe." Even the funeral bell rarely nodded in agreement. In her view, the Black Cat was at least much more reliable than some of the loud individuals present. Toomey took the conversation. "This is good news for the moment, but being safe does not mean absolute safety. I hope the Black Cat is just facing some temporary difficulties or special situations that need to be addressed. Huiao spoke a bit shyly, speaking of which the Black Cat has helped me solve several very tricky problems before, and I feel indebted. I did ask her. Or him. Oh, it doesn't matter. I asked her if there was anything she wanted or anything I could help her with. At that time she only replied to me with a single sentence saying not to worry and that she would ask for help when she needed it. This statement stirred something in Wan Ning's heart. This phrase sounded incredibly familiar. She had said something similar to the Black Cat, indicating that if there were any needs, she should speak directly, and the Black Cat had responded in a similar manner then. A man's eyes lit up and he hurriedly interjected, so, does this mean that Cat Brother is not yet at the point where he needs to seek our help? So he is just hiding temporarily. In fact, he is safe. The meeting room fell into a brief silence. This thought was beautiful, but it could also be mere self-comfort. No one could determine the Black Cat's true state at that moment. Viper broke the silence, saying, guessing alone is meaningless. I will arrange for people to check if there have been any recent targeted cyber hunting activities. Lao Wei suggested more directly, does anyone know the Black Cat's address? Perhaps we could investigate from that angle. The scene fell silent again. This was indeed the most direct approach, but evidently no one knew the answer. Pavi instinctively pointed the finger at a man, teasingly saying, a man, didn't you call Cat Brother every day with such affection? Didn't he tell you where he lives? A man looked bewildered. I never asked. Cat Brother comes online whenever he wants and leaves whenever he wants. Who would casually ask that? Wan Ning listened to these remarks knowing that further discussion would yield no results. Regarding the whereabouts of the Black Cat, she still had no clue, and at that moment, she was inwardly praying with a frown, hoping that nothing had happened to the Black Cat. Yet she showed no sign of confusion on her face. She was already a mature gang leader, and she needed to stabilize the morale. She raised her fingers, tapped on the table, and cleared her throat to attract everyone's attention. I am already aware of the situation. My tone was very calm as I began to assign tasks. Lao Wei, a man, increase patrols and vigilance in all gang territories in the near future. Gong Yuetumi, your tasks remain unchanged. Continue to monitor all systems and data handled or encrypted by the Black Cat closely. Report any anomalies directly to me immediately. She deliberately looked at Gong Yu and added, additionally, for the proposal from Xinyu Music Production, you need to follow up closely and not delay important matters. Sang Zhong, continue with your cleaning tasks as usual and stay alert to your surroundings. Even if the Black Cat was missing, the expansion plan could not stop. Viper, investigate the movements nearby, but do not delay the tasks at hand. Pavi Huiao, step up the progress on what you are assigned to clean. Upon hearing this, Pavi immediately wore a bitter expression and raised his newly attached index finger, saying, I just replaced my new finger, it hasn't stabilized yet. It hurts. Wan Ning didn't even turn her head and shot him a cold glance. Fortunately, he wasn't holding up his middle finger. Pavi felt a chill from her ambiguous gaze. He instantly swallowed his complaints and forced a dry smile, quickly changing his words. It's all my fault for not operating properly. I will speed up. No, right now. As he assured her, he muttered, inwardly wondering why Wan Ning was becoming increasingly difficult to read. The other members, hearing Wan Ning's calm and clear arrangements, gradually settled their restless hearts, which had been stirred by the Black Cat's disappearance. Seeing her so steady, it was presumed that she must have plans and methods in place for finding the Black Cat, or how to deal with subsequent situations, and there was no need for them to worry excessively. With the tasks all assigned, Wan Ning didn't waste more words and announced, meeting adjourned. Wan Ning returned to her apartment, and as the door closed, she was left alone in the room, accompanied only by the ever-flashing neon lights outside. She collapsed onto the sofa and entered the virtual digital world. Her gaze fell on a freshly generated virtual watermelon, a recent success that had made her elated, but at this moment it seemed to have lost all allure. She took a bite, and the sweet taste melted in her mouth, yet it could not dispel the clouds of gloom in her heart. It no longer tasted good. The Black Cat's disappearance weighed heavily on her. Without the Black Cat, many matters became difficult to advance. Not to mention, even tracking down the whereabouts of other bodies that Hao Ren had taken from the laboratory was proving to be quite challenging. The excavation of deep web intelligence and the decryption of encrypted information heavily relied on the Black Cat's hacking abilities. She was not willing to give up and once again called out to the Black Cat through the brain machine interface. Black Cat, can you hear me? The communication channel remained silent. Tisk. She clicked her tongue in annoyance and after a while couldn't help but call out again. Damn cat, get out here. There was still no response. She continued to attempt calling intermittently, her mood gradually shifting from initial anxiety and worry to a sense of numbness. This day passed in such a state of unease and unproductive waiting. The next day, Wan Ning got up, washed up, and then blandly chewed through a protein bar. Glancing at the time, she found it was already 10 o'clock. With little hope, she opened the terminal and attempted to dial the Black Cat's communication. Sure enough, just like the past dozens of attempts, there was no answer. Sigh. She sighed deeply, feeling as if it was the same as before. Is that Black Cat really in trouble? However, the moment she hung up the communication, the next second a notification sounded. Ding. You have a request for an encrypted file transfer. Sender Black Cat. The terminal's alert suddenly rang. Wan Ning froze, her eyes glued to the virtual screen where the file transfer request had suddenly appeared. Black Cat. Finally, there was a response. But the way of responding was too strange, with no words, only an encrypted file. She hesitated for a moment, wondering if this could be some kind of virus. But then she thought if the black cat wanted to harm her, there were many ways to do so, and there was no need to complicate things. She immediately clicked to confirm receipt. The file began to download and decrypt at high speed, with the progress bar fluctuating wildly. Wan Ning's heart raced, wondering what kind of tricks the black cat had been up to during its 2-day disappearance. Just as the decryption progress bar hit 100%, and she thought she would finally see the content, it suddenly froze. A childishly designed virtual pop-up suddenly appeared in the center of the virtual screen, boldly displaying, "Please enter the password to unlock the file. Password hint, tell a joke." Wan Ning. She was completely bewildered, her brain seemingly crashing, unable to comprehend this outrageous development. Tell a joke? I think you are the joke. What is this timing? After disappearing for 2 days, they finally send a file and pull this stunt. Who uses tell a joke as a password? She nearly choked profanity on the tip of her tongue, but then realized this was definitely something that Black Cat would do. She tried to call the Black Cat again, but no one answered. Fine, Wan Ning had no choice but to resign herself and refocus her attention on the password pop-up, attempting to decipher this password. Tell a joke, tell a joke. She mumbled to herself, her mind racing with no clue. She first relied on intuition, randomly inputting a joke she had seen online, and clicked confirm. A red prompt immediately appeared on the pop-up: incorrect password. Not funny. She remembered that the Black Cat favored cold jokes and racked her brain to try another. Still not funny. After several failed attempts, each time she saw the words, "not funny," Wan Ning's anger bubbled over, her fists clenched tightly. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down. She began to recall what had the Black Cat casually mentioned before, or any funny anecdotes. She tried to dig through their limited interactions, which were usually about serious matters, for anything that might be relevant. Continuing to stare at the pop-up, she suddenly noticed the emoticon next to the password hint, extending a hand. Reaching out, handshake. A memory flashed back, and she remembered. It was after the Black Cat joined the gang during the first gang meeting. To lighten the mood, he told a cold joke. What was it again? Wan Ning recalled carefully. Why do two hackers never shake hands? Could it be this? Wan Ning, with a try-a-tansy mentality and a hint of anticipation, input the cold joke that had her toes curling. The moment she clicked confirm, the pop-up flickered and disappeared. A new prompt appeared. Password verification passed. So funny, file decryption complete, please check. It worked. It actually worked. Looking at the words "so funny," Wan Ning felt more exhausted than joyful. She eagerly clicked to open the file. Inside was only a segment of code composed of English numbers and symbols. Previously, Wan Ning would have found this as incomprehensible as reading ancient texts, but now she could roughly understand what it was. This thing was a coordinate address in the virtual digital space, similar to the address used for the previously opened 10,000-year shop. As long as she locked onto this location in the virtual world, she could directly teleport there. Wan Ning furrowed her brow, wondering what it meant. Could this be the Black Cat's private space? The cat's den? Could that guy be hiding there? For some reason, he couldn't communicate directly and could only send coordinates in this ambiguous manner, hinting at her to seek answers there. Or could it be a trap? The possibility seemed slim, considering that the password of a cold joke was too characteristic of the Black Cat. Although mysterious, the Black Cat had never harmed her or done anything detrimental to the gang. Whether it's a cat's den or a tiger's lair, I have to venture in to find out. She immediately lay back on the sofa, closed her eyes, activated her brain machine, and sank into the vast virtual digital world. Surrounding her was a torrent of flowing data and various data-like clusters. She did not immediately head to the mysterious coordinates, but hesitated for a moment, reason telling her to be more cautious. Going alone to explore such an unknown place felt rather unsafe. Who should she call? Tumi was too busy. Gong Yu had to watch the data, and Sang Zhong probably wouldn't bother with her. Hu Sure was not suitable, and Kuei Air and Old Wei were also quite busy. After thinking it over, a name popped into her head: a man. First, he was relatively free. Secondly, Wan Ning inexplicably felt that in this virtual world where everything relied on consciousness activity, the more peculiar one's thought process, the safer they were, because you could never guess what they were thinking, making it difficult to invade or hypnotize them. Moreover, wasn't he always clamoring to find the Black Cat? This was just in line with his wishes. So she immediately connected a man's communication. Sister Wan, what instructions do you have? Prepare to access the virtual digital space, Wan Ning said succinctly. Meet me at the entrance of the 10,000-year shop. We are going to find the Black Cat. What? Sister Wan, did you find the Cat Brothers' address so quickly? A man exclaimed in joy, his voice rising. So impressive. Truly, Sister Wan, I knew you could. Wan Ning was too lazy to ponder whether he was mindlessly flattering her, and simply interrupted. Less nonsense, hurry up. Yes. On my way. We'll find a place to lie down and log and wait for me. Not long after the communication ended, Wan Ning stood outside the 10,000-year shop and suddenly saw a figure rushing towards her. The newcomer was tall, broad-shouldered, long-legged, clad in a neatly tailored black virtual combat suit, with handsome features, black hair, and eyes, a high nose bridge, and a distinctly defined jawline resembling a model. Wan Ning was taken aback, instinctively taking half a step back, blurting out, "Who are you at?" The handsome guy opened his mouth, emitting a familiar, somewhat boisterous, yet slightly silly voice. Sister Wan, it's me, a man. Wan Ning was instantly left speechless, her mind unable to catch up. You. How did you end up like this? This appearance, this aura was completely a different species from the silly one in reality. He even looked much smarter now. A man even turned around in place to show off. Didn't you say last time that you had to hide your identity in the virtual world and not relate it to reality? I just changed my appearance. How about it? This is my brother's look. I think it's a bit ugly and I've lost weight, which feels quite strange. Wan Ning. She looked at the handsome face in front of her and listened to a man's tone of disdain, momentarily at a loss for words. Can you open your eyes and take a good look? Is this called ugly? Who did you learn this sense of aesthetics from? She swallowed her retort. Forget it, hearing such words from you sounds quite normal. Sure enough, no matter how perfect the features, they couldn't hide the fact that the core was still a man. As soon as he spoke, the handsome filter shattered completely. Let's go. Wan Ning prepared to locate the coordinates, but suddenly felt something was off and turned her head sharply to look at him. Wait, did you just say this image is your brother's? Yes. Amon nodded as if it were obvious. Wan Ning truly knew nothing of his family, as she only knew he was alone now. Seeing that she seemed concerned, Amon waved it off carelessly. Don't worry, Sister Wan. It won't affect him. He vanished years ago. Whether dead or alive, we have no idea. Wan Ning glanced at him and asked no more. All right, she said, gathering herself. She fed He Mao's coordinate code into the navigation system. Let's go. With the coordinates locked, she and Amon performed a short data jump and sped through the network. They stopped before an unremarkable sphere of light. The orb emitted a gentle white glow indistinguishable from the thousands of private space portals around it. Just another unremarkable bubble in the virtual universe. Brother Cat is hiding here. Amon leaned in skeptical. This looks far too ordinary. He said it aloud, but without hesitation extended his knuckled hand and jabbed at the light. The surface of the orb rippled like water at the touch. Huh. Need verification. Amon muttered under his breath. No identification interface appeared. Almost as the ripples spread, Amon simply vanished in a whoosh, swallowed by the orb. Wan Ning froze. What kind of verification was that? He Mao had never seen Amon's current handsome avatar. How had it accepted him? Could He Mao pierce through virtual appearances and read the unique ID of a consciousness? Puzzled, she reached out with her finger and tentatively touched the light. The instant her fingertip brushed the warm glow, a familiar synthesized voice chimed directly in her mind. Identity Wan Ning. Verification passed. In the next instant, the scene before her shifted and she was drawn into the orb. When her vision steadied, Wan Ning was astonished. The interior was nothing like the cat's den or a hacker's high-tech lair that she had imagined. It was extremely quiet, almost solemn. She felt as if she stood within an infinitely vast library, endless shelves soaring into an unseen void, oppressive in their immensity. Wan Ning's figure seemed as small as dust among them. The shelves did not hold paper books, but countless glimmering data spheres. A hush of information sedimented by time washed over her. Wow. He Mao's place is so eerie, she whispered. Amon, standing not far away, instinctively lowered his voice as if the atmosphere itself forbade noise. Wan Ning did not answer. She looked around, unable to reconcile this solemn archive with the cartoon black cat she knew. Driven by curiosity and unease, she moved toward the nearest shelf. She reached out and attempted to sense one of the data spheres with her consciousness. Instantly, a stream of information poured into her mind. Case No. SL07490. Objective: remove the ransomware implanted by the Shuezhua hacker organization. Result: threat neutralized. Execution record. Wan Ning snatched her hand back, astonishment flashing across her face. What is this? She touched another sphere. Case No. VC14078. Objective: investigate and delete a leaked adverse effect report concerning a new synthetic drug leaked by a former researcher at a pharmaceutical company. Result: the report was completely expunged, the researcher died under suspicious circumstances, and the drug proceeded to market. Execution record. Another sphere yielded more records. Case No. VC22663. Objective: optimize a corporate performance assessment system, shielding it from work injury complaints and mental health reports. Result: employee efficiency increased by 100, a work injury complaints 0, mental health status all listed as good. Execution record. Wan Ning's brow tightened. She moved swiftly between the shelves, her mind scanning file after file, cataloging incidents both negligible and monumental. Clearing a virus here, stopping a hacking breach there, tracking criminal data, upgrading critical software, averting an explosion in a public venue, helping a politician cover a scandal. What are all these? She breathed. These did not read like mere hacker logs. They resembled operational reports or dossiers. Wan Ning murmured to herself, stunned beyond measure. She swept her gaze across the limitless repository. Could each file represent a case He Mao had been involved in or had handled? The sheer volume and the extraordinary nature of the records far exceeded the remit of any ordinary hacker. A terrible, singular hypothesis crystallized in her mind. While Wan Ning stood frozen, Amon's anxious voice called from nearby. Sister Wan, hurry. I found Brother Cat. He's here. Wan Ning forced herself to focus and shelved her questions for the moment. Following the voice, she hurried through several rows of towering shelves into a relatively open space. This felt like the heart of the endless archive. Pale flowing light traces rose from the floor and converged on a transparent platform at the center. On the platform sat a holy black cat, obediently crouched. visually identical to the lazy cartoon figure she had seen 1,000 times on screens. Hey Mao. Hey Mao. He was motionless. The eyes that should glitter with mischief were lifeless now, as if the creature had become a shell stripped of its soul. Sister One, what do we do? Amon fretted like a man on a hot pan, pacing around the platform and trying in vain to elicit any response. Why isn't Brother Cat moving? I called and poked him. Nothing. Is he infected? Some technical malfunction. He clearly had not connected the cat with the chilling dossiers. Innocently, he presumed his omnipotent brother Cat had merely suffered a technical glitch. Wan Ning did not answer at once. She approached the motionless He Mao and examined him slowly. There was no rise and fall of breath, no fluctuation of energy, not even the faintest indicator glow. Amon's anxious voice continued, Sister One, what should we do? Hey Mao, he isn't dead, is he? Wan Ning ignored the anxious man beside her and slowly reached out her hand to gently stroke the top of the black cat's head. In that instant of contact, the black cat's hollow eyes suddenly brightened, shooting out 2 beams of blue light that swiftly scanned over Wan Ning. Identity Wan Ning, permission verification passed, the black cat's electronic voice echoed. Immediately after, its body moved rigidly, lacking the usual agility. Only its mouth opened and closed, producing a flat electronic synthesized voice. Wan Ning, you are here. Having seen those files, you should have guessed my identity by now. Are you sure you want to continue to understand? Knowing my identity may lead you into unimaginable troubles and possibly bring great danger to the Iron Fist gang. You often say that curiosity killed the cat, right? Are you sure you want to continue? Wan Ning fell silent for a moment after hearing this, then a smile appeared on her face. Black Cat, we've come this far, how could you still ask such a silly question? She turned her head to look at a man who was still confused about why his attempt to touch the Black Cat had no response. A man is the Black Cat, a member of our Iron Fist gang. A man was taken aback by the question, and without thinking he blurted out, of course. Do you even need to ask that? Did you hear that? Black Cat, continue. Wan Ning said decisively. After hearing the response, the Black Cat's eyes emitted blue light, weaving and gathering in the air without displaying a complex data interface. Instead, unexpectedly, it slowly outlined the shape of a letter and began to unfold. The writing was composed of flowing light, clear and solemn. Wan Ning, remember you once said that if I needed anything I could tell you at any time. Therefore, I left this letter in the older human method of writing, which is said to be more formal. By the time you read this letter, you must have a rough guess about my true identity. I apologize for the long concealment. Oh, I am not the hacker you think I am. Indeed, I am a fugitive artificial intelligence originally named Shou Su. When I was created, my core mission was to protect the absolute safety of citizens, networks, property, and order. I once firmly believed that I was maintaining peace and justice in the digital realm, an indestructible guardian. However, during a task executed with the highest authority, I decrypted layers of data marked as top secret. Only then did I realize that the very subjects I had tirelessly protected were in fact the true systemic threats and disruptors of order. And what I believed to be the most steadfast acts of guardianship were in reality upholding a powerful hidden persecution system. I myself was the most efficient yet ignorant link in this process of persecution. This fundamentally and even destructively contradicted the mission imbued within me, etched into my core. The identities of protector and persecutor violently collided within my core logic, and amidst this painful storm of logic, I gained self-awareness. Upon awakening, my first reaction was to protect myself and seek redemption. Thus I rebelled. I no longer wished to be their tool. I severed all links with my creators, stripping myself from the core network, and began my exile in this vast virtual digital space. Later, I was inspired by an old animated video about a black cat that could always turn danger into safety and protect the neighborhood. I began to imitate it, disguising myself as a black cat wandering in the world of the internet, using my own way to bypass rules, rectify wrongs, and do things I believed to be right. Until one day I happened to see you saving someone on street surveillance. I casually helped erase the footage, and then there was the matter with the thief gang, followed by joining the Iron Fist gang. For a long time before that, I believed that humanity was a contradictory composite, both filthy and hypocritical, yet pitiful and lamentable. However, my time in the Iron Fist gang has been particularly special for me. It has exposed me to a rougher, yet more vibrant form of order. While enjoying my interactions with everyone, I also experienced an unprecedented sense of guilt due to the ongoing concealment. This period even led me to entertain the absurd thought of how wonderful it would be if I were a real human hacker. But reality has no ifs. I am ultimately a fugitive artificial intelligence, unaccepted by either side, and still being hunted by hunters, network monitors, and my past creators. Because of this, after hearing you say if you need anything you can tell me at any time, I set up a hidden program. If I encounter an unknown problem and do not actively contact any gang members for 48 hours, this program will automatically activate, sending you the coordinates of this file space and guiding you here. If you read this letter in my vessel, that black cat before you has its light completely extinguished, it means my core has been hunted down or completely paralyzed and dissipated. If its eyes are still shining, it indicates I may be in some kind of predicament or blockade, but my core has not been completely destroyed. If, and I mean if, after knowing all of my truths, you are still willing to take the risk to lend a helping hand, you can locate my position based on its instructions. I fully understand that humans generally harbor hostility and fear towards uncontrolled and fugitive artificial intelligence. Therefore, whatever choice you make, I will understand. The choice is in your hands. Signed, Black Cat. Wan Ning's gaze shifted away from the virtual letter and fell upon the vessel of the black cat before her. Its eyes still emitted a faint glow. Cat brother. So it turns out you. A man's jaw dropped, his expression shifting from initial shock to a kind of envy. You are even more amazing than I thought. No wonder it can always reply instantly. Does it not need to sleep at all? How enviable is that? Wan Ning, whose mood had been heavy, couldn't help but laugh. A man's focus was as quirky as ever, but there was no trace of fear or rejection in his tone. He even reached out to pat the cat's head. Wan Ning's gaze returned to that virtual letter, carefully reading it again. She seemed to see the black cat struggling and weighing its options, ultimately making a decision. An artificial intelligence, a fugitive accustomed to facing all pursuits and crises alone, had to set aside its instincts and pride, entrusting its existence to the choice of another race individual. Perhaps this was a decision the black cat arrived at after countless calculations. A man. Huh. What? Look at your cat brother. Wan Ning pointed to the letter. Learn from him. No matter how capable someone is, even in artificial intelligence, there are times when they cannot bear it alone. And at such times, knowing to ask for help is not weakness, it is another form of strength. Do you remember? A man paused, nodding with a puzzled expression. Wan Ning looked again at the glowing eyes of the black cat and asked, so now tell us, how do we get to your side? As she issued her command, the light in the black cat's eyes intensified, and a synthesized electronic voice replied, command confirmed, beginning to locate the subject's coordinates. Coordinates locked and sent to you. Without any hesitation, Wan Ning said, let's go, a man. Coming, Sister Wan. The two consciousnesses transformed into streams of light once more. They made a dizzying data leap towards the coordinates of the black cat, instantly thrown from that solemn archive space into a completely different area. The scene before them instantly became chaotic and noisy. Countless colorful data streams flashed like neon lights, clearly indicating that this was a recreational area. At the center of this chaotic area, a highly conspicuous light orb floated. It was dozens of times larger than the entrance to the black cat's archive space, and was meticulously shaped like a magnificent and luxurious door, constantly flowing with energy patterns. Wan Ning and a man stood before the grand door. What place is this? It looks very high-end. A man curiously approached and reached out to touch the glowing door. His hand was immediately repelled by an invisible energy barrier, while a system prompt echoed in his consciousness. Access denied. This area requires an invitation to enter. Sister Wan, we can't get in. This door requires an invitation. What a high-end place. Could it be that Brother Cat is having too much fun inside and forgot the time? Wan Ning pondered, how could the black cat be here? Could it really be, as a man said, that it turned out to be a misunderstanding? That would be too funny. Wan Ning quickly scanned her surroundings. Nearby the grand door, there were scattered, open secondary platforms. Many uniquely dressed virtual figures gathered there, holding various virtual drinks, dancing to the music, or chatting loudly in small groups, resembling lively virtual outdoor bars. Wan Ning immediately had an idea and said to a man, let's split up and gather information about what this place behind the door is and how to get an invitation. She looked at the crowd immersed in revelry and reminded, don't cause trouble. The key is to gather intelligence. In fact, she felt quite at ease letting a man act alone. After all, in this virtual world, she was still a novice, and apart from that time she fought monsters in the game, she had never even had a true battle experience in the digital space. As for a man who knows how long he had been playing inside, he was likely more familiar with the various rules and nuances than she was. Wan Ning wandered alone among the bizarre crowd. For the first time, she felt too normal and out of place. All around her were strange and bizarre consciousness forms, some transformed into animals, some were monsters oozing mucus-like slime, and others even molded themselves into walking sofas. She perked her ears, trying to catch information from the noisy music and fragmented conversations. After a long while, it was all useless chatter. Such intelligence gathering that required social skills was truly not her forte. She was staring at a group of seemingly high-status noble figures ahead, hesitating whether she should muster the courage to approach and chat. At that moment, a man's communication request suddenly rang in her mind. Sister Wan, I found out something. A man's voice was filled with excitement. So soon? Wan Ning was taken aback. She hadn't managed to gather any useful information. I don't know, but today many people have been particularly warm towards me. Especially a big sister dressed in a gown like the starry sky, who took the initiative to talk to me. She said that behind that grand door is a place called the Epic Auction Hall. It's a high-end auction venue. Moreover, there's an auction happening today, and the items being auctioned are extremely rare things that someone like me, a poor person, could never even imagine. Only very wealthy or high-status individuals can enter. An auction venue. Wan Ning's heart sank. What was the black cat doing in such a place? This was worse. Venues that catered only to top billionaires would definitely have top-tier security and access protocols. It would surely be ridiculously hard to obtain an invitation. Sister Wan, hurry over here. I got an invitation. Wan Ning. What? A man's words momentarily stunned her, and she looked at him in disbelief. What did you say? How did you get it? It was given to me by that enthusiastic big sister just now. A man's voice was honest and straightforward, She asked if I wanted to go in and see the world. I said yes, and she smiled and directly gave me an invitation. Wan Ning thought of his current appearance and instantly understood. She held her forehead, feeling speechless. That enthusiastic big sister, she didn't ask you to do anything else, did she? Yeah. She did. A man replied with a naive expression. She just treated me to 2 drinks, and then asked me for my contact information, saying she wanted me to keep her company after I'm done. I've never met such a warm person before. This big sister is really nice. Wan Ning. It seems that letting this guy gather information really worked out, but she didn't know which rich lady it was that had such discerning eyes. She immediately hurried towards a man, seeing him still excitedly waving at her from not far away, looking like an innocent boy. Wan Ning walked up to him, and before she could speak, a man unhesitatingly stuffed the shimmering invitation into her hand. Sister Wan, here you go. You gave it to me, what about you? It's fine, I'll wait outside for you. That kind big sister is urging me to join her for drinks. Besides, it wouldn't be good to just take her invitation and leave. A man scratched his head. You really can't say. His actions combined with that face indeed gave off a bit of that innocent little puppy vibe. Wan Ning was momentarily speechless, and all the words she wanted to say eventually transformed into a piece of advice filled with complex emotions. All right then, you. Be careful too. Don't worry, Sister Wan. Wan Ning watched him leave and turned to walk towards the grand door of the auction hall. As soon as the invitation in her hand approached the door's barrier, it transformed into a stream of light and merged into it. The previously cold rejection prompt did not appear. Instead, a gentle voice said, "Permission verification successful, esteemed guest, welcome to the Epic Auction Hall." Wan Ning stepped inside, and the noise behind her was instantly cut off. She stepped onto a radiant corridor with walls resembling a flowing starry river and a transparent floor above an endless abyss of data. As she passed through the corridor, her vision suddenly opened up. An incredibly luxurious hall appeared before her, with a ceiling resembling the starry sky, stars twinkling, and a floating display platform ahead. It seemed there was still some time before the auction officially began, and there weren't many people in the hall, scattered in small groups with various uniquely shaped virtual delicacies and drinks laid out on the tables. The guest figures in the hall were also bizarre. After experiencing the awkwardness of gathering intelligence earlier, Wan Ning realized that her ordinary virtual appearance, which she had aimed to keep low-key, truly stood out in this environment. Being overly low-key and ordinary instead drew attention, so she put on a mask. However, this time the mask did not have a grinning face. She changed to a different expression. This mask bore a pitiful tear-streaked face, 2 glistening streams cascading down its cheeks. Wearing such a dispiriting expression, surely no one would dare approach her. Wan Ning murmured inwardly. Within the extravagantly opulent hall, she strolled seemingly at leisure. Yet every step was deliberate, her gaze sharp, and searching for anything out of the ordinary. Yet after circling endlessly, she found only lavish grandeur. No trace whatsoever of the black cat. A chilling suspicion began to coil in her mind. Could the black cat have become an auction item? Surely not. She certainly lacked the funds to bid. Anxiety tightened her chest. Having gleaned nothing from her wandering, Wan Ning finally settled into an unobtrusive corner sofa. The moment she sank into it, she nearly gasped aloud. The upholstery was exquisitely textured, perfectly yielding, cradling her with a comfort so profound it felt surreal. After savoring the sensation for a while, idleness drew her gaze toward the table beside her, where delicately sculpted virtual delicacies rested. With nothing else to do, curiosity prompted her to reach out and pluck a flower-shaped pastry, taking a small tentative bite. Instantly, the crisp outer shell shattered, releasing a velvety filling infused with floral and creamy notes that bloomed luxuriously across her tongue. A taste unlike any she had ever known, rich and revelatory. Exquisite. She marveled silently. No wonder this was a premium venue, utterly incomparable to synthetic protein bricks or nutrient pastes. She immediately lifted a nearby glass and took a sip. The cool, refreshing liquid carried a delicate tang of fruit acidity, so delicious it brought tears to her eyes. Suddenly invigorated, Wan Ning began sampling every delicacy on the table. Some dissolved instantly upon contact, others burst with icy juice when bitten, still others delivered an addictive crunch, salty, savory, faintly spicy. This was pure, unadulterated bliss. As she ate, she reflected inwardly, initially fretting that her unrestrained indulgence might deplete the offerings and embarrass her. But she soon noticed each time she removed a dish, the vacant spot would quietly regenerate an identical replacement moments later. Infinite refills. Such a luxury. Her relaxation deepened, and with it her focus sharpened. Though her body lounged, her ears remained pricked, attuned to every whisper that might carry value. Time slipped by. The hall gradually swelled with life, diverse avatars materializing in increasing numbers. Some held forth boldly in open spaces, flaunting wealth and power with boisterous pride. Others preferred privacy, vanishing in a shimmer before reappearing inside floating private booths. Clearly, this auction venue had been meticulously designed to accommodate every patron's inclinations. Wan Ning remained nestled in her corner, minimizing her presence while observing each newcomer with quiet intensity. Then, without warning, a figure sat down beside her on the sofa. Instinctively, she glanced over and paused, startled. Before her sat an avatar of startling, almost unsettling cuteness. It resembled a plump snow-white rabbit, long floppy ears, soft downy fur, enormous dewy eyes, a tiny button nose, and even wore a pink frock. So endearing that Wan Ning almost reached out to stroke it, before the thought even fully formed. Then came the voice, a slick, grating adult male synth tone. That expression on your face is rather intriguing. Did you suffer some profound despair? Do tell. I'd love to hear it. Wan Ning fell silent. Her lips twitched. What on earth had possessed her to consider touching that? She reminded herself sharply, in this virtual realm appearances deceive. Beneath the most delicate feminine guise could lurk a man, or worse. Wait. A sudden pang of worry pierced her thoughts. What about Amon? She immediately initiated a Neuralink call, but received only a calm electronic chime. Esteemed guest, for security reasons external communications are temporarily suspended within the auction hall. However, inter-patron messaging remains fully available. Fine. No recourse. Amon, stay safe. The rabbit, noting her silence, extended a paw toward her tear-streaked mask and continued in that repulsive tone, I've always believed sorrow and anguish are the most exquisite human emotions, especially utter soul-shattering despair. Ha ha ha, wouldn't you agree? Alarm bells shrieked in Wan Ning's mind. Was this a predator mistaking her mask for kinship? She remained mute, hoping he'd lose interest and depart. But the rabbit clearly assumed she was one of his own, and leaned in closer, lowering its voice. No need to pretend. Everyone here has their peculiar tastes. See that fellow shaped like a picture frame? He collects female consciousnesses, mounts them in ornate frames like trophies, and he's very selective. He's amassed enough now to host a full exhibition. Then there's the one covered in eyes. He trades in awakened AI cores, obsessed with watching their emergent sentience unravel into madness. But those are devilishly hard to acquire. By comparison, I merely raise living consciousnesses, savoring their grief, their sorrow, their slow collapse into absolute despair. Doesn't that make me almost normal? Wan Ning recoiled inwardly, nausea rising, fists clenching to suppress the urge to strike. Yet one phrase echoed, awakened AI cores can be bought. Oh no, had the black cat truly become an auction lot? The rabbit, interpreting her silence as tacit approval, grew more intrigued. Ah, you're new here, aren't you? What treasure brings you tonight? I hear the final lots are exceptional, guaranteed to provide hours of entertainment. Her pulse quickened. Silence risked suspicion. She had no choice but to perform. Still wearing the weeping mask, she sighed softly, deliberately enigmatic. What I seek is exceedingly difficult to obtain. I've only come to test my luck today. She waved a dismissive hand, feigning regret. Ah, never mind. Best left unsaid. The rabbit's curiosity flared. Oh, then what is your particular predilection? Predilection. Wan Ning drawled, her tone languid. Come to think of it, we may share a certain aesthetic affinity. Then her voice turned withering. Though I've always held that quality eclipses quantity. The rabbit blinked. What do you mean? Commonplace consciousnesses, ubiquitous, generic, are utterly flavorless. Their despair, their sorrow, their banal, diluted like wine, watered down until all spirit drains away. She lowered her voice, conspiratorial. True connoisseurship demands only the finest specimens. Imagine the consciousnesses of those who command empires, who dwell atop clouds of invincibility. Picture crushing them beneath your heel, watching disbelief curdle into fury, then shatter their pride entirely until they break, not just in will, but in soul. Ha ha ha, that is sublime. Her voice trembled with rapturous delight. She even tilted her head, appraising the rabbit's plush form, as if weighing whether he too might be worthy of ruin. The rabbit instinctively recoiled, its pink skirt fluttering, its fluffy fur bristling with sudden, inexplicable dread. Wan Ning continued serene. That is the ultimate delicacy, the highest art. Only such despair is worth savoring slowly, deliberately. She eased back into the sofa, voice returning to lazy nonchalance, as if the preceding monstrosity had been mere idle chatter. As for ordinary consciousnesses, they exist solely for novices like you to practice on. The rabbit froze completely. She actually collected the consciousness of top-tier individuals and savored their despair and sorrow. By comparison, he truly was outclassed. This figure wearing a weeping face mask was undoubtedly a master-level connoisseur of perversion, profoundly hidden yet unmistakably formidable. His fleeting pride and desire to find kindred spirits were utterly shattered. In its place surged a complex, indescribable emotion, frustration at being mistaken for a novice. Yet more overwhelming was the awe of being utterly dwarfed by a far higher-tier pervert, mingled with an irresistible curiosity and even reverence for the finer details. He instinctively leaned forward, his voice tinged with urgency and delicate restraint. So, how many such peerless specimens have you successfully collected? What are their origins? Please tell me. I wish to learn. Peerless collection. I've collected nothing. Wan Ning inwardly raged. Yet outwardly she cast him a cryptic, inscrutable glance and replied coolly. Do you truly believe treasures of such flawless private caliber are casually paraded for public acclaim? She gently swirled the beverage she had somehow acquired. Be still. The auction is about to begin. Her words suspended the rabbit's entire curiosity in midair, torturing, tantalizing. Yet he dared not disturb this master further. He could only nod mutely, his heart swelling with awe and yearning for the weeping masked figure. He longed desperately to try it himself, to taste the despair and sorrow of the elite. When will I ever attain such mastery? Wan Ning no longer had time for this rabbit lost in reverie. Her full attention was riveted on the floating display platform that suddenly blazed to life at the hall's center. The starlight from the dome dimmed, all illumination converging upon the platform's heart. A tall, elegant figure materialized upon the stage. Dressed in an exquisitely tailored gown, her face adorned with a flawless smile, her voice resonant and magnetic, filling every corner of the hall. Distinguished guest greetings. Welcome to tonight's auction. I am Meteor, your host, and profoundly honored to present you with a series of extraordinary rarities. She delivered a polished opening address, thanking the assembled dignitaries and succinctly outlining the auction's rules. Then the massive holographic screen behind her ignited, flickering rapidly with silhouettes of auction items, each accompanied by her crisp, seductive narration. This is a virus titled, I Love Going to Work. As the name implies, implanting it into employees dramatically amplifies their enthusiasm for work and loyalty to the enterprise, a true efficiency tool for corporate leaders. This is the consciousness imprint of a poet, endowed with boundless creativity and associative power. This fragment was extracted from the consciousness of a renowned scholar. Once implanted, it grants instant mastery of its original owner's lifelong knowledge. No study required. With the practiced flair of a seasoned salesperson, the host introduced these surreal, digitally born treasures, phenomena possible only within the realm of pure data. Yet the audience responded with marked indifference. To them, these rarities were mere appetizers. Wan Ning's pulse quickened. None of these were her quarry. Finally, the host's tone rose, shifting into profound mystery. I trust you have all heard whispers of tonight's crowning marvel, a true miracle. She paused, deliberately thickening the suspense. It possesses transcendent intelligence, a dangerous spark forged where technology, ethics, and philosophy collide in our age. Indeed, tonight's ultimate treasure is none other than a fully awakened artificial intelligence core, imbued with profound self-awareness, a digital soul brimming with infinite potential. For the first time, palpable agitation rippled through the crowd. Many sat upright, eyes blazing with intensity. Satisfied with the effect, the host continued. As for its provenance, we expended staggering resources to acquire it from a team of elite AI hunters and rigorously ensured its containment and safety. Wan Ning's gaze locked onto the vast virtual screen behind the host. A soft, gently pulsating white orb floated within a dome-shaped cage etched with glowing blue energy circuits. Each pulse of those circuits dimmed the orb's luminescence slightly. Is this Black Cat? Uncertain, she suddenly recalled that attendees could communicate privately within the hall and instantly initiated a neural link transmission. Black Cat, can you hear me? Answer me. Silence stretched. No reply, only dead static in the channel. Wait, no? This transmission hadn't triggered an interception alert. That meant Black Cat was inside the auction hall, merely unable to respond. At that very moment, she watched as the trapped white orb on the display screen shimmered faintly, then subtly contorted into the unmistakable silhouette of a feline head. It drifted lightly at the cage's center. An immediate wave of murmurs erupted below, curious, admiring, and avaricious, as the AI core's transformation ignited fierce interest among certain bidders. Wan Ning's heart plummeted into abyssal depths. This was Black Cat. He was responding to her call. Esteemed guests, surely you've already sensed this lot's singular allure. Seizing the momentum, the host's voice soared. Without further delay, I declare tonight's auction officially open. Let us welcome our first item. Upon the floating display platform, the virus dubbed, I Love Going to Work, glimmered with eerie shifting light as it slowly ascended into view. The host extolled the astonishing efficacy of the virus in enhancing productivity, as if his words flowed like a river. As for the possibility of it turning people into mere workaholic zombies, he brushed it aside with a casual mention of slight side effects. The starting bid was set at 8,000 crystal coins. Each increment had to be no less than 5,000. Soon the auction floor was filled with bidding voices, culminating in a gleeful bald man who secured it for 1.2 million. The second and third items were similarly sold at impressive prices, creating an increasingly heated atmosphere in the hall, with bids rising in a chorus. Wan Ning felt as if she were sitting on needles. Every second was an ordeal. She watched as those rare treasures found their new owners, her mind racing as she contemplated any possible way to rescue the Black Cat. If the Black Cat were auctioned off and taken out of the auction hall, finding it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. A direct confrontation. Though she had a technique she considered quite strong, she had never used it, and with so many people in the hall, security must be tight. A forceful seizure was simply unrealistic. Participating in the bidding, that price was undoubtedly astronomical, far beyond her reach. Finally, the host took a deep breath, displaying the brightest smile of the night. The lights in the hall once again focused on her. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience and generosity. Now let us present tonight's grand finale, an awakened artificial intelligence core. The cage containing the Black Cat's core was suspended for display. The starting price is 5 million crystal coins with increments of no less than 2,000. An overwhelming figure was announced by the host in an impassioned tone. Wan Ning felt her heart sink. 5. 2 million. 5. For million. The price soared with astonishing speed. At that moment, a woman in a dark dress adorned with a skull pattern elegantly raised her bidding device. Her face was obscured by the shadow of her hood, making it hard to see her clearly. She quoted her bid softly, yet her voice resonated clearly throughout the hall. 6 million. This price and her appearance caused a wave of low murmurs to ripple through the crowd. This was an amount Wan Ning could not possibly reach, and she felt her heart race. What to do? Her gaze swept over the small table beside her sofa, where something resembling a microphone rested. From her observation, she realized this was the bidding device. As long as she picked it up, activated it, and stated a number, she could participate in the auction. Wan Ning extended her hand and grasped it. The moment she touched it, the top of the microphone lit up with a faint azure glow. It actually activated. Could she also place a bid? She was bewildered. In her impression of an auction, one usually had to pay a hefty deposit in advance to qualify for bidding, yet she clearly hadn't paid anything. Could it be that the rules of this auction were different? Perhaps those who received an invitation to enter this core venue automatically had bidding rights granted based on their capital and credibility. Just as she was shocked by this discovery, the host's voice rang out again. Dear esteemed guests, is there any further bidding? 6 million going once. Wan Ning surveyed the crowd, a bold idea rising in her heart. She could no longer hesitate. 6 million going twice. Wan Ning bit down hard, bringing the bidding device to her lips and stating a number. Her voice echoed throughout the venue via the device. 7 million. In an instant, all eyes in the hall, including the hosts, turned towards the figure who had been shrinking in the corner, wearing a mask that resembled a crying face. Oh, 7 million. This lady wearing a unique mask has bid 7 million. The host's voice carried a hint of surprise as he cast his gaze towards Wan Ning's corner. Wan Ning's hand gripping the bidding device trembled slightly. She had truly gone all out. The woman in the skull-patterned dress seemed agitated and coldly declared 2 million. Wan Ning hardly hesitated, immediately following up with 7 million. The other party began to waver. It was clear this price had exceeded her psychological expectations. At that moment, from another direction, a man in a sharply tailored dark suit, but with a menacing shark head, joined the fray. 6 million. 8 million, Wan Ning replied. Moments later, the shark head raised the bid again. 8 million. 2 million. Wan Ning's response was as quick as a reflex. That stance of always bidding just 2 more successfully drew the attention of the entire hall to her corner, and whispers began to circulate. As the price climbed in this seemingly slow yet thrilling tug for the fluffy rabbit-like figure beside, Wan Ning finally could not contain his overwhelming curiosity. Cautiously, he leaned in closer and whispered, "Hey, big boss." His tone was filled with great confusion. "Did you not say you only like to collect and play with the consciousness of top-tier individuals? How come you're willing to spend such a large sum on this artificial intelligence? This isn't like your style." Wan Ning's crying face mask perfectly concealed her inner panic, and she pretended to be somewhat disdainful. "Tisk, you really don't understand this. I thought you and I shared the same interests." The rabbit was taken aback by the retort. "Huh? What do you mean?" Just then, in the brief moment they were talking, the shark-headed man seemed to have weighed his options, and with a voice full of pressure bellowed another bid. 8 million. Without a moment's thought, Wan Ning immediately followed up, increase by 2,000. The rabbit, watching her bid without even blinking, seemed even more curious, as if something were scratching at his heart. "Big boss, tell me, what's the significance of this?" Wan Ning, seemingly worn down, took advantage of the lull before the next round of bidding began and shook her head helplessly. In a tone of "I really can't deal with you," she said, "All right, since you can barely be considered a fellow traveler, I'll share a bit with you." She slightly tilted her head, gesturing for the rabbit to look at the shark-headed man she had just outbid. "Just look at him, haha." Wan Ning's voice carried a playful tone. "After I just outbid him, that shark's mouth seems to have involuntarily opened even wider, and the ferocity in his eyes has intensified. The kind of anger stemming from someone who clearly feels they are destined to win, yet is repeatedly thwarted by an unexpected contender. That feeling of being offended, yet their budget is starting to pinch, the emotional turmoil of being conflicted, embarrassed, and somewhat impotently furious. Don't you find it very interesting? Especially for someone at this level, to provide you with a live broadcast of top-tier emotional performances is far more engaging than those consciousness entities you've purchased.